In order to eat a mutant leech sold at an auction, I borrowed money from loan sharks without hesitation. My relatives and friends looked at me like a madman, saying that I was physically weak and my brain was damaged. But only I know that in 3 days, the blue planet will be engulfed by the mysterious aurora. By then, everything will change. Animals and plants will go berserk, and humans will also face a genetic awakening. Someone ate a bear paw, awakened the power of the paw, and smashed the beast's head with his fist. Someone ate a tiger's head and gave birth to a tiger's head, which roared and pushed back the enemy 100 meters. But in my previous life, I was ordinary as dust without any awakening. In the end, he was used as food by the mutant beasts and died without any dignity. And this time, I was reborn and there was no panic in my heart because I was bound to the devouring system. Ding! The novice gift package has been distributed successfully. The host has gained the ability to devour 3 times. The stronger the gene sequence of the devoured object, the stronger the gene sequence obtained. The devoured gene sequence can be infinitely fused and strengthened. Please start devouring. At the auction, I sat down in a corner and waited quietly. Most of the items being auctioned were antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, which would become worthless waste after the turmoil. Finally, it was the target's turn to appear. The red mutant leech was solemnly pushed out by the auctioneer. But surprisingly, no one in the audience made a bid. 50,000 yuan as the reserve price, and no one is buying a single bite. My eyes lit up, and I raised my bid card without hesitation. 60,000. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into dead silence. Even the auctioneer was stunned. Then, there were snickers and sarcastic voices. 60,000 to buy a leech? Is this person crazy? Soak in wine to replenish your body? I think you're really weak. I looked indifferent and didn't bother to pay attention. The auctioneer saw that no one continued to bid, and the gavel was about to fall. I'll give you 70,000. The sudden price call made me frown, and I looked in the direction of the voice. Li Chong, my former roommate, who took the lead in ostracizing me, mocking me as an orphan, and kicked me out of the dormitory. Now he's here to mess things up again? I suppressed my anger. Now is not the time to take action. I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have become bolder. You spend 60,000 to buy a broken leech. Are you crazy? He crossed his legs, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist deliberately showed off. I gritted my teeth and bid. 80,000. 90,000. He said defiantly. I just have money, and I'm here to disgust you. What can you do? I stared at him coldly and said nothing. I'll remember this grudge. In the end, I bought the mutant leech for $130,000, spending all my savings. The whole audience was shocked. Are you crazy? 130,000 yuan for a bug. You're not really planning on eating it raw, are you? Isn't that disgusting? I ignored their sarcasm and turned away with firm steps. When I got back to the rental house, I opened the glass box containing the leeches without even taking off my shoes. The scarlet monster was rolling in the spring water, its fat body squirming constantly, just like a bloody maggot. Perhaps it was because of the excessive vibrations on the road. The water had been dyed blood red by the blood it had sprayed out. As soon as the lid was opened, a strong stench hit us in the face. The mutant leech suddenly opened its mouth, revealing dozens of sharp, tiny teeth, like a bloody mouth. My hands trembled, and I almost threw the glass box away. Is this really food for humans? Even though I was mentally prepared, I still felt my scalp tingling when facing this disgusting creature. Before my rebirth, I had no ability to save my life. Now that fate has given me a chance and the system has awakened, why am I still hesitating? I laughed dumbly and really wanted to slap myself hard. Swallowing will make you stronger. Why hesitate with such a heaven-defying start? I gritted my teeth, rolled up my sleeves, and reached into the glass box, ready to catch the mutant leech. But this thing was more slippery than a loach. It jumped around and finally broke free from my fingers and bit off a large piece of flesh with my backhand. The pain was so severe that blood dripped down the finger into the box, instantly turning the water redder. Feeling the fresh blood, the leech rolled more happily, as if it had smelled a feast. Anger was boiling inside me. Adrenaline was surging. I didn't know where the madness came from. I picked up the glass box and raised it directly above my head, took a deep breath, and swallowed it. I didn't dare to think about the taste. I just swallowed it whole, until the cold and sticky thing fell into my stomach. I couldn't believe it myself. I really swallowed a live mutant leech. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutant leech. The genetic sequence is being extracted. Number 9864. The leech disaster is not destroyed. It has the ability to regenerate broken limbs and absorb blood. I was still digesting this sudden information when I felt a tingling sensation at my fingertips. I looked down and saw that the bloody wound had healed rapidly under the blood-colored thread, and a new piece of flesh had grown. What surprised me even more was that it felt as if a great force had been injected into my body, and every inch of my body was filled with strength. I stood in front of the mirror and looked at myself in the mirror with a dazed look on my face. His original height of 1.7 meters suddenly increased to 1.89 meters. His thin frame transformed into a muscular body with distinct muscular lines. When he took off his shirt, his 8-pack abs were clearly visible, as if they were carved with a knife. Even his temperament changed. His black hair turned into long red hair, and his gray-brown eyes were dyed with a strange red light. There was a bit of evil in his handsomeness, just like the awakening moment of the destined villain in the novel. I looked down at my palm and suddenly saw a deep mouth part covered with sharp fangs, exactly the same as the chewing organ of a leech. Although it's a bit disgusting, my intuition tells me that this thing can absorb blood and strengthen itself. I looked at myself in the mirror with a wry smile. If I went out with this look, I would probably be on the news. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, his hair quickly turned back to black, and the mouth parts on his palm disappeared without a trace, as if the system automatically adjusted the degree of exposure. The muscles are still there, the strength is still there. The only thing that has changed is that I look like an ordinary handsome guy. That's good. At least I can keep a low profile. I looked in the mirror and smiled narcissistically. Not only have I become stronger, I've become more handsome as well. But I calmed down quickly. The dark chaos broke out, and there were less than 2 days left. I still had 2 more chances to devour, so I had to seize them. According to memory, there's an invisible rich man in Daru City who owns a rare electric eel. Before its rebirth, this electric eel transformed into a thunder-type monster, killing the entire wealthy family tragically, and it even became a hot topic in the news. And I remember that the rich man had a daughter, the most beautiful girl in Peking University and Tsinghua University, Yen Ruyu. As long as I get close to her, I'll have a chance to get in touch with the electric eel. I changed my clothes quickly and headed to the deserted park near the school. Yen Ruyu has always been low-key. She would take a ride home from here after school every day to avoid exposing her identity. As soon as I arrived, I saw her standing under the shade of trees from afar. She was wearing a lavender short skirt, long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was as delicate as a fairy from this world, and her long legs were even more eye-catching. A black Rolls-Royce drove up slowly, and 3 bodyguards got out and respectfully opened the door for her. Seeing that she was about to get in the car, I walked out slowly from the corner with a slight smile on my face and said calmly, "Kidnapping." The air suddenly became quiet. Yen Ruyu had no expression on her face, as if nothing could shake her. But her bodyguards were different. They were all retired Special Forces soldiers, and one could fight 3 at a time. The leader pulled out a baton and rushed towards me aggressively. "You're looking for death." I didn't bother to talk nonsense and just punched out. Bang! The man flew backwards 5 meters like a broken sack, hit a crooked tree, and fainted on the spot. A ripple finally appeared in Yen Ruyu's eyes. The remaining 2 people were about to attack, but they were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. 1 punch to kill someone? Is this still a human? I blinked, a little confused myself. Am I so strong now? He kicked the Rolls-Royce casually. Bang! The whole car was kicked 3 meters away. The side door was dented, and the smell of burnt tires filled the air. Yen Ryu's expression was a little dull. The 2 bodyguards were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. I ignored the 2 bodyguards and walked straight to Yen Ruyu. Before I could open my mouth, Yen Ruyu subconsciously took a step back, frowned, and asked, "Are you robbing me for money or for sex?" Although there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, her tone was steady and her expression was calm. This aura was worthy of a young lady from top family. As for her problem, this woman is top-notch in both appearance and figure, especially her noble and cold temperament, which makes people want to conquer her. But what I really want is never her. Call your father, Yin Tiansheng, and ask him to bring the rare electric eel. One hand delivers the goods, the other hand exchanges the person. Electric eel? Yen Ruyu was stunned, her eyes full of confusion. She didn't expect that I not only knew her identity, but also her father's name and even the family collection. And that rare electric eel was obviously obtained by her father through secret channels. Who is this boy? Why is he so powerful? She had many questions in her mind, but she still did as she was told. She took out her cell phone and briefly explained the current situation and my request to her father. At the same time, in the conference room of Tiansheng Group headquarters, Yin Tiansheng, who was presiding over the meeting, answered the phone and his face instantly darkened. What? He stood up suddenly and interrupted the meeting. Notify the military immediately and send the strongest team to reinforce. Then arrange a medical team to prepare for any emergency. After saying that, he dropped the documents, left quickly with his secretary, and personally instructed the driver to go home and retrieve the treasured electric eel. Tianjin Group is the core force of Dara City. It has intricate connections with the military and the political circles and is extremely powerful. He really couldn't figure out who dared to touch his daughter. 10 minutes later, Yen Ruyu put down her phone and looked at me with complicated eyes. I have done what you said, and my father will be here in half an hour. She was still confused. Did this guy really kidnap her just for that eel? Yes. I nodded and said in a deep voice, in 2 days, an aurora will sweep across the blue planet. By then, all creatures will mutate, and the world order will completely collapse. That electric eel will also become a mutated beast. I'm afraid your Yin family will not survive for more than 3 days. She stared at me with a wavering look. Believe it or not, I didn't get this electric eel for nothing. In exchange, I told you the truth in advance. This is called a fair trade. After the dark turmoil, human nature was distorted and society collapsed. If someone else was reborn, they would have taken away everything from her. But I didn't. Even though I've lived a lifetime, I still retain the bottom line of being a human being. What you said is ridiculous. She shook her head, but there was already hesitation in her eyes. Without saying anything, I put my right index finger on the ground and punched down. Bang! The finger bones were crushed into meat paste on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. She screamed, and the bodyguard squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, looking terrified. However, the next second, the broken index finger quickly regenerated in the blood and returned to its original state. I remained calm, having long since become numb to this level of pain. That was a gift from my enhanced genes. I can help you survive. I looked at her. You have the resources, and I have the power. If you want to survive, you must prepare in advance. Yen Ryu had a complicated expression and was silent for a long time before finally nodding. I will discuss this with my father. Just as he finished speaking, a shrill sirens sounded in the distance. Armored vehicles stopped outside the park one after another. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car escorted by fully armed soldiers. It was Yen Ruyu's father, Yin Tiansheng. When he saw that his daughter was safe and sound, he was stunned at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Did you bring the things? I smiled at him. Yin Tiansheng was stunned. He didn't expect that the person who kidnapped his daughter was actually a teenager. This is what you want, he said in a deep voice, handing over the suitcase himself. I took the suitcase and opened it. A fishy smell wafted into my nose. A rare electric eel with a blue body was struggling in the box, with electricity faintly flashing on its body surface. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and started eating. Yen Ruyu's eyes widened, and Yin Tiansheng almost popped his eyeballs out. Is he crazy? Zazila. The electric eel struggled violently, and the electric current was released crazily. But I remained calm. The electric current did not hurt me at all. I bit off even the fish skin. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring. Obtained gene sequence, red lightning armor, regeneration of broken limbs plus thunderblood armor. The corners of my mouth curled up and my mind moved. At this moment, my hair instantly turned long red. My pupils turned blood red wrapped in lightning, and a hideous eel head grew on my left shoulder, with lightning surging. I stretched out my finger and a blood ball formed. Bang! The blood cell exploded and the electric current blasted through the air. Before the surrounding soldiers could react, they all collapsed to the ground. The scene was shocking as hell, and the only people left at the scene were the shocked father and daughter, unharmed. I glanced at them, and then they disappeared into the night. After leaving the park, I thought about my next prey. There was less than a day left before the dark turbulence broke out. I had to use my last chance to devour the most critical target. Suddenly, I remembered that there was a special falcon in the Dar City Zoo. Its feathers were as hard as iron, and its cry was shrill. It was the only artificial experimental individual on Blue Planet. It may be my next goal, but now it's time to rest. What I did last night was recorded verbatim by nearby surveillance cameras and quickly uploaded to the online platform. All of the major social media platforms exploded instantly, and even foreign forums were going crazy, with the top tag on the list being, "Superhumans appear on the Blue Planet." At the same time, there were frequent incidents of mutant beasts injuring people in many places on Blue Star, causing people to talk about it and speculate everywhere. Is it true? Is it a synthetic video? As we all know, videos cannot be photoshopped. This is absolutely true. Superman, the real-life version? That's ridiculous. Monsters, mutations in this flying guy. What happened to Blue Planet? There was constant heated discussion on the internet, and panic spread like a plague. Soon, some experts stepped forward to present facts and reason in an attempt to calm the people. But it was to no avail, and instead made the situation worse. In a Western-style villa on the mountain, the TV was broadcasting the relevant news. Yen Tianxing's face was livid, and he stared silently, his expression more complicated than ever before. Dad, I was right. The dark turmoil is really coming. According to what he predicted, we only have less than a day left. Yen Ruyu's tone was calm, but trembling. Yen Tianxing nodded slowly. He used to think all this was crazy talk, and even suspected that I was mentally ill. But now, after witnessing the collapse of reality with his own eyes, he could no longer deceive himself. Ruyu, you stay home. I'll go to the warehouse to move some supplies. We need to get ready. Dad, I'll go with you. Yen Ruyu stood up without hesitation. In a rental house. I just woke up and stretched. I slept very soundly last night. The news on a mobile phone was also playing last night's miracle, as well as cases of mutations in animals and plants in various places. It seemed that the aurora had triggered certain genetic changes in advance. This is not surprising. This is just the appetizer. The real dark turmoil has just begun. But for me, everything was different. This time, I was already ahead of the world before the game started. It's time to continue devouring. I simply washed up and took a taxi straight to the Devour First Zoo. As soon as we arrived at the zoo entrance, we saw crowds fleeing like crazy, with terrified looks on their faces. The scene was in chaos. It seems that the notice has been released. Without any hesitation, I went upstream, through the crowd, and headed straight for the area where this special falcon was imprisoned. When I arrived in front of the familiar cage, I was stunned. The falcon had obviously mutated. Its feathers were as black as blades, and each one flashed with a cold and chilling light. Its eyes were pointed upside down, like a poisonous snake, with a suffocating sense of oppression. Although it had not yet fully mutated, it had already entered the semi-mutation stage. It rammed the cage crazily, and finally made a big hole with a creak and rushed towards me with a fierce roar. Cry! In a flash, I grab it with my backhand and grab its neck with one hand. A mere half-mutant dares to touch me? You must be tired of living. Without hesitation, a devouring mouthparts appeared in my palm, and I opened my mouth to bite. The falcon screamed and flapped its wings wildly, and its feathers cut my arm into a bloody mess. But in the next second, countless blood flowed out from the wound, quickly repairing all the injuries. It screamed so loudly that it almost shattered my eardrums, but in vain. Rage surged in my heart, and a ferocious, eel-like mouth appeared on my shoulder, with red hair fluttering, and it bit down suddenly. Filala! Thunder suddenly appeared. Its wings were charred black, and the falcon fell with a bang, and its breath was cut off. I didn't hesitate and bit the falcon's corpse directly. The feathers were like knives, cutting my internal organs as I swallowed, but my powerful self-healing ability suppressed all the pain. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the half-mutated falcon. The gene sequence was extracted successfully. Sequence number 9766, Trinity. Abilities obtained. Regeneration of broken limbs, plus lightning wings, plus enhanced blood sucking from a distance. I thought to myself, boom. A pair of 6-meter-long black wings suddenly spread out from behind me, surrounded by lightning, and I soared into the sky. The feeling of flying is really good. I was soaring in the sky, looking down, and then I realized that countless people below were looking up in a daze, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He rushed into the zoo and crushed a mutant falcon to death with his bare hands. He even grew wings and flew into the sky. Is this guy a monster? I don't care about these looks. The mutant beasts have all appeared, and the rise of the spirit beast warriors is only a matter of time. The collapse of order has begun, and the exposure of identity is insignificant. I've used up all my swallowing times. The next step is I must become stronger. Although the falcon is a good starting point, the truly valuable ones are the completely mutated monsters. Unfortunately, I can only swallow plants, animals, and insects at the moment, and I can't touch the real mutants for the time being. Gurgle, a loud hunger sound came from my stomach, as if coming from the emptiness of my bone marrow, making me dazed. I looked down. The crowd was still running away in panic. My throat moved slightly, and my eyes narrowed quietly. A strong desire to eat was like a tide, constantly hitting my nerves and soul. An almost crazy instinct was stirring in my body. I actually had the urge to eat people. It was as if I had been awakened by some ancient gene. My heart tightened. Am I going to become a zombie? It's the side effect of the spirit beast warrior. I was stunned, and then I suddenly realized. The so-called spirit beast warriors are the mutant products of the fusion of human and animal genes. Due to the influence of the foreign genes in their bodies, many spirit beast warriors have some strange habits. For example, guys with hound genes like to chew bones. Those with rooster genes may even become addicted to bugs. I'm different. I have a fusion of 3 extremely bizarre genes: leech, electric eel, and falcon. These genes, which are already extremely aggressive and prone to mutation, are mixed together, causing my desires to become abnormally twisted, almost like a beast. Although the reason is clear, but cannibalism. No matter how crazy I am, I will never do such a thing. I took a deep breath, suppressed the urge, spread my wings behind me, took off into the air, quickly left the scene, and headed straight for a large supermarket. The supermarket was bustling with people, and everyone was frantically stockpiling goods, especially long-lasting foods. The dark turmoil had not yet fully erupted, and people could still barely maintain their sanity. But when I arrived, the scene exploded instantly. I still maintained my half-beast form, with my black wings folded, but my aura was extremely terrifying. Oh shit, a monster is coming. Someone screamed, and in an instant, the crowd screamed and fled, leaving their shopping carts behind. I was too lazy to pay attention and walked straight to the fresh food area, grabbed a piece of bloody beef, and started biting it. The sweet taste of blood and the tender texture of meat exploded in my mouth. My pupils trembled and my expression was intoxicated. I never thought raw meat could be so delicious. Since I didn't have to pay anyway, I ate more than 10 pounds of beef and didn't stop until my stomach was full. After a good meal and a good drink, it's time to consider the next step. In the Dark Ages, it is difficult to survive alone, so building a power and a base is the right way. Upgrade and hunt mutants? No rush. The current mutants are only low level, and the experience gain is limited. Suddenly, I remembered the agreement I made with Yen Ruyu. Has she thought it over? While I was thinking, my cell phone rang. It was Yen Ruyu. After pressing the connect button, her anxious and trembling voice came from the microphone immediately. Xiao Tian. Something happened here. A few human-like monsters broke in. Can you come over? Sure. I didn't waste any words. I asked for the address and hung up the phone. The next second, its wings spread out, smashed through the concrete ceiling of the shopping mall, and soared into the sky. Soon after, I arrived at the coordinates provided by Yen Ruyu, a food warehouse. This is the Yen family's storage center, which stores a large amount of processed food. At this moment, the 2 monstrous men in the warehouse were laughing unscrupulously. One had a pig nose and a face full of flesh, and the other was 3 meters tall with winding horns. Haha, big brother, you are really smart. This warehouse belongs to us, and we won't be afraid of going hungry anymore. The world is in such a mess, but we have awakened our beastly abilities. God is really blessing us. Now we can do whatever we want. These 2 were originally just small-time thugs, but since they awakened their beastly abilities, they have become unscrupulous. After being shot at by the patrol without any harm, they became even more arrogant and regarded themselves as the children of destiny. Now, the warehouse has been occupied, and the workers have been forced to squat in the corner and shiver. Yen Ruyu and her father Yen Tiansheng were also in the crowd, looking solemn. At this moment, The horned man suddenly stared at Yen Ruyu with an obscene light in his eyes. Hey, brother, this woman is top-notch. Tisk, let's find a place. You go first and I'll go later. Stop talking nonsense. I like to do things in public. When a vulgar laughter reached her ears, Yen Ruyu's face turned pale and her whole body trembled. Yen Tiansheng gritted his teeth and protected his daughter behind him. Just as he was about to speak, boom! The roof of the warehouse exploded suddenly, and I fell from the sky like a black-winged meteorite. The moment I landed, Yen Ryu suddenly seemed to let down her guard and breathed a long sigh of relief. The two beastmen also looked at me, with a hint of vigilance and teasing. Huh? Someone else has awakened? Boy, get out of here if you know what's best for you, or else. I raised my hand and touched my ear. I didn't want to waste time talking. I slapped it and the air exploded. Bang bang. The two guys' heads exploded. Their brains splattered everywhere, and they fell to the ground instantly. The workers were all stunned, and many of them had warm liquid on their faces and fainted on the spot. Even Yen Ruyu and her daughter looked at me in disbelief. In my eyes, those two monstrous beastmen were as fragile as ants. I casually shook my palm and said to the two of them, the mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors are only in low-level forms now. Don't worry too much. If it were in the past, I would have probably vomited after watching two people's heads explode. But now I just squatted down, dipped a little blood with my finger, and put it into my mouth. Then he immediately spit it out. It's not as delicious as raw meat. As soon as these words came out, Yen Ruyu's face turned pale instantly. Yen Tiansheng swallowed hard, his heart beating fast. What have you thought about what happened last time? I suddenly looked at Yen Ruyu. Yen Tiansheng quickly protected his daughter behind him and said in a hoarse voice, Xiao Tian, oh no, my friend, if we don't cooperate, will you eat us? Yen Tiansheng's face was pale, his lips were purple, the fear in his eyes was real, even his breathing was trembling, and he wanted to slap himself hard. If I had known that the young man in front of me was so strong, I should have agreed to cooperate without hesitation. The two spirit beast warriors killed without mercy. If this dragon Hannibal really wanted to stew them and eat them, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yen Ryu's expression also changed quietly. Although she was a cold school beauty, she was also a human being. Seeing this supernatural scene, no one could remain calm. The most panicked were the workers hiding in the corner. Their minds were blank, with only one sentence echoing in their heads. It's over. Two ruthless people died as soon as they said they would, and this person actually showed hunger. Oh my God, are you still going to take care of it? I glanced at everyone's expressions, raised my hand, and rubbed my temple, and a sense of absurdity that an 80-year-old lady was rumored to be pregnant came over me. I eat exotic animals alive to extract genetic sequences to strengthen my body. As for eating humans, I really have no interest in that. Don't worry, I'm not interested in eating people. I said calmly, the dark turmoil is about to break out. What are you going to do? As soon as I said this, the father and daughter, as well as the workers in the corner, all breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. If it weren't for your help, we would have been dead long ago. We'll listen to you on what to do next. Yen Tiansheng looked at me with unprecedented respect in his eyes. He had cooperation with the military and had some inside information channels, but he knew nothing about this dark turmoil. Not even the military had received any news. The young man in front of me can give early warning and has the strength to crush his peers. This kind of person is definitely not an ordinary person. As an invisible rich man in Dar's city, Yen Tiansheng has a sharp eye and can see the pros and cons at a glance. Hold on to this thigh, and you will make money as long as you can. Okay, I nodded in response. Once the dark turmoil comes, the existing order will collapse. We must first find a safe place to build a base. I have a villa over there. The security system is comparable to that of a small military base, and the materials and equipment are all top-notch. If you don't mind, Yen Tiansheng immediately expressed his opinion. Okay, I nodded again. It was exactly what I wanted. It is not enough to have combat power now. Once the dark turmoil arrives in full swing, all kinds of supplies will become scarce, and the environment will gradually change. Cold waves, droughts, will appear one after another. A safe and stable shelter is a prerequisite for our survival. I turned my gaze to the workers and said, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, you can follow me and build the base together. I can't do this kind of thing alone. Moving Integrating and transforming it all requires manpower. The workers looked at each other, and after a moment, only a few chose to leave, while the vast majority decided to stay. Although they still didn't know what the dark turmoil was, the scene just now had severely torn their perception of reality apart. Moreover, even Boss Yen had decided to follow this young man. So how could they dare to choose another path? Since you have chosen to stay, you must obey orders unconditionally. My tone was not heavy, but there was an unquestionable sense of oppression. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, and the atmosphere became tense. I nodded and started to organize the transportation of supplies. If the dark turmoil broke out at this moment, this batch of supplies would be enough to support us for a while. Fortunately, the number of mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors is still extremely limited, and we did not encounter any danger on the return journey. An hour later, all the supplies were successfully transported to the villa on the hillside. If it were not a villa, but a residential building, it would not be able to store so many supplies. In the villa's living room, the father and daughter sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. Just as they recovered, Yin Tianxing suddenly sat up straight. My friend, according to what you said, the dark turmoil will continue. I'm afraid our supplies are not enough, right? I nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, supplies are lifeblood. In the past, there were people who relied on the stockpiled supplies to call the wind and rain, and used a mouthful of food to attract a group of powerful people, and even had revelry every night and were surrounded by beautiful women. This time, not only have I been reborn, I also have a system. My goal is not just to survive, but to control the material lifeline of the entire doomsday. I shook my head and said, of course we have to continue to stockpile supplies, but there is something more important right now. The first forbidden area is about to arrive. The forbidden area contains resources far beyond reality, and many materials are extremely critical to building a base. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what the forbidden area was, they didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, I suddenly remembered something. In their previous life, the father and daughter died at home because of the mutant electric eel and never became spirit beast warriors. Now that their fate has changed, maybe they also have a chance. You said before that if we hadn't taken the electric eel away, we would have died at home. Yen Ruyu's eyes were complicated, and she hesitated for a while before speaking. I looked at her and nodded. She had told Yen Tianxing about this. The two were skeptical at first, but what they saw now forced them to believe it. It would be great if we could also awaken your power. Yen Tianxing sighed. Maybe we could try. I said calmly. Can we also become spirit beast warriors? He suddenly looked up and spoke excitedly. It's possible, I explained. When the dark turbulence breaks out, there will be an aurora that sweeps across the blue planet. At that moment, a small number of people will have the opportunity to awaken into the genetic form of the animals they ate before the aurora. Eating it doesn't mean you will mutate, but if you eat more and try more, you can increase the probability. I took them to the warehouse, collected dozens of ingredients, and stewed them into a pot. Beef, pork, fish, shrimp, nuts, bananas. Anything edible is put into the pot. The father and daughter picked up the bowls. Although the taste was hard to swallow, they ate without hesitation in order to gain strength. The aurora has not yet arrived, and everything has not yet begun. Is this all right? Yen Ruyu blinked. Okay, we'll know the outcome after the aurora descends tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight. Once the forbidden area is opened, you must go in with me. The two of them nodded, and I became the pillar of support in their hearts. After returning to the room, they tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, while I sat on the balcony and looked at the starry sky. It's the last quiet night. I really hope time will go slower. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a mysterious light blue aurora flashed across the depths of the universe, sweeping across the entire blue planet with irresistible force. As the aurora passed by, some animals on the blue planet began to mutate and turned into hideous and terrifying monsters. An originally skinny stray dog suddenly grew to 3 meters in length as its flesh and blood surged. Hot white mist spewed out of its nostrils, and its eyes were full of ferocity. With just a roar, it pounced into the dog-catching team and bit them indiscriminately. The scene was bloody and chaotic. There are also parrots that can learn to talk like humans and become extremely huge. Their sharp beaks turn into deadly weapons, pecking into flesh and bones and madly slaughtering the lives around them. Although this dark turmoil has just begun, and mutations have only occurred in some animals, insects, and plants. For modern humans who are accustomed to peace, is like a nightmare. The doomsday scene in the movie is coming into reality in the most realistic way. At the same time, there are also lucky ones who awaken their beastly talents, gain powerful strength, become spirit beast warriors, stand out from the chaos, and enjoy the superiority brought by strength. Inside the villa, Yen Ruyu and his daughter stayed up all night and quietly sensed the changes in their bodies. Yen Ruyu was enveloped in golden light, with a sunflower mark appearing between her eyebrows, and the flow of energy carried a warm, healing aura. Her father, Yin Tiansheng, underwent a dramatic physical transformation. His height suddenly increased to 3 meters. His originally strong figure became like an iron tower, and 2 long horns grew on his forehead, giving him a terrifying aura. When they appeared in front of me, I was so surprised that I almost didn't recognize them. After a brief understanding, I quickly identified their ability types. Yin Tiansheng possesses a typical spiritual beast physique with amazing strength and strong defense. He's a pure melee fighter. Yen Ruyu's awakening is even rarer, a plant-like physique. The golden energy she releases can not only heal injuries, but also enhance the strength of others, making it a perfect aid. More importantly, with the blessing of golden light, her temperament is like a goddess descending to earth, cold and holy, which makes people feel awe. My dear friend Xiao Tian, we have truly awakened successfully. Yin Tiansheng clenched his fists with excitement, feeling the surging power in his body, his face filled with ecstasy. Yen Ryu looked down at her hands, then looked at me with gratitude. If it weren't for me, they might not have awakened at all. In troubled times, ordinary people are the most humble. This has long been a consensus. I looked into the distance with a serious expression. The dark turmoil has begun, and the first forbidden land should also appear in the world. Come on, bring people and resources, and follow me to the forbidden land. Although Yin Tiansheng did not understand the meaning of forbidden area, he nodded without hesitation, gathered a team of more than 20 workers, and set off in a mighty manner. In this team, 8 people have awakened and become spirit beast warriors. Although their abilities are ordinary, no one dares to underestimate them. They witnessed my battle yesterday and knew how insignificant they were. So even if they were awakened, no one thought of leaving. So what if they were spirit beast warriors? Holding onto my thigh is the right way. We drove the truck that had been prepared long ago to the forbidden area. The Yin family father and daughter and I sat in the driver's seat, and the rest of us sat in the back compartment. We passed through Dar City, and all we saw along the way were the sounds of gunfire and flames, with fleeing crowds running everywhere, and even spirit beast warriors openly buying for free and exchanging fire with the military. It's only been 1 day, and the world has become like this. Yin Tiansheng sighed. I looked calm and didn't respond, because I knew that this was just the beginning. In the middle of the turmoil, despair would sweep across the country. By then, cannibalism would no longer be a legend, but a daily occurrence. Soon, we arrived at the forbidden area. It was an abandoned amusement park with a rotating space vortex around it, like a crack leading to hell. Some people have gathered around the vortex, all watching vigilantly, and no one dares to approach rashly. Is this the forbidden area? Yin Tianxing's face was full of surprise and doubt. I nodded. Yeah. He was about to get out of the car, but I waved my hand and said, "Don't get out, just drive in." After saying that, I stepped on the accelerator and the truck rushed into the whirlpool. The people around were all shocked and looked thoughtful. In the crowd, not far away, Li Chong and a group of awakened people watched me leave with strange expressions. Damn, isn't that the poor guy? How'd he get involved with the Yin family father and daughter? Someone else asked, "Brotherly, what should we do?" Li Chong gritted his teeth and said, "It's the boss's order to explore the forbidden area. If that loser dares to drive in, what are we afraid of? Follow him." Inside the forbidden area, it was dark. The blood-red sun hung in the sky. Thick fog lingered. Ghosts and wolves howled everywhere, just like hell on earth. Is this a forbidden area? Yin Tiansheng looked through the car window, frowning. The next second, a low roar was heard from the thick fog, and 6 dark figures rushed out faintly. Each of them was 2 meters tall, with black air wrapped around their bodies and cold green light flashing in their eyes. The dark creatures in the forbidden area can be understood as alien monsters. I said calmly, Friend Xiao Tian, can you handle this monster alone? Yin Tianxing was worried and wanted to open the car door. Why don't I help you? I'll go faster on my own. I smiled faintly and got off the car. As a result, after taking just 2 steps, the 6 dark creatures rushed towards him. Just as everyone was holding their breath, I casually slapped out with my palm. Bang! The air seemed to explode, and the 6 figures were instantly turned into bloody mist, leaving no trace. Yin Tiansheng, who was opening the door, paused, his expression instantly petrified. Damn, isn't this too fierce? Chapter 8, did I let you go? Yin Tiansheng was dumbfounded. Where are the dark creatures? Just by the name, you could tell they are awesome. In the end, he was knocked down by Xiao Tian with a slap. For a moment, Yin Tianxing didn't know whether Xiao Tian was too strong or the dark creature was too weak. So much so that he even had an illusion. I could do it too. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian's back with ripples in her eyes and crushed the dark creature with a slap. Such a man is so handsome. Make her heart beat fast. After dealing with the dark creature in front of him, Xiao Tian turned around and nodded to Yen Ruyu and others. Then he took a step forward. The dark creatures in the first copy are generally weak, about the same as the spirit beast warriors who have just awakened. Xiao Tian started absorbing and devouring 3 days before the dark turmoil came. Now he has become a trinity, integrating 3 genes. Naturally, his strength can crush these dark creatures. Then everyone continued on their way. Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in spotless white clothes, just like a peerless master in a novel, leisurely walking in this forbidden area that was like purgatory. To deal with these dark creatures, he didn't even need to transform into a beast. The engine of a large truck behind him roared and followed closely behind him in an orderly manner. Any dark creatures that appeared on the road, no matter how many there were, would be crushed to pieces by Xiao Tian with 1 slap. Later, 13 dark figures appeared. Yin Tiansheng was ready to take action, but they were all killed by Xiao Tian with a slap. The workers in the carriage could not see what was happening outside, but the father and daughter in the cab could see it clearly. As Xiao Tian continued to kill dark creatures in seconds, they gradually changed from initial shock to subsequent numbness. Powerful. It's so powerful. Yin Tianxing looked at Yen Ruyu and said seriously, Ruyu, what do you think of this kid Xiao Tian? Yen Ruyu was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said angrily, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not kidding, Dad. You're not young anymore, and it's time for you to find a boyfriend. Dad, haven't you always been against my early love? That's different. I feel at ease with Xiao Tian. He is capable but reasonable, not arrogant or impatient, and speaks well. He is a talent. I feel at ease letting him be my son-in-law. Yen Ruyu. At the same time, in the fog not far behind the truck, Li Chong and others were watching the scene closely. When they saw the scene of Xiao Tian killing the dark creature in seconds, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The aura emanating from the dark creatures made them tremble even though they were so far away. But Xiao Tian slapped each of them without even a frown. What kind of cruel person is this? This bastard actually got superpowers and is even stronger than me. Damn it, Li Chong said with an unwilling look, clenching his fists. Brotherly, this guy is not easy to deal with. What should we do now? Someone suddenly asked cautiously. Keep following him. He drives his truck into here in a swaggering manner. Maybe he knows some inside information. There may be resources in this place. Li Chong exhaled a breath of foul air and said in a deep voice, Besides, no matter how powerful this kid is, he is still a human being. Humans have their limits. He has been consuming so much all the way, and sooner or later he will run out of energy. Let's follow him first and let him clear the way for us. When we find something good, we can snatch it away. By then, he will be exhausted and we will have 5 of us. Can't we kill him? When the others heard this, they all felt that it made sense. Ahead, Xiao Tian continued to lead the way. After killing another batch of dark creatures, he glanced behind him calmly, then revealed a hint of a sneer. Having integrated 3 gene sequences, Xiao Tian's senses were different from those of ordinary people, and he had already discovered the existence of Li Chong and others. In addition to Li Chong and his gang, there are many other people hiding in the fog. Xiao Tian could basically hear their conversation clearly. Want to use yourself as a shield to get ahead? To this, Xiao Tian only wants to say one thing. If you don't agree, let's fight. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Xiao Tian himself didn't know how many dark creatures he had killed. It is also fortunate that these dark creatures appeared in batches. If they appeared together, even Xiao Tian would find it difficult to deal with such a large number. It's a pity that these dark creatures are not mutant beasts and will not drop mutant beast cores. Otherwise, they would be enough for me to level up several times. Xiao Tian sighed, and soon he drove the truck to a stone platform. The stone platform was engraved with complex ancient patterns and was faintly glowing red, as if it had life. This is it. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly stop, the truck also stopped, and Yen Ruyu and her daughter got out of the car. Looking towards the platform, I saw many black metals emitting faint light. These are all turbulent fine steel, which is an excellent material for construction. The quality and density far exceed all the materials currently available on Blue Star. We can take them back to reinforce the villa. Xiao Tian didn't waste any words and roughly explained the purpose of this thing. Yin Tiansheng wasted no time in opening the rear door of the carriage and asked the workers to get off and start moving materials. The spirit beast warriors are terrifyingly powerful, and the mutant beasts are also extremely destructive. It is indeed difficult to withstand them with a villa's current defenses. But with these materials, it's different. Perhaps his villa can become the safest place in the entire Daru city. Xiao Tian stood there, quietly watching the workers moving the fine steel, as if he was waiting for something. It's already this late. Isn't it time to take action? In the dark. Brotherly, that pile of black stuff might not be simple. Should we take action? Someone urged impatiently. Xiao Tian killed a large number of dark creatures on the way, and most of them are now exhausted. This is a perfect opportunity for them to take action. Li Chong thought so too, nodded, and was about to speak. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded from not far away. 3 men and 2 women swaggered out of the fog. Turmoil steel? This is really a good thing, but you have no chance of getting it. Take your people and get out now. I can still let you live. You are exhausted now. You can't be a match for the 5 of us. I advise you not to. As the yellow-haired leader spoke, his body suddenly swelled up and turned into a 3-meter-high mountain of flesh. His face also turned into a pig's head, and he slowly walked toward Xiao Tian. With every step he took, a muffled sound was heard from the ground. The pig's head looked particularly hideous under the reflection of the bloody sun, and the sense of oppression was extreme. But before he could finish his words, a black wing appeared behind Xiao Tian, and a feather carrying electric current broke through the air and instantly pierced into the man's lower abdomen. Then a strong electric current was instantly released from the feathers and spread throughout the opponent's body. Sizzle. After a burst of electric current, the mountain of meat fell to the ground with a loud bang, emitting a smell of barbecue. He was actually electrocuted. Even though they had already witnessed Xiao Tian's strength, Yen Ruyu and his daughter were still stunned when they saw Xiao Tian kill again in an instant. The yellow-haired accomplice was also dumbfounded. A woman with a non-mainstream hairstyle exclaimed subconsciously, "How dare you kill someone?" Xiao Tian exhaled deeply and wiped his face with his hand. What a fucking idiot. The dark turmoil has officially arrived. So what's the big deal about killing one person? There is no unnecessary nonsense. Since the other party intends to attack me, he is an absolute enemy. Xiao Tian is indeed reasonable, but that only applies to his companions. He will not show any mercy to his enemies. The black wings behind him flapped, and several more feathers flew out into the air. Before the remaining few people could transform into beasts and dodge, they were pierced through the forehead by the feathers, and a powerful electric current was released. The electric current instantly exploded his head. Brotherly, do we still need to take action? Secretly, everyone looked at Li Chong. Li Chong's eyes were red with anger, and he felt numb. Why are you so stupid? Didn't you see the other person's level? Run quickly. After saying this, Li Chong turned around and ran without hesitation. I originally planned to wait until Xiao Tian was exhausted and then take advantage of him to rob him, but who could have thought that the other party would be so fierce? Even after killing so many dark creatures, he can still kill them instantly. Run. Must run. But just as Li Chong took a step, a feather fell from the sky and pierced straight into the ground 3 meters in front of him. Xiao Tian's devilish voice also slowly rang out. Did I let you go? Chapter 9. Do you think you are destined to be a plain skirt? Hearing these cold words, Li Chong and his companions trembled violently, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. I felt like a thorn in my back in an instant. Li Chong shrank his neck and nodded slightly. Xiao Tian, with black wings flapping behind him in the sky, looked like a demon lord slowly descending. As the huge black wings flapped, even the fog around was dispelled a lot. Li Chong narrowed his eyes, and a hint of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's over. It seems like there's no way to escape. It was not until this time that Yen Ruyu and others realized that they were being targeted by more than one or two people. How did Xiao Tian feel it? They are all spirit beast warriors, but they were completely unaware of it. How'd he do it? Is there a gap between spirit beast warriors? What they didn't know was that there was indeed a gap between the spirit beast warriors, but Xiao Tian was different from them. Xiao Tian is not an ordinary spirit beast warrior. He is a spirit beast warrior who can fuse infinitely and extract gene sequences. He has 2 more genes in his body than the father and daughter, so his senses in all aspects are naturally stronger. Xiao Tian, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Congratulations. Well, it's getting late. I have to go back. Let's meet again next time. I'll treat you then. Li Chong forced a smile and was about to take his people away. Have I given you leave? Xiao Tian felt amused. Before the rebirth, this forbidden area appeared for the first time, so not many people dared to enter rashly. At that time, Li Chong was also one of the first people to enter the forbidden area to explore. Later, most of the things in this secret realm were taken away by this bastard, not because of how powerful Li Chong was. The main thing is that this bastard is hugging her thighs tightly, and Chao Menglong is behind her. Relying on this batch of materials, Chao Menglong built an extremely strong base. Even if many spirit beast warriors joined forces, it would be difficult to break the defense. Thanks to the high-strength defense of the base, this guy managed to survive in the dark turmoil for a long time. Unexpectedly, after being reborn again, the same story happened again. But this time, I'm afraid Chao Menglong will not be able to get the building materials here. Xiao Tian, what do you want? We're classmates. Do you remember that I invited you to dinner before? I was wrong about the auction. You can't repay evil with evil. When will the cycle of revenge end? Seeing that Xiao Tian's expression was not right, Li Chong hurriedly spoke to try to awaken Xiao Tian's compassion, while slowly backing away, ready to run away at any time. Xiao Tian took in all of the other person's little movements, shook his head, and then pinched a feather with 2 fingers together. You don't do that first. I have someone behind me. Brother Chao is my boss. I follow him now. Even if you're very strong now, you are definitely not his opponent. I advise you not to do anything stupid. Li Chong's face turned pale. As he spoke, he quickly took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and then turned on the hands-free button. The call was connected after a few seconds. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone, Li Chong suddenly felt at ease. The call has been connected. Xiao Tian shouldn't dare to kill me by force, right? But at the same moment the call was connected, the feather in Xiao Tian's hand broke through the wind and instantly pierced Li Chong's eyebrows. There was no tingling pain as imagined, only numbness. The moment the feather pierced through his forehead, a strong electric current covered Li Chong's entire body. His body was stiff, his eyes full of disbelief. This bastard actually dared to attack me. Madman, this guy's a fucking lunatic. Brotherly, damn it, this guy is dead. He actually dared to kill Brotherly. Boss Chao will not let him go. Run, everyone run. Seeing Li Chong being killed instantly, the remaining people were instantly terrified to the extreme, and they turned around and ran away screaming. But Xiao Tian would not give them this opportunity. Almost at the same time, several feathers mixed with electric currents shot out like flowers scattered from the sky. Whoosh whoosh. Like Li Chong, everyone was killed instantly without even having time to use their beast transformation. The world is quiet. Wrong. A rough roar continued to come from the phone that fell to the ground. It was Chao Menglong's voice. Fuck. Who on earth dares to attack my people? Who on earth is it? Although he didn't know the specific situation at the scene, when he heard the screams of the crowd, Chao Menglong knew that his people had been killed. He has acquired the ability of a spirit beast warrior. With his extraordinary perception, he also chooses to form his own force like Xiao Tian and stick together for warmth. In less than a day, 6 spirit beast warriors were gathered. This time, Li Chong and 5 others were specially dispatched to investigate the forbidden area, but now it seems that everything is basically scrapped. Xiao Tian picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Gao Menglong. Who are you? Do you know me? Xiao Tian didn't say anything. Chao Menglong gnashed his teeth and continued. If you dare to touch my people, no matter who you are dead. Xiao Tian still didn't reply. Chao Menglong was so angry that he felt like he was punching cotton. Where is your home? Tell me the address. After a moment's silence, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. Now that we have a grudge with the other party, we must handle it properly. When it comes to enemies, Xiao Tian's principle is to kill them all to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, after beating the young, the old will come, and after killing the weak, the strong will come, which will be too troublesome. Chao Minglong on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then became even angrier. You actually dare to ask for my address. Do you think you are destined to be a god? I'm in an apartment near the 5-star garden. If you have the guts, come over and challenge me. I'll beat you to death. Chao Minglong revealed his address without hesitation. He was extremely confident in his own abilities. Moreover, he is still recruiting people and believes that he will be able to recruit a lot of spirit beast warriors today. Even if Xiao Tian really came to him, he would not be at all afraid. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Tian would not dare to come to his house. So he deliberately used all kinds of sarcastic words to try to anger Xiao Tian. You don't have to deliberately provoke me. I've written down your address. I'll come to see you when I have time. Xiao Tian crushed the phone into pieces. Then he came to Yen Ruyu and others and asked everyone to continue moving resources. Yen Ruyu and the others had not yet recovered from their previous shock. They originally thought that Xiao Tian asked them to come to the forbidden area to help. Now it seems that Xiao Tian doesn't need them at all. They don't even have the chance to take action. All the troubles are solved by Xiao Tian alone. They seem to be just there for the fun. I asked you to come to the forbidden area just to let you experience the world in troubled times in advance. In this world, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself and the people around you. Facing the shocked eyes of the father and daughter, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, I killed all of them without leaving a single one alive. Do you think I'm a little cruel? Yen Ryu shook her head and said seriously, although I haven't experienced the apocalypse, they have already attacked us before. If we're not as skilled as them, our fate will probably not be good. Yen Tiansheng also nodded. Although they had just awakened their abilities as spirit beast warriors and had never killed anyone themselves, they were not brainless saints. They still know what to do and when. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded with relief. It's definitely a good thing that my teammates are not saints with cerebral palsy. Chapter 10. Enemies meet on a narrow road, keep killing. Soon, all the fine steel was loaded onto the truck, and everyone got back on the truck and drove out of the forbidden area. I didn't meet anyone else on the way back, but a group of dark creatures still appeared in the fog from time to time. These dark creatures keep refreshing like the monsters in a game instance. Seeing Xiao Tian killing various dark creatures in seconds, Yin Tianxing also wanted to experience it for himself and accumulate some combat experience. Xiao Tian agreed to this. So Yin Tianxing got out of the car with confidence and took action against the two dark creatures in front of him. His muscles bulged all over his body, and his body suddenly swelled to 3 meters in height. The suit he was wearing was instantly torn to pieces. Then a pair of horns appeared on its forehead. A hot stream gushed out of its nostrils, and it lowered its head and rushed towards a dark creature. Bang! The sharp horns hit the dark creature, and Yin Tiansheng was surprised to find that the other party did not move at all. Yin Tiansheng reacted quickly. After a brief moment of distraction, he responded by punching the dark creature's head. But he was fast, and the dark creatures were faster than him. He then threw a powerful blow at Yin Tiansheng's face, which stunned the latter. Yen Ruyu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, opened her mouth slightly and felt numb all over. My own father was actually slapped by a dark creature? Xiao Tian was not surprised at all. Yin Tiansheng was a pampered, invisible rich man who didn't know any fighting skills at all. Moreover, he had just awakened his spirit beast warrior and had not yet fully adapted to this power. Xiao Tian originally wanted to help Yin Tianxing deal with these two dark creatures, but was rejected by the other party. Relying on his strong and durable physique, Yin Tianxing fought back with injury after injury and killed 2 dark creatures. When he returned to the carriage, he was out of breath, with many scars on his body, and he was half dead. My dear friend Xiao Tian, I am far inferior to you. I thought these dark creatures were easy to deal with, but I'm sorry to have let you laugh at me. Yin Tiansheng said with a wry smile. After personally experiencing the power of the dark creatures, he realized how awesome Xiao Tian was. It is absolutely amazing that one person can kill 6 dark creatures in seconds. In response, Xiao Tian just smiled and said nothing. Soon, the group drove out of the forbidden area smoothly and returned to the villa. Yin Tiansheng directed the workers to get off the truck and unload the goods, while arranging personnel to prepare for the installation of fine steel. Now that the dark turmoil has begun, the sooner the fine steel can be used to transform the villa into a doomsday fortress, the more protection they will have. The resources in the forbidden area are already in hand, and we should now stockpile some supplies. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "It's time to stock up on some food. Although we have a lot of supplies now, they won't last too long." Yin Tiansheng also nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, "Not only food, but also various supplies need to be stockpiled, such as cigarettes, tools, tents, etc. The more of these supplies, the better." Yin Tiansheng was stunned at first. Then he understood what Xiao Tian meant. In the apocalypse, food is important, but other resources should not be underestimated. It's like in some prisons, cigarettes are hard currency, and if you have cigarettes, you could be the boss in the prison without any restrictions. The same is true now. As expected of little friend Xiao Tian, he actually thinks even further ahead than him. The construction of the base is imminent. I will bring some people here to improve the base. I will leave the supplies to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I want to go with you too, Yen Ruyu said softly with her hands on her chest. Through the contact during this period, Yen Ruyu felt a lot. The frost covering the surface of this once cold and aloof school beauty seemed to be gradually melting. Of course, this is only limited in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian did not refuse. After taking a group of workers with him, he and Yen Ryu got back into the car and left. Looking at the big truck gradually going away, Yin Tianxing's eyes were full of smiles. Without Xiao Tian as their support, their lives would definitely take a sharp turn for the worse, and they would probably find it difficult to even protect themselves. After leaving the villa, Xiao Tian drove to the largest material warehouse in Dar City. By the way, this place also belongs to Tianxin Group. At the beginning, Xiao Tian wanted to come here to get some resources, but the journey was a bit far and the forbidden area was opened, so he gave up temporarily. Hopefully it's not too late. But the accident happened not long after we got on the road. An old lady with a fierce look suddenly rushed out from the road and fell to the ground in front of the truck. She hugged her legs with a look of pain on her face, wailing and cursing. "Oh my God! I hit someone, everyone come and see. If you don't give me some material compensation, I won't get up. Let's ask the police to judge." Xiao Tian in the cab was shocked. He didn't expect that there would still be fraud in this day and age. "How about I go down and deal with it?" Yen Ruyu said with a frown. "Need not." Xiao Tian shook his head, then stepped on the accelerator. The truck roared and rushed straight towards the old lady. Evildoers need to be dealt with by evildoers. When it's dark and chaotic, you still come out to commit fraud. Isn't this courting death? After this little episode, Xiao Tian and others successfully arrived at the location of the warehouse. The security booth outside the warehouse gate was empty, and the originally blocked iron gate was severely deformed, apparently having been forcibly broken open by external force. "Someone has already taken the lead over us," Yen Ryu said in a deep voice. Xiao Tian nodded and brought Yen Ryu to the warehouse. The shelves that were originally filled with various supplies were now empty. The huge warehouse was almost emptied, but there were two people in front carrying a huge container. This container is similar to the iron box at the port terminal. It is impossible for a normal person to move it, and usually requires the cooperation of a crane. But the two guys in front of him, one in front and one behind, directly lifted up the huge iron box. It is not difficult to see that they are not ordinary people either. The two men were originally carrying boxes and walking out, but when they saw Xiao Tian and the other man suddenly appear, they were stunned for a moment. "Are you the people sent by Boss Chow to help?" one of them asked. "Are you talking about Chow Ming Long?" Xiao Tian understood instantly. It was such a coincidence. He didn't expect to meet Chow Ming Long here. If nothing unexpected happens, all the supplies here should have been taken away by this guy. When they heard Xiao Tian calling Chow Ming Long's name directly, they instantly realized that Xiao Tian and the other man were not their own people. They put down the iron box immediately. The box fell to the ground with a dull sound, and the two men immediately transformed into beasts and entered combat mode. The guy in front grew a pair of furry ears, his nails turned into sharp claws. The two fangs in his mouth gradually grew, and the hair on his body grew rapidly. The other guy suddenly grew in size and turned into a mountain of flesh. The people of Dragon Country like to eat pork, so most of them will awaken and become pig-related spirit beast warriors after the dark turmoil comes. However, Although they're all spirit beast warriors related to pigs, their abilities are different. For example, the guy in front of me has his defense at full capacity. Xiao Tian didn't care and said directly, "Tell me the location of Chao Menglong." Although Chao Menglong has already told Xiao Tian the location of the base, it is better to be more cautious. Xiao Tian is not sure whether what the other party said is true or false. If you want to know Boss Chao's location, you should fight with me first. Today, I will let you see my superpowers. The pig-shaped spirit beast warrior let out a roar and took a step forward to press toward Xiao Tian. Although Yen Ruyu had witnessed Xiao Tian's strength and seen scenes of fighting, she was still a little nervous in this situation. Xiao Tian shook his head, black wings appeared behind him, and then a feather shot out. With a whoosh, the feather pierced through the mountain of meat, and a strong electric current continued to flow through the fat. The next moment, the mountain of meat in front of him exploded. You can't die anymore. After doing all this calmly, Xiao Tian looked at the other person again. When a man saw Xiao Tian's gaze, he was immediately frightened. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Chapter 11. Drain Chao Menglong. Where is Chao Menglong? Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke again. The man completely lost his temper. A yellowish liquid slowly dripped from his crotch onto the ground, and a pungent smell gradually spread. What the hell is this guy in front of me? It's so terrifying even before he enters the beast state. What will happen if he enters the beast state? When faced with such an opponent, I really can't resist at all. In Xinyan apartment next to Wuxing Garden, room 288. The man finished speaking tremblingly and looked at Xiao Tian hopefully. "The place cannot be wrong. Boss Xiao is here. I have told you everything now. Can you let me go?" Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand, plucked a feather, and threw it away casually. The feather was like an arrow, piercing the man's forehead. The man's eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. These two guys were already prepared to attack him. If he was outskilled and suppressed, would they let him go? The answer is obviously no. So Xiao Tian had no psychological burden when he attacked him. "Let's go to the 5-star garden." Xiao Tian put away his black wings and said to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu nodded blankly and followed Xiao Tian closely. The young man in front of him was terrifyingly strong. Following him, even if he had to go through fire and water, he would feel extremely at ease. Even though she knew that Xiao Tian was going to Chao Menglong's base camp, Yen Ruyu did not feel any fear. The two left the warehouse and got back into the car. After setting the navigation, they set off. Fortunately, it is only the early stage of the Unrest, and the internet and other things will not be greatly affected and can still be used normally. The 5-star garden is not far from here, and it takes less than half an hour to get there. On the way, Xiao Tian and others saw thick smoke coming out of many supermarkets and shopping malls, and there were occasional sounds of fighting. But Xiao Tian didn't care. Now the top priority was to deal with Chao Menglong. 5-star garden. Xiao Tiankai had just parked the car when a burly man in a jacket and smoking a cigar came out of the apartment next door with a group of his followers. "Are you Chao Menglong?" Xiao Tian looked at the man in front of him and said without emotion, "It's you." Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, Chao Menglong instantly recognized Xiao Tian's identity. It was this bastard who killed 5 of his own people. I originally thought that the other party was just talking, but I didn't expect that he would actually dare to come to my door. And judging from the opponent's posture, there are only 2 people, while he has 8 people including himself, and they are all spirit beast warriors. Everyone prepare to fight, kill this bastard, and avenge our brothers. Chao Menglong raised his arms and shouted, "Whoever can kill this guy first, I will reward him with a box of Lao Tan instant noodles." A box of instant noodles is usually just junk food that is despised by countless people. But in these dark and turbulent times, it is definitely a rare meal. After all, it is easy to preserve and convenient to eat. As soon as Chao Menglong said this, the group of younger brothers behind him all echoed loudly, as if they were injected with hormones. The gaze towards Xiao Tian gradually became sharper. Boom! Everyone entered the beast state at the same time, and the characteristics of pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep gradually appeared on them. Some grew horns, some grew huge and became giants, and some grew hair all over their bodies, looking ominous. Xiao Tian, are we really okay? Although he had seen Xiao Tian's strength, the people in front of him were all spirit beast warriors, and their aura after transforming into beasts was even more terrifying. Yen Ruyu was somewhat worried. Xiao Tian did not respond, but looked at Chao Menglong with a sharp gaze, and did not transform into a beast. He was thinking, calculating all the possible escape routes the other party might take later. Now that the opponent's lair has been found, Xiao Tian will naturally kill them all and will not leave any hidden dangers. Therefore, we must eliminate all possibilities of the other party running away. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip be in vain? But Xiao Tian's thoughts were seen as a sign of fear by Chao Menglong. He immediately burst into laughter and roared, "Go!" Then he rushed out first and punched Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not afraid at all and punched back as well. The two fists collided with a dull sound and splashed many sparks. Neither of them moved at all. At the moment when the fists collided, Chao Menglong's arms were covered with fish scale-like armor at the same time. This is the scales of Crucian Carp. This guy obtained the genetic ability of Crucian Carp. Haha, my power is to condense fish scale armor on my arms, which even bullets can't penetrate. If you fight me in close combat, you will get burned. Seeing Xiao Tian silent, Chao Menglong became more rampant. If you provoke me, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Now hand over the resources in the Forbidden Land, and I can let you die easily. Seeing their boss being so powerful, the younger brothers behind him all started to flatter him. Boss Chow is awesome. Fuck this bastard. It seems that Boss Chow can defeat this ignorant kid without us having to do anything. Yen Ruyu pursed her lips in worry. Xiao Tian had a blank expression on his face. The blood flowing from his shoulder suddenly condensed into a hideous eel head. Two rays of light came out of the electric eel's eyes, and it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit Chao Menglong's arm. Chao Menglong did not dodge because he was protected by fish scales and ordinary attacks could not break his defense. But what he didn't expect was that at the moment the electric eel's head bit him, the sharp fangs pierced through his fish scale armor and pierced into his flesh as if it were nothing. Immediately afterwards, a powerful suction force emerged and began to absorb his blood frantically. Grass! Chao Menglong finally panicked, realizing that Xiao Tian was no simple man. He wanted to retreat, but Xiao Tian held his shoulders with both hands, pinning him to the spot. Feeling the blood constantly draining from his body, Chao Menglong's face turned visibly pale, and a chill gradually spread throughout his body. Surrounded by a feeling of powerlessness, his heart was becoming more and more anxious. Stop it. Stop it now. I know I was wrong. I apologize. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? This was the last sentence Chao Menglong said before he died. Xiao Tian did not respond and directly sucked the other's blood dry. After the blood was sucked dry, Xiao Tian felt that his body had regained a lot of strength, and the electric eel head on his shoulder also became more blood red. That's gone. Yen Ruyu was a little confused as she watched Chao Menglong being drained by Xiao Tian. The visual impact was huge. Come to think of it, she seemed to still not know what animal's genetic ability Xiao Tian had awakened. It can absorb blood, release lightning, and even condense wings to fly. It seems that there are no such animals on the blue planet. As Chao Menglong, who had turned into a mummy, fell to the ground and couldn't get up, the younger brothers who were cheering him on were all dumbfounded. My own boss was fine one moment and was sucked into a mummy the next. What was going on? Monster! The boy in front of me is not a human being. Run. This is the same thought that everyone has at this moment. Chao Menglong was the strongest among them, and even he was killed instantly. How could these people have the courage to resist? In the moment they turned around and ran away without resistance, their death was almost declared. Xiao Tian looked ahead expressionlessly, and the black wings behind him reappeared. However, after absorbing Chao Menglong's blood, the black wings also became more red, looking quite weird. The next moment, several feathers shot out at the same time and began to ruthlessly harvest the lives of lowly people. Chapter 12, Bloodline Level. It was an almost one-sided massacre at the scene, and Xiao Tian successfully ended the battle soon. The tense atmosphere returned to normal, except that there was a hint of blood in the air and many more corpses on the ground. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian in a daze. The smell of blood rushed into her nose, making her feel like vomiting. But Yen Ruyu knew very well that this kind of thing was normal in troubled times, and if one wanted to have a chance of survival, it was inevitable to fight. It was impossible for her to stay behind Xiao Tian like a canary forever. Sooner or later, she would have a fight on her own. So I forced myself to suppress it and not let myself vomit. Seeing all this, Xiao Tian was a little surprised. It was the first time before his rebirth that he saw someone being torn to pieces by a mutant beast in front of him. His internal organs were scattered all over the floor, and hot blood splattered on his face. That kind of physiological instinct was hard to suppress, and Xiao Tian vomited at that moment. He didn't expect that Yen Ruyu, the daughter of a wealthy family, could endure it. The guys who were in the way had been dealt with. The supplies should be inside the apartment. Let everyone get out of the car and load the goods. Xiao Tian retracted his gaze and spoke. Good. Yen Ruyu nodded, then opened the trunk and asked the workers to get off and load the goods. When everyone came inside the apartment, they found a large amount of supplies stored by Chao Menglong and others. The workers were ecstatic and carefully carried various materials for fear that they would be bumped or damaged. The cartons were carefully carried over. Although it is filled with various foods and daily necessities, in the current environment, the value of these materials is much more valuable than gold and diamonds. Gold and diamonds may be useful for showing off, but food can actually sustain your life. Yen Ryu's awakened ability is not suitable for combat, and Yen Tiansheng needs to be in charge of the villa in person. In order to ensure that everything goes well, Xiao Tian is personally responsible for the transportation. According to Xiao Tian's estimation, all the supplies will be transported in 5 round trips. But just as everyone was on the road, an accident occurred. A huge mutant beast suddenly blocked the truck's way. This is a mutated wild dog, with hair all over his body like countless silver needles, its thick limbs tightly grasping the ground, its body slightly leaning forward, standing in front of the truck with its teeth bared, as if it would attack at any time. Yen Ryu honked the horn a few times, but the mutant beast in front of him was not an ordinary stray dog, and it obviously would not be easily scared away. These honks actually aroused the other party's anger. Seeing that the mutant beast was about to pounce, Xiao Tian didn't waste any words and simply opened the car door and walked out. The moment Xiao Tian got off the car, 8 huge mutant beasts walked out of the alleys on both sides of the street. They are all mutated stray dogs. Most of the mutant beasts that appear in the city are mutations of various pets. Dogs, as social animals, retain the same habits even after they become mutant beasts. These mutated beasts planned to gang up on Xiao Tian. Now is the early stage of the dark turmoil. The levels of the mutant beasts are generally not high, but the same is true for the spirit beast warriors. If it were any other spirit beast warrior, his legs would probably have started to tremble. But what about Xiao Tian? He's not afraid at all. The black wings behind Xiao Tian spread out, and the whole person flew into the air. Several feathers shot out and instantly pierced into the bodies of many mutated beasts. This time the feather did not release a strong electric current, but there were faint red threads connecting Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian controlled the feathers in the air to release a powerful suction force, and the body of the mutant beast in front of him shrank rapidly, visibly to the naked eye. In just a moment, he was absorbed and turned into a mummy. As for Xiao Tian, he felt that his body was full of strength, as if he had returned to his peak. When fighting against the dark creatures in the forbidden area before, Xiao Tian actually consumed some energy, but because of the 3 genes, the impact was not significant. And now, after absorbing the blood of these mutated beasts, all of Xiao Tian's consumption was replenished. After doing all this, Xiao Tian came to the corpse of the mutant beast and stretched out his hands to feel around. Finally, he found a few transparent crystal cores. These are the mutant beast crystal cores, which store the source of the mutant beast power. After absorption, one can enhance one's own strength. However, absorption takes time and is quite energy intensive, similar to melting steel, which requires steady and cautious steps. But Xiao Tian was different. A sharp mouthpart appeared in his palm, and he swallowed the crystal core directly and then began to chew it. Crunch! A sharp shattering sound was heard, and the hard crystal core was easily crushed and swallowed by the mouthparts in Xiao Tian's palm. A pure force surged into his body, and Xiao Tian's level changed. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 3. Bloodline level, none. Gene sequence number 9766, Trinity. Inherit the ability to regenerate broken limbs, extend a pair of wings, release lightning feathers to cut enemies, and absorb blood from a distance to strengthen itself. After opening the system interface, Xiao Tian saw his level, which had actually been directly upgraded to level 3. The strength of a spirit beast warrior is a watershed every 10 levels, but Xiao Tian doesn't care too much about this. What caught his attention was a new interface bar. What does bloodline level mean? Why is my bloodline level currently 0? Unable to figure out, Xiao Tian simply stopped thinking about it, got back into the car, and left with Yen Ruyu. It took 6 trips back and forth to finally deliver all the supplies. The villa's warehouse is almost full. Seeing these supplies, Yen Tianxing's wrinkles were filled with smiles. With these supplies, they can not only survive for a long time, but also live a comfortable life. Especially after hearing Yen Ruyu's story about how Xiao Tian killed Chao Menglong and others in seconds, Yen Tianxing's favorable impression of Xiao Tian doubled. My dear friend Xiao Tian, with these supplies, we will have no problem surviving for 2 or 3 years. We are not so short of supplies now, Yen Tiansheng said with a smile. Xiao Tian shook his head. When it comes to supplies, the more the better. Who would complain about having too little? What's more, Xiao Tian has his own arrangements for these supplies. Apart from anything else, he would try his best to get his hands on supplies within a radius of 10 kilometers. Xiao Tian was already starving after using his ability to fight. After eating more than 10 pounds of raw meat, he set off again with his men. Xiao Tian worked until sunset and looted almost all the nearby warehouses and shopping malls. As for the life and death of other people, to be honest, it has nothing to do with him. In this special environment, he only needs to think about himself. Before his rebirth, although Xiao Tian was an ordinary person, he still had some instant noodles stored at home, and he kindly shared them with his neighbors. At first, the neighbors were grateful, but as the instant noodles ran out, the evil nature of human beings gradually became apparent. In order to save food, these neighbors actually united and drove out Xiao Tian, the real boss. It can be said that Xiao Tian's subsequent death in the mouth of the mutant beast was also directly related to this group of neighbors. Human nature is the most vulnerable to scrutiny, so if he had a chance to do it all over again, Xiao Tian would never be the savior again. The Dara City is still full of dangers at night. Now everyone knows the existence of mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors. Although the lines are functioning normally now, in order not to attract the attention of other people and mutant beasts, he could only curl up in the room and dared not even turn on the lights. The situation in Xiao Tian's villa was different. It was brightly lit, and the aroma of barbecue gradually spread. Under Xiao Tian's hosting, a luxurious doomsday barbecue dinner was being prepared in an orderly manner. The aroma of barbecue gradually permeated the air of the entire villa area. It attracted a lot of attention. Soon, an uninvited guest appeared in front of the villa. P.S. Starting from the 13th chapter, you need to open a membership to watch. This is the rule of the website, and I can't do anything about it. Members watching means that even if the writing is good, there will be a certain loss of readers. But Shuchi is not a free website and has its own operating rules. I hope everyone will support the genuine version and go further together. If you're willing to open a membership, it proves that you have a certain recognition of me. I am very grateful. If you don't open a membership, it only means that I haven't done well enough and need to continue to work hard. I will continue to work hard. In addition, I wish you all good health and good fortune in the new year, and that you can meet your favorite partner and get married. Finally, I ask for a wave of monthly tickets. This is really important for this book. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 13. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The person who came was a middle-aged man in a suit, about the same age as Yen Tiansheng. Being able to live in such a villa area is enough to show that one's identity and background are not simple. Lao Yen, I haven't had a hot meal for a whole day. Can you give me some food? I beg you. Seeing the person coming, Yen Tiansheng immediately smiled happily. This person is his competitor, and the Huang group he founded is only slightly inferior to his Tiansheng group. After hearing Xiao Tian's account of the dark turmoil, Yen Tiansheng, adhering to the principle of believing it is true, began to strengthen the villa, and at the same time sent people out to purchase food on a large scale. As a result, he was caught by this person, who mocked him and said that he was crazy. Instead of going to the company to take charge of the situation, the billionaire president was hoarding supplies here. At that time, Yen Tianxing was not sure about the truthfulness of what Xiao Tian said, so he could only bear it and felt very aggrieved. But now, seeing the other person's pale and thin face, begging for food humbly, the frustration in my heart had long disappeared. The president of the Huang group is actually out of food? Don't joke with me here. Huang Dijon had a bitter expression. I really have no food. The food in the villa has been eaten up. I want to eat your food for nothing. We can exchange it. Huang Dijon took off his watch and handed it to Yen Tiansheng. This is a Patek Philippe worth 3 million. I only want a full meal in exchange. Yin Tiansheng folded his hands in front of him and said jokingly, Boss Huang should know that famous watches are worthless in this world. Huang Dijon was anxious and added hastily, I have another Cullinan and a Lamborghini in my garage. I can give them to you, all of them. It feels so good to have your former rival begging for mercy from you. Yin Tianxing looked at Xiao Tian. Friend Xiao Tian, you got all these supplies. What do you think we should do now? Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Boss Yin, what do you think? No. Xiao Tian smiled and said, then don't give it to me. Yin Tianxing shrugged and looked at Huang Dijon again. Boss Huang, it seems I can't help you anymore. Huang Durong's face darkened and he said angrily, Yin Tiansheng, are you still a human being? Are you really going to watch someone die without helping? At this moment, other bosses in the villa also came to the scene, looking eagerly at the barbecue on the iron plate. They were almost out of food and ammunition. They ate fresh vegetables airlifted in every day and had no reserves at all. Boss Yin, we are all neighbors. Please help us in some way. We are all human beings. How can we be so cold-blooded as you? Are you still human? Everyone followed suit. Yin Tianxing's muscles swelled up, and he instantly turned into a muscular minotaur, with hot air gushing out of his nose. Roll! A soul-stirring roar suddenly exploded in the air, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. Spirit Beast Warrior. This Yin Tiansheng actually became a Spirit Beast Warrior. No one dared to stay, and they all scattered like birds and beasts. At this moment, Yin Tiansheng suddenly said with emotion, I, Yin Tiansheng, started from scratch. Most of the people here are local wealthy businessmen. When I started my business, I was often targeted by them. My company was almost forcibly acquired by them. I didn't expect that I would have the day to take revenge. It really relieves my hatred. Although Tianxing Group later became the leading group in Dar City, it was difficult for him to do anything in a society ruled by law. But now it's different. The order has collapsed. As long as he wants, none of these bastards will survive. Xiao Tian just smiled at this. He could understand the situation to some extent. After the little episode, the barbecue feast continued. While everyone was enjoying the delicious barbecue, Xiao Tian went upstairs to rest early. He now has no interest in cooked meat and only likes to eat raw meat. In the room, Xiao Tian put his hands behind his head and began to think about the follow-up plan. Now that I have obtained the materials to strengthen the villa and various supplies are also quite abundant, it is time to improve my own strength. In the villa yard, everyone tasted this hard-earned delicacy carefully. Xiao Tian's generosity made everyone more determined to follow him. At this moment, Yin Tiansheng approached Yen Ruyu and said, Ruyu, tell your father the truth. Do you have any thoughts about Xiao Tian? Yen Ruyu put down the goblet, blushed, and whispered, Dad, what are you talking about? Is she interested in Xiao Tian? How could she have a nerve to say such things so casually? Seeing Yen Ruyu's embarrassed expression, Yin Tiansheng said helplessly, Ruyu, you should know that we have everything we have now thanks to Xiao Tian. Although he treats us well now, what should we do if he doesn't care about us one day? I think Xiao Tian is a good guy. He has strength and strategy. If you're interested in him, you should make it a done deal as soon as possible. By then, you will become his wife, and I will become his father-in-law. Then we can have a chance to survive in this chaotic world. Yin Tiansheng was not really worried about this matter. With Xiao Tian's strength, what kind of woman could he not find in this chaotic world? Now they're close to the water and have the upper hand, so they should take action as soon as possible. If other women take advantage of the situation, he will definitely cry to death. Yen Ruyu was also a smart person, and she fell into deep thought after hearing what her father said. Actually, I also have a good impression of Xiao Tian. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her words, she was pushed by Yin Tiansheng into the villa. Dad, what are you going to do? Yen Ruyu asked, puzzled. I'll send you to Xiao Tian's room so that we can finalize the relationship as soon as possible. Yin Tiansheng said seriously. Yen Ruyu. A trace of confusion flashed across the beautiful face. Is this still her father who holds on to traditional ideas? In the past, I was afraid that I would fall in love too early and find a guy like that. But now I am so anxious that I push myself into someone else's bed. Really 6. Although she had a good impression of Xiao Tian, they didn't have much contact after all. She felt a little uncomfortable climbing onto Xiao Tian's bed to make a baby. Just when Yen Ruyu didn't know what to do, a Cadillac stopped in front of the villa gate. A yellow-haired young man got out of the car and was immediately surprised when he saw Yen Ruyu. Ruyu, I finally found you. When she saw the person coming, Yen Ruyu frowned slightly. Yin Tiansheng also looked at the person who came, and his expression gradually became gloomy. He knew this yellow-haired guy. Li Qingshan, Yen Ruyu's pursuer. He could understand the passion of young people, but Li Qingshan was definitely a freak. He grew up in an orphanage with both his parents dead, and his academic performance was also at the bottom level. Relying on the fact that he and Yen Ruyu were in the same university, he launched a mad pursuit of her. Yen Ruyu is not interested in this guy, and Yin Tiansheng has also come forward to discuss in detail. You are a penniless and uneducated kid who spends all day just eating and waiting to die. How dare you pursue your own precious daughter? The other party was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger, and the answer he gave shocked Yin Tiansheng for 30 years. If I can pursue Ruyu, I will be able to reach the pinnacle of my life and avoid decades of detours. As long as I can pursue Ruyu, I can prove my ability. By then, the entire Tiansheng group will need me to manage it. How can Uncle say that I have no goals and no plans? Yin Tiansheng was so disgusted at the time that he sent someone to beat the guy up. I didn't expect that the other party would find this place now. Uncle Yin is here too. That's perfect. Seeing Yin Tiansheng with a gloomy face, Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said proudly, I am now a spirit beast warrior. I came here this time to confess to Ruyu. Now I should be worthy of your precious daughter, right? Without paying attention to Yin Tiansheng's increasingly dark expression, Li Qingshan opened the trunk again and took out a few shabby canned food. And they were all expired canned food. I got these cans with great difficulty. Food is in short supply right now. You should all know this, Uncle Yin. I know your family eats air-shipped vegetables and doesn't have much surplus food. You must have been hungry for a day, right? Come, Uncle Yin and Ruyu, take these foods. Don't be shy with me, and don't be afraid that the things are too expensive. Take these as my betrothal gifts to Ruyu. How about that? After saying that, he added, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I'm no longer the same person I was before. I will make Ruyu happy. Yin Ruyu turned her face away, her eyes a little red, but it was definitely not because she was moved, but because she was angry. She felt very embarrassed to be pursued by such a person. Yin Tiansheng protected Yin Ruyu. Veins popped up all over his body, and he suddenly wanted to kill the fool in front of him. P.S. Please vote and collect. The data of the new book's launch is very important. Please support me. Zoxo. Chapter 14. Hot news, supplies exposed. Uncle Yin, I know you have always been prejudiced against me. I don't blame you for your short-sightedness, but I advise you to calm down. After all, I am now a high and mighty spirit beast warrior, and ordinary people like you can't do anything to me. But you're my future father-in-law after all. If you're really angry, just hit me. I can stand here and let you punch me 3 times, as long as you can vent your anger. No matter what, Ruyu is my woman, and I will take care of her for the rest of her life. Yin Tiansheng was already on the verge of going berserk, and when he heard Li Qingshan's outburst, he couldn't take it anymore. The body that had returned to its normal size expanded again and turned into a 3-meter-tall, muscular minotaur, exuding a murderous aura from head to toe. Seeing this scene, Li Qingshan, who had vowed so firmly, was stunned. Your mom? After all this time, you're also a spirit beast warrior? Then do as you say. Take 3 of my punches. If you can take 3 of my punches, I will marry Ruyu to you. Yin Tiansheng gritted his teeth and said word by word. Then he took a step forward and pressed towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little dazed. It is true that he is a spirit beast warrior, but he is not a spirit beast warrior who is good at power combat. His family was poor, and he had been relying on working part-time to pay for his studies. He worked 1 day and had 3 days off, so he had no savings at all. Just before the dark riot broke out, this guy was so hungry that he went to the trash can outside the school to look for food scraps. Finally, they found a dead mouse and roasted it for food. What he has awakened now is the ability of a mouse. His sense of smell has been greatly enhanced, and he can smell the direction of food. He found these expired cans by relying on his sense of smell. The abilities that people awaken are all quite awesome. Some are extremely powerful, some have sanctified bodies, and some can even turn the tables and change their fate. He is an exception. Before the dark turmoil, he was a rat crossing the street, and after the dark turmoil, he really became a rat. However, Even though the rat-type spirit beast warrior is not good at fighting, his physical constitution is still much stronger than that of ordinary people. Originally, he thought that with his identity as a spirit beast warrior, Yin Tiansheng would look at him with respect, but he didn't expect that the other party was also a spirit beast warrior. And he is much more awesome than me. Looking at Yin Tiansheng approaching step by step, Li Qingshan panicked. His physique is better than that of ordinary people, but he definitely cannot withstand Yin Tiansheng's attack. Not to mention getting hit by 3 punches. Looking at the opponent's size, I estimated that 1 punch would be enough to send him packing. No. Goodbye, Uncle Yin. We are all civilized people. A gentleman uses words instead of fists. Since you don't welcome me, I'll just leave. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, looking unwilling, and turned away without hesitation. I had originally planned to use force if Yin Tiansheng disagreed. Anyway, now that order has collapsed, strength is king. I didn't expect this to be the outcome. What a fucking fuck. Until now, he is still wondering if he had not eaten the dead mouse at that time, would he have awakened and become another spirit beast warrior? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. Before leaving, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and turned back to say, Uncle Yin, I will treat Ruyu well. Are you really not going to think about it again? Even if she is your spirit beast warrior, Ruyu is just an ordinary person after all. She will not be wronged if she follows me. I will definitely raise her to be plump and white. Fuck your mother. Yin Tiansheng was immediately exposed, and he picked up the barbecue grill next to him and threw it towards a Cadillac. With a loud bang, the Cadillac was instantly deformed. Seeing this, Li Qingshan felt a little sad. This car was bought by him himself. It was a second-hand car for 30,000 yuan. He had to pay off all the car loans in 24 installments. Uncle Yin, I'm leaving, but you will definitely regret it. Li Qingshan ran away in a panic holding a pile of expired cans. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn around and shout. Yin Tiansheng only hated that he didn't have wings, otherwise he would have flown up and torn the boy to pieces. Originally, the barbecue feast tonight was something to be happy about, but this damn thing actually came to annoy me. How unlucky. A fellow like you is worthy of having your eyes on Ruyu. How can you compare to Xiao Tian? Not even a hair can compare. Even if he asked Ruyu to sew it up herself, he would never let this useless thing get away with it. After watching Li Qingshan leave, Yin Tiansheng finally returned to his normal size. He looked at Yen Ruyu and said earnestly, Ruyu, think about Xiao Tian's matter again. It's best to act sooner rather than later. We must hold on to this thigh tightly now. Yen Ruyu had no resistance to this. She was just nervous. He nodded gently. Yeah. It is said that the physical fitness of spirit beast warriors is far superior to that of ordinary humans, and the same is true in that aspect. Xiao Tian's strength is so strong, and I don't know if I can hold on. But soon Yen Ruyu shook her head again to wake herself up. She was Yen Ruyu, who was known as the aloof school beauty. What kind of weird things was she thinking about now? After leaving the villa and arriving at a safe place, Li Qingshan stopped and looked back in the direction of the villa. His nose twitched and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Wow, there's so many supplies hidden in the villa warehouse. Could it be that this old man knew about the dark turmoil and made preparations in advance? It would be fine if we became a family. Your things are mine. Since you don't marry Ruyu to me, don't blame me for being heartless. I told you that if you reject me, you will regret it someday. Li Qingshan showed a sinister look on his face and took out his mobile phone to start recording a video. My family, I found out some explosive news. There are a lot of supplies hidden in the villa of the boss of Tiansheng Group, including all kinds of food. They are even having a barbecue party now. I have awakened the ability of a rat, and my keen sense of smell is definitely not a joke. There's a shortage of supplies everywhere in Dar City now, and almost all the supplies in most supermarkets and shopping malls have been looted. When people are hungry to a certain extent, they often turn into irrational beasts. As long as the news spreads, this place will definitely be targeted. When the supplies in the villa were robbed, he didn't believe that Yin Tiansheng would still dare to look down on him. The other party may not value these expired cans now, but they will beg you for them soon. Li Qingshan felt excited when he thought of the scene where Yin Tiansheng knelt down and begged to give Yen Ruyu to him as his woman. Then his figure flashed and disappeared at the end of the dark street. After Li Qingshan's video was uploaded, it quickly went viral on the internet, causing a huge sensation. Although most people are skeptical about this, supplies are too important now. So, it is better to believe they exist than not to believe they do not. Many people have started to think about buying a villa. Yen Ruyu and others are still unaware of this matter. The next day, Xiao Tian was woken up by Yin Tiansheng. Boss Yin, what happened? Is there a problem with the villa's reinforcement? Xiao Tian was dragged into the living room, rubbed his eyes, and asked in confusion. The fine steel in the forbidden area can be molded into any desired shape before it is finalized, so there shouldn't be any problems. It's not about the fine steel, it's about the villa. The materials stored in our warehouse have been exposed. Xiao Tian, it's Ryu and I who have implicated you. Yin Tiansheng felt a little guilty and then handed the phone to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian took the phone and took a look at it. Family members, there are a lot of supplies stored in the villa of the president of Tiansheng Group. Xiao Tian took a look, his expression still calm. After secretly memorizing Li Qingshan's appearance, he poured himself a cup of hot water. Xiao Tian, this matter is very serious. We may have been targeted by many people. Should we release a video to dispel the rumors? Yen Ruyu also spoke with a serious face. She felt that she was the one who implicated Xiao Tian, and mainly because of that bastardly Qingshan. How could he know that there were so many supplies stored in the villa? Yen Ruyu regrets it now. She regrets that she did not cut the root of the problem. She should have asked her father to kill the man at all costs that night. To dispel the rumor now, isn't that just trying to cover up the truth? Xiao Tian sat down on the sofa with his legs crossed and said with a smile, actually, this matter is not too serious. It is very simple to solve it. Hearing this, the father and daughter both looked at Xiao Tian at the same time. The matter was so serious that even Yin Tiansheng was helpless. How could Xiao Tian actually have a way to solve it? Chapter 15, My Rules Are Rules. Yen Ruyu and his daughter felt guilty and thought that they had implicated Xiao Tian, causing all their supplies to be exposed on the internet. They are very clear about the current environment in Devour City. Order gradually collapsed and disintegrated. Everywhere on the road, you can see people scrambling for supplies in supermarkets and shopping malls. Among them, there are many powerful spirit beast warriors. Now, the news that they have a large amount of supplies stored here has spread like wildfire, and the reinforcement of the base has not been completely completed. Once someone teams up and comes knocking on your door, things will be very tricky. Xiao Tian is indeed very strong. So far, he has always killed instantly once he made a move. But what about 10 or 30 spirit beast warriors? As long as there are enough people coming, even someone as strong as Xiao Tian will be in trouble. But they didn't know that this kind of thing was really not a problem for Xiao Tian. He was so fearless in the face of absolute strength. He was still thinking last night about how to quickly improve his strength. At this stage, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you have to kill the mutant beasts and absorb their crystal cores. But although Devour City is not a first-tier city, it is still a big city. There are few animals here, and most of the mutated beasts that appear here are pets. If you want to kill them, you need to find them one by one. Moreover, it is only the early stage of the Dark Turmoil. The level of the mutant beasts is not high, and the experience they can provide after killing them is not much. Now that the news that there are supplies stored in the villa has been exposed, it just provides Xiao Tian with inspiration. Xiao Tian, we will listen to you on what we should do now. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian seriously and said, start live streaming. Xiao Tian took a sip of hot water and said lightly, start a live broadcast? Yen Ruyu and Yin Tiansheng looked at each other, both with confusion in their eyes. Live streaming at this time? What a strange operation. Because of their trust in Xiao Tian, the two of them did as he said, even though they didn't understand. Soon Yen Ruyu started the live broadcast with her mobile phone. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, a large number of people rushed in. The news that Yen Ruyu's villa has hoarded a large amount of supplies has already gone viral on the internet, and now many people are discussing forming an alliance to rob the villa together. If Yen Ruyu starts live streaming at this time, it will naturally cause a great impact. Yen Ruyu? She is Yen Ruyu, the campus beauty of my university. I recognize her. Well, she hid a lot of supplies, and now she even dares to broadcast live. Who gave her the courage? So many of us are living in dire straits, but your Yin family is hiding a large amount of supplies. How can you be so selfish? She's pretty, but I didn't expect she's so mean. Selfish, indifferent, mean-spirited. Looking at the constantly refreshing, abusive comments, Yen Ruyu had a blank expression on her face, but she couldn't help feeling a little complicated. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "Give me the camera." Yen Ruyu nodded and pointed the camera at Xiao Tian. "Who is this guy?" "I don't know. He is in the Yin family villa. Could he be Yen Ruyu's boyfriend?" "That's impossible. The campus beauty of Yin University has never had a boyfriend." "These are not the key points. Hurry up and take out the supplies and distribute them equally to everyone. Don't think about eating all by yourself." Xiao Tian stared at the camera with a calm expression, and he immediately made a powerful statement. "I do have a lot of supplies here, and I won't eat alone." Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yen Ruyu and her daughter were momentarily stunned. They had thought of many possibilities, but they never expected Xiao Tian to admit it so openly. What on earth is this operation? As Xiao Tian admitted that a large amount of supplies were stockpiled in the villa, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became violent, and more people joined the live broadcast room. Xiao Tian was not in a hurry. He motioned Yen Ruyu to follow him and went straight to the door of the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Then, under the surprised gazes of Yen Ruyu and others, Xiao Tian directly opened the door of the warehouse. All kinds of supplies come into view, making people dazzled and overwhelmed. All supplies were sorted and neatly placed on the counter, with a variety of food, fresh meat, and even cigarettes. If it is one person, these supplies are enough to support consumption for decades. Seeing so many supplies, the crowd in the live broadcast room suddenly erupted. "Fuck, there are so many supplies. Fuck, they hoarded so much supplies and dared to broadcast it live. Are they looking down on us? It's the end of the world now. Why should they enjoy the best food and drink while we have to continue to eat coarse food? I haven't eaten for 2 days, and they have so many good things." In a rental house in Daru City, Li Qingshan watched the scenes in the live broadcast room with an expression of gloating on his face. He didn't know who Xiao Tian was, but he thought that this man was extremely powerful and dared to broadcast so many supplies live. Are they afraid that no one would dare to take these supplies? Now it is the end of the world. Order has collapsed, and the spirit beast warriors have become the new order. If nothing unexpected happens, the location of the villa will be exposed today, and all the resources in the villa warehouse will be snatched away by a crazy crowd. Yin Tiansheng, old man, if you agree to let Ruyu marry me as my woman, how could I expose these materials? You ungrateful fool. I'm waiting for you to beg me. In the villa warehouse, Xiao Tian signaled Yen Ruyu to hold the mobile phone and look around the warehouse. After clearly displaying all the supplies in front of the camera, he continued, "I know you want these supplies very much. I can give them to you, but I won't give them to you for free. If you want the supplies, you can exchange them with mutant beast cores." As he spoke, Xiao Tian immediately took out paper and pen and started writing. A level 1 mutant beast crystal core can be exchanged for a pack of cigarettes or a can of carp. A level 2 mutant core can be exchanged for 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 cans of carp. There are quite a lot of supplies in the warehouse, and Xiao Tian personally set the corresponding prices for all the supplies. It took me half an hour to write, but there is no doubt that after seeing Xiao Tian's behavior, the people in the live broadcast room became even more annoyed. "No, this is already an era of collapse of order, and you still want to barter? Anyway, we now know that there are a lot of supplies here. Wouldn't it be better to just rob them? Chow Nima, idiot. I'll remember you. I'll rush to the villa right now and kill you, you bastard." The barrage was filled with hostility and anger, and everyone wished they could eat Xiao Tiansheng alive. Xiao Tian didn't care about the content of the barrage. Seeing that the time was almost right, he asked Yen Ruyu to turn off the live broadcast. "Xiao Tian, is this your solution?" Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and asked with a complicated expression. "This is not solving the problem at all. It is clearly provoking a dispute and showing off one's wealth. If the people who knew the news before just wanted to loot all the supplies, now they definitely want to tear Xiao Tian to pieces." In Yen Ruyu's opinion, Xiao Tian's behavior was no less than making enemies with all the spirit beast warriors in Daru City. In her opinion, the purpose of starting this live broadcast is equivalent to, "I have resources. If you're a man, come and chop me down." They were afraid that they would be in danger for the next day. This is the solution I came up with. Resources are limited. It would be best if we could do something with these resources. They need resources, and we need crystal cores. This is a sure-win business. Xiao Tian said calmly. "But do you think they will honestly use the crystal cores to exchange for supplies?" Yen Ruyu showed a trace of bitterness on her face. Xiao Tian laughed a few times. His eyes suddenly became deep. I have talked to them about reason and rules, and I've already said it. If they don't follow it, don't blame me for killing them. Chapter 16. Moral kidnapping? Kill them all. Doesn't Xiao Tian know the risks of doing this? The reason why he dared to do this was entirely due to the confidence brought by his strong strength. Now is only the early stage of the dark turmoil, and everyone's level is generally not high. He has integrated 3 gene sequences, and he can easily beat these spirit beast warriors if he wants. Or just use the crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Or die. Seeing Xiao Tian so confident, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng didn't say anything more. Although they were a little worried, they preferred to trust Xiao Tian's judgment. The one who could know in advance that the dark turmoil was about to come was definitely not a simple fool. How is the villa reinforcement going? At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly asked. It's almost done. There's still a small part that needs to be strengthened, and it should be completed today. Yen Tiansheng said with a smile. These fine steels brought out from the forbidden area are really easy to shape. They just need to be embedded in the walls of the villa. He had personally tested the hardness of the steel, and even after transforming into a beast, he was unable to cause even the slightest dent even when he struck with all his might. The strength is absolutely beyond doubt. It is stronger than any material he has ever seen. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded, went outside to the yard, and lay on a bench to bask in the sun. Sunshine is a good thing, but unfortunately, in the later stages of the turmoil, the sunshine will no longer exist. An hour later, the first wave of people arrived at the villa first. However, they were not the spirit beast warriors who came to cause trouble, but a group of figures that Xiao Tian was familiar with. These people are all Xiao Tian's relatives. Xiao Tian's parents died early, and he has been relying on himself to work and study, which is a bit similar to Li Qingshan. However, these relatives chose to distance themselves from him when he was in the most difficult time, but unexpectedly, they all appeared here now. Xiao Tian, we all saw your live broadcast. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. You actually stockpiled so many supplies. You are really the pride of our family. A middle-aged man walked out with a smile. It was Xiao Tian's uncle, Xiao Hu. Seeing this, other aunts and uncles also smiled and flattered him. Xiao Tian sneered. He could guess the intentions of these people with his toes. As expected, the next moment Xiao Hu suddenly smiled and said, Xiao Tian, we are all relatives, blood is thicker than water, and you know how chaotic things are outside right now. Since you have supplies here, it is only natural for you to help us, right? Why should I help you? Xiao Tian sneered, not wanting to waste words here, and simply spat out one word, get lost. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hu and others changed their expressions. Xiao Tian, I am your uncle. Are you going to watch me die without helping me? I saved your life once. Xiao Hu said angrily, at the beginning, your mother asked me to borrow money to buy the medicine for the baby's death. If I hadn't lent her the money, you wouldn't be here today. I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. Xiao Tian opened his mouth slightly. For the first time, he was shocked by the shamelessness of his own uncle. How can people be so shameless? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, and his tone became a little heavier. If these people were not related to him by blood, he would have started killing them long ago. Okay. Xiao didn't feel the chill in Xiao Tian's words. He was so angry that he said good 3 times. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at everyone and said loudly, Everyone, since this unfilial son doesn't want to help us, then we have to do it ourselves. All spirit beast warriors, stand out. Let's attack together and grab the resources here first. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 people in the crowd walked out one after another and entered the beast state at the same time. Then Xiao Hu himself entered the beast state, and his right arm actually turned into a 1-meter-long green snake. He looked up at Xiao Tian and threatened him. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of him. What a fast speed. This kid is also a spirit beast warrior? Xiao Hu was horrified and was about to step back to keep a safe distance when Xiao Tian grabbed his right arm and pulled it hard. With a click, Xiao Hu's right arm along with his tendons was forcibly pulled out by Xiao Tian, and blood gushed out like a fountain. My hand! Damn beast, you are the shame of our Xiao family. No wonder your parents died so early. It's all your fault, you ungrateful bastard. Xiao Hu howled in pain, But as a spirit beast warrior, he did not faint from the pain. Instead, he covered his arm and spoke viciously. Xiao Tian's face became increasingly gloomy, and he punched him in the chest, going straight through his heart. Xiao, whose expression froze, his screams stopped abruptly, and then he twitched a few times and fell to the ground, completely motionless. The other relatives were all stunned when they saw this. Grass. You kill people over a disagreement. You are the reincarnation of Bai Qi. Even though we threaten you, blackmail you morally, and want to rob you of your supplies, we are still relatives after all. He was so heartless that he killed someone for such a small matter. One ungrateful man. This guy is also a spirit beast warrior. If we attack together, I don't believe he can withstand it. The live broadcast has been spread out, and soon someone will rush here to snatch the supplies. Instead of letting those outsiders get away with it, we might as well take it ourselves. The remaining 5 people spoke loudly. Xiao Tian had a blank expression on his face, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. This is forcing yourself to kill someone. The black wings behind Xiao Tian spread out, and dozens of feathers shot out, shooting forward like flowers scattered by a fairy. Whoosh whoosh. Before anyone could react, they were killed instantly. Let someone move these corpses away. They will stink if they lie there for too long and affect appetite. Xiao Tian sat back on the bench and said to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu nodded and began to instruct the workers to clean up the scene. She had no sympathy for these people. Xiao Tian had already given them a chance, but unfortunately they were so naive as to think they could suppress Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu actually likes Xiao Tian's decisive and murderous character. Don't be a saint, don't procrastinate. Just kill instantly as soon as the red line is touched. This is how a normal person should behave in Doomsday. Just after the scene was cleaned up, Yin Tiansheng also found Xiao Tian and reported the good news. The reinforcement of the villa has been completed, and now every corner of the villa, including the underground foundation, is wrapped in fine steel. Even if bombarded with missiles, it would be impossible to break the villa's defense. Even facing the attack of spirit beast warriors, the villa can remain safe and sound. Very good. Now the shelter is truly established. We will have a place to stay in the future. Xiao Tian nodded, while the few of them were chatting. A convoy of cars drove up outside the villa and stopped in front of the gate. More than a dozen people swaggered down from the car. The arrogant roar suddenly exploded in the air. Xiao Tian, hand over all the supplies, and then clean your neck and die. Chapter 17. Trying your best, but still unable to break the defense. Hearing this roar, Yen Ruyu frowned slightly and quickly turned on the surveillance camera in the villa. The scene outside the villa was immediately displayed on the TV in the living room. A convoy appeared outside the villa. More than a dozen people stood there with a menacing look, and all of them entered the beast state. A terrifying aura continued to wander in the air, making a whistling sound. They are all spirit beast warriors, 13 in total. Yen Tianxing's breathing became a little faster, and Yen Ruyu was also not calm. With so many spirit beast warriors joining forces, it would be a devastating blow to anyone. For a moment, both father and daughter looked at Xiao Tian at the same time. As a famous wealthy businessman in Daru City, Yin Tiansheng is not good at fighting and killing. Not to mention Yen Ruyu, who only awakened the healing plant-like ability and does not have the combat capability. As for the workers in the villa, there were only a handful of them who awakened and became spirit beast warriors. The only person they can count on now is Xiao Tian. However, after seeing Xiao Tian's indifferent expression, both the father and daughter couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Then Yin Tianxing asked, "Friend Xiao Tian, in your opinion, what should we do now?" Xiao Tian sat on the sofa, ordered a piece of raw meat, and ate it like popcorn while watching the pictures on TV. We don't have to do anything, just watch. Xiao Tian didn't intend to take action. Now that the villa's reinforcement has just been completed, he also wants to see how strong the current villa is and whether it can withstand the joint attack of the 13 spirit beast warriors. These 13 guys can just serve as whetstones. If my memory serves me correctly, with these fine steel materials, these 13 spirit beast warriors would not be able to break through the defense even if they were exhausted. Hearing what Xiao Tian said, Yen Ruyu and her daughter nodded, and their expressions gradually relaxed. They all knew the current strength of the villa, which was absolutely terrifying. But facing the joint attack of 13 spirit beast warriors, they had no idea whether they could block the attack. Outside the villa, The 13 people were still shouting loudly. "Xiao Tian, are you a fucking coward? Come out and die." The group of people shouted until their faces turned red and their necks became thick, but there was no movement in the villa. Seeing that Xiao Tian had no intention of coming out, this group of people finally began to get impatient. "Brother Xiong, seeing so many of us, that kid must be scared and won't dare to come out. I think we should just attack directly." The crowd looked at the man with a crew cut who was leading the group and spoke. Their current physical strength makes them invulnerable to swords and guns, and bullets cannot easily penetrate them. Even a 3-meter-thick concrete wall can be punched through with one punch. It is extremely easy to break into this villa. This kid is no simple matter. He seems to have gained the power of a spirit beast warrior before the dark turmoil broke out. He also kidnapped Yen Ruyu and clashed with the military. Be careful and join forces to kill this kid if you see him. Xiong Tao pondered for a moment and then gave a solemn warning. The 12 spirit beast warriors present at the scene were all united by him. He is definitely not an idiot to be able to do this. He is well aware of the truth that it is better to be safe than sorry. Don't worry, Brother Xiong. Even if this guy is not simple, we have 13 spirit beast warriors. Let's just attack and kill that guy together, then all the resources in the villa will be ours. Stop talking nonsense. Let's attack together. Everyone was in high spirits, and their blood boiled at the thought of the various resources in the villa. If they can successfully obtain this batch of resources, they can live a carefree life for a long time. No extra nonsense. Xiong Tao took a step forward and punched the door of the villa. The imagined scene of the door deforming did not appear. Instead, Xiong Tao frowned and let out a painful scream. Grass! His punch could even smash the security door into pieces, but he couldn't shake the door of the villa in front of him at all. Seeing this scene, the 12 spirit beast warriors were all a little confused. What does this mean, Brother Xiong? He couldn't break down the door of the villa with one punch. Was he joking to amuse everyone? Xiong Tao's face turned purple. He took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and punched out again. Boom! Snap! This time, the door still did not get blown open, but instead there was a sound of bones breaking from the fist. With one punch, he actually broke his bone. Xiong Tao's facial features were twisted together and sweat oozed from his forehead. He endured the pain and looked up at the door in front of him. Confused. The others also looked at each other, with their mouths wide open and expressions extremely interesting. There's something strange about this gate. Let's attack it together. Xiong Tao roared in a timid manner. Without further ado, everyone burst out with all their strength and rushed towards the door. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of sharp explosions at the scene. But after everyone's attacks, the door remained motionless, without even a dent appearing. Everyone was also confused. Grass. What the hell is this? Is there such a strong door in the world? In the villa, Xiao Tian finished eating the raw meat in his hand, wiped his palms, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The gate of the villa had long been covered with fine steel. My guess was correct. The strength of fine steel was very high, and it would be difficult for the people outside to break it open. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the strengthening work of the villa was completed thoroughly at the critical moment. Now with the protection of fine steel, the villa is quite safe. Outside the villa, seeing that they could not break into the door, Xiong Tao and his group became completely angry. They rushed here with great momentum to plunder supplies, but in the end they couldn't even get through the gate. What happened? Everyone, use your full strength. I don't believe that we can't break down a mere gate. At Xiong Tao's call, everyone stopped suppressing themselves and started firing at full force. Someone had barbs growing out of his back and was shooting wildly at the villa. There were also people whose fists were burning with flames, and one fist turned into a ripple of fire and blasted towards the door. Previously, they were worried that the attack would be too great and would destroy the entire villa along with all the supplies inside, so they had some reservations. Now there are no more worries. But what made them despair was that even if they tried their best, they still found it difficult to break down the door of the villa in front of them. Not even a dent or a tiny scratch was left. The door wrapped in fine steel is still intact and sparkling with lustrous colors. The crowd refused to believe it and continued to attack with all their might. Xiao Tian in the villa suddenly stretched and stood up. The reason why he didn't take action immediately was that he wanted everyone to try out the strength of the steel. Now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, it was time to swat these annoying flies. Open the door. Xiao Tian twisted his neck and said lightly. Yen Ruyu opened the door of the villa without any hesitation. The people outside the villa were still attacking frantically, but when they saw the door suddenly open by itself, they stopped and looked surprised. Then they saw Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu, and Yen Tiansheng strolling out leisurely. Xiao Tian, you have hidden a large amount of supplies without caring about the lives of others. Today, we will enforce justice on your behalf. If you hand over the supplies to atone for your sins, I can consider leaving you with an intact body. Xiong Tao couldn't understand why Xiao Tian and others came out on their own, and he didn't want to think about it. You clearly want to plunder other people's supplies, but you make it sound so hypocritical. I hate idiots like you the most. Xiao Tian curled his lips, and the black wings behind him suddenly spread out. Countless black wings like sharp blades floated slightly. Killing. Start now. Chapter 18. Vampires destroy parking lots. Seeing Xiao Tian's attitude, Yen Ruyu knew that these guys were in trouble. There are 13 of us. Are we afraid of just one person like you? Xiong Tao patted his chest and said shamelessly, since you are unwilling to voluntarily hand over the resources to atone for your sins, then we will do it ourselves. The atmosphere gradually heated up. Xiao Tian remained calm and composed. He turned to Yen Ruyu and said, start the live broadcast. Start live broadcast? Yen Ruyu subconsciously glanced at her old father. What is Xiao Tian doing? Both sides are about to fight. What's the point of letting me go live at this time? Does Xiao Tian want to become an internet celebrity in the apocalypse? Do as Xiao Tian says. He should have his own considerations. Yen Tianxing nodded. Good. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath, took out her mobile phone, and skillfully turned on a live broadcast. Then he turned the camera to the scene in front of him. Soon after the live broadcast started, a large number of viewers came in. Seeing this scene, everyone applauded. Oh my goodness. 13 spirit beast warriors have come to our door. Xiao Tian is doomed. Who told him to be so pretentious? He has so much supplies and dares to show them off on live broadcast. Doesn't he know that a tall tree attracts the wind? Retribution has come. Even if Xiao Tian has 3 heads and 6 arms, he is definitely no match for these 13 spirit beast warriors. Isn't that guy in the front Xiong Tao? Who is Xiong Tao? Please explain it to me above. I don't know what animal's power this Xiong Tao has awakened, but he has the ability to heal himself. On the first day of the Dark Unrest, he began to plunder all kinds of supplies and even wiped out several military teams. His is a ruthless man. Xiao Tian is finished. The dark turmoil has affected the entire Blue Star, and the people on the Blue Star have named this disaster the Dark Turmoil. Humans who acquire animal genetic abilities are called spirit beast warriors. Mutated animals, plants, and insects are called mutant beasts. Under the expectation of countless people in the live broadcast room, Xiong Tao took the lead in attacking Xiao Tian with 12 spirit beast warriors. This group of people attacked extremely ruthlessly, using direct killing moves, aiming to kill Xiao Tian instantly. Whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp spikes came through the wind and instantly pierced into Xiao Tian's right arm. 3 blood holes suddenly appeared, and blood was gushing out of Ku. This scene makes my arms hurt just looking at it. Xiao Tian turned his head to look at the guy covered with barbs, then flapped the black wings behind him and rushed directly towards a man. The man's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to retreat, Xiao Tian appeared in front of him. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a sharp mouthpart appeared in the palm of his hand. He tore off the man's clothes and bit his chest like a vacuum cleaner. Started absorbing blood crazily. What the hell? What are you doing to me? The man struggled frantically, but to no avail. At this moment, Xiao Tian was like a beast that had been hungry for 3 days and was enjoying the sweet taste of blood. As the blood was continuously drained out, the man's body shriveled visibly. Finally, all color disappeared from his eyes, and he was drained alive, turning into a corpse. Seeing this bizarre and brutal scene, everyone fell silent. What the hell is this magical trick? A living person was drained of blood right in front of his eyes. What animal's ability did this kid awaken? What the fuck is this different from a vampire? Brother Xiong, look. The hole on this guy's arm has healed. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at Xiao Tian and shouted tremblingly. Everyone looked at it carefully, and their scalps went numb. Countless streaks of blood appeared on Xiao Tian's injured right arm, and the injured arm was soon repaired. This kid also has the ability to heal himself? Could it be that he also gained the power of leeches? Xiong Tao narrowed his eyes. He had always had pica, and on the eve of the aurora sweeping across the blue planet, he happened to swallow a common leech. However, the leech he swallowed was an ordinary species of leech, and its internal organs were taken out, coated with flour and fried in a frying pan. He did not swallow it raw like Xiao Tian did. In any case, Xiong Tao realized that he could not delay any longer. We must resolve this issue quickly. Moreover, the opponent also has the ability to heal himself, so he must be killed in one go. Let's attack together and kill this kid at any cost. Xiong Tao roared and led the remaining 11 people to rush towards Xiao Tian at the same time. They wanted to suppress Xiao Tian with their absolute numerical advantage. The wings behind Xiao Tian flapped violently, and the whole person rose from the ground. Then a ferocious electric eel head appeared above his shoulders. At this moment, he looks like the devil descending to the earth, ferocious and weird. Swish, swish, swish. In the setting sun, countless black feathers were activated at the same time, pouring down like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. There was an absolute murderous intent hidden in the beautiful picture. There was no time to resist or even to let out a scream. Everyone was shot like a sieve and died instantly. Even at the moment of death, many people still had expressions of despair and terror on their faces. Even Xiong Tao, who had the ability to heal himself, was killed instantly without even a chance to heal himself. Even Yen Ruyu, who was well prepared, gasped and clenched her fists secretly. Xiao Tian, he is so strong. We are both spirit beast warriors. So how can he be so powerful? What kind of animal powers did he gain? This is not a human being. This is simply not a human being. There were 13 spirit beast warriors, including the ruthless Xiong Tao. How could they be killed in 1 second? Fuck, is there anyone who can tell me what is going on? Cheat, there's a fucking cheat. Everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent after witnessing this scene. I originally thought that the 13 spirit beast warriors were enough to defeat Xiao Tian with ease, but I didn't expect this to be the outcome. The reversal is too big and dramatic. Xiao Tian flapped his wings and landed on the ground again. He then looked directly at the camera and said calmly, I have a lot of supplies here. If you're not afraid of death, come and give it a try. Of course, Xiao Tian didn't ask Yen Ruyu to do the live broadcast on impulse. He wants to shock everyone through live broadcast. I do have supplies here, but you'd better not think about these supplies, and you'd better not bother me, otherwise people will really die. This live broadcast obviously met Xiao Tian's expectations. All the comments that were gloating disappeared without a trace in an instant. It seemed as if all the people in the live broadcast room suddenly lost their fingers and stopped sending comments. I say the same thing. If you want supplies, you can exchange them with crystal cores from me. The more crystal cores you have, the more supplies you can exchange for. Xiao Tian spoke again, and these words instantly gave many people hope. Xiao Tian is too powerful, and the 13 spirit beast warriors are helpless. What else can they do? But if it can be exchanged with crystal cores, then it is worth considering. I want to ask, are you serious about exchanging crystal cores for supplies? A barrage of comments suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Xiao Tian glanced at the screen and said calmly, as long as you can get the crystal core, you can bring it to me to exchange for supplies. After getting Xiao Tian's affirmation, many people had ideas in their minds. In fact, this was also Xiao Tian's original intention of collecting supplies on a large scale. Monopolize everyone with supplies and let everyone work for you. Spirit beast warriors are also divided into different levels. The higher the level, the stronger they are. However, there are not many mutant beasts in the early stage, and the experience they can provide is also very little. Instead of looking for mutant beasts and killing them yourself, it is better to let everyone help kill them. They use crystal cores to exchange for supplies for survival, and I use supplies to exchange for crystal cores to upgrade my levels. It's a win-win situation. After a long silence, Xiao Tian raised his eyes slightly and continued. In addition to the mutant beast crystal core, Li Qingshan's head can also be used to exchange for supplies. As soon as Xiao Tian said this, the crowd in the live broadcast room suddenly became restless. Chapter 19. Since we are enemies, we will fight to the death. Xiao Tian had already learned Li Qingshan's name from Yen Ruyu. It was this guy who leaked the news that a large amount of supplies were stored in the villa. The other party must die. But Xiao Tian still has a lot to do, and Dara's city is so big that it is obviously impossible for him to catch the person himself. It is most appropriate to leave this matter to these people on the internet. Who is Li Qingshan? I don't think I've heard of this name before. It seems to be the guy who exposed the villa resources. This bastard, I almost followed Xiong Tao and the others to the villa to rob supplies. Fortunately, I didn't go, otherwise I would have been dead. This bastard and I cannot coexist. Can we really use Li Qingshan's head to exchange for supplies? The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments again. Everyone expressed doubts about this. It was not until Xiao Tian gave an affirmative answer that everyone became completely excited. Because Xiao Tian's original words were that if he brought Li Qingshan's head, he could exchange it for a large box of daily necessities. What is the concept? Although the dark turmoil broke out only recently, all kinds of supplies are already in short supply. Powerful spirit beast warriors began to frantically stockpile supplies, which made the already scarce resources even more scarce. Not to mention anything else, even the common instant noodles are now out of stock, even if you have money. Because money has now completely become waste paper. And now, Li Qingshan's head is worth a large box of daily necessities, and this group of people has gone crazy. Many people immediately responded to the call and left the shelter to look for Li Qingshan. On the internet of Dara City, there was a trend of searching for Li Qingshan. The order has collapsed, and a strong prey on the weak. Killing has long been the norm, and there is no need to bear any legal responsibility. Exchanging human heads for large amounts of supplies is definitely a sure-win business. Li Qingshan watched the entire live broadcast, his head buzzing as he watched the barrage of comments constantly floating out. He's finished. This is what Li Qingshan is thinking at this moment. I shuddered, and an unprecedented fear enveloped my heart. How could this happen? How could this happen? Li Qingshan held his head in his hands, mumbling like a madman. He clearly just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. How did it turn out like this? It's not his fault for all this. If anyone is to blame, it's Xiao Tian's fault for being too abnormal. Beg for mercy. Must beg for mercy. Although his current hiding place is relatively hidden, there is no guarantee that some spirit beast warriors can find his whereabouts with their own abilities. Li Qingshan adjusted his breathing, and after some struggle, he called Yen Ruyu. Li Qingshan called me. In the villa, Yen Ruyu glanced at the caller ID on her phone, then looked up and said to Xiao Tian. Then he pressed the connect button. Ruyu, Xiao Tian. No, brother, Xiao should be next to you. Please give him your phone. I have something to talk to him about. Yen Ruyu was on speakerphone, so Xiao Tian naturally heard it. After answering the phone, Xiao Tian said calmly, "Are you Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan suddenly realized what was going on and burst into tears. Brother Xiao, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. It was all a misunderstanding. I know I was wrong now. Please let me live. Using his head to exchange for resources in the current environment, what is the difference between this and a hunting order in the underworld? Now that the military has collapsed, it would be meaningless for him to call the police. The only thing he could think of was to beg for mercy from Xiao Tian in exchange for his forgiveness. It's a pity that Xiao Tian is not a saint. If he was not as strong and skilled as others, he would probably be beaten to death by Xiong Tao and others. When Li Qingshan leaked the news that supplies were hidden in the villa, the two sides had already become enemies, the kind that fights to the death. I'm an easy person to talk to. Everything can be discussed easily. Xiao Tian said suddenly. Real. Hearing that Xiao Tian wanted to forgive him, Li Qingshan was immediately surprised. Of course it's true. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment and said, How about this? It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Tell me your current address, and I'll come over in person to talk to you in person. Li Qingshan's cell phone was almost grabbed and dropped to the ground. If you ask me for my address at this time, I'm afraid you are lying and are here to kill me. Brother Xiao, stop joking. If I tell you the address now, you will definitely kill me. Li Qingshan's mind was working frantically, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, I am also a spirit beast warrior. Although I'm not good at fighting, my sense of smell is extremely sensitive. I can help you search for various supplies. As long as you let me go, I will respect you from now on and recognize you as my boss. To be honest, most of the supplies are now occupied and stockpiled by people, so it would be extremely difficult for Xiao Tian to continue searching for supplies. It is indeed much easier with Li Qingshan's help. But the same thing. Since we are enemies, we will fight to the death. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Since we are already enemies, there is no need to say more. Just wish you the best. Xiao Tian hung up the phone directly. Li Qingshan on the other end of the phone was in a trance for a moment and vaguely seemed to see his grandmother waving at him. Grass. The peace talks failed. Run. He must run away and find a relatively safe place to hide. If he could travel through time, he would want to go back and slap himself. Why would you pick on this evil star when you could pick on anyone else? This is a fight to the death with me. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, so live one more day at a time. After simply packing up some supplies, Li Qingshan put on a mask and went downstairs carrying large and small bags. At this moment, 3 figures in front suddenly walked toward them side by side. You must be Li Qingshan, the leading young man said with a grin. No, I'm not. You got the wrong person. Li Qingshan was shocked, but did not directly admit his identity. He tightened his mask and wanted to leave. But the 3 people blocked Li Qingshan's way. One of them suddenly grew a dog face, pointed at his dog's nose and laughed. I have awakened the sense of smell of a hunting dog. I have already locked onto your scent. Even if you have plastic surgery, you can't fool my dog's nose. You are Li Qingshan. After instantly killing Xiong Tao and his group in a live broadcast, no other accidents happened that day. The next morning, before the sun rose, 3 people appeared outside the villa with a suitcase. The 3 men opened the suitcase, and inside was Li Qingshan's head. The expression on this guy's face before he died was quite interesting. Reluctance, regret, anger. Yen Ruyu just took a look, and her stomach started churning violently, and she felt like vomiting. The same is true for Yen Tiansheng. Only Xiao Tian had a calm expression. Before his rebirth, he had experienced the scene of starving people everywhere and had even eaten among corpses. I have already become immune to this kind of situation. Seeing Li Qingshan's head, Xiao Tian didn't waste any words and directly asked someone to bring a box of supplies to the 3 people. Seeing Xiao Tian being so straightforward, the 3 of them were quite excited. The 3 of them turned around and left with the supplies. At this moment, the pretty girl in the team suddenly stopped. Brother Xiao Tian, I can warm your bed. Can you take me in and let me stay by your side and serve you? I don't need anything, just 3 meals a day. Xiao Zhuan, what are you doing? A boy in the crowd opened his eyes wide. I have been pursuing her for 3 years, but we have never even held hands. He has always regarded me as his secret crush, a pure goddess. Now, just for 3 meals a day, I have to sell my body to warm someone else's bed. Where is justice? Where's the law? Chapter 20. Clearing out the mutant beasts, killing them to extinction. The boy looked in pain, clenched his fists, and said sadly, Xiao Zhuan, what are you doing? Xiao Zhuan put her hand on the boy's lips and said, Zhang Wo, thank you for taking care of me during this period, but I am not good enough now. When I become good enough, I will definitely come back to find you. So are you willing to wait for me? Edo. Seeing Zhang Wo nod, Xiao Zhuan smiled and then looked at Xiao Tian again. Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was stunned. A bad woman and a bootlicker. They are really a match made in heaven. Not to mention that with Xiao Tian's current strength, what kind of woman can he not find? Just looking at Yen Ruyu beside her, she is much better than Xiao Zhuan in all aspects, whether in figure, appearance, or temperament. Roll. Xiao Tian had a dark face and uttered a word lightly. Xiao Zhuan turned around immediately and looked at Zhang Wo lovingly. Zhang Wo, I'm back, and I'm better than ever. Xiao Zhuan. The 2 hugged each other and cried with joy. Xiao Tian. After sending a few people away, everyone returned to the villa. Yen Ruyu looked like she was troubled. Thinking back to his old father's instructions to him and thinking of Xiao Zhuan's previous hint to Xiao Tian, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Xiao Tian is very outstanding and very strong, and most importantly, he looks a little handsome. Such a man is definitely shining gold in dark and turbulent times. Moreover, the existing order has collapsed, and monogamy has long become history. As long as Xiao Tian is willing, it is only a matter of time before he has many wives and concubines. No, she must act quickly and make it a done deal. However, she has always presented herself as a cool and aloof school beauty to the outside world, and even with a cold face, she still has no shortage of suitors around her. Now she was asked to confess to Xiao Tian and make it a fait accompli. She had no idea what to do. Just as Yen Ruyu was daydreaming, several cars drove in outside the villa. Several figures got out of the car and took out several snakeskin bags, which contained mutant beast crystal cores. Xiao Tian had already seen the situation outside through the surveillance camera outside the villa, so he opened the door and walked out. Xiao Tian. When they saw Xiao Tian, these guys behaved quite honestly. After all, the scene of Xiao Tian killing Xiong Tao and others in seconds is still vivid in our minds. This guy is definitely a ruthless guy. Don't get me wrong, we have no ill intentions. We are here to exchange supplies. These are the crystal cores we obtained from hunting mutant beasts. Seeing that Xiao Tian didn't say anything, several people hurriedly pointed at the crystal core in the snakeskin bag and explained. Xiao Tian took a quick glance and found that there were no less than 10 crystal cores in the snakeskin bags. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Tian asked someone to bring some supplies to exchange, and then took the crystal cores in the sack back to the villa. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian gave a crystal core to Yen Ruyu and her daughter respectively to absorb. It's not that Xiao Tian is stingy. Most of the resources in the villa were plundered by him. Now he is using the resources to exchange for crystal cores. The ownership of these crystal cores naturally belongs to him. Moreover, absorbing crystal cores is very energy-consuming for ordinary spirit beast warriors. This crystal core is enough for 2 people to absorb for a long time. During this period of time, the 2 of them also learned about the crystal core from Xiao Tian and knew that this thing could be used to upgrade levels. So I started absorbing it without thinking. The 2 of them took their respective crystal cores, placed them in their palms, and began to absorb them. The crystal core flickered with a faint light, and as the 2 continued to absorb it, the light gradually dimmed, but the speed of fading was very slow. On the other hand, Xiao Tian picked up a crystal core and placed it in his palm. Then a mouth part appeared in his palm and swallowed it directly. Click, click. The crisp chewing sounds echoed throughout the villa hall. In the blink of an eye, a mutant beast crystal core was directly absorbed by Xiao Tian. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 4. Bloodline level, none. Gene sequence number 9766, Trinity. Inherit the ability to regenerate broken limbs, extend a pair of wings, release lightning feathers to cut enemies, and absorb blood from a distance to strengthen itself. Xiao Tian's level successfully reached level 4, but the higher the level, the more crystal cores he needed. Xiao Tian estimated that the remaining crystal cores were not even enough for him to upgrade to level 5. As expected, after absorbing all the crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level barely remained at level 5. On the other hand, Yen Ruyu and his daughter were still absorbing the crystal core. Seeing that Xiao Tian had absorbed all the crystal cores in the 2 snakeskin bags, the father and daughter were stunned and completely confused. They are both spirit beast warriors, so why is there such a big difference between them? The difference in strength is huge, but even the speed of absorbing crystal cores is so terrifying. What a monster! Intensify the absorption. During this period, we will mainly focus on improving our levels. Soon, due to the influence of the aurora, the plants and insects on the blue planet will also undergo large-scale mutations, which will be far more dangerous than they are now. The animals you can see in big cities are basically pets, or they're considered ferocious beasts in the eyes of animals. So the city has not suffered large-scale destruction yet. The biggest danger now is the spirit beast warriors. But as insects and plants mutate, mutant beasts will be everywhere and the danger will become more intense. This is also the reason why Xiao Tian wants to exchange supplies for crystal cores. Although supplies are important, it is more important to improve your strength as much as possible in troubled times. The father and daughter looked at each other, nodded vigorously, and continued to absorb the crystal core energy. The day was relatively uneventful, with people coming to Xiao Tian with crystal cores from time to time to exchange them for resources. Xiao Tian accepted everyone who came. Anyway, there are enough stockpiled supplies, so even if everyone in the entire Dar City comes to exchange crystal cores, it can be afforded. In one day, Xiao Tian exchanged hundreds of crystal cores. After leaving a small portion of the crystal cores for the father and daughter, he absorbed most of them himself. Xiao Tian's strength has also reached level 9. It hasn't been long since the dark turmoil officially broke out, and I've already reached level 9. This speed of improvement has already crushed most people, right? Feeling the improvement in his physical strength, Xiao Tian said to himself, "However, compared to the improvement in strength, I am more concerned about the swallowing gene. I don't know when the next opportunity to swallow the gene will be unlocked." At the same time, Yen Ruyu and his daughter also absorbed 2 crystal cores, and their levels reached level 3. Just when Xiao Tian and the other two in the villa were absorbing the crystal core. The internet has exploded. When it was confirmed that they could really use the crystal cores to exchange for various supplies from Xiao Tian, everyone was excited. Many spirit beast warriors in Daru City went out one after another, sparing no effort to find the mutated beasts and then kill them. An operation to eliminate mutant beasts caused by Xiao Tian began inexplicably. Some animals were even found and killed by the crazy crowd just after they mutated. In order to be more efficient, some people directly raise a large number of animals and wait for them to mutate, which is like blocking a spring. On this day, all the mutated beasts in Daru City were stunned. Before he had the chance to experience this beautiful world, he was beaten to death by a crowd of people with green eyes. At this stage, Daru City has become the safest city on the blue planet. Because almost all mutant beasts were killed to extinction, night falls quietly. Xiao Tian returned to his room early to rest. Just when I was half asleep and half awake, I heard light footsteps outside the door. Then, the tightly closed door was gently pushed open with a creak, and a figure in pajamas tiptoed in through the crack of the door. Chapter 21. One who can shine is enough. Surrender to me. Xiao Tian on the bed was not soundly asleep and almost jumped up from the bed. There was a thief in the villa? Or is it that the enemy has come to your door? The villa has such a high defense level and is covered with fine steel on all sides that even spirit beast warriors can't break in, let alone thieves. As for enemies, it is even more impossible, because anyone who becomes his enemy will be quickly killed by him. Since he is neither a thief nor an enemy, who would sneak into my room in the middle of the night? Soon Xiao Tian had the answer. It's Yen Ruyu. As the graceful figure tiptoed to the bed, Xiao Tian could already smell the faint body fragrance belonging to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu no longer had her usual image of a cool and aloof school beauty. She came to the bed in the darkness with a red face and stood still. She kept adjusting her breathing and cheering herself up, but she still felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. For a rich lady to secretly climb into a man's bed in the middle of the night, this kind of thing has not only happened in real life, but has also never been seen on TV. Why on earth would I do this? Is it just because I want to cling to Xiao Tian's thigh, and in order to survive in this cruel apocalypse, that I choose to sell my body? Yen Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Xiao Tian was still sleeping soundly. But when it came to the last step, she hesitated. If I really do this, what's the difference between me and Xiaojuan during the day? There is still a difference. He is just an ordinary person, but she is the campus belle. No, I do want to cling to Xiao Tian's thigh, but after spending some time with him, I do have a good impression of him. And he saved our family. If he hadn't taken the electric eel away, perhaps as he said, the electric eel would have mutated under the influence of the aurora, and my father and I would have died. I should repay the life-saving favor with 1,000 times, not to mention that he saved my whole family. In ancient times, women would pledge themselves to men if they had nothing to repay them. Now, I have nothing to repay you with, so it is reasonable for me to pledge myself to you. Yen Ruyu nodded slightly, and there was light in her eyes again. Then he made a bold decision that went against his ancestors. He lifted the quilt next to Xiao Tian and lay down on it quietly. Xiao Tian, who closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, was stunned. He thought Yen Ruyu had ill intentions towards him and was repaying kindness with enmity, and was already ready to transform into a beast and kill people. As a result, the other party did this. What are you doing? Yen Ruyu had just laid down and was still trying to suppress her heartbeat when she suddenly heard Xiao Tian's voice and was so frightened that she let out a sharp explosion. Xiao Tian, you didn't sleep? I was almost asleep, but you woke me up. What do you want to do by coming to my place in the middle of the night? Yen Ruyu's face turned red instantly, and she wanted to run out of the door shyly. But then I thought, how can I give up halfway now that things have come to this? Without Xiao Tian being prepared at all, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned around and hugged Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyes widened immediately, and before he could say anything, the warm red plum blocked his mouth. This night, the spring scenery is endless. Yen Ruyu would never have imagined that she was so close to death tonight. The next day, Xiao Tian got up early, feeling refreshed, and ate dozens of kilograms of raw meat. As for Yen Ruyu, she didn't get up until almost noon, and her walking posture was extremely strange. The atmosphere in the living room was a little awkward. Looking at the look her old father gave her, Yen Ruyu blushed slightly, and she wished she could dig a hole to crawl into. Yen Tiansheng was ecstatic inside. He is not an old, stubborn person. Since his daughter is interested in Xiao Tian, it would be fine to make a done deal as soon as possible. Boss Yen, last night, after a long silence, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. My dear friend Xiao Tian, I am an old man, and I cannot control your affairs. I don't want to control them either. Just do what you want. Yen Tiansheng waved his hand, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, Xiao Tian, by the way, quite a few people came to exchange supplies this morning. All the crystal cores are here. I counted them in advance. There are 13 crystal cores in total. Yen Ruyu pointed to a suitcase next to her and spoke. Xiao Tian nodded, opened the suitcase, picked up the crystal core inside, and began to absorb it. Within a few minutes, all 13 crystal cores were absorbed. Xiao Tian's level has also reached level 10. Although he was mentally prepared, Yen Tiansheng still couldn't help being shocked. He stayed up all night last night and only absorbed one crystal core, and his level has just reached level 3. Xiao Tian absorbed 13 crystal cores in just a few minutes. The speed was so terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Tian is not an enemy. Otherwise, how desperate would it be? At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Tian's face. Because just after the level reached 10, the system prompt came out. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10 and getting a chance to devour. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. The bloodline function is unlocked, and the host could devour mutant plants, animals, and insects. Xiao Tian opened the interface bar. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 10. Bloodline level 10. Gene sequence number 9766, Trinity. Inherit the ability to regenerate broken limbs, extend a pair of wings, release lightning feathers to cut enemies, and absorb blood from a distance to strengthen itself. His bloodline level is also level 10, but Xiao Tian is not sure what the role of this bloodline level is for the time being. But none of this matters anymore. He got another chance to devour, and this time he could devour mutated animals, plants, and insects, so his choices were wider. Got to find an opportunity to devour a new target. And if my estimation is correct, the second forbidden area will be open soon, and there's a set of resurrection equipment hidden in the second forbidden area. This set of equipment is extremely powerful. It is equivalent to having a second life. However, it was quite difficult to find. Before his rebirth, this set of equipment was found by Pang Dehai, the Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain. Relying on this set of equipment, he later became one of the top warriors of Longhua. This guy knows divination and many other techniques. Although he has not become a spirit beast warrior, he still has good combat power. The key is that the opponent's divination skills can find various treasures. In other words, I currently have 2 goals. Find new targets to devour. Find Pang Dehai, and let him follow you into the second copy. At this moment, Yen Tiansheng suddenly thought of something and took out an envelope and handed it to Xiao Tian. A guy came to the villa this morning and asked me to pass this letter to you. He didn't say anything specific. Xiao Tian nodded, opened the envelope, and started reading. The content inside is very simple. Xiao Tian, I am Yihuan. I demand that you submit to me unconditionally. Otherwise, I will retaliate against you. One who can shine is enough, and Dara City only needs one overlord. Xiao Tian. Chapter 22. Boss, you seem to be dying. What's the joy? Xiao Tian felt that the name was very familiar, and after thinking about it carefully, he finally figured it out. Before his rebirth, Yihuan was considered a small leader in Dayu City. Like Chao Menglong, he began to recruit people and develop his own power after the turmoil broke out. But unlike Chao Menglong, Yihuan's style of doing things is more ruthless, and his vision is longer term. If I remember correctly, according to the normal development trajectory, Chao Menglong would eventually be killed by Yihuan. Because as the dark turmoil continues to advance, the environment on Blue Star becomes increasingly harsh, and the resources in Dara City are also limited. In order to keep all the resources in his own hands, Yihuan assembled all the spirit beast warriors under his command and launched a cleanup operation against other forces. I didn't expect that this time when I lived my life again, I would be targeted by the other party. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, what I have done during this period of time has been quite high profile. Moreover, he controls most of the resources, which will inevitably squeeze the living space of others. It is only a matter of time before Yihuan takes action against him. However, Xiao Tian did not expect that the other party's actions would be so simple, crude, and quick. If it was before his rebirth, as an ordinary person, Xiao Tian would definitely not be able to sleep all night if he was targeted by someone like Yuan. But times are different now. With the system in place, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. This guy dared to write a letter to threaten me. He is seeking death. I have to find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. Knowing that the other party is your enemy and may pose a threat to you, you sit back and do nothing, waiting for the other party to retaliate against you first before taking action to resolve the situation. Xiao Tian could never do such a stupid thing. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng, father and daughter, also saw the contents of the envelope, and their expressions became a little ugly for a moment. The incident between Xiao Menglong and Xiong Tao happened not too long ago, but now He Huan has come unexpectedly. However, the two of them just felt a little overwhelmed and were not overly worried. First of all, the villa is now wrapped in fine steel, and even the spirit beast warriors find it difficult to force their way in. Secondly, with the terrifying existence of Xiao Tian in charge, ordinary people simply don't have the capital to act recklessly. Friend Xiao Tian, since the other party dared to write a letter to threaten, he must have some confidence. Let's take a long-term view. Yen Tiansheng expressed his opinion. Xiao Tian did not answer, but looked at the back of the envelope and found a phone number on the back. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian took out his cell phone, entered the number, and dialed. A few seconds later, the call was connected and a deep male voice was heard. It seems you've finished reading the contents of the envelope. He Huan laughed sinisterly a few times and was about to let out a series of farts when he was stopped by Xiao Tian. Where is your home? He Huan was a little confused. Why was this different from what he expected? I originally thought that when the other party called me, he must have made a compromise, but the first thing he did was ask where my home was. What do you mean? What does he want to do? What do you mean? After pondering for a while, He Huan asked quietly. I don't want to do anything. You're also a local of Dara City, right? Xiao Tian asked indifferently. He Huan didn't understand why, but still answered, yes. That's right, I'm also a local of Dara City. Maybe we were classmates in kindergarten. It's fate that we can still meet in this way after so long since graduation. I have some local specialties here. Give me your contact information, and I'll mail them to you at a certain time. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Although he didn't know why Xiao Tian asked for his address, He Huan's intuition told him that it must be something bad. Hand over all the supplies you have, and bring your people to surrender to me, and I can tell you everything you want to know. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately lost interest and hung up the phone. It seems that He Huan is not a reckless man like Xiao Menglong, and he doesn't fall into the trap. He has now reached level 10 and has fused 3 gene sequences. With such strength, few people in Dara City can match him. If He Huan told him the specific address, he would go to the other party's house and kill the whole family. It's a pity that the other party didn't fall for it. Boss Yin, please tell everyone in the villa not to go out as much as possible and just stay inside the villa. Xiao Tian said to Yen Tiansheng after thinking for a while. If I remember correctly, He Huan had already recruited a lot of people at that time and also had some spirit beast warriors under his command. The villa has a high defense. Even Xiong Tao and ordinary people working together cannot break through the villa's defense, so it is still very safe to stay inside. Good. Yen Tianxing nodded and had no objection. After finishing his explanation, Xiao Tian took out his mobile phone, recorded a video, and posted it on the internet. The video content is simple. Whoever can get He Huan's head can come to the villa to exchange it for 5 large boxes of resources. If the other party doesn't show up, Xiao Tian won't take the initiative to look for him. After all, Dayu City is too big, and looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, he still has a lot of things to do. If you don't have time, let others do it. If you have resources, anyone can be your horse or cattle. Once the video was released, it immediately set off a sensation in the online circle of Dara City. Fuck, it hasn't been long since the incident with Li Qingshan, and Xiao Shun has issued another hunting order. Who is this He Huan? How do you offend Xiao Shun? His head is actually worth 5 large boxes of resources, and he can also specify the supplies. It doesn't matter who this He Huan is. I'm going out now. Are there any spirit beast warriors who are good at tracking? Leave your contact information and we can cooperate. The comment section below the video was completely blown away, and within a few minutes the number of messages reached 99. Xiao Tian killed Xiong Tao and his group in seconds during the last live broadcast, and has been privately called the god of killing by countless people. I originally thought that from then on, no one in the entire Dar City would dare to challenge Xiao Tian's authority again. I didn't expect that just a few days later, someone would jump out and commit suicide again. One head is worth 5 large boxes of supplies. You know, all the supplies in the entire Dar City are in the hands of a few people, and most people are still hungry. The news spread throughout Dar City like a plague. It's like a hungry wolf smelling blood. For a moment, the entire Dar City crowd went crazy. Many spirit beast warriors traveled together, wandering in the streets in groups of 3 or 5, looking for any trace of Yihuan. On the other end of the phone, Yihuan was a little confused when he saw Xiao Tian hang up the phone. I called not to surrender myself, but just to ask for my specific address. What on earth is this guy trying to do? But he soon understood. Boss, something terrible has happened. Outside the abandoned warehouse, a man in jeans rushed in with a panicked look. Why are you yelling and hollering? We are all spirit beast warriors now, not ordinary people anymore. Even if we encounter something big, we have to stay calm and have some dignity, understand? Yihuan glanced at the man and said with some displeasure. The man swallowed and gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Yihuan Sai calmly said, "Tell me what happened. Why are you so panicked? Boss, you look like you're dying." Hearing what that person said, Yihuan was stunned. Seeing Yihuan's confused look, the man didn't explain much, but took out his mobile phone and played a video. After watching the video, Yihuan fell silent. After a while, a roar filled with anger exploded in the abandoned warehouse. Xiao Tian, I fuck you. The other side. After dealing with Yihuan's affairs, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu out. The second dungeon is about to be opened. In order to obtain the resurrection level equipment in the dungeon, it is necessary to recruit Pang Dehai, the Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, as his disciple as soon as possible. This time, he wants to develop the other person into his own. Chapter 23? Fighting as soon as getting off the car, the Heavenly Master was stunned. After leaving the villa, the two got into a red Ferrari and headed for Longhu Mountain. After all, we are not going to purchase goods this time, so it is obviously inappropriate to drive a big truck again. Holding the leather steering wheel with one hand, Xiao Tian felt emotional. In the past, I never dared to dream of driving such a luxury car, but I didn't expect that it would come true now. However, in the dark and turbulent times, luxury cars were almost worthless and could not even be exchanged for a bucket of instant noodles. On the way, Yen Ruyu also asked about the purpose of this trip. The other party was also one of his own, so Xiao Tian did not hide it. He told about Pang Dehai's divination ability and the resurrection equipment in the second copy. Yen Ruyu was shocked when she heard that there was such an equipment with built-in resurrection attribute in the second copy. Isn't this a perfect resurrection armor? Such equipment actually appears in reality. But when I think about the dark turmoil that has broken out and even animals, plants, and insects can mutate into monsters, it's not so shocking anymore. Can these devices really bring people back to life? Yen Ruyu turned her head to look at Xiao Tian and asked curiously. Xiao Tian nodded. Yen Ruyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, if the person wearing this equipment is beaten into a pulp, can he still be resurrected? Xiao Tian fell silent when asked this question. He had never thought about this question. Before my rebirth, I had only seen on the internet that Pang Dehai was once besieged by a tide of beasts and broke out by relying on the resurrection feature of his equipment. As to whether there are any restrictions on resurrection is not clear at the moment. I think it's fine. After all, this is equipment from the forbidden area, and it can't be judged by common sense. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Tian finally gave a reasonable explanation. Yen Ruyu nodded and then asked, what if Pang Dehai doesn't cooperate? Then beat him until he is willing to cooperate. Xiao Tian said without even thinking. This is a very simple truth. Now, there is no legal protection, and the one with the bigger fist has the final say. If the other party is unwilling to follow you, then beat him until he submits. If the other party is determined to be your enemy, then use him or her to silence him or her. This is the confidence that comes from sufficient strength. Of course, based on Xiao Tian's understanding of Pang Dehai before his rebirth, this guy should not refuse his request for cooperation. Because the mutant beasts in Dar City are almost extinct, the journey was smooth. There are almost no other vehicles on the road. After driving unimpeded for 2.5 hours, the two arrived at Longhu Mountain smoothly. Longhu Mountain is surrounded by mountains and water with beautiful scenery. The fog on the mountain has not yet dissipated, adding a hazy beauty. Without the mood to appreciate the mountain scenery, Xiao Tian parked the car in front of the Taoist temple's gate. As soon as the two got off the car, the gate of the Taoist temple was pushed open. A fat man in a Taoist robe rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out laughing. When they saw Xiao Tian outside the door, they were stunned. Fuck, two living people. The outbreak of the dark turmoil had long been known to everyone. Although Pang Dehai had lived on Mount Longhu all year round, he had also checked his phone and knew some general information. Mutated beasts are rampant, and spirit beast warriors are born. The entire Dar city has already been in chaos, and many people have killed people around them just for some supplies. I didn't expect that at this time. There were still people driving to Longhu Mountain. Are you here to burn incense and pray? Now our gym no longer accepts money for incense offerings. Instead, we accept supplies. You can exchange various supplies for incense offerings. Food is best. Pang Dehai cleared his throat and spoke. However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Tian took a step forward, his black wings spread out behind him, and the electric eel head appeared on his shoulder, and he directly entered the beast state. Then he flashed and punched Pang Dehai in the face. Fuck! Pang Dehai screamed and was completely stunned. Where did this madman come from so early in the morning? He attacked me as soon as he met me? What a great hatred and resentment. But as the 98th Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, Pang Dehai was no pushover. His fat body instantly became extremely flexible, and he quickly jumped back a step. However, before he could stand firm after taking a step forward, his feet suddenly slipped, his body lost balance, and leaned forward, and his head hit Xiao Tian's fist. Fuck! Pang Dehai's eyes were bloodshot, and after a scream, he used his head to meet Xiao Tian's fist. The right eye suddenly turned into a panda eye. With a scream, Pang Dehai quickly distanced himself and retreated a few steps, rubbing his eyes and grimacing. Xiao Tian was a little confused, knowing that the fat guy was the heavenly master of Mount Longhu, and probably had his own pride in something. In order to prevent the other party from refusing, he decided to take action first, beat the other party into submission, and demonstrate his strong strength. I didn't expect the other party to not play according to the rules. He just used his head to catch his fist. It turned out that the Heavenly Master is the Heavenly Master. His tricks are really hard for ordinary people to figure out. And more importantly, even a spirit beast warrior could not withstand this punch of his. After the opponent took it with his head, he was completely unharmed except for a dark circle under his eyes. This fat guy is no simple person. No wonder he could become one of the top strong men in Dragon Country. Keep attacking. Xiao Tian didn't waste any words. He stretched his limbs and was ready to punch again. At the critical moment, Pang Dehai, who was rubbing his eyes, suddenly turned pale, then his knees softened and he knelt down in front of Xiao Tian. Please spare my life, sir. I know I was wrong. I will give you whatever you want. Please stop hitting me. Looking at Pang Dehai, who suddenly begged for mercy, Xiao Tian blinked, somewhat unresponsive. No. After all, you are the Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, one of the future top powers of the Dragon Country. Now he is kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy. What is going on? There's also a hint of confusion in Yen Ruyu and Bling Blink's big eyes. This fat guy doesn't look like an expert at all. Does he really know some divination technique? Seeing the two people in a daze, Pang Dehai's eyes rolled, and he immediately ran towards the Taoist temple. Oh shit, this madman is bullying honest people. Although the successive heavenly masters of Mount Longhu have also practiced techniques to strengthen their bodies, these techniques are no match for the strong physiques that the spirit beast warriors possess. The art of talismans is what the heavenly masters of Mount Longhu are best at throughout the generations. But he had just got up and was only wearing a thin gown, and he didn't bring any talismans with him. When I get the talisman, if I don't beat you until you cry for your parents, I'm not the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Pang Dehai transformed into a nimble fat man, rushed into the lobby of the Taoist temple, took out a small box from the drawer, and opened it. What was inside was actually a stack of talismans. These talismans are various talismans left behind by successive heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. They can induce lightning and ignite flames, and can be said to be powerful weapons for slaying demons and eliminating evil. However, since Pang Dehai came to Longhu Mountain, he has not seen any monsters, and these talismans have hardly been used. But these talismans should be enough to deal with spirit beast warriors. At this moment, Xiao Tian also rushed over. Boy, you're done. I'm telling you. These talismans are high-level talismans left by the successive heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. Even if you're a spirit beast warrior, this is not the place for you to run wild. I will beat you to tears later. After getting the talisman, Pang Dehai suddenly felt confident. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned triumphantly. But the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Xiao Tian looked at the stack of talismans, and a feather shot out from behind him, directly piercing through the stack of high-level talismans left by successive heavenly masters. Then a terrifying electric current was released from the feather, and the talisman gradually heated up and ignited, turning into a pile of ashes in the raging fire. Pang Dehai stared blankly at the talisman in his hand, which turned into ashes and floated in the wind, his mouth wide open, completely confused. Holy crap! The confidence that Pang Dehai had just gained disappeared along with the drifting ashes. My dear, if I tell you now that I was joking before, would you believe it? Chapter 24. Chao Xiong blocks the door. A group of people are desperate. Because of the cold sweat, Pang Dehai's Taoist robe was soaked and stuck to his body, making him look extremely embarrassed. However, Xiao Tian said nothing and just kept waving his fists. Xiao Tian is determined to obtain the resurrection equipment in the second forbidden area, even though he is not sure whether Pang Dehai is reliable. He must beat the other party until he is convinced. Don't say things like it's cruel and inhumane. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must prioritize yourself. As for how Pang Dehai felt after being beaten, that was not something Xiao Tian should consider. Stop. Please. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I've already begged for mercy. Why are you still so excited? I'm a heavenly master after all. Fuck. How the hell did I offend you that you drove to Longhu Mountain so early in the morning to beat me up? Do you have to do that? I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Oh my god. What on earth are you doing? 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches for punches, 5 punches. Pang Dehai was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. The great master of heaven was now weak and helpless. He could only curl up in the corner with his hands covering his head. The whole process lasted for half an hour. Pang Dehai could no longer shout because his voice was hoarse. My body was numbed by the beatings, and gradually I could no longer feel the pain. His face, which was already a little fat, had now swollen like a pig's head. Until Xiao Tian stopped, he curled up tighter and rubbed the little pearl silently. He now really wanted to know how he had offended this evil star. He was beaten up early in the morning, just after waking up. What on earth did he do? Yen Ruyu had been watching from the side, and seeing Pang Dehai's miserable appearance, she felt somewhat sorry for him. Xiao Tian, have we gone too far? Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and asked cautiously. Is it too much? Xiao Tian felt that it was okay. Although he beat this guy for half an hour, he deliberately controlled the strength throughout the process. No one will be killed, nor will anyone be left disabled. We are here to seek cooperation with others, and it is indeed not fair to do this. Yen Ruyu reminded in a low voice. Although this fat guy doesn't look very reliable, it was really cruel to corner him and beat him for half an hour as soon as they met. Pang Dehai heard the entire conversation between the two. He was stupid. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his voice suddenly rose an octave. Fuck, are you here to cooperate with me? At this moment, Pang Dehai felt so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. Is this your attitude towards seeking cooperation? He turned into a beast as soon as they had a disagreement and beat him for half an hour. During this half hour, he recalled all the bad things he had done in his life. I thought I had violated the laws of heaven. And now I tell him that this ruthless man in front of him is looking for cooperation with him? No, buddy, who told you to look for cooperation with this attitude? After Yen Ruyu's reminder, Xiao Tian stopped talking nonsense and looked down at Pang Dehai and said straight to the point, the second forbidden area is about to be opened, and there are several sets of resurrection equipment inside. I need you to use divination to cooperate with me to find this batch of equipment. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. I can compensate you with supplies. After Xiao Tian finished speaking, Yen Ruyu immediately understood and left the Taoist temple to carry in several large boxes from the Ferrari. When the box was opened, it was filled with various supplies. All kinds of canned food, fine wine, and even cigarettes. Even ordinary people with a large appetite can survive comfortably for several months by relying on these supplies. Looking at the dazzling array of supplies in the box, Pang Dehai's eyes trembled, and then a line of tears dripped down his cheeks to the ground. Grass. If you wanted to cooperate with me, just tell me earlier. And they even gave out so many supplies as compensation. You should have said it earlier. If you had told me earlier, I would have agreed to it right away. After the dark turmoil began, he had been staying on Mount Longhu, and the supplies on the mountain had actually been almost consumed by him. What he lacks most now is food. Now that Xiao Tian is willing to exchange several large boxes of supplies, there is no reason for him to refuse. This is the condition I can offer. It would be best if you agree to cooperate. If you don't agree, what will happen if I don't agree? Pang Dehai shrank his neck and asked for some unknown reason. Xiao Tian rubbed his fists. Then I will beat you until you agree. At that moment, Pang Dehai's mouth twitched and his vision went dark. This guy definitely has too much testosterone secretion. He is definitely a super male. They start fighting at the slightest disagreement, which is even more dangerous than those mutated beasts. I promise you. My divination skills can indeed predict some treasures. I can help you. As if he was afraid that Xiao Tian would continue to attack, Pang Dehai agreed without thinking. Xiao Tian nodded. Things are going unexpectedly smoothly. It seems that my strategy of using force first and then courtesy was effective. After Pang Dehai simply packed up his things, he followed Xiao Tian and the others to the front of the Ferrari. Just looking at the Ferrari with only 2 seats, Pang Dehai remained silent. Hey, where do I sit? Pang Dehai pointed at the 2 Ferraris and asked weakly. Xiao Tian was speechless for a moment. He had indeed overlooked this question when he came here. However, as long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. A few minutes later, the 3 set off. Xiao Tian sat in the driver's seat and Yen Ruyu sat in the passenger seat. As for Pang Dehai, he had a bitter face and was tied up on the roof of the car. As the Ferrari started to speed, the northwest wind rolled in, almost suffocating Pang Dehai, and her airbags were blown up. What the hell did I do in my past life? 2.5 hours later, they returned to the villa. When the Ferrari was stable, Pang Dehai was untied and taken over. When his feet landed on the ground and felt the steady ground, Pang Dehai's face turned pale and he seemed a little dazed. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "The second forbidden area will be open soon, so you can stay with us during this period. You don't need to do anything now. Just gather your strength and wait for the forbidden area to open." Pang Dehai nodded woodenly. After dealing with the matter of Pang Dehai, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu to find Yen Tiansheng and gave him a brief account of the situation here. Then he learned that during the time he and Yen Ruyu went to Longhu Mountain, many other people sent them many crystal cores. The total number of crystal cores now adds up to more than 50. During this period of time, Yen Tiansheng has been absorbing the power of the crystal cores. He has successfully absorbed 2 crystal cores, and his level has reached level 5. Xiao Tian nodded to show his understanding. After leaving some crystal cores for Yen Tiansheng and Yen Ruyu respectively, he returned to the room and began to absorb the crystal cores. More than 30 mutant beast crystal cores were all absorbed by Xiao Tian in less than 10 minutes. However, the higher the level, the more experience is required. After absorbing the power of more than 30 crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level only reached level 14. Time flies and it is night. It was soon dinner time. Pang Dehai also ate with Xiao Tian and others. Xiao Tian was gnawing on the raw meat methodically, while Pang Dehai was devouring the food on the plate like a whirlwind. Yen Tiansheng was a little confused when he saw that the food on the table had been almost finished before he even started eating. Is this young man the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? Did Xiao Tian bring back a glutton? Are you hungry? After a long silence, Yen Tiansheng suddenly asked. Hearing this, Pang Dehai froze and almost cried. There are only a lot of noodles on Mount Longhu and nothing else. Although I am the heavenly master of Mount Longhu, the Taoists in Mount Longhu can eat meat. Moreover, as humans are omnivorous animals, they will have health problems if they do not eat meat for a long time. In order to replenish my body with nutrients, I ate almost all the mice on Longhu Mountain and emptied all the bird nests. I have a miserable life. Fortunately, I met this super brother who took me down a mountain. Otherwise, I would probably start eating maggots. If Pang Dehai was angry at first about Xiao Tian's behavior of attacking him as soon as they met, now all he had left was gratitude. This time, I have finally escaped from the sea of suffering. After saying this, Pang Dehai continued to lower his head and started eating with a grunt. Xiao Tian's mouth twitched. Suddenly, I began to doubt whether I had found the wrong person. Is this fat man who speaks incoherently really one of the top powerful men in the Dragon Kingdom in the future? Chapter 25. The Indestructible Cockroach, Devour. Xiao Tian, ever since you released that video, all the spirit beast warriors in Dar City have been looking for He Huan. But this guy hid very deeply and has not been found until now. Yen Tiansheng suddenly looked at Xiao Tian. Ever since Yen Ruyu and Xiao Tian played together last night, the way he addressed Xiao Tian also changed. Xiao Tian nodded. This guy is quite good at hiding. He is much better than Xiao Menglong. Should we add some more benefits to get more people to join the search team? Yen Tianxing asked. After getting to know him over this period of time, he also realized Xiao Tian's vengeful character, especially his style of doing things when it comes to his enemies, which he would not hesitate to kill. For Xiao Tian's enemies, provoking Xiao Tian would be a lifelong nightmare, but for Xiao Tian's teammates, this style of doing things can make people feel more at ease. Xiao Tian shook his head and refused. We have more important things to do right now. The second forbidden area is about to be opened. Let's talk about He Huan later. The resurrection level equipment in the second forbidden area is Xiao Tian's current main goal, and he still has one chance to devour that he hasn't used. As for He Huan's matter, Xiao Tian did not have much time to waste, as everyone in the entire Daru city was searching for the other party's whereabouts. In the short term, he probably won't dare to continue doing evil. He has successfully transformed the villa into a highly defensive safe shelter. The level has reached 14, and a large amount of supplies have been stockpiled. The only thing to consider now is to complete the current stage of devouring before the second forbidden area opens. Xiao Tian can now devour mutated animals, plants, and insects, that is, devour mutant beasts. But what kind of mutant beast should be devoured to make it worth the money? Just then, an emergency broadcast suddenly came on the TV in the living room. An undead mutant cockroach has been discovered in the first research institute of Dar City. The Dar City military is now seeking help from all residents of Dar City. A picture appeared on TV, showing the scene inside a laboratory in the research institute. A black cockroach as big as a kitten was running around in the laboratory, and the laboratory was in a mess. No matter what means the experimenters used, they were helpless against this giant cockroach. In the random scenes, some people were shooting with thermal weapons, red fire dragons were spewing, and even rifles were used. But when the bullet hit the cockroach, it was immediately bounced off by the black armor, only splashing a few sparks. There were also spirit beast warriors among the researchers in the laboratory, and they did not just stand by and watch, but chose to take action. But this cockroach was like an indestructible cockroach, and it dodged flexibly the moment the attack was launched. It's even harder to catch than the pigs during Chinese New Year. The laboratory was in chaos, with all kinds of instruments and test tubes knocked to the ground. This incident quickly became a hot topic on the news, and comments below the relevant videos were filled with people who were eager to watch the fun. As for people to help, there was none at all. Now that the dark turmoil has broken out, many people are overwhelmed by the problem of food. How can they have the time to help the laboratory solve its problems? I didn't expect cockroaches to turn into mutant beasts. The military in Dar City actually asked for help online. It seems like there is really no other way. Yen Tiansheng smacked his lips, watched the images on TV, and silently took a bite of a chicken leg. He had a lot of cooperation with the military in Dar City, and both sides were quite familiar with each other, so he felt a little emotional. Fortunately, only animals, plants, and insects are mutating now, and microorganisms, such as bacteria, cannot mutate. Otherwise, if bacteria and microorganisms can also become mutated beasts, the blue planet will instantly become a living hell. This cockroach. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and suddenly stood up. This cockroach is no simple matter, as it is able to dodge attacks from all kinds of thermal weapons and numerous spirit beast warriors. Maybe you can swallow it. I'm going to the lab. You all stay in the villa and don't go out casually. No matter how big the matter is, you have to wait until I come back to discuss it. Hearing what Xiao Tian said, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng were stunned for a moment. Is this kid planning to help in the lab? Yen Tiansheng was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiao Tian, who was so ruthless in killing his enemies, actually had such a kind heart. As for the plan to go Ovada, it remained motionless. No matter how the world collapses, I will still just keep my head down and work hard. Go with peace of mind. We're all here waiting for you to come back. Yen Tianxing nodded and smiled. Xiao Tian, you must come back safely. Yen Ruyu stood up and spoke in a low voice with a red face. Xiao Tian nodded, drove the Ferrari out of the villa, and headed straight for the first research institute. There are many places like research institutes in Dragon Country. Each research institute is the largest military restricted area, and there are guard posts nearby. Ordinary people who get close will be warned or even taken to the police station for questioning. But now that the dark turmoil has broken out, the previous rules have long been meaningless. Dean, someone has come to help our institute. I brought them here. The staff member took Xiao Tian to an office and shouted in surprise to the figure in front of him. Sitting on a leather sofa in the office was a plump woman wearing a white laboratory coat, leaving only a pair of long white legs exposed. He was quite excited when he heard it, but when he saw that Xiao Tian was the only one there, he was immediately disappointed. Only one person came. Shin Xiaolan looked at the staff member and asked, "Well, only this one came." The staff member said, scratching his head. Shin Xiaolan sighed, then stood up and walked closer to Xiao Tian. A fragrant breeze blew over. Xiao Tian discovered that this woman's appearance was very good, and she was no worse than Yen Ruyu. Even if you look closely at her face, you can't see any flaws. Her delicate facial features are impeccable. The teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye makes her even more charming. How should I put it? She has the temperament of a married woman. Let me introduce myself. I'm the dean here, Shin Xiaolan. Shin Xiaolan extended her hand to Xiao Tian. Shin Xiaolan? Xiao Tian had a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, Shin Xiaolan was also a talent. Before his rebirth, he had developed many powerful equipment by studying various things in the forbidden area. Xiao Tian. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. First of all, thank you very much for coming to the laboratory to help us for free, but there is something I must tell you. This cockroach is definitely not an ordinary mutant beast. We estimate that this cockroach is only at the primary level, but all the spirit beast warriors in our laboratory cannot kill it even if they join forces. Since you are willing to help, could you tell me which animal's ability you have acquired? Shin Xiaolan said this quite sincerely, but Xiao Tian was in trouble. The abilities he acquired, to be precise, were a combination of mutant leeches, mutant electric eels, and rare falcons. But it is well known that spirit beast warriors can only obtain the enhanced abilities of one animal. Even if Xiao Tian told the other party the truth, the other party might not believe it. Dean Shun, I think we should stop talking nonsense. Since I can rush here to help, I will definitely not hold you back. Shin Xiaolan wanted to say something, but for some reason she could feel an inexplicable confidence from Xiao Tian. This confidence made her feel baffled. This kid looks so young. Where does he get his confidence from? You have to know that there are also spirit beast warriors in their laboratory, and even with so many spirit beast warriors working together, they can't deal with this mutant cockroach. Why does he have such strong self-confidence? However, the entire research institute is helpless in this regard, and no one except Xiao Tian has rushed to the scene to help. If the mutant cockroach is allowed to continue its rampage, the entire laboratory will be completely destroyed. With the attitude of trying everything possible, Shin Xiaolan personally took Xiao Tian to the laboratory. The laboratory was in chaos. The walls made of special materials were riddled with holes. The scene was horrific. The spirit beast warriors from many research institutes are still working together to encircle and suppress this mutant cockroach. And just as the door of the laboratory opened, the mutant cockroach, which had remained unscathed under the siege of everyone, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then it changed direction, jumped up 1 meter high, spread its 8 legs, and rushed straight towards Xiao Tian like a facehugger in a movie. Chapter 26, number 9527. Transformation into a twin-tailed warrior. Fuck. Xiao Tian was stunned. His pupils shrank, and he burst out with the quintessence of Chinese culture. He is a fusion of the genetic sequences of 3 animals, and his level has reached 14. He is not afraid of anyone in Dar's city. But imagine a giant cockroach that is half a meter long, rushing towards you in a very strange posture. Are you panicking? Xiao Tian is in a similar state of mind now. Not to mention the many people present at the scene, there is also the beautiful Dean Shin Xiaolan standing next to him. Xiao Tian didn't know why this cockroach chose to pounce on him, but he was sure it was not because of his beloved. Careful! Shin Xiaolan beside him also reacted, but she was not a spirit beast warrior and was completely powerless. The other spirit beast warriors in the laboratory also changed their expressions. Finished. This kid is finished. Although this mutated cockroach has not yet demonstrated any powerful destructive power, it is a mutated beast after all. If someone gets close to him, he'll be skinned alive. The chaotic scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked at Xiao Tian at the same time, thinking that something was going to happen to him. Xiao Tian himself thought so too. After a brief moment of daze, he immediately entered the beast state. But at this moment, a shocking scene happened. The mutated cockroach did not attack Xiao Tian, but instead pounced on him, then crawled on the ground, making a constant crunching sound from its mouth. It seemed that he was expressing his submission to Xiao Tian. What is that? Xiao Tian scratched his head. Even as a reborn person, he couldn't help feeling a little confused at this moment. A mutant beast showed submission to a human. He had never heard of such a thing before his rebirth. Are you submitting to me? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Tian pointed at himself and asked the mutant cockroach. Crunch, crunch. The mutant cockroach let out a low growl, as if responding to Xiao Tian. Although he couldn't understand the meaning of the growl, Xiao Tian could clearly see that the other party's posture had become even lower. Surrender. The mutant cockroaches really surrendered to me. What on earth is going on? In the entire laboratory, all the experimenters, including Shun Xiulan, were stunned. This incredible scene refreshed their three perspectives and impacted their souls. This mutated beast that has left the entire research institute helpless is now actually surrendering to a human on its own initiative. What's going on? After all, Shun Xiulan was the dean, so she quickly calmed down her shock and looked at Xiao Tian, wanting to get an answer. Xiao Tian himself was also confused, but I quickly thought of the bloodline level in the system interface bar. His current bloodline level is level 10, and this mutant cockroach is also at the primary level within level 10. Could it be that my bloodline level has a suppressing effect on the mutant beasts? Xiao Tian has already had suspicions, but as they have not been verified yet, Xiao Tian does not dare to draw conclusions easily. But what is certain is that the mutated cockroach in front of him did express his submission to him. I originally thought that I would have to fight to subdue this mutant cockroach first, and then find a way to take it away from the Institute and devour it. Now it seems to be easier. Dean Shun, it seems that everything has been resolved now. I will take this mutant cockroach away first. Xiao Tian greeted Shun Xiulan, not caring whether the other party agreed or not. He looked at the mutant cockroach on the ground and said, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the laboratory, and the mutant cockroach followed closely behind him, as if it really understood what Xiao Tian said. Oh my god, the mutant beast not only submits to humans, but also understands human language? This scene was extremely weird. Everyone looked at each other, unable to utter a word for a long time. The only sound in the entire laboratory was gasps of shock. It was not until Xiao Tian took the mutant cockroaches out of the laboratory that everyone recovered from their shock. The country has issued a notice that mutant beasts are the enemy of us humans. They are bloodthirsty and murderous with no humanity. I didn't expect that they would follow that young man. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The mutant beast voluntarily submitted to humans. Could this be related to his awakened animal ability? But what kind of animal ability should be awakened to make the mutant beast submit voluntarily? I remember now. No wonder he looks familiar to me. He seems to be the Xiao Shun who monopolized most of the supplies and issued a wanted order online. Xiao Tian? It's him. How come he's so awesome? Most of the people in the laboratory were scientific researchers, and soon a heated discussion broke out over this issue. Only Xin Xiulan looked in the direction where Xiao Tian left with a thoughtful expression. She really wanted to study how Xiao Tian made the mutant beast surrender voluntarily. But she also knew very well that this was a dark and turbulent period, and order had long since collapsed. She had no right to stop Xiao Tian and ask for the result. After all, the other party had just helped the Institute resolve this crisis. Xiao Tian still didn't know what kind of sensation his behavior had caused in the Research Institute. After leaving the laboratory with the mutant cockroaches, Xiao Tian found a corner. Since the dark turmoil began, the law of the jungle has been demonstrated to the extreme. Humans not only have to face the dangers brought by mutant beasts, but also have to guard against attacks from spirit beast warriors. So the streets that are usually crowded with people are now almost deserted. Can you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Tian turned and looked at the mutant cockroach. The mutant cockroach growled and nodded its flat head slightly, as if in response. I really understand. Xiao Tian was surprised. Then he held his chin and began to think. Could it be that all this is really related to bloodline level? His current bloodline level is level 10. Does it mean that as long as the mutant beast level is lower than his bloodline level, it will be suppressed by his bloodline level and surrender? Without thinking too much, the top priority now is to complete the swallowing and continue to become stronger. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian looked at the mutant cockroach again and said seriously, "Since you have surrendered to me, I want to eat you now. Do you have any objection?" Crunch, crunch. The mutant cockroach let out a low growl, then turned and ran. The 8 legs were so fast that afterimages appeared. Xiao Tian. It seems that although the other party has surrendered to me, he still retains his rationality and is not an emotionless machine. Xiao Tian sighed lightly, then spread out the black wings behind him and directly entered the beast state, with 2 feathers carrying lightning shooting out. Sizzle. The mutant cockroach, which was originally flying, was covered by electric current, and its body suddenly froze in place. Crunching nonstop. Xiao Tian ignored it, flapped his wings, and moved closer, then lowered his head and bit the mutant cockroach's head. Crunchy and chicken flavor. Surprisingly, it's not bad to eat. A few minutes later, the mutant cockroach was devoured by Xiao Tian, without even its wings left. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutant cockroach, and the gene sequence was extracted successfully. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 14. Bloodline level, level 12. Gene sequence number 9527, Spirit Beard Warrior. Inherits the ability to regenerate broken limbs, extends a pair of wings, releases lightning feathers to cut enemies, and possesses a strong sense of danger. Spirit Beard Warrior? That's a weird name. But compared to these, he was more concerned about the new gene's perception of danger. Xiao Tian's mind moved. The next moment, 2 long cockroach tentacles emerged from above his head. Twin-tailed warrior? Xiao Tian's mouth twitched, and he was embarrassed on the spot. Chapter 27. Encountering zombies in the forbidden area? So far, every time he engulfs a new gene sequence, a corresponding change occurs in his body. For example, the leech mouth parts in the palm, the black falcon wings behind, and the electric eel head on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, after swallowing the mutant cockroach, a pair of cockroach antennae appeared. His beast form seems to be getting more and more bizarre. But soon Xiao Tian felt something unusual. As the pair of cockroach antennae on his head swayed in the wind, his senses were infinitely magnified. No movement around him escaped his perception. He could even clearly capture the tracks of ants carrying food scraps on the ground several meters away. This feeling is very mysterious, like the soul leaving the body, watching everything happening around from a third-party perspective. Suddenly, Xiao Tian felt a dangerous aura. Without time to think, he quickly dodged to the side. A big tree behind Xiao Tian suddenly began to twist, and a huge chameleon that was 2.5 meters long instantly emerged and launched an attack. A deep pit was blasted out where Xiao Tian had stood before. Seeing the scene, Xiao Tian felt sick all over. This is a mutant beast that has mutated from a chameleon. It should have been hiding here all along, but he just didn't notice it. If it weren't for the 2 tentacles on his head, Xiao Tian would never have had this reaction. Even if he relied on his super high defense to survive, he would have been crippled. Seeing Xiao Tian dodge his attack, the chameleon let out an angry roar and used all his limbs to rush towards Xiao Tian again. The chameleon was very fast, and ordinary people couldn't see its movements clearly, but in Xiao Tian's eyes, its movements seemed unusually slow. It's like a slow-motion movie replay. Xiao Tian can not only see the opponent's slow motion, but also estimate the opponent's movement trajectory. Relying on this, Xiao Tian easily dodged the chameleon's attack by turning sideways, and at the same time stretched out his palm and placed it on the chameleon's abdomen. The mouth parts in the palm of the hand sucked the chameleon's abdomen, and countless sharp teeth began to bite wildly like a started tunnel boring machine. The chameleon let out a scream. His internal organs were torn out and chewed up in an instant, and he immediately received his lunchbox with a black screen. Instant kill. Xiao Tian looked at his blood-stained palms, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses and then he was ecstatic. It seems that this pair of cockroach antennae should not be underestimated. With this pair of gadgets, I'll be more comfortable fighting my opponents. You can be very fast, but I may not be as fast as you. But no matter how fast your movements are, they are equivalent to slow motion in my eyes. How to lose? Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian retracted his beastly state, took out a crystal core from the chameleon's corpse, and absorbed it. The level did not increase directly, but the strength increased slightly. With Xiao Tian's current level, he would need a large number of mutant beast crystal cores to advance. After devouring this cockroach, my bloodline level has also increased from level 10 to level 12. Could it be that the increase in bloodline level is related to the object devoured? After resolving the battle, Xiao Tian began to think about improving his bloodline level. But before he could think more, the entire Daru city suddenly underwent a strange change. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a black beam of light shot up into the sky from a certain direction and went straight into the clouds. At this moment, countless people in Dar City saw this spectacular scene at the same time. The second forbidden area is opened. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Before his rebirth, he was just an ordinary person, and all the benefits were out of his reach. But now he wants them all. After hurrying back to the villa, Xiao Tian directly called Yen Ruyu and her daughter, as well as Pang Dehai, and headed towards the place where the light column appeared. The appearance of the light column has caused a great sensation in Dar City, and many people are worried whether it is a sign of the coming disaster. Most people try to stay away from it, as they are not sure whether there are risks and dare not get close at all. But there were also many brave people who ventured to the nearby area to check out the situation. When Xiao Tian and his group arrived at the scene, a large group of people had already gathered there. There is no doubt that all those present are spirit beast warriors. After all, ordinary people dare not go out casually at this time. However, even the spirit beast warriors did not dare to act rashly, and they all looked ahead with suspicion. Below the beam of light is a distorted vortex of space and time. The whirlpool released a faint suction force, and it was so chaotic inside that nothing could be seen clearly. Xiao Tian knew that this vortex was the gate to the second forbidden area. Xiao Tian, is this the gate leading to the second forbidden area that you mentioned? Yen Ruyu looked at the vortex curiously. Yeah. Xiao Tian nodded in response. Pang Dehai counted with his fingers, then frowned and said, "What is in here? I can't figure it out at all. The world in this vortex must be very complicated." Xiao Tian remained noncommittal. The world in the forbidden area was equivalent to another world. If Pang Dehai could really calculate something, he would be a true god. Xiao Tian. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from not far away. Xiao Tian looked up and saw the beautiful Dean, Shun Xiulan, who was protected by many military personnel. This beautiful girl is here too? I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you for the Research Institute. You left in a hurry, so I didn't have time to thank you. Shun Xiulan was quite enthusiastic. After all, if it weren't for Xiao Tian's help, the Research Institute would probably be ruined. It's just what we need. There's no need to thank me. Xiao Tian acted quite calm. If this mature beauty had approached him before the disaster, he would have been so nervous that he would have been speechless. But now, in this dark and turbulent era, beauties are nothing more than pink skeletons, and improving one's strength is the top priority. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Shin Xiulan didn't care, and changed the topic to look at the vortex in front of him. You are also a spirit beast warrior. Do you know the origin of this vortex? The vortex connects to a special world. Xiao Tian did not hide it and spoke directly. Connected to another world? Shin Xiulan was stunned. There are many dangers in this vortex. You're just an ordinary person. Even if you have someone to protect you, you may not be safe. It is best not to go in easily. Xiao Tian continued to remind them, then glanced at Yen Ruyu and the others, and took the initiative to step into the vortex. As Xiao Tian's figure disappeared in the whirlpool, Yen Ruyu, Pang Dehai, and others looked at each other, and then walked in with gritted teeth. Seeing the four people entering the vortex at the same time, the others present also became interested. They all heard what Xiao Tian said to Shin Xiulan. This vortex is the portal to another world. Although we know there may be risks involved, there are definitely huge benefits hidden in it. Many people followed Xiao Tian and his group in without thinking, but some people chose to stay because they were afraid of unknown risks. Dean, let's not go in. It may be dangerous in here. Even with our protection, it may not be safe. At this moment, someone looked at Shun Xiulan with concern and spoke. No. Shun Xiulan shook her head and insisted. Danger and opportunity coexist. Since I know that this place is connected to another world, I want to go in even more. If I can find something, I may gain something by studying it. Seeing Shun Xiulan's firm attitude, everyone had no choice but to take Shun Xiulan into the vortex. At the same time, when Xiao Tian and his group entered the vortex, the world before them changed dramatically. A blood moon appeared overhead without any warning. Before everyone could see the surrounding scene clearly, a humanoid figure roared like a beast and rushed toward Xiao Tian and his group. Fuck! Zombies! Pang Dehai and the team screamed like a eunuch and almost jumped up from his place in fear. Chapter 28. Elite Dark Creatures. Xiao Tian was no longer surprised by dark creatures. He even killed a large number of them when he entered the first forbidden area. As for Yen Ruyu and her daughter, they had already followed Xiao Tian into the forbidden area and witnessed the existence of dark creatures, so they were naturally relatively calm. However, when looking at the black fog surrounding the dark creatures, I still felt a little frightened. Especially Yin Tiansheng. He had fought with dark creatures before, and he was almost exhausted after fighting against a dark creature alone. These monsters are many times more terrifying than the mutant beasts in the city. If these dark creatures appeared on the blue planet, it would be a nightmare for all human beings. Among the team, only Pang Dehai had seen the dark creature for the first time, so it was normal for him to have such a big reaction. Xiao Tian didn't waste any words. Black wings emerged behind him, and a feather shot out like a hidden weapon, piercing through the dark creature's head. Kill instantly with one move. Are you really the contemporary heavenly master of Mount Longhu? After doing all this, Xiao Tiankai turned his head and looked at Pang Dehai with a strange expression. Pang Dehai came to his senses and saw that even Yen Ruyu was so calm. He suddenly felt ashamed of being a heavenly master. It's as if he has never seen the world. In fact, he had never seen the world. Since he came to Longhu Mountain to learn skills from a master, he had hardly ever gone down the mountain. These are dark creatures, not zombies. They are creatures unique to the forbidden area. Yen Ruyu took the initiative to step forward and explained. Dark creatures? This is the first time I've seen such strange creatures. It feels like I've walked into a doomsday movie. Pang Dehai scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The strength of these dark creatures is not comparable to that of the mutant beasts. Fortunately, these guys only exist in the forbidden area. Yin Tiansheng also spoke at this time. Xiao Tian glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "The dark turmoil is divided into 9 levels. The level of each level of disaster will increase. The strength of the subsequent mutant beasts will increase, and even fusion mutant beasts will appear. Dark creatures will also descend on Blue Star." At this point, Xiao Tian paused and continued. And the level of dark creatures like spirit beast warriors can be increased without limit. These are the information Xiao Tian learned before his rebirth, and they are absolutely authentic. Upon hearing this, Yin Tiansheng opened his lips slightly, and a chill ran up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He could understand that the mutant beasts became stronger, but it was too terrifying that such terrifying dark creatures would one day come to Blue Planet. If such a thing really happened, even the spirit beast warriors would face extremely strong threats. Now it's just the mutant beasts running rampant that have caused the entire Blue Planet to lose its original order and rules. If dark creatures descend upon the Blue Planet, won't everything be in chaos? Moreover, Xiao Tian also said that the dark turmoil is divided into 9 levels in total. What does this mean? Could it be that what they are experiencing now is only the first level of the dark turmoil, and there are 8 more levels waiting for them? If all this is true, how did Xiao Tian know it? Yin Tiansheng found that the young man in front of him was so mysterious that he couldn't see through him even with his years of business experience. But now they were in a forbidden area, full of dangers and dark creatures running rampant. So Yin Tiansheng did not ask too many questions. "Fatty, it's time for you, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, to show off your skills." Xiao Tian collected his thoughts and said to Pang Dehai. Pang Dehai suddenly became proud. In terms of combat power, Longhu Mountain may not be the best in Blue Star, but in terms of divination skills, Longhu Mountain is second to none, and no one dares to claim to be the best. Don't worry, it's covered. Pang Dahai patted his chest confidently, then took out a compass from his arms, held the compass in his left hand, made finger gestures with his right hand, and began to calculate. After a moment, Pang Dahai suddenly looked in one direction. The greatest opportunity in this forbidden area is in that direction. We just need to keep going here, and we will find it. Xiao Tian nodded. As expected of the heavenly master of Mount Longhu, he did have some real skills. Set off. Xiao Tian waved his hand and led everyone in the direction pointed by Pang Dahai. At the same time, Xin Xiulan and others also entered the forbidden area one after another, and were shocked by the blood moon in the forbidden area at the first moment. There is no sign of life here, and everything is shrouded in fog. This is what hell is like, right? The vortex behind him still existed, and someone in the military said worriedly, "Dean, this place is very dangerous. Why don't we go back first? If anything goes wrong with you, we can't afford it." Xin Xiulan looked around and felt her scalp tingling. But for the sake of her research, she shook her head. "I have made up my mind, Captain Wong. Let the team move forward. Sorry to bother you." People entered the forbidden area one after another. Just after Xiao Tian and others left, several figures appeared stealthily at the place. After looking at each other, they followed in the direction Xiao Tian and others left. Xiao Tian and his group would kill gods and Buddhas if they stood in their way. Any dark creatures that appeared on the road, no matter how many there were all killed instantly by Xiao Tian. It's not that the dark creatures are weak, but the main reason is that the dark creatures in the second forbidden area are only at the elementary level, with levels all below level 10, while Xiao Tian's level is as high as level 14. Coupled with the ability enhancement provided by the 4 gene sequences, his appearance here is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack. Under the guidance of Pang Dahai, everyone passed through layers of fog and appeared in front of a huge altar. The altar was as big as a football field, and the fog surrounding the altar was miraculously dispelled by an invisible force. In the center of the altar is a high platform, on which are engraved many tiny and complex patterns, revealing a hint of weirdness. And right above the platform, there are 6 crosses, each of which is covered with a piece of armor. The entire armor is black in color, with a strange power surging on it. In the center of the armor is a light blue gem. There are also unknown complex patterns engraved on the gem. This is it. Pang Dahai glanced at the compass in his hand, then raised his head and looked above the platform. The biggest opportunity here is the armor on the cross. The resurrection level equipment was really found. Xiao Tian looked at the armor on the cross, greed in his eyes, and his breathing became rapid. Can't forget. He would never forget that among the top warriors of Dragon Country in his previous life, almost everyone had a piece of armor in front of him. These resurrection level equipment also have a name. Resurrection armor. For Xiao Tian, who was an ordinary person at that time, treasures of this level were still out of reach, but now they are within reach. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tian flapped the black wings behind him and flew towards the platform. But at this moment, something strange happened. Roar! A roar broke the silence of the night. In the fog, a huge monster landed in front of the altar, blocking Xiao Tian's way. The monster was covered in mist, but one could still vaguely see its muscular body and blood-red eyes. The monster also has a pair of wings on its back, somewhat similar to a bat's wings. In the monster's hand, there was a trident burning with blue flames. Dark creatures. The monster in front of him was also a dark creature, but it was not an ordinary dark creature, but an elite dark creature. Moreover, based on the aura emitted by the other party, it is not difficult to judge that the other party's level has reached the intermediate level. Xiao Tian felt that the other party was actually a level 20 being. Sure enough, it would not be easy to obtain this batch of resurrection armor, as there are such powerful dark creatures guarding it. However, facing the obstruction of level 20 dark creatures, how did Pang Dahai in his previous life get this batch of resurrection armor? There was no time to think too much. The resurrection armor was right in front of him. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire blocking his way, he would not frown. A low roar was heard. Xiao Tian's eyes turned red, and he advanced instead of retreating. He immediately transformed into a beast and rushed towards the dark creature in front of him. Chapter 29. Sorry, I was a little pretentious just now. Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian rushing out, Yen Ruyu was stunned, because the opponent was a dark creature of level 20. You just rushed out like that? Fuck. Pang Dehai was also stunned and completely convinced by Xiao Tian. What a ruthless person he is. He dares to rush forward in this situation. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Is this guy so brave that he doesn't even know how to write the word afraid? At this moment, Pang Dehai even felt that the reason why Xiao Tian chose him was because he was the last Taoist priest on Longhu Mountain who knew the art of divination. If the old man who taught him the skills were still alive, he would probably be the one who got beaten. At this moment, a roar suddenly exploded in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the humble human in front of him taking the initiative to attack him, the dark creature became furious and punched Xiao Tian. When a punch was thrown, the air was compressed to the extreme and made an explosive sound. You can imagine the power of this punch. If you get hit, you'll be blown into pieces no matter how high or low it is. The two figures were getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian flapped the wings behind him violently and narrowly avoided the attack. Then several feathers from behind shot towards the dark creature. Swish, swish, swish. Without exception, the feathers pierced into the flesh of the dark creatures and then released terrifying electric currents. But to Xiao Tian's surprise, the electric current in the feathers had no effect on the big guy in front of him. The stimulation of the electric current completely angered the dark creature. The blood color in its eyes became even darker, and it waved the trident in its hand toward Xiao Tian. Grass! Xiao Tian cursed loudly and in panic could only use his body to withstand the attack. With a loud bang, Xiao Tian was like a fly hit by a fly swatter and was slammed directly into the ground by a huge force. Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu was horrified. If the man she had just entrusted her life to died here now, wouldn't she be a widow? Just when Yen Ruyu and others wanted to rush over to check the situation, Xiao Tian staggered to his feet from the collapsed ground. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his breath was a little weak, and he looked like he had been seriously injured. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head and said. Looking at the bloody back of Xiao Tianku's head, Pang Dehai smacked his lips and was completely speechless. I'll treat you. Yen Ruyu ran up to Xiao Tian with clenched fists, stretched out her hands, and placed them on Xiao Tian's back, and a light yellow light condensed out. Under the cover of the pale yellow light, Xiao Tian's injuries were gradually healing. However, due to Yen Ruyu's current low level and Xiao Tian's abnormal physique, his recovery speed is extremely slow. Xiao Tian looked at the dark creature in front of him and shook his head. It's useless. The recovery speed is too slow. You go first, leave this to me. Yen Ruyu was about to say something when Yen Tiansheng stepped forward and said with a heroic smile, Xiao Tian, you guys should recover from your injuries here first. I will hold this guy back. After he said this, he immediately entered the beast state, his clothes bursting, and he turned into a devilish muscular man, but he still looked quite small in front of this elite dark creature. Xiao Tian glanced back and forth between the two of them and said hesitantly, Really? Is there any problem? Yen Tianqing's level is not even level 10. It's not that he doesn't trust the other party, but the gap is too big. Don't worry, I dropped out of school at the age of 17, entered the business world at the age of 18, and built my own business empire at the age of 23. What storms and waves have I not experienced? Thanks to your care during this period, we can't rely on you for everything, but we can still help you delay some time. Yen Tiansheng laughed a few times, then roared and rushed towards the dark creature. His actions were decisive, leaving Xiao Tian no chance to say more, leaving only a dashing back. While Yen Ruyu was healing Xiao Tian, she looked at her old father's departing back. Her father's image became even taller in her eyes. Boom! Yen Tianqing's veins popped up all over his body. He jumped 3 meters high and punched the dark creature in the abdomen with all his strength. He used all his strength in this punch. Even if he couldn't seriously injure the opponent, he could at least inflict some damage, right? However, when Yen Tianqing looked at the dark creature, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Not to mention causing any harm to the other party. Not a single hair of his was lost. It seems like I boasted too early just now. At his current level, he is no match for the dark creature in front of him. While Yen Tiansheng was in a daze, the space in front of him suddenly darkened. Looking up, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag smashing down on him. Grass! As a business elite, Yen Tiansheng always maintains basic courtesy and has the mentality of remaining calm even when faced with a catastrophe. But now I couldn't help but swear, and my mentality was a little exploded. Boom! After a punch landed, Yin Tiansheng was smashed away like a kite with a broken string, and he rolled on the ground for dozens of times before he managed to stabilize his body. After stabilizing himself, he opened his lips and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Yen Ruyu. Xiao Tian's mouth twitched. Yin Tiansheng did buy himself some time to recover. 3 seconds. Xiao Tian, I tried my best. Yin Tiansheng coughed lightly and lowered his head, not daring to look at the expressions of Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu. I had boasted before, but now I was killed instantly by the dark creature as soon as I made a move. It was so embarrassing. You are all too low level. Let me handle you first. Xiao Tian shook his head and was about to stand up when Pang Dehai came out at this time. Leave it to me. Although I was beaten up by you before I left the mountain, I ate so much of your food after all. As the last generation of Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, I can't just eat and not work. Pang Dehai grinned, took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve, and threw it out. The dark creature stared at the scene blankly without making any move. The talisman paper was successfully stuck to the other person's sturdy arm. Seeing this, Pang Dehai narrowed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and shouted in a low voice. All the soldiers and fighters should march forward in formation. Hurry up and follow the command. Trigger the 9 heavens divine thunder. Explode. Boom. Sizzle. As the incantation fell, the yellow talisman paper suddenly burst out with a force of thunder and lightning, completely covering the arm of the dark creature. Did it work? Seeing the thunder all over the sky, Yen Ruyu said hopefully. However, when the lightning faded, the body of the dark creature reappeared in everyone's sight. Not only was he unharmed, but his scarlet eyes were staring at Pang Dehai with murderous intent. Gurgle. There was no color on Pang Dehai's face, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. I'm sorry. I admit that I was a bit pretentious earlier. I can't handle this big guy. You've burned all my awesome talismans. I'll just leave it to you. Xiao Tian. Just after Pang Dehai finished saying this, the sound of breaking wind was heard again, and the dark creature waved the trident in his hand and stabbed directly in the direction of Xiao Tian and his group. At this moment, everyone felt the chill of death at the same time. It's over. Chapter 30. Cutting off your hand over a disagreement? Are you crazy? Seeing that the trident was about to fall, Pang Dehai was even prepared for a tragic death. He is not a spirit beast warrior, and the Heavenly Master is just an ordinary person after all, and there is nothing he can do in such an emergency. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng, father and daughter, also looked pale. It was true that they were spirit beast warriors, but given their level, they had no capital to resist. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian stepped forward, his wings vibrating and countless feathers shooting forward like a rain of pear blossoms, temporarily stopping the falling huge trident. After the feathers exploded, the surface of the wings was instantly covered with countless blood-colored threads, and new feathers were soon regenerated. These attacks can only temporarily slow down the opponent's speed and cannot cause much damage. Xiao Tian looked up at the intact dark creature and gave his own judgment. In fact, dark creatures are also living beings, and since they're living beings, they naturally have flesh and blood. Before devouring the mutated cockroach, Xiao Tian could restore his strength by sucking blood. But now it's no longer possible. This ability has been erased. He can still regenerate severed limbs, but he can no longer recover from injuries by absorbing blood. In fact, this is normal. He can evolve by swallowing genes infinitely. Each time he swallows, he will gain some new abilities while also discarding some abilities. If every time he devours a new gene sequence, he permanently possesses a specific ability attribute, then he will really become a monster. It seems that I can only use the ability of the mutant cockroach. Xiao Tian felt a little helpless. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had never shown his cockroach antennae. Although this thing can sense danger in advance and even capture the opponent's movements, it looks too funny. It looks like twin tails. Xiao Tian had not used it due to shame, but he had to use it now. As soon as he thought about it, 2 long cockroach antennae grew on Xiao Tian's head. Yen Ruyu and others behind him were stunned. I remember Xiao Tian didn't have this pair of tentacles before. Yin Tiansheng said blankly. What kind of animal abilities did Xiao Tian obtain? Why does he have wings, an electric eel head, and now even tentacles? Yen Ruyu's pretty face was filled with confusion. But these are not the point. The point is that when the cockroach antennae appeared, the situation of the battle took a huge turn. Originally, in front of this dark creature, even Xiao Tian would have had little chance to fight back. But when the cockroach tentacles appeared, Xiao Tian seemed to have suddenly gained power. Facing the attacks of the dark creatures, he was not only able to dodge and advance, but he could even predict them accurately. The dark creature wanted to punch out, but just as he raised his fist, Xiao Tian predicted his movement and dodged the attack in advance with the help of his wings. At the same time, he flashed to the crotch of the dark creature and started punching and kicking his crotch. The dark creature's defenses are at their maximum, but no matter what kind of creature it is, this kind of place is its most fatal weakness. He immediately grimaced in pain and screamed. Yin Tiansheng and Peng Dehai looked at each other and both felt a chill in their crotch. Who said that men can't empathize? Xiao Tian's move was really ruthless. Roar! Xiao Tian's actions completely angered the dark creature. Blue flames emerged around the dark creature, and the trident in his hand waved towards Xiao Tian frantically. But at this moment, Xiao Tian, with the help of the cockroach's tentacles, was simply unstoppable. It's like a mosquito in the summer. You can clearly hear its buzzing, but you just can't hit it. At this moment, Xiao Tian is the mosquito in summer, and the dark creatures are the honest people whose blood is sucked in summer. They are obviously beating their chests and stamping their feet in anger, but they can do nothing about it. After several rounds, the dark creature gradually became exhausted. Xiao Tian didn't waste any words when seeing this. He grabbed a feather and rushed to the dark creature's neck while it was not paying attention. The feather in his hand was inserted deeply into the skin, followed by a strong electric current. The dark creature was already exhausted and could not withstand this attack at all. As a sound of electric current rang out, the huge body of the dark creature suddenly stiffened, and then it fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely lifeless. Dead. This level 20 dark creature was played around by Xiao Tian and eventually died tragically. After doing all this, Xiao Tian Kai landed steadily on the ground, breathing heavily. Xiao Tian, are you okay? It was not until the huge figure fell down that Yen Ruyu and others reacted and rushed to Xiao Tian to express their concern. Just as Xiao Tian was about to speak, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the ground. If Yen Ruyu hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen to the ground and would not have been able to get up. Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu was shocked and said quickly, "Don't talk for now. I will heal you." It seems that dealing with this dark creature has consumed a huge amount of Xiao Tian's energy. After being in contact with Xiao Tian for such a long time, no matter when facing any enemy, Xiao Tian can almost always achieve absolute crushing. It was the first time she saw Xiao Tian so weak. However, just when Yen Ruyu was about to treat Xiao Tian's injuries, a burst of applause suddenly came from the fog. Who? Yen Ruyu and others became alert instantly and turned their heads to look behind them. I saw 5 figures walking out shoulder to shoulder from the mist behind me. The leader had an evil smile on his face and was clapping as he walked. As expected of God Xiao, he can actually fight against opponents of higher levels. This really opens our eyes. The leading young man looked at Xiao Tian and said with a forced smile. After they entered the forbidden area, they had been quietly following Xiao Tian and the others, witnessing all the previous battles. Seeing Xiao Tian fighting the dark creature head-on, they all thought that Xiao Tian was seeking death. But the result was what they didn't expect. Xiao Tian was fine, but the dark creature was killed. Boss, stop wasting time talking to him and just kill Xiao Tian. Then you can give an explanation to brother when you go back. Someone behind him suddenly said. He nodded, then looked at the sets of resurrection armor on the platform with a crazy look on his face. These armors have the ability to resurrect. They're definitely good stuff. Let's take them away later. Our trip will not be in vain. We can actually find such good stuff. In this dark and turbulent time, possessing equipment that can revive someone is equivalent to having an extra life. Yihuan? Are you Yihuan's people? At this moment, Yen Ruyu finally reacted and questioned He. Yihuan is my eldest brother, and my name is He, so I am his younger brother. He did not hide it, because in his opinion, Xiao Tian and his group were already dying, so it would be okay to tell them the truth. Ruyu, take Xiao Tian away first. I'll block them here. Yen Tiansheng frowned, entered the beast state again, and spoke. All of you must die. No one can escape. He wiped the corner of his mouth, then his face turned cold, and he waved his hand and said, "Do it." Just as he finished his last word and the four people around him were about to take action, Xiao Tian, who was originally seriously injured, suddenly put away the pain on his face and stood up expressionlessly. Not only she was stunned by this scene, but even Yen Ruyu and others beside him were a little bewildered. Xiao Tian didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. The two cockroach antennae on his head moved, and four feathers flashed out at the same time and pierced into the eyebrows of the four people. Then a powerful electric current was released, and the four people were electrocuted into charcoal before they could even scream. They all fell to the ground and died instantly. "You're not seriously injured. You're lying to us." He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly looked at Xiao Tian with excitement. "I was lying to you. You were following me all the way. I had sensed it a long time ago. I was worried that you would run away, so I lured you out of your hole." Xiao Tian smiled, then picked up a feather, walked forward, and directly chopped off Hishi's right arm. The incision was extremely smooth, and one could even clearly see the severed bone. It was a few seconds before blood began to gush out of the wound. The warm blood instantly dyed half of his body red, flowing down his thighs and into his shoes. Hishi was stunned. "You are fucking crazy. Damn, cutting off one's hand over a disagreement. Is this something a human can do?" Hishi wanted to scream in pain, but Xiao Tian got there first and covered his mouth with his hand. At the same time, he moved closer to the guy and asked sinisterly, "Tell me the location of your brother He Huan, and I will consider sparing your life." Chapter 31. I'm sorry. I'm a person without principles. Hishi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Xiao Tian seemed to have foreseen the future and instantly revealed a dangerous look in his eyes. Then the feather fell down and broke Hishi's other arm. The boiling blood gushed out like a spring. Hishi's eyelids twitched and his pupils trembled. He felt unwell all over. Spirit beast warriors are also human beings. If they lose too much blood, even a great immortal will come and go into shock or even die. He could clearly feel the blood gradually flowing out of his body, and along with the blood, the temperature of his body also flowed out. It was already extremely cold in the forbidden area, with chilly winds blowing everywhere. The more blood flowed, the colder the body became, especially the sound of flowing water coming from the scene, which really made Hishi unable to hold back. This is not the sound of flowing water, but the sound of blood flowing on the ground. My eldest brother is my brother. He is more important to me than my loved ones. I am his younger brother from the same father and mother. Do you think I would betray him? At this time, Hishi was surprisingly tough, which made Xiao Tian raise an eyebrow. However, the next moment, Hishi suddenly changed the subject. "If I tell you his location, can you let me go?" As if he was worried that his expression was not accurate enough, he continued to add, "I know his location. As long as you promise to let me go, I can tell you now. The name of God Xiao is known to everyone in Dara City. He is decisive in killing his enemies. Anyone who has offended Xiao Tian will not be able to live long. His brother He Huan is just an accident for now." Therefore, Hishi did not dare to give in easily before getting Xiao Tian's guarantee. He was worried that as soon as he revealed the information, Xiao Tian would kill him to silence him. He felt that he had no choice but to use this as a threat in order to gain a certain degree of say. Unfortunately, he underestimated Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian is not the paper-thin character in those brainless novels who is inflexible. "Good." Xiao Tian nodded without any hesitation and said, "I can promise you that if you tell me He Huan's location, I will let you go. But letting you go is one thing, and killing you after letting you go is another." "Swear to God," Hishi suddenly said. "I swear to God." Xiao Tian stretched out 4 fingers and said perfunctorily, "I still don't believe it. If I tell you now, you will kill me directly. What should I do?" Hishi thought for a while and said, "Send me out of the forbidden area first. I will tell you when it is safe." Xiao Tian frowned. All his patience had been exhausted, and suddenly kicked Hishi in the crotch. Having both arms cut off was painful, but the pain of losing one's own brother was even more unbearable. Hishi's facial features were distorted in pain, his body twitched, and he almost fainted. "My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me the information I want, I'll crush you." Xiao Tian's face was stern and his tone was unquestionable. After he finished speaking, he began the countdown. 3, 2, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Before Xiao Tian could say the last number, Hishi finally compromised and told him the whole story of He Huan's hiding place. At this time, He Huan, who was far outside the forbidden area, would never have dreamed that he would send his younger brother and several spirit beast warriors into the forbidden area to find an opportunity to assassinate Xiao Tian. Not only did he fail, but he completely exposed his hiding place. Xiao Tian got the information he wanted, but to be on the safe side, he asked again a few more times. After making sure that the other party was not lying, he nodded. I've told you everything. Can you let me go now? She looked at Xiao Tian with a red face and said pleadingly. Xiao Tian nodded, then punched the guy in the head. He did promise that, in principle, he would let the other party go as long as the other party told the truth. But unfortunately, I am not a principled person. In order to survive in a dark and turbulent era, in addition to strong strength, one also needs a ruthless heart. If I were to stick to principles and bottom lines when doing things, I would have died countless times already. As a reborn person, Xiao Tian would naturally not make such a low-level mistake. The so-called principles and rules are nothing but lies woven by the rulers in order to stabilize the situation. In the context of a dark and turbulent era, only ruthlessness and killing are the only way to go. Huan, I already know your location. Suck your neck clean and wait for me. I will fuck you to death once we get out of the forbidden area. Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of his chest, rubbing the blood in his palm and talking to himself. Just then, Yen Ruyu and others came behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Yen Ruyu glanced at Hishi's headless body and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Fine. Xiao Tian smiled and shook his head. Then why did you look like you were dying just now? Pang Dehai tilted his head with a look of disbelief. After saying that, Pang Dehai suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I see, you've already noticed the whereabouts of these guys and deliberately showed weakness to lure them out. What a deep calculation. Xiao Teng. If this is considered calculating, then all the women in the ancient emperor's harems must be well connected. In fact, Xiao Tian didn't know that there weren't so many twists and turns in Longhu Mountain. Since Pang Dehai came to Longhu Mountain, he had been honestly learning from his master. This is an honest fat man, and Xiao Tian's action really makes him feel refreshed. After dealing with the unimportant personnel, Xiao Tian looked at the sets of resurrection armor on the platform again. Then he walked forward and took them all down. According to the information obtained before rebirth, these resurrection armors need to be bound before they can be used. The binding method is also very simple. You just need to inject your own power into it, and then the resurrection armor will enter a virtual state and be put on your body. It will only reappear if the wearer suffers fatal damage. We've got all the resurrection armors. Let's go out now. Xiao Tian said to everyone while holding 6 sets of resurrection armor. Yin Tiansheng hesitated a little. There should be other good things in the forbidden area. Shouldn't we continue to explore? No. Xiao Tian shook his head and said indifferently. Compared to these 6 sets of resurrection armor, everything else is insignificant. After hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Yin Tiansheng and others no longer hesitated. They followed Xiao Tian towards the exit. They didn't encounter any dark creatures on the way, nor did they encounter any other spirit beast warriors who had entered the forbidden area. The forbidden area is very large, and there is heavy fog. In addition, the number of people entering the forbidden area this time is not too large, so it is actually very difficult to encounter it. But just when the group arrived at the whirlpool, they saw an unexpected scene. Shun Xiaolan seemed to be holding something in her arms and was being protected in the center by the military. And around Shun Xiaolan and her group, there were no less than 10 spirit beast warriors, staring at her with eager eyes. To be precise, he was staring at the thing in Shun Xiaolan's arms. Seeing this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but take a look out of curiosity. This sight was a bit surprising, because what Shun Xiaolan was holding in her arms was also a piece of equipment. It seems that this beautiful Dean is lucky as she picked up a good piece of equipment the first time she came to the forbidden area. But unfortunately, it seems that the surrounding spirit beast warriors also took a fancy to this equipment. A big tree attracts the wind. This beautiful Dean is probably in danger. Chapter 32. The gap between people is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Shen Xiaolan looked at the two parties in confrontation with a worried look on her face. At this moment, Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appeared. She nodded subconsciously and looked, and immediately noticed the 6 sets of resurrection armor in Xiao Tian's arms. Then he looked down at the equipment he was holding tightly in his arms, and his expression was extremely surprised for a moment. She had finally found this piece of equipment, but before she could take it out, she was discovered and besieged by others. Xiao Tian was so good that he actually found 6 items at once. Shen Xiaolan had no idea that the equipment in her arms could not be compared with the resurrection armor in Xiao Tian's arms. If we really compare them, the two sides are definitely as far apart as heaven and earth. After all, one side can only increase the wearer's strength to a certain extent, while the other side can have a resurrection effect. In addition to these 6 sets of resurrection armor, what surprised Shen Xiaolan even more was that the other spirit beast warriors at the scene also discovered Xiao Tian. At the same time, the 6 sets of equipment in Xiao Tian's arms were also discovered, but they just took a glance and then turned their heads and stared at him menacingly. Wow! As a top student who graduated from a prestigious university, Shen Xiaolan was able to work his way up to the position of dean. His character was definitely far superior to that of his peers. But at this moment, I have the urge to swear. No, why? I just found a piece of equipment, and I was besieged by so many of you, as if you were determined to fight me to the death unless I handed over the equipment. Xiao Tian appeared with 6 sets of equipment, but you just took a look and then acted as if nothing had happened. Is this really okay? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your equipment. Otherwise, even if you are a military personnel, we will never show mercy. At this moment, the leading spirit beast warrior looked at Shen Xiaolan and said in a cold tone. As soon as he said this, the spirit beast warriors around him echoed him. Everyone entered the beast state at the same time, as if Shen Xiaolan refused, they would attack at the same time without hesitation. Dean, why don't we just hand over this equipment? With so many spirit beast warriors, we are no match for them. Someone from the military came close to Shen Xiaolan and whispered. Shen Xiaolan naturally knew this, but looking at the equipment that she had obtained with great difficulty, she felt extremely unwilling in her heart. This piece of equipment is not simple. If we could take it back to the Research Institute for careful study, we might be able to figure out something. If they hand it over now, their trip would be meaningless. There are so many of you, but you only have one piece of equipment. Even if I hand it over now, how are you going to distribute it? Shen Xiaolan asked, gritting her teeth. The leader sneered a few times. Haha, don't bother you to worry about this. We're not so stupid as to try to sow discord. What you need to do now is to hand over the things. Seeing that he couldn't fool her, Shen Xiaolan's eyes turned rapidly and suddenly locked onto Xiao Tian. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, you will be stunned. Xiao Tian and his group simply ignored the noise on their side and led their men to the front of the whirlpool unimpeded. Seeing Xiao Tian raising his leg and about to step into the whirlpool, Shen Xiaolan became anxious. Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian paused, then turned to look at Shen Xiaolan in the crowd and blinked. Dean Shen, what's the matter? Shen Xiaolan really wanted to roll her eyes. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm surrounded by a large group of spirit beast warriors now. Can't you see? Although she was speechless, Shen Xiaolan still took a deep breath and said, Xiao Tian, I know your ability. Can you help me this time? Hearing what Shen Xiaolan said, the spirit beast warriors at the scene looked at Xiao Tian, and many people's expressions changed instantly. Could it be that this beautiful Dean in front of me knows this evil star? In the entire Daru city, everyone knows that Xiao Tian has almost monopolized most of the resources by his own strength. But even if they knew, no one dared to openly become an enemy of Xiao Tian. Because anyone who was an enemy of Xiao Tian would have grass growing on his grave, whether it was Li Chong at the beginning or Chao Minglong later. Neither of them had a good ending. If the two parties really know each other, they will definitely be in trouble. Xiao Tian was silent and glanced at everyone present. Just one glance was enough to make many people terrified, and some timid people even almost peed themselves. Only those who know Xiao Tian's deeds know how terrifying his eyes are. It is no exaggeration to say that even if so many people on the scene joined together, they would definitely not be a match for the person in front of them. Could it be that this beautiful Dean really knows this evil star? Just when everyone was worried, Xiao Tian spoke up. Dean Shun, we only met once. This is your own business. I don't think I have any reason to intervene, right? A chance encounter? Does that mean the two of them are not familiar with each other? Call. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their tense nerves gradually relaxed, and they felt relieved. Shen Xiaolan did not notice the reactions of the crowd, but frowned and looked at Xiao Tian seriously. If you're willing to help me solve the current troubles, I can join your team and help you do things. You also know that in this era, more friends mean more paths. Xiao Tian did not agree rashly, but quickly thought about the overall situation. Although he is not the kind of devil who kills innocent people indiscriminately, he is definitely not a good-natured person who will stand up against injustice when he sees it. Since you are neither a friend nor an acquaintance, if you want him to help you out, you must put up corresponding chips. This is called fair cooperation and mutual benefit. Xinsholan will develop many good equipment and some unique inventions in the future. Just one move will allow such a person to be used by him. And it is not difficult for me to help the other party solve their current problems. No matter how you look at it, this deal is not a loss. Okay, I promise you. Xiao Tian nodded. Seeing this, Shun Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know much about Xiao Tian, she roughly knew that since the other party dared to agree, he must be sure of it. Today's crisis was resolved smoothly. Just when Shun Xiaolan thought that Xiao Tian was about to engage in a fierce battle with the spirit beast warriors on the scene, Xiao Tian's actions shocked her mother for 30 years. I'll protect Dean Shun. Don't try to take the equipment in her hands. Everyone, disperse. Xiao Tian looked at everyone and waved his hand. What Shin Xiaolan didn't expect was that in response to Xiao Tian's words, these spirit beast warriors were not angry at all. Instead, they all showed a smile that showed harmony brings wealth. Okay, since God Xiao has spoken, we should naturally give him face. Since God Xiao has spoken, we can't say much. Don't worry, God Xiao will leave now. The group of spirit beast warriors who had previously been eyeing Shun Xiaolan covetously were now as well-behaved as elementary school students. He nodded and bowed to Xiao Tian, then turned around without any hesitation and disappeared into the fog ahead. No, is that it? Shin Xiaolan's mouth opened slightly. Her worldview was shaken. The military personnel were also scratching their heads and looking at each other with extremely strange expressions. They were all ready for a life-and-death battle, but Xiao Tian resolved the crisis with just one sentence. Grass. What kind of monster is this? Is the gap between people really so big? Chapter 33. You a crush on me? Shin Xiaolan finally understood why the spirit beast warriors present remained indifferent even though they clearly saw the equipment in Xiao Tian's arms. So these are your people? As if seeing the doubt in Shun Xiaolan's eyes, Xiao Tian said lightly, They're not my people, they just understand one truth. What's the reason? Shin Xiaolan asked subconsciously. They understand that I am someone they can't afford to mess with. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shun Xiaolan's eyelids twitched fiercely. She wanted to refute, but had nothing to say. It seems to be true. After all, when those people saw Xiao Tian, they behaved like a mouse seeing a cat. Thank you for today. I will fulfill my previous promise, but I am still a military man. I have to stay in a laboratory and continue my research. If you need anything, please let me know. I will never refuse. Shin Xiaolan also knew that there was no free lunch in the world, and the other party was willing to help her when they met by chance. I already owe the other party a huge favor, and now that she has kept this equipment, maybe after she returns, she can really research something with it. Xiao Tian nodded, and then wanted to turn around and leave with Yen Ruyu and others. But after walking a few steps, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped and asked Shin Xiaolan, I am very curious. Now that the dark turmoil has come, the existing order has long collapsed, and the military of Dar City is a name only. Why are you still so determined to do research? In fact, Xiao Tian had always been curious about this question before his rebirth, but at that time, he was just an ordinary person. If he couldn't even take care of 3 meals a day, he naturally wouldn't go out of his way to find Shun Xiaolan to ask such a question. Shin Xiaolan pondered for a while, then raised his head and said seriously, I want to help more people through my research and get through the crisis together. Xiao Tian nodded to show his understanding, and the doubts in his heart were resolved. Shin Xiaolan's idea is not really saintly, but rather great. But in Xiao Tian's opinion, this idea is great, but also somewhat ridiculous. The coming of the dark turmoil remains a mystery until now, and the dark turmoil is divided into 9 levels in total. Now, it is only the first level of heaven, and it is like this. When it comes to the subsequent 9th level of heaven, no one knows what kind of terrifying existence will appear. Shin Xiaolan's research results may be useful, but they can't change anything in the face of absolute darkness. Just as Xiao Tian was about to leave, he suddenly looked at the resurrection armor in his arms. After some hesitation, He took out one of them and handed it to Shun Xiulan. This is... Shun Xiulan subconsciously took the resurrection armor and looked at Xiao Tian in confusion. Yen Ruyu and others looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. They all knew the importance of resurrection armor. This is something that can give the wearer a second life. Xiao Tian actually gave it to the woman in front of him so casually. Pang Dehai's surprise was beyond words, while Yen Ruyu said nothing and stared at Shun Xiulan silently. Although this woman is older than herself, she looks to be in her early 30s, and her skin is even more hydrated than hers. More importantly, the size of Shun Xiulan's chest is simply breathtaking. Her figure is also quite nice, and her whole body reveals the unique charm of a mature woman. The best young woman. Xiao Tian actually gave such a precious thing to the woman in front of him. Could it be that this woman is the type that Xiao Tian likes? Girls are naturally sentimental and think about much more than men, so it's no wonder she thinks this way. This is the resurrection armor. After wearing it, you will have a chance to be resurrected when you are attacked fatally. Inject your strength into it, and it will bind. Resurrection armor? Shun Xiulan widened her eyes in surprise, and under Xiao Tian's guidance, she released a ray of power and injected it into the resurrection armor. When the power was injected into it, the resurrection armor flickered slightly, and then turned into a stream of light that wrapped around Shun Xiulan. Then the resurrection armor disappeared. Xiao Tian knew that this was a sign that the resurrection armor had been successfully bound. It would not have any effect at ordinary times, and would only appear when Shun Xiulan was in danger. After doing all this, Xiao Tian was about to leave. But at this time, Shun Xiulan called Xiao Tian. "Is there anything else, Dean Shun?" Looking at Xiao Tian's cynical face, Shun Xiulan asked in a serious tone, "Why did you give me such a precious thing?" The reason why Xiao Tian did this was very simple. Since Shun Xiulan was already his own, he naturally had to pay more attention to her. After all, what the other party has researched can play a huge role in the future. However, Shun Xiulan herself is not a spirit beast warrior and is powerless to resist when facing danger. So in order to prevent the other party from encountering any accidents, Xiao Tian thought about it before deciding to give the other party a set of resurrection armor. Anyway, he doesn't have many people around him now, so it won't hurt to give them a set of resurrection armor. The reason is that simple. But in Shun Xiulan's opinion, that's not the case. Even if he is a stupid son of a landlord, he won't necessarily scatter gold coins outside. "I'm in a good mood today and simply want to give you some benefits. Don't think too much about it. I don't have any other intentions." Xiao Tian thought for a moment and replied. Then he took Yen Ruyu and others out of the forbidden area. Thinking back on Xiao Tian's words, Shun Xiulan felt that things would definitely not be that simple. Who in their right mind would randomly drop gold coins when they're in a good mood? But why did the other party give me such a precious thing for no reason? Could it be that this boy has a crush on me? When this thought came up, Shun Xiulan's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The first time, when the Research Institute faced the threat of mutant cockroaches, Xiao Tian was the only one who went to solve the problem. This time, facing the siege of everyone, it was Xiao Tian who stood up and solved the problem. Thinking about these two things in connection, Shun Xiulan felt more and more that this was the case. This kid, Shun Xiulan lowered her head, and her lips suddenly curled up. Although I'm a little flattered, but it does feel pretty good to be secretly loved and liked by such a strong and handsome boy. "Dean, shall we go out now?" Just then, someone next to me suddenly asked. Shun Xiulan finally pulled herself out of her thoughts, and after some thought, she shook her head and said, "With Xiao Tian's deterrence, those guys shouldn't dare to attack us. Let's continue to go deeper into the forbidden area and see if we can find any other good things." The other side, after leaving the forbidden area, Xiao Tian did not immediately bring people to settle accounts with Yuan, but instead found two spirit beast warriors who were wandering near the forbidden area. When Xiao Tian called them over, they were scared to death at first, thinking that they were too ugly and had offended Xiao Tian. But when he walked up with trepidation and heard Xiao Tian's words, his sadness suddenly turned into joy. "You two stay here. Anyone who wants to enter the forbidden area must first pay 3 mutant beast crystal cores. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to enter. After that, I can give you some supplies. Do you understand?" It seems that this evil star wants them to be door gods. The forbidden area is a public place that appears out of nowhere, and in theory everyone is qualified to enter. This evil star actually treated the forbidden area as his own private place and charged a fee to enter. So fucking domineering. However, given their strength, they do have the capital to be so domineering. Understood. We will definitely keep an eye on the forbidden area. If you want to go in, you have to pay the crystal core. The two of them nodded in response. Xiao Tian nodded. If anyone dares to force their way in, reveal my name. If anyone dares to force their way in again, report what happened here to me. If I remember correctly, the second forbidden area will be open in 3 days. Now that I am strong enough, it is not impossible for me to monopolize the forbidden area. To sum up, in the Doomsday era, we must make use of all available resources around us. Xiao Tian does not think that there is anything wrong with his approach. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. After giving instructions to the two of them, Xiao Tian left with Yen Ruyu and the group. The crowd did not return to the villa directly, but came to a relatively remote place. Then Xiao Tiankai looked at Yen Ruyu and others. There are 5 sets of resurrection armor here. Come and share some. Chapter 34. I don't want to talk too much, just fight if you don't agree. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to get a set of equipment that has resurrection properties? But what they didn't expect was that Xiao Tian was actually willing to share such precious equipment with them. Yen Ruyu, Yin Tiansheng, and Pang Dehai were each given a set of resurrection armor, including Xiao Tian himself. A total of 4 sets of resurrection armor were consumed, leaving only 1 set of resurrection armor temporarily vacant. After everyone received the resurrection armor, they bound it according to Xiao Tian's instructions. When the resurrection armor was bound, it instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared. Although everyone had seen it here with Xin Xiulan, it still felt new. I was shocked and deeply moved at the same time. Xiao Tian is ruthless in killing his enemies, but he is really impeccable when it comes to treating his own people. Yin Tiansheng dared to guarantee that if Xiao Tian was replaced by anyone else, he probably would not share such a precious pretense with the people around him. At this moment of dark turmoil, the dark side of human nature has been infinitely released, and many people have become selfish. This is the current norm. We are all family, so let's stop saying those meaningless pleasantries. Seeing Yin Tiansheng and the others crying with gratitude, Xiao Tian quickly waved his hand to interrupt them. The dark turmoil is divided into 9 levels. If you want to survive in this chaotic world, it is far from enough to just be strong. This is also the reason why Xiao Tian distributed the resurrection armor to everyone. Everyone nodded when they heard this, without any excessive politeness. Pang Dehai was so moved that he wiped away the tears from his eyes. Xiao Tian had beaten him up on Mount Longhu in the past. Even though he had feasted and drunk a lot afterwards, he still felt a little resentful. He always thought that Xiao Tian was a super bully, the kind who would beat people up if they disagreed with him. But now, with the resurrection armor successfully bound, all his remaining resentment towards Xiao Tian disappeared, and he even felt that Xiao Tian was a great man. This guy is indeed prone to violence when he disagrees with something, but he is extremely nice to the people around him. What does it matter if I'm a superhero if I can be with someone like this? Originally, Pang Dehai planned to return to his hometown, Longhu Mountain, after resolving the issues here. But now I suddenly gave up this idea. There are too many noodles to eat on Longhu Mountain, and I am alone every day. It's not as comfortable as being with Xiao Tian and eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks. Xiao Tian, should we deal with Yihuan's matter now? Yin Tiansheng suddenly asked. Xiao Tian nodded. He had not forgotten about Yihuan. After thinking for a while, Xiao Tian said, Boss Yin, take Fatty back to the villa first. Although it is safe over there for the time being, it still needs someone to guard it. As for Yihuan, Ruyu and I can go there. Yin Tiansheng had no objection to this, as he was confident in Xiao Tian's strength. Okay, then you guys be careful. After Yin Tiansheng gave some instructions, he took Pang Dehai away. Xiao Tian then looked at Yin Ruyu and said, Let's get going too. Good. Yin Ruyu nodded, but her heart was no longer calm because of Xiao Tian's words. Just as the two of them rushed to where Yihuan was. Yihuan suffered a lot. During the days when I was wanted, I didn't dare go out for fear of exposing my whereabouts. What made him even more frustrated was that he had recruited a large number of spirit beast warriors and could have dominated the area. But now he had no choice but to swallow his anger. There was no way. It was true that he had manpower, but they were still far from being able to fight against the spirit beast warriors of the entire Dar City. Xiao Tian, just wait for me. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't let me find you, or you will suffer. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Huan held a wine glass in his hand and looked at the scenery outside the window, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. Just then, a panicked figure stumbled in. Brother Huan, something terrible has happened. Huan frowned and looked at the visitor and said, Didn't I tell you that we are no longer ordinary people, and we must remain calm even if we encounter a big problem? The visitor swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Brother Huan, something serious has happened this time. All the brothers we sent out to follow Xiao Tian have lost contact. When Huan heard this, he instantly lost his composure and stood up from where he was. What did you say? His voice suddenly rose an octave. The man shrank his neck and whispered, Now most of the people who entered the vortex have come out, and Xiao Tian also came out unscathed, but our people have not made any movement. Perhaps they have already. Huan was so angry that he threw the goblet heavily to the ground, and his face became even more gloomy. This time he sent out an entire group of nameless spirit beast warriors, and their levels were not low, but they still failed to deal with Xiao Tian. And among these 5 people is his younger brother, He Shi. Now that everyone has lost contact, I'm afraid He Shi is in great danger. Damn you, Xiao Tian. I can never coexist with you. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion outside, and then another spirit beast warrior rushed in a hurry. Brother Huan, something terrible has happened. Xiao Tian has rushed in with his men. None of U.S. brothers can match him. Several of them were knocked down in one round. Swish! Huan's face instantly turned ferocious, and hot air blew out of his nostrils. Grass! You killed my own brother, and I haven't even started to settle the score with you yet, but you actually came to my territory first. Are you looking down on me? Do you think no one in the entire Dar City can do anything to you? If Xiao Tian used the resources in his hands to issue a hunting order against him, he really wouldn't have any good way to deal with it. But Xiao Tian came to his territory himself, which was just seeking death. How many of them came? Huan was not a brainless person after all, and he did not rush out immediately. There are only 2 people besides Xiao Tian. There's a woman. The spirit beast warrior said truthfully. Huan's expression became even more ferocious when he heard this, and he smashed the glass coffee table in front of him with one punch. Well, what a good Xiao Tian. You dare to break into my territory alone with a woman. Do you really think I'm a pushover? The other party was alone with only a woman, so Huan had no scruples at the moment and directly ordered, Notify all the brothers to work together to kill that ignorant idiot on the spot. Whoever can take off Xiao Tian's head will be rewarded handsomely. As soon as the news spread, all the spirit beast warriors under Huan were in excitement, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They rushed out of the warehouse with loud shouts and surrounded Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu. The leading spirit beast warrior took a step forward, and his fists turned into sharp claws. He licked it with his tongue, looked at Xiao Tian with a grin, and said, Xiao Tian, you? Xiao Tian's expression was cold, and he didn't intend to say anything at all. After looking around, he suddenly squatted down, picked up a brick, and threw it forward. With a loud bang, the guy in front didn't expect Xiao Tian to suddenly attack him. He was not prepared at all and was hit directly in the face by the brick. Blood began to ooze out. Everyone. Chapter 35. The ultimate contrast of the school beauty. Except for Yen Ruyu, who was familiar with Xiao Tian, no one else obviously expected that Xiao Tian would just do something if he disagreed with something. The spirit beast warriors can still feel the pain. With the burning sensation on his face, the spirit beast warrior who was hit in the face by the brick was immediately furious. You are looking for death. He looked at Xiao Tian with resentment, and his originally normal pupils instantly turned vertically into a slit. He rushed towards Xiao Tian, waving his claws. He looked like he was going to tear Xiao Tian to pieces. Xiao Tian had a blank expression on his face, his body still standing straight, with no intention of dodging at all. Even Yen Ruyu didn't know what Xiao Tian meant for a moment. Xiao Tian is indeed very powerful, but his body's defense is not indestructible. Standing still and getting beaten is not like Xiao Tian's style. Just when the 2 sides were close to each other, Xiao Tian's eyes suddenly locked on the blue bucket next to the warehouse door. Whoosh! Black wings emerged from behind, and a feather shot towards the blue bucket. The bucket exploded, water splashed out, wetting the ground, and also the many spirit beast warriors present. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other spirit beast warriors when they looked at Xiao Tian became strange. Is this guy crazy? The attack is right in front of you. But instead of dodging, you even have the mind to blow up a bucket for fun? Only Yen Ruyu's pupils shrank, and she seemed to have vaguely guessed Xiao Tian's thoughts. Just after the bucket exploded, the surface of the black feather that was inserted into the ground by the exploded bucket suddenly began to flash with electric light. Sizzle. The sound of electric current suddenly rang out, and no one could react to what was happening. The powerful electric current spread to everyone through the water stains on the ground. At this moment, everyone was electrocuted and stood still, twitching all over. Under the influence of the strong electric current, all the muscles in the body were paralyzed instantly, as if under a spell and unable to move at all. Ruyu, I'll leave this group of people to you to deal with. Xiao Tian turned his head and looked at Yen Ruyu and said, Good. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and nodded in response. Kill. As a rich lady, this word was extremely distant to her. But now the world has changed. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to protect yourself, you can only keep killing and become stronger. The people in front of him were all He Huan's subordinates. If it weren't for Xiao Tian's powerful strength, they would have been the ones to die. Therefore, Yen Ruyu had no psychological burden in taking action against this group of people. She also wants to become stronger. She doesn't want to be a vase. Yen Ruyu was about to take action when she suddenly looked at Xiao Tian and said, My beast transformation ability can only heal. It seems that I can't fight. Use this. Xiao Tian picked up another brick and handed it to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu. Looking at the brick that Xiao Tian handed over, after some hesitation, Yen Ruyu still reached out to take it. But she had never even killed a chicken in her life, so she was still a little overwhelmed when she was suddenly asked to kill someone. Seeing Yen Ruyu like this, Xiao Tian also patiently guided her, just hit it on the head. Damn it. The corners of the mouths of those paralyzed by the electric current were twitching and tears were about to fall. Devil. This son of a bitch is absolutely a devil. If you have the guts, just do it quickly. Why torture others like this? Many people began to regret that they were so impulsive and attacked the devil in front of them. They wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to kneel down, wanted to fight for a chance of survival. But now my body is paralyzed and all my muscles are out of control. I can't do anything except standing there in a daze. They could only watch as Yen Ruyu, holding a brick, approached them. Yen Ruyu came to an unlucky guy, prepared herself mentally, closed her eyes, and hit him with a brick. Bang! The brick hit the unfortunate guy in the face, and blood gushed out immediately. Heart-wrenching pain spread from the facial nerves to the whole body. But this level of damage is not fatal. Hit the temple. Xiao Tian continued to give instructions patiently. Good. Yen Ruyu nodded, then aimed a brick at his temple and smashed it out. After a brick hit him, the unfortunate guy's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground, completely dead. Dead. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Yen Ruyu's heart beat faster. She glanced at the blood-stained brick in her hand and muttered to herself. This feeling is a bit strange. Perhaps it was because she knew that the people in front of her were guilty of the death penalty. Yen Ruyu not only did not feel any psychological discomfort, but instead felt somewhat refreshed. With the successful first attempt, Yen Ruyu became familiar with the following steps and became more and more proficient. In less than a few minutes, all the spirit beast warriors on the scene were killed. How does it feel to be killing someone for the first time? Xiao Tian came to Yen Ruyu and asked with a smile. I originally thought that Yen Ruyu would delay for a long time because it was her first time killing someone, but I didn't expect her to be so decisive. This made Xiao Tian look at her more favorably. But no matter what, this is a hurdle that Yen Ruyu must overcome. If she wants to survive in such a chaotic era, her hands must be stained with blood. It feels pretty good, very exciting. Yen Ruyu threw away the brick, glanced at the bloody scene, and said with her head down. This answer made Xiao Tian confused. I originally thought that Yen Ruyu would feel uncomfortable and irritated, or even have psychological trauma or something. I didn't expect this answer. The contrast is quite big. No wonder people often say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more contrast she has. It seems to be true. Let's go, it's time to find Yi Huan now. Xiao Tian said. Yen Ruyu nodded, and the two of them walked into the warehouse one after the other. In the warehouse hall, Yi Huan had seen everything that happened outside through the surveillance. So many brothers, and they were all killed in one encounter. Is this guy really a human? It's even more outrageous than the rumors on the internet. During this period of time, Xiao Tian has been developing his power and improving his level. He has now reached level 12, and originally thought that this level was enough to suppress Xiao Tian. Now it seems that it is a bit uncertain. Run. Must run. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from far away. He Huan's body suddenly quickened, and a pair of bat wings spread out from behind him, smashing through the ceiling of the warehouse and rushing out. This huge movement naturally attracted Xiao Tian's attention. Xiao Tian, I admit that I did underestimate you, but don't be complacent. We have a long way to go. I will remember this grudge. He Huan looked down at Xiao Tian from above and began to speak harshly. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows, and a pair of black wings appeared behind him. He picked up Princess Yen Ruyu and rushed forward. Alpaca. Seeing Xiao Tian also flying up, He Huan's alarm bells immediately rang. Without saying a word, he turned around and flew quickly in one direction. But even though he used his fastest speed, he still couldn't completely break the distance between the two sides, and the distance between them was even getting closer and closer. You know, Xiao Tian was carrying someone with him, yet he was still running so fast. What kind of monster is this? He Huan already regretted provoking Xiao Tian. But most of the resources in Daru City are controlled by this bastard, which has seriously squeezed the living space of others. In order to survive, he had to provoke Xiao Tian. As the distance between the two sides was getting closer, at this moment, a huge bunker appeared on the horizon ahead. Seeing this scene, He Huan was overjoyed. He increased his speed and dived toward the bunker. This bunker was originally managed by the military, but was occupied by He Huan after the dark turmoil broke out. Although the bunker looks unremarkable, it has a very high defensive capability and cannot be opened even by cannons. He has always regarded it as his last resort. As long as he enters the bunker, 10 Xiao Tians won't be able to do anything to him. Chapter 36, Flesh and Blood Break Through Steel Madman. Xiao Tian, that guy wants to escape, Yen Ruyu suddenly said. Being held in Xiao Tian's arms, she felt a little dazed, her head resting on Xiao Tian's chest, and she could hear his violent heartbeat. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. In fact, he could see He Huan's intention without Yen Ruyu's reminder, because this guy's purpose is too straightforward. With his eyes fixed on the huge fortress below, Xiao Tian's lips curled up in a hint of contempt. With just a quick glance, Xiao Tian discovered that this bunker did not use any special materials, but was built entirely with existing materials on Blue Star. This level of strength might be strong enough for humans on the Blue Planet, but it is still far inferior to a villa manor wrapped in fine steel. Oh, do you think I can't do anything to you if you escape to the bunker? Xiao Tian, we are not done with today's business. Seeing the bunker getting closer, He Huan felt relieved and actually turned around to taunt Xiao Tian. You killed my people and made me so embarrassed. I will pay you back tomorrow. Let's wait and see. Xiao Tian had a blank expression on his face. He just felt that this scene was extremely funny. Since you think you can be safe by hiding in the bunker, I will first shatter your fantasy and then kill you completely. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian deliberately slowed down his speed. He Huan could clearly feel that Xiao Tian's speed dropped a lot in an instant, but he didn't think much about it. He just felt that Xiao Tian was exhausted. After laughing loudly, he landed directly in front of the gate in front of the bunker. There was also a spirit beast warrior guarding the gate, who was He Huan's subordinate. In addition to the warehouse, he also arranged several spirit beast warriors to guard the bunker. Brother Huan. When the spirit beast warrior saw He Huan falling from the sky in a miserable state, he was stunned and was about to ask a question. He Huan hurriedly urged, "Don't ask anything. Close the bunker door quickly." After saying that, he rushed into the bunker without looking back. The spirit beast warrior was completely confused, and at this moment Xiao Tian also landed on the ground with Yen Ruyu. Grass! Seeing Xiao Tian's appearance, the spirit beast warrior was obviously frightened. Isn't this God Xiao? How did our brother Huan provoke this evil star? No wonder he is so embarrassed. It's no wonder that he knows Xiao Tian. In the current EU city, most ordinary people, even those who have not awakened the ability to transform into beasts, know Xiao Tian. This name is at its peak in the current Daru city. Without any hesitation, the spirit beast warrior decisively pressed the button beside him, and the bunker door slowly started and gradually closed. He Huan had already rushed into an office in the bunker. There were many screens in front of the office, through which he could clearly see the scene outside. Hearing the heavy sound of the door closing, his tense nerves gradually relaxed, and he slumped down in the chair. Safe. The bunkers here were built completely according to wartime conditions, and even mushroom eggs cannot have any impact. The entire bunker is wrapped in high-density materials. Even the bunker door is 10 meters thick, all made of high-strength alloys. Even if Barrett's bullet hit it, it could only leave a shallow mark. With such a defense, even if Xiao Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to rush in. Looking at Xiao Tian outside, He Huan raised the corner of his mouth and pressed a button beside him. A secret door opened right above the bunker, and a large black speaker slowly rose up. Then He Huan's provocative voice came from the loudspeaker. Xiao Tian, as long as I hide in the bunker, even if you are the king of heaven, you can't do anything to me. The bunker is well defended and has a large amount of supplies stored inside. Enough for me to live a carefree life for a year. Either you rush in and kill me now, or you stay outside and guard me for a year. You'd better not give me any chance, because if there's any chance, I will spare no effort to retaliate and make you suffer unbearable pain. He Huan's arrogant laughter lingered in the sky. Yen Ruyu pursed her red lips with a strange expression. He Huan is a big shot. He has followed Xiao Tian for so long, and this is the first time he has seen someone dare to provoke him like this. Although she didn't know the defensive strength of the bunker in front of her, she firmly believed that Xiao Tian would have a way. Listening to the provocative words coming out of the loudspeaker, Xiao Tian was also amused. Then Xiao Tian went straight to the front of the bunker gate and stood still. Then he punched out with all his might. Boom! After the punch landed, the door was intact, just slightly dented. On the other hand, Xiao Tian's fist was already bleeding and many of his bones were broken. Ha ha! I've said it before, the bunker's defense is very strong. You can't break it. I know you're anxious now, but don't be anxious, because there's no use in being anxious. You know I'm in there, but you can't do anything to me. This doesn't feel good, right? He Huan's mocking voice was heard again from the loudspeaker. Xiao Tian's face darkened, and then he punched out again. After this punch, the heavy metal door dented a little again, but overall it was still fine. Instead, Xiao Tian's fist was completely broken. But soon, the injured fist was wrapped by countless blood-colored threads and soon recovered to its original state. This is the healing power that comes with Xiao Tian's genes. This bunker is indeed very strong, and there may be weaker places elsewhere, but Xiao Tian is too lazy to look for them. He wanted to break down the door and rush in the simplest and most brutal way. Boom! After recovering, Xiao Tian didn't waste any words and punched out again. This punch still failed to shake the metal door, but the dent on the door increased slightly again. The mocking voice from the loudspeaker never stopped, and Xiao Tian's actions never stopped. If you are hurt, heal. Once you're healed, keep punching. Half an hour later, the heavy metal door had been blasted with a 1-meter dent. An hour later, the gate had sunk 3 meters. 2 hours later, the gate sank another 3 meters. During this period, Xiao Tian's right arm and fist were broken countless times and bled countless times. But he was like a wild animal that could not feel pain, and the taste of blood only made him more excited. One punch and another punch. Xiao Tian's speed was getting faster and faster, and the originally indestructible door became more and more deformed and gradually showed signs of falling apart. Yen Ruyu just stood there and watched quietly. Seeing the deformed metal door, it was not difficult for her to imagine the despair that He Huan would suffer later. It is not illegal to be arrogant, and it is not a crime to be overbearing. But he chose the wrong person to provoke. In a bunker office, seeing the door gradually deforming, He Huan's originally steadfast heart became even colder. Later, he stood up directly, his face full of confusion. This idiot, is he a devil? This madman actually used his flesh and blood to blast the 10-meter-thick metal door into this state. Brother Huan, the gate probably can't withstand such an attack. This guy is simply a madman. What should we do now? The 2 spirit beast warriors beside him had already panicked. There are only 2 of them in charge of guarding the entire bunker, and now there are only 3 people, including He Huan. Xiao Tian punched the door again and again, and the heavy sound continued to echo in the empty bunker. The bombardment shook the eardrums of the 3 people and shattered their courage to resist. What to do? After hearing the 2 people's questions, He Huan didn't know what to do. The bunker has no back door at all. The only entrance and exit is the front door, and now the door is about to be blown open. Damn, you're already trapped in a jar, with no way to escape. At this moment, Huan really regretted provoking Xiao Tian. If he had known that this madman was so fierce, he would never have dared to provoke him, even if he was beaten to death. It's a pity that things have evolved to this point, and there is no point in saying anything. Boom! At this moment, as Xiao Tian's last punch landed, his 5 fingers were completely shattered, becoming bloody and extremely hideous. The indestructible metal door finally couldn't hold up under this blow and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Huan's pupils shrank violently. It's over. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Despair. The Price of Provoking Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had a blank expression on his face. He raised his hand and began to repair the damage to his fist. The heavy metal door in front of him, which should have been indestructible, had already been severely deformed and fell to the side. As the dust drifted, Xiao Tian's figure became a little blurry, and he looked even more mysterious in Yen Ruyu's eyes. Yen Ruyu initially thought that Xiao Tian was just an ordinary student from the same school as her, who was accidentally awakened and became a spirit beast warrior after being exposed to the aurora. Before this, Yen Ruyu had always been curious about what animal's ability Xiao Tian had awakened. With falcon wings and an electric eel head, it looks like it's a fusion of more than one animal. And now, Yen Ruyu became even more curious. Who is Xiao Tian? The metal gate in front of him was obviously the strongest defensive point in the entire bunker, and he could have started from other places. At worst, with his current prestige in Dara City, he could do as Huan said and find someone here to keep an eye on Huan's every move and fight with him. Anyway, Xiao Tian has all kinds of resources outside, but the resources in the bunker can only support Huan for 1 year. But Xiao Tian did not do so. Instead, he forcibly broke open the metal door in the simplest and most brutal, even self-mutilating way. It is true that Xiao Tian has the means to heal himself, but he will also feel pain when his fist is shattered by the metal door. During the few hours of bombarding the gate, Xiao Tian's fist broke countless times. However, he didn't even frown. Even though Yen Ruyu did not have much social experience, she knew that this was definitely not the willpower that ordinary people could possess. At this moment, the injury on Xiao Tian's fist was healed, and then he stepped in. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu hurriedly followed. The 2 men walked one after the other. Before they had taken a few steps, Huan walked out of the office and appeared in front of them with 2 of his men. Xiao Tian raised his lips and looked at Huan with a playful expression. Huan had a dull expression and looked like he had lost his spirit. The moment the metal door was blown open, he had lost all thought of escaping. It's not that he suddenly isn't afraid of death. It's mainly because the gate is the only exit and he can't run away at all. The powerful strength displayed by Xiao Tian also made him almost numb. That was a metal door that was 10 meters thick. It was smashed and deformed bit by this madman's fist. Facing such an opponent is really despairing. Aren't you going to run anymore? Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. I won't run away. Huan took a deep breath and shook his head. If I had known you were such a lunatic, I would never have provoked you. Xiao Tian said calmly. Do you think I will let you go if you say this now? Huan chuckled. He was not that naive. He is definitely not a fool, as he was able to build up his own power. He has made almost no mistakes since the beginning of the dark turmoil. The only mistake he made was provoking Xiao Tian at the wrong time and in the wrong place. I've heard about your strength a long time ago, and I've also seen the video of you killing Chao Menglong, but in the end, I've only seen it, and I haven't experienced it in person. Huan raised his head and said seriously, all my supplies are in the bunker warehouse. If you kill me, all these supplies will be yours. I won't lose anything in my life if I die in your hands. Just kill you, and the supplies here will still be mine. Xiao Tian sneered and suddenly changed the subject. But I can't agree to your request. After saying that, Xiao Tian turned his head and looked at Yen Ruyu. Turn on the live broadcast. Yen Ruyu understood immediately, took out her mobile phone, and skillfully turned on the live broadcast. Seeing this, Huan smiled bitterly. A few days ago, he was still thinking about subduing Xiao Tian, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would be forced into a desperate situation by the other party. Now we have to become each other's stepping stone. But it doesn't matter. Seeing that the live broadcast was turned on, Xiao Tian didn't waste any words and hooked his finger at Huan. Huan took a deep breath and rushed toward Xiao Tian with all his resentment. Throw out a punch. Xiao Tian dodged it easily. Kick it out. Xiao Tian also dodged it easily. Xiao Tian seemed to be able to see through all his intentions and reacted almost the moment he made a move. For half an hour, he couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Tian's clothes. Despair. Extremely desperate. After half an hour, He Huan was already gasping for breath, while Xiao Tian was still strolling leisurely. What level of strength are you? He Huan was a little overwhelmed and finally couldn't help asking about Xiao Tian's level. He felt that since Xiao Tian was so powerful, his level must be much higher than his. Level 14. Xiao Tian opened his lips slightly and spoke truthfully. Level 14. He Huan was completely desperate. He is only 2 levels higher than me, but he can crush me in combat power. This is incredible. Monster. This bastard is simply not a human being. After extreme despair, there's uncontrollable anger. Bat wings appeared behind He Huan, and he suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Xiao Tian. Sonic attack. He awakened the ability of a bat, which enabled him to not only spread his wings and fly, but also attack opponents through sonic waves. This trick never works. Even Yen Ruyu, who was holding a mobile phone beside her, frowned, and a look of pain appeared on her face. The sound waves were extremely penetrating, like an invisible blade piercing her head. But at the intersection of the sound waves, Xiao Tian's body was still standing straight. How is that possible? He Huan couldn't hold it in any longer. How could it be possible that there is no effect at all? Are you a human being? Xiao Tian did not answer. He Huan's sonic attack was indeed very powerful, and Xiao Tian, who was standing right in front of him, had his eardrum shattered almost instantly. But this little pain is nothing to Xiao Tian. At the moment the eardrum shattered, a red thread appeared and quickly repaired the damaged eardrum. It's time to end it. Seeing that the time was almost up, black wings appeared behind Xiao Tian, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. He Huan only felt a cold wind blowing from behind, and Xiao Tian suddenly appeared behind him, holding a black feather in his hand, and stabbed it into his chest fiercely. Phew! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. He Huan's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his head to look at his pierced chest. He has mixed emotions right now. Fear, despair, and even a hint of relief. At the end of his life, he used up his last bit of strength and said weakly, "They are my confidants. After I die, I hope you will let them go. They are all innocent." Without waiting for Xiao Tian to answer, He Huan collapsed to the ground, completely losing his life. Seeing He Huan receive the lunchbox, the 2 spirit beast warriors stood there at a loss, almost suffocated by despair. At this time, Xiao Tian also looked at them. Then, feathers fell, and the 2 of them received their lunchboxes one after another. It doesn't matter whether they are innocent or not. Xiao Tian would never do something that would cause harm to others. Since they chose to follow He Huan, they are also his enemies. The correct way to deal with enemies is to root them out to prevent future troubles. The battle ended quickly, but the live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 38. The Heavenly Master changes his profession and goes to work at the docks. Is this how Xiao Shun treats his enemies? He Huan is so good at hiding. So many people couldn't find him, but in the end he was found by Xiao Shun. He Huan is definitely much stronger than Xiao Meng Long and the others, but I didn't expect him to be crushed. Is Xiao Shun a human being? Is he really a god? When Yen Ruyu saw the live broadcast room full of barges, the corners of her lips curled up, and she was actually a little proud. She had successfully won over such an outstanding man, which was indeed something to be proud of. All of He Huan's supplies are in the bunker. Let's go in and look for them. Xiao Tian said after he stopped transforming into a beast. Do you need to turn off the live broadcast first? Yen Ruyu asked subconsciously. Xiao Tian also understood Yen Ruyu's intention. If he really found a large amount of resources later, who knows how many people would be interested in it? This is the reason why you shouldn't be afraid of thieves stealing, but you should be afraid of thieves. But Xiao Tian shook his head. Keep driving. Others are afraid of thieves, but he is afraid of nothing. When he was destroying his enemies, he broadcast the entire process live, telling everyone the consequences of provoking him. When counting the spoils, he also broadcast it live in a high-profile manner, telling everyone clearly that whoever was thinking about it would be doomed. This is not arrogance. This is confidence. After hearing the conversation between the 2, everyone in the live broadcast room was very curious about how much supplies were stored in He Huan's bunker. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian and his companion found several warehouses filled with various supplies. The supplies are of a complete variety. Although not as rich as those stored in Xiao Tian's villa, they're definitely not a small amount. Seeing so many supplies, everyone's saliva almost flowed out of the screen. Fuck, this Yuan actually hoarded so many supplies. What on earth is this idiot trying to do? With so many supplies, why not just stay put and grow? Why does he have to provoke this evil star? Don't forget that he has a large number of people under his command. These supplies will be consumed sooner or later. If you want to develop in the long run, you must face the huge mountain of Shaoshan. So many supplies. It would be great if they were mine. You can go grab it. Shaoshan has just turned on location sharing. Never mind. I still want to live a little longer. After counting the supplies, Xiao Tian asked Yen Ruyu to call the workers in the villa to come and pick up the goods. Only after finishing the job did he follow Yen Ruyu out of the bunker. The live broadcast continues. After the two walked out of the bunker, the damaged bunker door appeared clearly in front of everyone. Originally, everyone was discussing the abundant supplies in the bunker, but now they were suddenly attracted by the damaged door at the entrance of the bunker. Shit, is this the door to the bunker? Such a thick metal door. It looks like it was forced open. Damn, could it be that Xiao Shun just blasted open the door and rushed into the bunker to kill Yuan? Not really. This gate is almost 10 meters thick, right? And it's a metal gate. Not every spirit beast warrior is a strong man. While everyone was discussing, a man who claimed to be an expert in the relevant field jumped out. This man claimed to be one of the designers of the bunker, and he explained to everyone the defense strength of the entire bunker and what kind of high-strength materials were used. The bunker door, in particular, was made of the hardest material currently available on Blue Planet and was also the most defensive part of the entire bunker. Even for a spirit beast warrior, it would be difficult to break it in a short time. After hearing this person's scientific explanation, everyone lost their composure. Yuan hid in the bunker, but was still killed on the spot by Xiao Tian. It was self-evident who broke into the bunker. And looking at the situation, Xiao Tian directly broke through the strongest part of the bunker and directly damaged the entrance to the bunker. How'd Xiao Shin do it? Is this guy a human being? At this moment, countless people secretly made up their minds that they must not provoke Xiao Tian no matter what. If you provoke a powerful being, you might die miserably. But if you provoke Xiao Tian, you won't live long. It didn't take long before the workers drove to the scene and began moving supplies from the bunker. The team was led by Pang Dehai, while Yin Tiansheng stayed in the villa to prevent any emergencies. Xiao Tian signaled Yen Ruyu to turn off the live broadcast and then came to Pang Dehai. Pang Dehai is in high spirits and is directing the workers to move supplies. Seeing Xiao Tian, he quickly forced out a smile. "Hello, big brother." Xiao Tian's mouth twitched and he was embarrassed. "You are a heavenly master after all, so what's with this sudden lackey temperament? It's only been how long since he followed me, and you've already called him big brother? What's the matter? You kid, instead of being the heavenly master of Mount Longhu, are you going to work as a trader? Aren't you afraid that the successive heavenly masters of Mount Longhu will be so angry that they will jump out of their graves when they find out? What did you call me?" Xiao Tian tightened his throat and asked again. "Big brother." Pang Dehai blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother, you," and I hit it off right away. From the first time I saw you, I decided that you were my brother. From now on, as long as you don't mind, I will stay by your side and serve you wherever you point me. Cool. It feels so good. Since following Xiao Tian, he no longer has to worry about food every day. Not only can we have food to eat every day and have enough to eat, but we can even have delicious fish and meat for every meal. After coming out of the forbidden area, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu to settle accounts with Yuan, while he followed Yin Tiansheng back to the villa to take charge. While I got back to the villa, I drank a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and had a meat hot pot. It's so cool. In the past, a hot pot meal would have been nothing. But now it is a dark and turbulent time, and food is a very scarce resource. What else can he ask for when he can eat whatever he wants anytime and anywhere? Whoever can feed him is his big brother. Dear brother, Pang Dehai looked at Xiao Tian with admiration and only regretted that she was not a girl and could not repay Xiao Tian's kindness of filling her stomach with her body. Xiao Tian didn't know what was wrong with this fat guy. He just felt that the other person's eyes made him feel physically uncomfortable. After handing over the matter to Pang Dehai, he took Yen Ruyu back to the villa. As soon as the two returned to the villa, Yin Tiansheng came over with a large pile of crystal cores. "Xiao Tian, I just returned to the villa and saw many people bringing crystal cores to exchange for supplies. I have counted these crystal cores. There are 318 in total. Please count them. 318 crystal cores. This is definitely a terrifying number. Xiao Tian was also a little surprised. More than 300 crystal cores. This means all the mutant beasts in the entire Dar City have been hunted down, right? Xiao Tian made a simple inventory, then left 50 crystal cores each to Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng, father and daughter, and began to absorb the rest himself. 218 crystal cores. Even Xiao Tian would need a long time to absorb them. After saying hello to the father and daughter, Xiao Tian took the crystal core back to his room and began to absorb it. He now has the strength of level 14. I wonder what level he can reach after completely absorbing these 218 crystal cores. A comprehensive mutation is about to come, and large-scale mutations of insects and plants are also imminent. At this time, the more strength you have, the more protection you will have. Swallow. Absorb. P.S. I haven't updated for a few days because I was infected with the H1N1 flu. I felt so bad and haven't fully recovered yet. I was in a coma. The H1N1 flu has been very severe recently. Everyone, remember to wear a mask when going out. Chapter 39. The Fusion Mutant Beast Appears. After Xiao Tian walked into the room, Yen Ruyu and his daughter also began to absorb the power of the crystal core. Their absorption speed is still far slower than Xiao Tian's, but as their levels increase, their absorption speed has increased to a certain extent. 6 hours passed in a flash. The two of them absorbed the energy of 5 crystal cores, respectively. Yen Ruyu's level successfully reached level 10, and Yen Tiansheng reached level 12. If Xiao Tian saw this scene, he would definitely be quite surprised. If Xiao Tian absorbed the same number of crystal cores as the two of them, he would never reach this level. From this we can draw a conclusion. The number of crystal cores Xiao Tian needs to upgrade is far more than that of ordinary people. This may be related to the multiple gene sequences in his body. Just like the protagonist in a novel, because a lot of energy is required to break through, he possesses combat power far exceeding that of other monks at the same level. I don't know what Xiao Tian's current situation is. Yen Ruyu stopped absorbing and looked towards the bedroom on the second floor. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the room on the second floor. Just as the two were surprised, Xiao Tian pushed the door and walked out. Xiao Tian's appearance has not changed at all now, but the invisible pressure he exudes on people has become stronger. If the original Xiao Tian was a sharp blade unsheathed, the current Xiao Tian is a sword hidden in the sheath, ready to be fired. Yen Tiansheng was stunned and asked blankly, Xiao Tian, why did you come out? The crystal core has been completely absorbed by me. Xiao Tian replied while twisting his neck. Yen Tiansheng was confused for a moment, and he and Yen Ruyu looked at each other in bewilderment. Oh shit, what a fuck. He could more or less understand why Xiao Tian absorbed crystal cores quickly in the past. After all, there are only dozens of crystal cores in total. But now there are more than 200 crystal cores. In just a few hours, my father and I only absorbed 5 or 6 pills, but you've already absorbed them all? How can there be someone like you? However, although it is hard to believe, after spending some time together, Yen Tiansheng knows that Xiao Tian is not a boastful person. What level are you now? Yen Tiansheng asked curiously with burning eyes. Level 20. It has only been a short time, and this kid has reached this level. He is really a monster. But fortunately, such monsters are not his enemies. Otherwise, it would be too despairing. Xiao Tian walked down to the second floor and asked about the two's swallowing progress. He found that they had only swallowed a few crystal cores and was somewhat speechless. How can it be so slow? Every time a crystal core arrived, he would leave one for the two of them. The two of them hadn't even completely absorbed the crystal core that I left for them last time. Xiao Tian did not say what was in his mind, but the two of them could more or less guess what Xiao Tian meant. They also want to absorb it quickly, but they are not monsters like Xiao Tian. I really can't do it. Moreover, their absorption speed is not particularly slow in essence. Compared with other spirit beast warriors, they are already relatively fast. Asking the two to continue absorbing the crystal core, Xiao Tian poured himself a cup of hot water, sat on the sofa, and started browsing his phone. I was so happy after watching this. A new topic has become a hot topic. Shock. There are no more mutant beasts to hunt in Dar City. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? When I clicked on it, I found out that everyone was hunting mutant beasts during this period and exchanging crystal cores for various supplies for Shao Tian. This resulted in a huge impact on the mutant beast ecosystem in the entire Dar City. Mutated beasts are not ordinary animals. They have strong vitality and terrifying combat power, but it can't withstand the large number of spirit beast warriors. With the joint cooperation of the spirit beast warriors, unless the beast is a particularly outrageous mutant, it will basically not escape the disaster. Now, many spirit beast warriors want to improve their strength and want to hunt some mutated beasts for themselves, only to find that there are no hunting targets. There are countless complaining comments below the related topics. I'm so annoyed. Who on earth killed all the mutants? I took my men out for 3 days and 3 nights, but I didn't even see the shadow of a mutant. Where is the dark turmoil? If it weren't for the existence of the spirit beast warriors, I would have thought that things would have returned to normal by now. It is recommended that the mutant beast be listed as a first-class protected animal in Dar City. Shao Tian was amused by the comments. He read for a while and then turned off his phone. Before his rebirth, mutant beasts were rampant in the Dar City, and even the spirit beast warriors had to be cautious when going out in teams. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I would accidentally change the existing situation. The current Dar City may be the safest place in the entire blue planet, but this situation will not last long. The complete mutation of plants and insects will probably happen in the next few days. By then, the mutant beasts will reappear and rebound on a large scale, and the environment will become even worse. Shao Tian leaned on the sofa, pondered for a while, and then opened the system interface. Name, Shao Tian. Level 20. Bloodline level 18. Gene sequence number 9527, Spirit Beard Warrior. Inherits the ability to regenerate broken limbs, extends a pair of wings, releases lightning feathers to cut enemies, and possesses a strong sense of danger. Everything happened as Shao Tian expected. When a level reached 20, Shao Tian got an extra chance to devour. And this time, he could devour the mutant beast. In addition, the bloodline level has also changed from level 14 to level 18. If I'm not mistaken, now any mutant beast below level 18 can be suppressed by me and forcibly subdued by me. Shao Tian stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. However, there are no mutant beasts in Dar City recently, so we can only wait for a few days. Wait for the comprehensive mutation of plants and insects, and then verify his hypothesis. 3 days passed in a flash. This day, something strange happened. The plants and insects that can be seen everywhere in the city have also mutated, and on a large scale. Groups of willow trees mutated and turned into terrifying monsters covered with willow branches. The swarm of bees in the hive also suddenly mutated. Their bodies grew to 1 meter in size, and they attacked the spirit beast warriors in groups. What's even worse is that many people's shelters were suddenly damaged at the same time. Because the shelter was not hygienic, the cockroaches in the cracks in the ground unexpectedly all mutated and became 2-meter-tall, muscular men. Even in Tianhu Park in Daru City, a fusion mutant beast with a level of 22 appeared and was crazily destroying the surrounding buildings. The news began to spread wildly on the internet. This fusion mutant beast appeared in the public eye for the first time. After just a few days of peace, Daru City became chaotic again. It was at this time that Shao Tian set off. Fatty, Tianhu Park, come with me. Chapter 40. Shao Shun is surrounded. Shao Tian set off with Pang Dahai, because this newly appeared fusion mutant beast is the most suitable target for devouring at the moment. After all, fusion beasts are different from ordinary beasts. They themselves have integrated the genetic sequences of multiple mutants. The genetic sequence he can extract from it will naturally be stronger. As for why only Pang Dahai was brought along, but not Yen Ruyu and her daughter, the reason was very simple. Yen Ruyu and his daughter need to absorb crystal cores to increase their strength. Pang Dahai is not a spirit beast warrior and does not need to increase his level by absorbing crystal cores. Soon after the plants and insects completely mutated, the Dark Lord of the First Heaven would descend upon the blue planet. If Daru City is compared to a large online game, the mutant beasts and dark creatures are small monsters, and the Dark Overlord is the final boss. Although Shao Tian has enough strength to protect the two of them, it is impossible for him to stay by their side all the time. If you want to protect yourself, the best way is always to improve your own strength and not rely entirely on others. Brother, Are you really going to take me with you? Can I not go? Pang Dehai said shyly on the co-pilot's seat. Don't you want to go? Xiao Tian asked, glancing at him. It's not that I don't want to go. I'm good at treasure hunting, but I'm afraid I'm not so good at fighting. I'm mainly worried that I'll hold you back. Pang Dehai squinted his eyes. He didn't lie. The main fighting method of their Longhu mountain heavenly master was talismans. But his talisman skills still needed to be improved, and the talismans passed down by successive heavenly masters were all burned by Xiao Tian. This also leads to a significant reduction in the current strength of Pang Dehai. Xiao Tian sneered a few times. How about I let you go now and have someone make you some hot pot and some beer? Pang Dehai's face lit up. I think it's okay. Xiao Tian's face darkened instantly. This fat guy talks so much, but to put it bluntly, he just doesn't want to put in any effort. This guy's become a lot more lazy since he came to the villa. He gets up later than a dog and eats more than a pig every day. It's only been a few days since I came out of the forbidden area, and I've gained a lot of weight. I remember that before his rebirth, Pang Dehai was like this. He found the resurrection armor by himself and gathered a group of strong teams. Whoever offends our dragon nation will be punished no matter how far away they are. This is what Pang Dehai said when he was fighting against the Lord of Darkness. Xiao Tian still remembers it clearly. At that time, Pang Dehai was already a strong man in the eyes of countless people and stood in the ranks of the first echelon, while Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person. I didn't expect that such an awesome person would become so lazy and gluttonous. Could it be that his rebirth brought about the butterfly effect, affecting the normal development of the original plot? It seems that after this incident, I have to find something for this fat guy to do. I will control your food portions after we get back, and you can't continue to eat and drink as much as you want. Xiao Tian said lightly. When Pang Dehai heard this, he felt as if the sky had fallen. No, big brother, I admit that I can eat a little, but we have so many supplies in our villa. Are you afraid that I will eat you out of money? It's not a matter of supplies. Xiao Tian glanced at him and said calmly, have you ever seen a celestial master as fat as you? I am fat and broad, and I am blessed. What a blessing. When you go back, either lose weight or get lost. Hearing Xiao Tian's unquestionable tone, Pang Dehai slumped in the passenger seat, feeling completely hopeless. What's the meaning of life if I can't continue to eat and drink as much as I want? It's not Xiao Tian's fault that he is ruthless. The villa really does not lack the supplies he has. But Pang Dehai is just an ordinary human being, not a spirit beast warrior. If this guy eats a lot every day, he might get 3 high diseases and die. Who can Xiao Tian go to for justice? Soon, the two drove to Tianhu Park. A large number of spirit beast warriors have gathered in the center of Tianhu Park Square. In the center of the many spirit beast warriors is a huge mutant beast. This mutant beast is 5 meters tall, with 3 ferocious dog heads on its head. But its body is that of a giant octopus, and its 8 huge tentacles are constantly twisting and wriggling. If you look closely, you will find that there are many sharp barbs on the tentacles. The dog head and octopus body look weird and absurd no matter how you look at it, as if Cthulhu has been reflected in the real world. What's more important is that the level of this mutant beast is as high as level 22. Many spirit beast warriors around are joining forces to attack the mutated beast, and everyone enters the beast state and attacks together. Countless attacks came crashing down, but did not cause much damage to it. Even if it is cut off, it will grow again quickly. At this moment, an octopus tentacle suddenly wrapped around a spirit beast warrior, binding him tightly in place. The spirit beast warrior panicked instantly and roared. What the hell is the power of a bear? His body suddenly expanded to 2 meters in length and was covered with solid muscles. He exerted all his strength to break free from the restraints of the hand. However, at this moment, the tentacles began to shrink continuously, and countless sharp barbs pierced into the chest of the spirit beast warrior. The spirit beast warrior's face froze, and then he stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been sucked out. Oh no, the barbs on these tentacles can release a deadly poison. Get back quickly. Just then, someone with sharp eyes discovered the key and shouted loudly. Upon hearing that the barbs were highly poisonous, everyone panicked and quickly retreated. No one dared to move forward. The fused mutant beast continued to roar, and its tentacles kept shrinking, and finally the spirit beast warrior exploded into a bloody mist in despair. Gurgle. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone couldn't help but gasp and felt unwell. They all knew that the person in front of them was a terrifying level 22 existence, so they decided to join forces to deal with it. After this period of improvement, everyone's levels have generally reached around level 10. They originally thought that enough ants could kill the elephant, but reality gave them a heavy blow. Can't do it. Even with so many people joining forces, they still couldn't kill the mutated beast in front of them. Impossible. This guy is too strong, and he has combined the characteristics of many mutant beasts. We can't win at all. Let's retreat. After seeing people being killed, some people have already started to back down. Just as everyone was hesitating, Xiao Tian had already walked over from the front with Pang Dehai. It's God, Xiao. Everyone was a little surprised to see Xiao Tian. I didn't expect Xiao Tian to appear here in person. Could it be that he came here for this big guy? Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Tian was in front and Pang Dehai was behind. The two walked straight into the crowd and stood in front of the fused mutant beast. Fuck. Everyone gasped and shuddered as they watched. As expected of God Xiao, he is so fucking bold. They didn't even have time to escape, but Xiao Shun actually took the initiative to step forward and got right in front of this big guy. What is Xiao Shun going to do? Are you really planning to attack this big guy? It seems that Xiao Shun is only in his teens, but this big guy is a level 22 existence, and he is also a fusion mutant beast. Just as everyone was astonished, the fused mutant beast suddenly raised its head and roared, as if it felt it was provoked. As the roar fell, the nearby mutant beasts seemed to be summoned, and 18 huge mutant beasts rushed over for nearby. All retreat routes were blocked, and Xiao Tian and Pang Dehai were surrounded in the center. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly cried out in disbelief. It was already difficult enough to deal with this terrifying fusion mutant beast, and now there are more than 10 more mutant beasts. How can we fight this? Xiao Shun is surrounded. Xiao Shun is finished. Chapter 41. Xiao Tian is against Tian Gang. Many people showed a look of regret on their faces. Is this ruthless man who has dominated Daru City for several months going to die here today? Le Cloud sighed. But soon, someone reacted quickly. What's the point of them feeling sorry for Xiao Tian's death? This ruthless man has monopolized countless resources. If he dies here, all the supplies in the villa will become ownerless. The defense of the villa is indeed strong, but without Xiao Tian in charge, if all of them work together, there is still a chance that they can break through the defense of the villa. Thinking of this, many people were ecstatic. Suddenly, I felt that the dark future was suddenly filled with infinite light. When a whale dies, all things come to life. However, Xiao Tian was still standing in front of them, and although everyone was secretly happy, they did not dare to show it. Everyone held their breath and stared at the fused mutant beast in front of them, expecting the other party to take action quickly. At this moment, the fusion mutant beast let out a roar like a command. The 18 mutated beasts beside him entered a state of frenzy at the same time, their eyes fixed on Xiao Tian and Pang Dehai. A mutant gorilla suddenly raised its right arm, and its originally strong right arm suddenly swelled up and turned into a giant arm 8 meters long. Gurgle. Seeing this, Pang Dehai's pupils shrank, and he secretly swallowed his saliva. I'm afraid this would be a bit painful. If it were hit by a fist, it would probably turn into minced meat without even a bone left. Brother, what should we do now? You should have a way to deal with these mutated beasts, right? Pang Dehai looked at Xiao Tian nervously. Although he is a heavenly master, he is still powerless when facing so many mutant beasts at the same time. Xiao Tian did not answer, but slowly closed his eyes. The levels of these 18 mutant beasts have not reached level 18, but his bloodline level has already reached level 18. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to control these guys by force. Seeing Xiao Tian's attitude, Pang Dehai became even more panicked. Oh shit, brother, why did you close your eyes? Why don't you take action and defeat these mutated beasts? What do you mean by closing your eyes? Pang Dehai was about to cry and pulled Xiao Tian's sleeve. Brother, don't scare me. I'm scared when you do this. Xiao Tian still hasn't recovered, and Pang Dehai is already disheartened. At this moment, the 18 mutated beasts roared at the same time and rushed towards Xiao Tian and the others. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people watching all lit up. Pang Dehai's knees went weak, and he was almost frightened to the ground. It's over. However, At this critical moment, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, an invisible pressure radiated from Xiao Tian's body. The 18 mutated beasts that were originally attacking the two of them suddenly stopped their actions at the same time. What's going on? Why did these mutant beasts suddenly stop? What's the meaning? The onlookers all looked confused, not knowing what had happened. Even Fat Dahai, who was standing next to Xiao Tian, looked at the mutated beast in front of him suspiciously and scratched his head in confusion. Why did these guys stop moving at the same time? What does this mean? He turned to look at Xiao Tian. His intuition told Pang Dahai that all this might be related to Xiao Tian, although even Pang Dahai himself found this idea a bit absurd. Kneel down. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and spoke softly. Swish. The scene was dead silent. Everyone widened their eyes at the same time and looked at Xiao Tian as if he were a monster. Kneel down? Xiao Shun actually made these mutant beasts kneel down before him? Are you kidding me? These are mutated beasts. They kneel down when you ask them to. Do you think you are a god from heaven, the king of beasts? Many people thought that Xiao Tian had lost his mind and started talking nonsense. Kneel down and submit to me. At this moment, Xiao Tian spoke again, his tone full of unquestionable meaning. A scene that shocked everyone happened. After these words were spoken, the 18 mutant beasts in front trembled violently at the same time, as if they had seen something terrifying. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, he actually knelt straight on the ground and prostrated himself before Xiao Tian. Fuck, he really knelt down? These mutant beasts actually understood what Xiao Xin said and knelt down. Shit, is God, Xiao, really a deity descended from heaven? With just one sentence, 18 mutant beasts knelt at the same time. Is this something a human can do? Oh my god, what on earth did I see? The crowd was in chaos, and everyone was stunned. The scene before their eyes had overturned their worldview. In everyone's mind, mutant beasts have always been a threat to humans and an uncontrollable variable. But now this uncontrollable variable has voluntarily surrendered to Xiao Tian, a human being. How can it not be shocking? Pang Dahai looked at Xiao Tian, then looked at the 18 mutant beasts kneeling respectfully on the ground in front of him, and was also confused. Which one of us is the heavenly master? Even a contemporary heavenly master like him couldn't make the mutant beast kneel down with just one sentence. Not only Pang Dahai and others, even the fused mutant beast was confused at this moment. What does that mean? I summoned 18 mutant beasts to take action on my behalf, but these 18 creatures actually knelt down on their own. Roar! The fused mutant beasts roared madly, trying to make the 18 mutant beasts stand up and attack Xiao Tian and the other man again. Under the roar of the fused mutant beasts, the 18 mutant beasts became restless again. But at this moment, Xiao Tian's face darkened and he roared, Kneel down. The 18 mutated beasts that had just made some movements knelt down again under Xiao Tian's roar. The fused mutant beast looked at this scene in confusion, completely confused. The human in front of me can speak better than me. Which one of us is the fusion mutant? There are different bloodline levels among mutant beasts. As a fused mutant beast, it possesses a certain level of intelligence, and its bloodline is far superior to that of ordinary mutant beasts. So normally, it can control mutant beasts to attack enemies. But how did the humans in front of us do it? Could he also be a fusion mutant? But the other party is just a human being. This is an indisputable fact. Since the other party is just a human being, why can his words be more effective than mine? Just when the fused mutant beast was confused, Xiao Tian had already completely confirmed a fact. The level of his own bloodline can indeed suppress the 18 mutated beasts in front of him and make them work for him. Moreover, his authority seemed to be much greater than that of the fused mutant beast in front of him. If that's the case, then things are simple. Attack together! Xiao Tian pointed a finger at the fused mutant beast and gave the order expressionlessly. Boom! The 18 mutated beasts seemed like programmed killing machines. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the 18 mutant beasts suddenly stood up and turned to face the fused mutant beast in front of them. Then he raised his head and roared, turning into lightning and rushing out at the same time. Seeing this scene, the fusion beast was stunned. The surrounding spirit beast warriors were also confused. Everyone was completely stunned. The fusion mutant beast summoned these 18 mutant beasts to attack Xiao Tian, but they launched an attack on the fusion mutant beast under Xiao Tian's order. The opposite of Tiangang. Xiao Tian, this ruthless man, is the one who rebels against Tiangang. Chapter 42. Secret exposed. Murder to silence witnesses? The fused mutant beast roared, trying to order the 18 mutant beasts to stop attacking. But it's no use. Xiao Tian's suppression power is far greater than that of the fused mutant beasts. These 18 mutant beasts simply don't listen to his orders. Crazy attack, desperate biting. The fused mutant beast is higher in level than the 18 mutant beasts, but it moves slowly due to its huge size. In addition, there were a large number of 18 mutated beasts, and they quickly bit off large pieces of flesh and blood. But the fused mutant beast was not a pushover either. Its tentacles covered with barbs waved wildly, and soon the two mutant beasts died on the spot, their heads crushed by the tentacles. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone felt their scalps tingling. The mutants fight against the fused mutants. I didn't expect to see such a scene in this life. Brother, how on earth did you do that? Pang Dehai came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Tian excitedly. Amazing. As a celestial master, he has many skills that ordinary people don't have, and he even has some knowledge of the green god. But he didn't even dare to think about inciting the mutant beast to rebel and use it for his own benefit. But this was something that he didn't dare to think about, but Xiao Tian actually did it. Pang Dehai is now very curious and can't wait to know the truth of the matter. Brother, just tell me the truth. Do you have any special methods? Or any tricks? Pang Dehai kept asking Xiao Tian questions. The spirit beast warriors watching nearby also pricked up their ears, waiting for Xiao Tian's answer. Xiao Tian was speechless and didn't know how to respond. All this is thanks to the system, but he would never reveal the existence of the system. I don't know why, but an intuition tells me that I can control these mutated beasts. Xiao Tian said after thinking for a while. Pang Dehai suddenly had a sad face. Xiao Tian definitely thought he was a fool. Would he believe such words? But Pang Dehai also knew that since Xiao Tian was unwilling to tell the truth, he couldn't force him to ask. At this moment, the battle ahead was still going on. The 16 mutated beasts were very strong and could continue fighting even when seriously injured. The battle was at a stalemate for a while. The fused mutant beast relied on its crushing level to barely resist the joint attack of 16 mutant beasts. The 16 mutant beasts, relying on their strong physiques, were barely able to fight against the fused mutant beasts. Seeing this, the surrounding spirit beast warriors no longer hesitated. They all attacked, bursting out with all their strength to enter the beast state, and took the initiative to rush towards the fused mutant beast. The defeat of the fusion mutant beast is a foregone conclusion, and it is much better for them to add to the success at this time than to continue to stand by and watch. This big guy is no match for us. Let's all attack together. Give it a fatal blow. I will lead the charge. Boom. The fused mutant beasts were already at the end of their strength, but as many spirit beast warriors joined the battlefield, the situation suddenly turned around. The fusion mutant beast was crippled in just a few encounters and fell to the ground with countless tentacles waving weakly in place. Xiao Shun, if it weren't for you, we would all die here. I leave this fusion beast to you. At this moment, many spirit beast warriors put away their beastly state and came to Xiao Tian obediently. Although everyone was extremely excited about this fused mutant beast, they did not dare to act rashly because Xiao Tian was present. Xiao Tian nodded. You had thoughts that you shouldn't have had before, but considering your efforts, I won't bother with you. Now get out of here. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this. They originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. They thought Xiao Tian didn't notice anything, but they never thought that the other party knew everything. At this moment, countless people were secretly glad that they had taken action. Otherwise, with Xiao Tian's vengeful character, they would definitely be punished and killed here. After thousands of thanks, everyone left. Xiao Tian brought Pang Dehai to the dying fusion mutant beast. The remaining 16 mutated beasts stood obediently behind Xiao Tian like extremely loyal warriors. This scene was extremely domineering. The mutant beast's tall body made Xiao Tian's human figure look quite small. Although small, it has a kind of domineering power that cannot be challenged. Xiao Tian walked close to the fused mutant beast, stretched out his right hand, and the mouth parts in his palm suddenly appeared and began to tear the flesh of the fused mutant beast. In less than a few minutes, huge tentacle was completely crushed and swallowed by the mouthparts. Pang Dehai felt his scalp tingling as he watched from the side. Although he knew that Xiao Tian liked to eat raw meat, the mutated beast in front of him was still alive. Sometimes Pang Dehai really felt that Xiao Tian was even more mutant than a mutant in some ways. As the tentacles finished swallowing, Xiao Tian closed his eyes. A powerful force is surging from the palm of my hand to my whole body. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 20. Bloodline level 20. Gene sequence number 9494, Tentacle Scholar. Inherits the ability to regenerate broken limbs, and its wings evolve into 6 octopus tentacles. It can release toxins to paralyze the enemy, and has the ability to sense danger. Xiao Tian closed his eyes, and 6 hideous octopus tentacles suddenly appear behind him, a bit similar to Dr. Octopus in the movie. The original black wings have completely disappeared. Xiao Tian can no longer fly or release feathers to attack the enemy. Fortunately, the cockroach antennae on the forehead are still there and can still sense the danger coming in advance. Gene fusion is a process of continuous evolution and strengthening, during which some of the original abilities may be abandoned, which is unavoidable. We can only wait and see if we can devour some mutant beasts and evolve our wings back again. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, Fat Dehai beside him exclaimed, "Fuck octopus! Octopus tentacles!" Pang Dehai took several steps back and stared at Xiao Tian in astonishment. He was very sure that Xiao Tian did not have the octopus tentacles when he was in beast form. He had just devoured an octopus tentacle in front of him, and now he had grown octopus tentacles. Pang Dehai is not a fool. He figured out the key to the matter with just a simple thought. Xiao Tian's beast transformation ability can continue to evolve as he devours. Grass. What kind of incredible ability is this? You should know that almost all spirit beast warriors only have the ability to transform into one animal. However, Xiao Tian can devour and evolve infinitely, which is simply too abnormal. This also means that compared to other spirit beast warriors, Xiao Tian's potential is immeasurable. It seems you have guessed it all. Xiao Tian put away his beastly state, turned his head, and gave Pang Dehai an evil smile. Gurgle. Pang Dehai's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and suddenly he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Then he knelt down, clasped his hands together, and begged, "Brother, I won't tell anyone what happened today. Please don't kill me to silence me. I am yours after all. Wuliang Tianzuan, for the sake of the past Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, can you give me a chance to live and not kill me?" Xiao Tian was a little confused. What did he say he wanted to kill people to silence them? Why did this fat guy suddenly get stressed out? Chapter 43. A group fight at the start, no time for nonsense. Did I ever say I wanted to kill people to silence them? Xiao Tian asked speechlessly. Pang Dehai's face lit up. You're not going to kill me? Xiao Tian. Since he was swallowing it in front of Pang Dehai, it actually meant that he no longer cared whether the fact of swallowing would be leaked out. After all, with Xiao Tian's current strength, he really doesn't care anymore. Even if others knew that I had the ability to devour and evolve, what could I do? It's nothing more than knowing that one's potential is limitless, which makes one more afraid of oneself. However, for things like this, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian looked at Pang Dehai and said, "This matter." Pang Dehai raised his right hand and spoke first. "I swear to God, I will never tell anyone else what I saw today, otherwise I will be struck by lightning." Xiao Tian. This fat guy is quite sensible. After dealing with things here, Xiao Tian came to the huge body of the fusion mutant beast again. This guy was half dead after having one of his tentacles devoured alive by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian took immediate action, completely ending its pain, then dug out the crystal core and swallowed it directly. The crystal core of a fused mutant beast is almost the same as the crystal core of an ordinary mutant beast. The only difference is that the energy inside is much greater. After absorbing the energy of the crystal core, Xiao Tian's level actually reached level 21 directly, upgraded to the next level. You have to know that with Xiao Tian's current level, the experience required for upgrading is already quite terrifying. It is not common to be able to upgrade one level with just one crystal core. What are you going to do with these 16 guys? At this moment, Pang Dehai looked at the 16 mutated beasts behind Xiao Tian and asked tremblingly. Xiao Tian turned his head and looked over. Seeing Xiao Tian, The 16 mutated beasts growled at the same time, as if to express their submission. Xiao Tian raised his lips and was in a very good mood. It's pretty good to have 16 mutant beasts as thugs. When you go out for a stroll on the street, these 16 mutant beasts just standing next to you are enough to scare people. However, allowing these 16 mutant beasts to follow him would be somewhat too conspicuous. We have to think of a way. I remember that before I was reborn, there were spirit beast warriors who had similar means to subdue mutant beasts for their own use. However, there are only a handful of spirit beast warriors who possess this ability, and the number of mutant beasts that can be tamed is quite limited. There is absolutely no comparison with Xiao Tian's current situation. If I remember correctly, the other party developed a containment device later on to store all the mutant beasts. The mutant beasts will only be released when a battle is needed. If you can build such a containment device yourself, you don't have to worry about being too conspicuous. However, Xiao Tian is not a scientific researcher, so it is obviously unreliable to ask him to build such a containment device. Need help? Shin Xiulan's face suddenly appeared in Xiao Tian's mind. It should work to let this RD genius help me build a containment device. Go somewhere with me. Xiao Tian collected his thoughts, looked at Pang Dehai, and said, "Where are you going?" Pang Dehai asked subconsciously. "Ancient Buddhist temple," Xiao Tian replied. The materials needed to build the containment device are in the ancient Buddhist temple in Daru City. The ancient Buddha temple is an ancient temple with a history of thousands of years. In the backyard of the ancient Buddha temple, there is an ancient tree that has grown for thousands of years. Under the influence of the aurora, the ancient tree also turned into a mutated beast, possessing a trace of spatial power. Moreover, compared to most mutated beasts, this ancient tree possessed a certain intelligence. The ancient tree's spatial power comes from the crystal core in its body, and this crystal core is an excellent material for creating a containment device. Soon the two set off, and after a 3-hour journey, they finally arrived at the ancient Buddha temple. Before the dark turmoil broke out, many people would come here to burn incense and pray for blessings. Since the dark turmoil broke out, everything has changed. Not only did this place become a deserted place, but even the monks in the temple had all fled. When the two arrived at the gate of the ancient temple, the area was terribly silent. A lot of weeds had grown out of the cracks on the bluestone paved ground. It looked like no one had lived here for a long time. According to his memory, Xiao Tian took Pang Dehai, pushed open the gate of the ancient temple, and came to the backyard of the ancient temple. There was nothing in the backyard except for a 5-meter-tall ancient tree standing quietly in its place. This ancient tree is not simple. Looking at the ancient tree in front of him, Pang Dehai suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Tian looked at him with some surprise. As expected of the heavenly master of Mount Longhu, he actually sensed something unusual about the ancient tree. It seems that this fat guy is not completely useless. This ancient tree is indeed not simple. It has developed its own intelligence and is also a mutant beast. Xiao Tian stared at the ancient tree in front of him and explained, "This is the purpose of our trip." Mutated beast? Pang Dehai opened his mouth slightly, shuddered, and silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. It's really impossible to survive these days. Almost all living things have become mutated beasts. Next moment, the originally dead ancient tree suddenly trembled violently, and then the stump of the ancient tree began to wriggle slightly. A hideous human face suddenly appeared. The human face opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Tian and the other person in front of him expressionlessly. Then he actually spoke in human language. "You tiny human, since you know my existence, yet you still dare to disturb my peace, you deserve to die." It's as if the words come true, and the voice of the ancient tree is deafening. As soon as the words fell, the lush branches turned into a pair of sharp claws and slapped quickly in the direction of the two people. "Fuck!" Pang Dehai screamed and felt unwell all over. This thing starts to fight as soon as it disagrees with something. Xiao Tian's expression didn't change much. He just clapped his hands calmly. Bang, bang, bang. As the slap fell, the gate of the ancient temple shattered, and 16 ferocious mutant beasts rushed in at the same time from outside. Like 16 guardian gods, they stood obediently on both sides of Xiao Tian. Seeing this scene, the ancient tree froze, and a hint of surprise appeared on its ferocious face. The ancient tree looked at the 16 mutated beasts, then looked at Xiao Tian in front of him. "I'm confused. Grass. These 16 mutant beasts seemed to obey the orders of the humble humans in front of them. What's going on? Gushu took a deep breath and wanted to say something. But Xiao Tian didn't have time to talk nonsense with it. No matter what, the ancient tree must die today. Kill. Xiao Tian opened his lips slightly and uttered the word kill lightly. 16 mutated beasts entered a rampage state at the same time. When Xiao Tian gave the order, they had almost no hesitation. They roared and rushed towards the ancient tree in front of them. There were mutant beasts using their sharp claws to frantically cut the thick trunks of the ancient trees. There were also mutated beasts that used their fangs to madly tear at the bark of the ancient trees. There were even mutated beasts that turned directly into flames and began to burn the huge body of the ancient tree. The 16 mutant beasts opened fire at full power and killed like crazy. The ancient tree stood there in a daze, stunned by the blow. Chapter 44. The sisters came to visit. The ancient tree was only level 15, which was almost the same level as the 16 mutant beasts. Under the absolute suppression of numbers, it was almost a one-sided crushing. Pang Dahai opened his mouth slightly, and what he saw actually made his blood boil. Is it still possible to play like this? While others were still fighting against the mutant beasts, Xiao Tian had already subdued the mutant beasts and turned them into his own thugs. This is the only comment I can give about Pang Dahai. Awesome. The battle did not last long. The mutated ancient tree gradually lost its vitality in the fight, and even the wood ashes were blown away. After doing all this, the 16 mutated beasts obediently returned to Xiao Tian's side, making low growling sounds. It looked like he was trying to take credit from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian walked forward to the ashes and looked around for a while, and finally found a light blue crystal core. This is the crystal core of the mutated ancient tree. It contains a faint force of space, which is basically enough to create a containment device. Let's go, it's time to go back now. Xiao Tian put away the crystal core and left with Pang Dahai. The two of them naturally drove on the road. After all, Xiao Tian had now lost the ability to fly. As for the 16 mutated beasts, they followed behind him at a leisurely pace. This scene is extremely spectacular. The vehicle was driving in front, and 16 mutant beasts were following behind. If you didn't know, you would think that Xiao Tian and others were being chased by the mutant beasts. Instead of returning to the villa, the two came directly to the research institute and found Shun Xiulan. Xiao Tian directly stated his request and handed the crystal core to Shun Xiulan, hoping that the other party would build a containment device. Shun Xiulan took the crystal core and played with it in her hands. It's no problem to build a containment device. This crystal core contains the power of space. As long as it is used properly, it can be done with the current human technology. She already owed Xiao Tian a favor, as he had even given her a set of precious resurrection armor. Naturally, Shun Xiulan had no reason to reject Xiao Tian, but she was a little curious. Why did Xiao Tian suddenly want to build a containment device? Can I ask why you suddenly want to build these containment devices? Shun Xiulan looked at Xiao Tian and asked. Xiao Tian just clapped his hands, and the next moment the ground began to shake. Shun Xiulan and several military personnel around him suddenly changed their expressions. Earthquake? Wrong. Not an earthquake. As the ground shook violently, 16 huge monsters rushed out from the darkness and stood behind Xiao Tian. If these mutant beasts hadn't stopped moving when they appeared behind Xiao Tian, Shun Xiulan would have even cried out on the spot. What does this mean? Shun Xiulan looked at the 16 mutated beasts behind Xiao Tian and asked with a dull expression. These are the mutant beasts I have tamed. I need to build a containment device to store them. Xiao Tian said bluntly. If he could build a containment device for these 16 mutant beasts, it would be like having an extra trump card. Just imagine this. At a critical moment, you encountered an invincible and powerful opponent who suddenly took out the containment device and released 16 terrifying mutant beasts. Is your opponent confused? You can even use this trump card to turn the tide in desperate situations. Xiao Tian now wants to build a containment device for the 16 mutated beasts, which is a disguised way of adding a trump card for himself. Hiss. After hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Shun Xiulan took a deep breath and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. The levels of these 16 mutated beasts are not low. They were all conquered by this guy. What kind of monster is he? He can even subdue mutant beasts, and he subdued 16 of them at once. I understand. I will make the containment device as soon as possible, but it will take some time. Shin Xiaolan said after calming down. Okay. Xiao Tian nodded. According to the current progress, the mutation of plants and insects has been completed, and the Dark Master of the First Heaven will descend soon. According to memory, the place where the Dark Lord of the First Heaven descended happened to be Daru City. The arrival of the Lord of Darkness here is both a disaster and an opportunity. If the Dark Lord can be killed, the benefits gained will be considerable. Xiao Tian did not plan to leave Dayu City now. He wanted to try to kill the Master of the First Heaven. In order to achieve this, he must improve his strength as much as possible before the arrival of the Overlord. However, although time is urgent, Xiao Tian can still wait for this period of time. At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly noticed that except for the 2 military personnel beside Shin Xiaolan, there was no one else in the entire research institute. This is not normal. Where are the other people in the research institute? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. They're all out. Speaking of this, Shin Xiaolan couldn't help but sigh and explained, not long ago, an outsider broke into Daru City. The other party's identity was unknown. After entering Daru City, he began to kill people and clashed with military personnel. Now most of the people in the institute have gone out to provide reinforcements. Are outsiders breaking into Daru City? Xiao Tian didn't care much at first, but soon thought of something. I remember that before my rebirth, Daru City was once invaded by powerful foreigners. They were a pair of sisters who originally developed in Yuntian City. However, because Yuntian City was a first-tier city in Dragon Country, it was rich in resources and the spirit beast warriors were also quite powerful. In order to have a better development, the 2 sisters settled for the second best and came to Daru City to dominate the world. After arriving at Daru City, in order to demonstrate their strength, the sisters teamed up to kill a fused mutant beast and later recruited soldiers with their powerful strength. The fused mutant beast killed by the pair of sisters was the same fused mutant beast that was killed by Xiao Tian not long ago. Because of Xiao Tian's rebirth, many plot developments in this life have deviated from the original track. That's why the 2 sisters accidentally came into conflict with the military. Are the people coming here a pair of sisters? Xiao Tian withdrew his thoughts and asked uncertainly. You actually knew that? Shin Xiaolan looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. At present, no one else knew about this matter except her and a small number of people in military. How did Xiao Tian know? But Xiao Tian was already a little confused at the moment, and Shin Xiaolan's reaction indirectly confirmed Xiao Tian's guess. The intruders who broke into Daru City were exactly the pair of sisters in his memory before his rebirth. Xiao Tian never thought of being a savior, and the other party's dominance had no effect on Xiao Tian. But it just so happens that Xiao Tian's current base is in Daru City. If the other party wants to dominate Daru City, it will inevitably affect Xiao Tian. A conflict between the 2 sides is almost inevitable. Since conflict is inevitable between the 2 sides, they are inevitable enemies. Should I take the initiative and kill the enemy by surprise? After all, this pair of sisters are not easy to deal with, and are much more difficult to deal with than Huan. Just as Xiao Tian was pondering, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. A pair of pretty sisters were walking towards us side by side with smiles on their faces. Both of them fixed their eyes on Xiao Tian at the same time, and the girl in black tights on the left looked at Xiao Tian. Suddenly asked, Are you Xiao Tian? Seeing the 2 women coming, Shin Xiaolan's brows instantly frowned. This pair of sisters actually got here. Didn't the military send everyone to stop it? Since the other party appeared here, there can only be one possibility. All military personnel have been wiped out. The strength of this pair of sisters is far beyond the imagination of all of them. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and looked up at the 2 women. Looks exactly the same as before rebirth. They were indeed the pair of sisters in my memory. Before his rebirth, Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person. In Xiao Tian's eyes at that time, the sisters were super powerful people that he could only look up to. But now, the roles of both parties have long been calling, and the other party is no longer so out of reach. Retracting his thoughts, Xiao Tian's eyes were cold, and he spoke word by word. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight now. Chapter 45? Let Xiao Xin call for help. Xiao Tian's tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard from it, but anyone who knew Xiao Tian knew that he was really angry. Unlike other people who scream at the top of their lungs when they are angry, Xiao Tian is extremely calm when he is angry. However, Beneath this calmness lies the most extreme, murderous intent. It seems that you're Xiao Tian. Eldest sister Yi Feng chuckled and did not take Xiao Tian's threat seriously. Sister, don't waste your time talking to him. He is the most powerful person in Devour City. He also owns a villa built with forbidden materials and stores a lot of supplies. Yiluan sneered, looked at Xiao Tian, and said, as long as we kill him, all of this will be ours. Listening to the arrogant conversation between the two sisters, Pang Dehai was shocked and silent for a long time. Arrogant. Since he met Xiao Tian, he has never seen such an arrogant person. Xiao Tian is very strong, but Devour City is not a small place, and there are people who dare to be arrogant in front of Xiao Tian. But whether it was Li Chong at the beginning or He Huan later, their ending was a miserable death. Unexpectedly, not long after He Huan was killed, someone dared to challenge Xiao Tian's authority again. And this time, the ones who challenged Xiao Tian were actually two women. Pang Dehai already showed sympathy on her face. Her intuition told her that the ending for the two sisters would not be good. If you don't want to die, it's not too late to get out now. If you anger my eldest brother, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Pang Dehai smacked his lips and gave a kind reminder. Who would have thought that the two sisters frowned instantly after hearing this? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like this? Pang Dehai was angry, and the fat on his body was shaking with anger. What am I? He is the contemporary heavenly master of Mount Longhu, and the last heavenly master on Blue Star. I kindly reminded the other party, but instead of thanking me, he mocked me instead. What a fuck. I am the contemporary heavenly master of Mount Longhu. Who do you think I am? Pang Dehai looked at the two sisters and was shaking with anger. Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master? The two sisters looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, I haven't heard of it. Fuck you. Pang Dehai was completely furious. A talisman appeared in his palm, and he threw it at the two women. Whoosh! The moment the talisman was thrown out, it suddenly burned out of thin air and turned into a flame that surrounded the two sisters. At this moment, a pair of golden wings appeared behind Yi Feng, and the wings flapped violently, directly extinguishing the flame. Seeing that his attack was so easily resolved, Pang Dehai suddenly felt that his authority was challenged. He gritted his teeth, took out a talisman from his arms, and threw it out. Sizzle. The moment the talisman was thrown out, it burned into ashes out of thin air, and then turned into a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl and struck the two sisters. Just as the thunder was about to strike the two sisters, Yiluan suddenly transformed into a beast, with flowing light surging on her back. A huge green turtle shell suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Sizzle. The thunderbolt struck the turtle shell, but didn't even leave a scratch. It's actually a turtle? Pang Dehai opened his mouth slightly and looked at Yiluan with disbelief. After being down the mountain for so long, he has seen many spirit beast warriors, but this is the first time he has seen a spirit beast warrior who has obtained the power of turtle. Xiao Tian was not surprised at all. With his memories before his rebirth, he knew clearly what abilities the two sisters had awakened. The eldest sister Yi Feng obtained the ability of a pheasant, which allows her to fly and make rooster crowing sounds to affect her enemies. The second sister Yiluan obtained the enhanced ability of the turtle. After entering the beast state, she can summon a hard turtle shell to resist damage. The two sisters, one focusing on attack and the other on defense, complement each other and are quite formidable opponents. But for Xiao Tian now, that's actually the case. What a crappy Taoist priest. I didn't expect that he only has this much ability. Yiluan took off the tortoise shell and held it in his palm, looking at Pang Dehai with a provocative look on his face. Pang Dehai was so angry that his face turned blue and purple. If his high-level talismans had not been completely burned by Xiao Tian, he would not have ended up like this. The dignified heavenly master of Mount Longhu was actually ridiculed by two women. Who could tolerate this? Although he no longer has any high-level talismans, he still has many low-level talismans. Just when Pang Dehai was hesitating whether to throw all the talismans out at once, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly fell on Xiao Tian, and he said calmly, "We are here to challenge you. From now on, Devour City must respect us. You now have only two choices, either surrender to us and be our dog, or die here." Xiao Tian smiled and asked, "Do I have a third choice?" "Have." Yi Feng also laughed and looked Xiao Tian up and down. "You look good. If you are willing to submit to us and serve us well, you will get benefits in the future." When Xiao Tian heard this, His expression suddenly became strange. It will be fine if you just let me submit, but you actually want me to be your male lover? Xiao Tian admitted that the two sisters were indeed pretty and could even be said to be more beautiful than most women. But he also has many beautiful women around him. Even if we leave aside Yen Ruyu, the daughter of a wealthy family, the two women cannot be compared to Xinqiulan alone. Do you think you deserve me to be your male concubine and serve you? Do I have any other choice? Xiao Tian asked again. We know that you have also trained a group of spirit beast warriors of your own. You can call for help now. Yifeng's face gradually darkened. Call someone? These two women actually asked me to call for help. Xiao Tian twitched his lips. This is no longer self-confidence, but arrogance. Even Shun Xiulan couldn't hold it anymore. Now Xiao Tian has monopolized all the supplies in Dar City. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he gives an order, all the spirit beast warriors in Dar City will stand up for him. These two idiots actually asked Xiao Tian to call for help. Isn't this like holding a lantern in the toilet? Are you asking for death? Let's just forget about calling for help. Xiao Tian shook his head and twisted his neck. There was no need to call for help to deal with these two women. He could easily handle them by himself. But Yifeng interrupted Xiao Tian and said calmly, call someone. Our purpose here is not only to defeat you, but also to shock all the spirit beast warriors in Dar City. Only absolute strength can crush people and make them behave themselves. Xiao Tian understood. The other party has already regarded himself as a stepping stone and wants to use himself to intimidate other spirit beast warriors in Dar City. In that case, I will help them. Xiao Tian looked at Pang Dehai and said, call someone. Pang Dehai nodded, looked at the two sisters sympathetically, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng in the villa both learned about the situation here. Xiao Tian is now so powerful that he can cover the sky with one hand in Dar City. He never expected that someone would dare to challenge him. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed to the research institute with the people in the villa. At the same time, this matter was posted online. Someone is trying to provoke Xiao Tian and wants to dominate the entire Dar City. When this news spread, all the spirit beast warriors in Dar City were in an uproar. Fuck, who on earth is this ruthless person who dares to provoke Xiao Shan? He has the final say in the current Dar City. All those who were enemies of Xiao Shan died miserably. I didn't expect that there are still people who are blind. The other party is in the research institute right now. If we go there now, we might be able to watch the fun. Biske, they dare to provoke Xiao Shan. I am really curious about what will happen to them. Internet sensation. Countless spirit beast warriors quickly gathered towards the research institute. Chapter 46? My people have arrived. Are you scared? After seeing Pang Dehai finish the call, the two sisters said nothing more and just stood there waiting silently. They were waiting for the person Xiao Tian called. When these people arrive, the two sisters will defeat Xiao Tian with a crushing attitude, or even kill him on the spot. They wanted to use Xiao Tian's head to intimidate all the spirit beast warriors in Dar City. Dar City is just a stepping stone for their rise. Their goal is the Sea of Stars. The two sisters were still dreaming of a bright future, not knowing that they had already entered the countdown to death. Xiao Tian did not take action in advance. He originally planned to deal with the two sisters himself, but he could not resist the other party's strong request that he call for help. Then just call someone. Even though this may be a little troublesome, who can blame me for not knowing how to refuse other people's requests? Brother, Pang Dehai came close to Xiao Tian and poked him with his elbow. Didn't these two women check your identity when they came? Xiao Tian was stunned, then shook his head. He didn't know whether the two sisters had investigated him before coming, but judging from the current situation, he probably didn't. Because if they had investigated me and had a little understanding of the current environment in Dar City, they would not be so stupid as to provoke me. TSK, how pitiful. I thought Yihuan was miserable enough, but I didn't expect these two women to be even more suicidal. Pang Dehai rubbed his fat hands and grinned wickedly. Now, I'm very curious about how they will react when they see the people we called. Xiao Tian just shook his head and said nothing. The image of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master in Xiao Tian's mind should be a serious and extremely powerful person. Although I have not seen other Heavenly Masters in Mount Longhu, there are many characters similar to the Heavenly Master in TV dramas. In his previous life, Pang Dehai actually barely fits the image of a Heavenly Master in Xiao Tian's mind. But since his rebirth, Peng Dehai's image in Xiao Tian's mind has changed. This fat guy looks like a gangster no matter how you look at him. He has nothing to do with the Heavenly Master. I don't know how this guy was chosen to be the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. Just as the two were talking, the roar of an engine suddenly came from far away. Everyone raised their heads and looked forward at the same time. I saw a dense convoy of vehicles was heading towards the research institute. Pickup trucks, cars, SUVs, trucks. There were all kinds of cars of all kinds, and it was roughly estimated that there were nearly dozens of them. The originally spacious road was suddenly blocked and seemed quite crowded. Here it comes. Peng Dehai slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly. Yi Feng and Yi Luan looked at each other, and both women saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. What is going on? Didn't they ask Xiao Tian to call for help? This bastard called everyone in Dar City here. Are these the people you called? Yi Feng suppressed her uneasiness and looked at Xiao Tian and asked. These are all my eldest brother's men. Are you scared now? Peng Dehai responded proudly. At this moment, the convoy stopped a few meters in front of the crowd, and then everyone opened the door and got out. Dense figures suddenly filled the scene. Although there were less than 50 people, they were all spirit beast warriors. When they saw Xiao Tian, they all bowed and nodded respectfully, just like office workers meeting their leader, appearing extremely reserved. The visual impact of this scene in the eyes of the two sisters was so strong. Spirit beast warrior. You are all spirit beast warriors. Why do you have such fawning expressions? At this moment, the two sisters suddenly realized that they seemed to be in trouble and had offended someone they shouldn't have. Xiao Tian. Just then, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng walked out of the crowd. Seeing that Xiao Tian was Fine, Yen Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the Yi Feng sisters with a strange expression and said, Are they the ones provoking you? Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Fuck, I didn't expect that the people who provoked Xiao Shun were actually two women. These days, there are really all kinds of birds in the forest. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge God Xiao? Damn, I've really learned something new. Who says women are inferior to men? I think these two tiger women are quite fierce. I wouldn't dare to provoke Xiao Shun even if you gave me 3 heads. The conversation between Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu was heard by everyone. There was an uproar at the scene for a moment, and countless teasing and complicated gazes fell on the two sisters at the same time. Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, the two sisters looked at each other, feeling a little more uneasy. No, isn't this young man named Xiao Tian the strongest in Dayu City? Why does it look like he is the king of Dar City now? Isn't it normal for them to challenge Xiao Tian? Why do these people have such a big reaction? Who the hell are you? The two sisters looked at Xiao Tian at the same time, their brows furrowed, having long lost their initial confidence. Xiao Tian was too lazy to waste time talking to the two sisters, so Peng Dehai stepped forward and proudly introduced Xiao Tian's identity and his importance in Dar City. After learning these details, the two sisters' expressions became quite interesting. They only knew that Xiao Tian was the strongest in Dar City and had stored a lot of survival supplies. I didn't expect that it would be such an identity. He is not only the strongest person in Dar City, but he also monopolizes all the resources of Dar City. It is no exaggeration to say that such a person is omnipotent in Dar City. They actually tried to provoke such a person and allowed him to call for help. This is not a suicide. This is totally brain-dead behavior. Peng Dehai saw the confusion and despair on the two sisters' faces and felt happy about it, appearing quite proud. It was as if he was the real Xiao Tian. With his hands behind his back, Peng Dehai circled around the two sisters. After a long silence, he suddenly said, Are you scared now? Before you go out to dominate the mountains, don't you make a plan in advance? Silence. Deathly silence. The two sisters didn't know how to answer. They indeed hadn't made any strategy beforehand, because they blindly believed that with their current level, it would be easy to take over the entire Dar City. Seeing that the two sisters did not answer, Peng Dehai shook his head and gently uttered 2 words in a square shape. Idiot. Two sisters. Yi Feng suddenly looked at Xiao Tian, suppressed her fear, and said seriously, If we apologize to you now and are willing to become your women and your bed toys, can you give us a chance? I told you to get out, but you insisted that I call for help. Xiao Tian touched his chin and laughed. Now that the person I called is here, you won't be my woman again. After saying this, Xiao Tian spread his hands, looking helpless. You guys are making it very difficult for me to deal with this. Chapter 47. Can't live, can't die. Hearing Xiao Tian's response, the two sisters' hearts sank to the bottom. The other party's meaning was very simple. They were not going to let them off easily. Damn it. Yifeng suddenly looked at Yi Luan sadly. As the eldest sister, she is much more calm and steady in doing things than Yi Luan. Before leaving for Duru City, she asked Yi Luan to inquire about the situation in Duru City. Yi Luan's reply to her was that Duru City was just a small place and could not threaten their existence. It was because she believed Yi Luan's lies that things turned out like this. If Yi Luan was not her biological sister, she would have wanted to strangle her to death. Seeing Yifeng looking at her fiercely, Yi Luan lowered her head in shame. She now knows that she was wrong, and her arrogance has harmed her and her elder sister, but now things have happened. The late emperor was halfway through his career when he collapsed halfway. What else can we say now? However, it is obviously not the style of the two sisters to admit their bad luck. The fact that they were so cruel as to wipe out the entire military force of Duru City was enough to prove that they were not good people either. Although they know that there is almost no hope of turning the current situation around, they will not give up even the slightest chance. As long as they can control Xiao Tian and use him to threaten everyone at the scene, they still have a chance to escape from this place of trouble. Thinking of this, the two sisters looked at each other tacitly. We understood each other's meaning instantly. Next moment, attack together. Yifeng suddenly roared, flapped his wings behind him, and rushed toward Xiao Tian. Yi Luan also reacted instantly, took off the tortoise shell in her hand, and used it as a shield, and quickly pressed toward Xiao Tian. The two sisters directly transformed into beasts, intending to fight to the death. But Xiao Tian just watched the scene coldly without much reaction. Do you want to struggle to your death? Leave these two ignorant women to me. Yin Tiansheng stepped forward, rubbed his neck, and said with some excitement. During this period of time, he has been working hard to absorb the power of the mutant beast crystal core, and now his strength is not weak. It's just right to practice with these two women. However, Yin Tiansheng was quick, and the spirit beast warriors present reacted even faster than him. Idiot, you dare to attack Xiao Shun when you are about to die. Did you ask for our opinion before attacking Xiao Shun? Damn it, who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous in front of Xiao Shun? Brothers, let's do it. The spirit beast warriors at the scene all roared loudly, with red faces and thick necks, as if they had been injected with hormones. Yin Tiansheng had just entered the beast state, and before he could take any action, these spirit beast warriors took the lead and rushed out yelling. Launched a brazen attack on the two sisters. Boom. The scene was horrific. The two sisters are very powerful, which is why they have the confidence to dominate Duru City. I have to admit that they do have some skills. If they fight alone, almost no one on the scene except Xiao Tian can be their match. But unfortunately, there were dozens of spirit beast warriors on the scene. A spit from each person at the scene was enough to feed the two sisters. Someone transformed into a gigantic bear with tremendous strength. Someone's arm turned into a thick snake head, and its fangs released terrible toxins. Some people even grew dog heads and rushed towards the two sisters to bite them. This group of spirit beast warriors were firing at full force, holding nothing back and using killing moves every time they attacked. Surrounded by so many spirit beast warriors, the two sisters had almost no chance of resistance. After just a few encounters, he was severely injured by the crowd, fell to the ground with blood spurting from his mouth, and his breath instantly weakened. The two sisters were dumbfounded. Could the young man in front of me be the reincarnation of Mengpa? Did he give these spirit beast warriors some magic potion? Otherwise, why would these guys have such a big reaction when they saw them suddenly attack Xiao Tian? In fact, the reason why everyone had such a reaction was not because they respected Xiao Tian so much. The main reason is that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they show absolute loyalty, Xiao Tian will definitely provide resources as a reward. They took the initiative to attack the two sisters, not because they were standing up for Xiao Tian, but simply because they wanted to obtain the resources given by Xiao Tian. Xiao Shun, these two ignorant women have been subdued. What should we do now? As long as you say a word, Master Xiao, we will attack wherever you point us. To deal with such scum, there is no need for Xiao Shun to take action himself. We can do it. God Xiao, you tell us what to do with them, and we will do it. Looking at everyone's earnest eyes, Xiao Tian's mouth twitched. The most shocking among them was Yin Tiansheng. Yin Tiansheng was still standing there in his beastly state, his head a mess. As the former richest man in Daru City, an existence with unprecedented status and power, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. Beast! Damn it! You're simply a bunch of beasts. I haven't even taken a single step yet, and you guys have already finished the fight? Do you want to do this? I know you want to please Xiao Tian, but at least give me a chance to prove myself. You guys make me look stupid. Xiao Tian, you either kill us or let us go. Otherwise, if we find the chance, we will not let anyone close to you go. Knowing that they could not escape the disaster, the two sisters became more open-minded and looked at Xiao Tian fiercely and threatened him. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows. What he hated most in his life was being threatened. Anyone who threatened him almost never had a good ending. To Xiao Tian, the threats from the two sisters seemed more like a request for death. They wanted to provoke him so that he could die quickly. But Xiao Tian was not what they wished. Since you are so eager to die and want to die quickly, I won't let you do as you wish. I want you to live in pain. Sometimes, making someone live a life worse than death is far more torturous than killing them directly. These two women are at your disposal. Xiao Tian looked at the group of spirit beast warriors and spoke. Hearing this, many people's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this pair of sisters cannot compare with Yen Ruyu and other girls in terms of appearance and temperament, they're quite good among the general public. Everyone knew that if they offended Xiao Tian, they would surely die, and many people felt it was a pity, as it was a bit of a waste of God's talents to let them die like this. But now, if Xiao Tian hands the pair of sisters over to them for disposal, it would not be a waste of resources. Many of these spirit beast warriors are still bachelors and have never tasted a woman since they were born. Thank you, Master Xiao. Don't worry, Master Xiao. These two stupid women dare to threaten you. We will make them wish they were dead. Many spirit beast warriors in the crowd swallowed their saliva and grinned evilly. The look he gave the two sisters was like a hungry wolf that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, seeing the Minyang group. The two sisters were confused. They were desperate and completely regretted it. One can easily guess what kind of inhuman treatment they will suffer next. I'm afraid that in less than half an hour, their weight will increase by 3 kilograms. Xiao Tian, you bastard, you beast, you will not die well. The two sisters acted like crazy, no longer as calm as they were at first, and kept cursing at Xiao Tian like crazy. But he was soon knocked unconscious by the crowd. How dare you threaten God, Xiao, even now? I will make you kneel down under my crotch and sing conquer. Someone in the crowd threatened in a mean voice. Xiao Tian saw all this and nodded with satisfaction. After all, I was too kind. The other party threatened me and tried to use me as a stepping stone, but I didn't kill them, but allow them to live. Looking at the entire blue star, after the dark turmoil began, the dark side of many people's hearts was released. There are so few people as kind as me. Chapter 48. The Lord of Darkness arrives early. After deciding the future of the two sisters with just one sentence, Xiao Tian also promised everyone some benefits. Although this group of people's motive for taking action was for resources, they took the initiative after all, and Xiao Tian was not a stingy person. So I promised to give everyone some resources as a reward. Although the resources are not much, it is better than nothing. This is a good opportunity to tell everyone that anyone who works for Xiao Tian will get benefits. At any time, blindly pursuing violence is always a very stupid thing to do. The best strategy is to win people's hearts. As expected, when Xiao Tian promised resources as a reward, everyone at the scene cheered and shouted Xiao Tian's name loudly. Now the plants and insects have all completed their mutation, and the entire environment is much worse than in the early days of the dark turmoil. Food is the most important survival material for people today. They just helped Xiao Tian deal with the Yifeng sisters with almost no loss, and they got a lot of resources for free. No matter how you calculate it, it's not a loss. As expected of you, Xiao Tian, this is a brilliant plan. Yen Tiansheng couldn't help but nodded, stroking his beard. Dad, did you see anything? Yen Ruyu asked curiously. Yen Tiansheng thought for a moment and explained, Xiao Tian has monopolized the resources of the entire Daru city. If he uses resources or force to threaten everyone to work for him, even if he is very powerful, it will cause dissatisfaction among others. So Xiao Tian did not do that, but told everyone indirectly that they would get benefits as long as they did things for him. In this way, Everyone is convinced by him and has no intention of rebelling. When they encounter problems, Xiao Tian doesn't need to take action himself. They will take the initiative to solve them. Yen Ruyu is not stupid either. After hearing her father's explanation, she quickly understood. Her pair of peach blossom eyes brightened a little when she looked at Xiao Tian. I used to think that Xiao Tian was just very powerful and treated people around him very well, but now I realize that Xiao Tian's wisdom is also not to be underestimated. If the current Xiao Tian was replaced by the original He Huan, this guy has monopolized the resources of the entire Dar City. Will he share these resources with everyone? The answer is obviously no. In the end, others will not be able to survive, and over time they will inevitably have some thoughts. By then, only kings, princes, generals, and ministers will be considered as having different races. But Xiao Tian is different. He does monopolize the resources of Dar City, but at the same time, he can provide resources for others to survive. Everyone exchanges equally and takes what they need. Not long after, Yi Feng and her sister were forcibly dragged away by the crowd in deep despair. I don't think the ending that awaits them will be a good one. Yen Ruyu and other girls had no sympathy for this. They thought the two sisters had brought this upon themselves. There's nothing wrong with their idea of dominating the place, and there's nothing wrong with their approach of treating their enemies without mercy. What was wrong was that the person they provoked was Xiao Tian. After doing all this, Xiao Tian looked at Shun Xiulan again. The military personnel have basically been wiped out. Now the research institute is no longer safe. Come back to the villa with me. You can continue your research there in the future. Shun Xiulan's expression was moved, and she looked at the handsome Xiao Tian with extremely complicated emotions. She was actually also in the area. Almost all the military personnel were wiped out. Without the protection of the military, it would definitely not be safe for an ordinary person like her to continue staying in the institute. She was still thinking about whether to ask Xiao Tian for help, but due to the dignity of the dean, he couldn't say these words. I didn't expect that Xiao Tian would take the initiative to ask me to work in the villa. Does this boy really have a crush on me? But she was much older than him. Shun Xiulan had been hailed as a genius since she was a child. While her peers were still in high school, she had already made an exception and entered university for further studies. Because she is so outstanding, she has high requirements for her partner. At least you need a boy who is better than you. Although Xiao Tian was good enough and met Shun Xiulan's expectations for her other half, he was too young. Sister-brother love. This is a question that Shun Xiulan has never considered, because she always felt that boys who were too young would appear childish, and she was a mature woman. The more Shun Xiulan thought about it, the more confused her mind became. He shook his head to clear his mind of thoughts. Thank you very much. Since you said so, I will be honored to refuse. Shun Xiulan smiled. If Yen Ruyu is the pure first love style of a young girl, then Shun Xiulan is the extremely mature royal sister style. It's like an old wine that has been hidden for decades, emitting a rich, intoxicating aroma even through the jar. Fatty, call the workers in the villa to help Dean Shun move the research equipment. Xiao Tian instructed Pang Dehai. Pang Dehai patted his chest and vowed. Don't worry, big brother, I guarantee to complete the task. One has to admit that this contemporary heavenly master of Mount Longhu has become more and more like a lackey. After explaining everything, Xiao Tian followed Yen Ruyu and her daughter back to the villa first. Just when a few of them returned to the villa, a heavy muffled sound suddenly came from the originally dark sky. Then a huge crack appeared in the sky. The crack was pitch black, and countless black mists seeped out from the crack, dyeing most of the sky inky black. It was pitch dark. This is the Lord of Darkness. Xiao Tian looked up at the sky. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. Dark Lord. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian in confusion. Xiao Tian, what happened? A crack appeared in the sky, which would have been shocking news in the past. But now it doesn't cause much waves. Because darkness and chaos have already arrived, animals, plants, and insects have all mutated, and it is normal for some strange phenomena in heaven and earth to appear. Moreover, many people nowadays cannot even fill their stomachs, so it is even less likely that many people would care about the so-called visions. The dark turmoil is divided into 9 levels. Each level will have a corresponding disaster, and each level has a dark master. Judging from the current situation, the Dark Lord of the First Heaven has arrived ahead of schedule. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and said solemnly. The term Dark Lord was not unfamiliar to Yen Ruyu and her daughter. They had already learned the general situation from Xiao Tian. But what they didn't expect was that according to Xiao Tian's original expectation, the Dark Lord of the First Heaven would take at least half a year to arrive. How could it suddenly come now? Xiao Tian, didn't you say that the Dark Lord of the First Heaven will not arrive for at least half a year? Yen Ruyu asked suddenly, pursing her lips. Xiao Tian remained silent, but his thoughts began to become vague. According to the memories before rebirth, the Dark Lord of the First Heaven would indeed not arrive for another half a year. But after his rebirth, he had changed too many things. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the butterfly he caused that the Dark Lord of the First Heaven arrived ahead of schedule. The crisis is coming. From this moment on, our current dull life begins to count down. Chapter 49. Tonight, I want to be your woman. I remember that before the Master of the First Heaven came, he also tore a big hole in the sky. However, the Dark Lord did not descend in person, but only a clone. The current situation is almost exactly the same as what Xiao Tian saw at that time. In other words, although his influence caused the coming of the Dark Lord to be advanced, the Dark Lord was still the same as before his rebirth. It was not the real body that came directly, but a clone that came first. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. It's fine to just use a clone. The clone's strength will be much weaker than the original body. I still have time to become stronger. Xiao Tian patted his chest and talked to himself. Yen Ruyu looked surprised. It was the first time she saw Xiao Tian so absent-minded. It is not difficult to guess that the Dark Master of the First Heaven is very powerful. So powerful that even Xiao Tian is afraid of him. This is indeed the case. If Dark Turmoil is compared to a game, then this game has a total of 10 levels. The ruler of the First Heaven is equivalent to the big boss of the first level. Even though he was reborn once and had his own system, his current strength was not too weak. Xiao Tian still couldn't stop feeling anxious. After all, this is reality and not a game. If you fail, there will be no chance of resurrection. Xiao Tian, you don't look well. Are you okay? Yen Ruyu touched Xiao Tian's face and comforted him softly. It's okay. No matter how strong the Dark Lord of the First Heaven is, we are not fighting alone. When Xiao Tian heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How could I forget about the others? The Dark Lord of the First Heaven might be very powerful, but he is not fighting alone now. What's more, now all the people close to him have a set of resurrection armor. Having a resurrection armor means having a chance to make a mistake. What about the Dark Lord? He is just the Dark Lord of the First Heaven. His opponent is just his clone coming down now. Just kill him and you'll be done. He just didn't believe that he, with a second chance to live his life and a system at his disposal, will be unable to defeat a mere ruler of the First Heaven. Evening. Pang Dehai escorted Shen Xiaolan and carried the various equipment needed for the experiment back to the Villa 1 after another. There are a large number of these devices, and some of them are quite large. Thanks to the large space in the villa and the many vacant rooms, storing these equipment is not a big problem. After arranging everything, dinner time, everyone sat together and had dinner. Xiao Tian sat aside, gnawing on a raw steak. After pondering for a while, he told everyone about the Dark Lord. When I learned that the Dark Turmoil is divided into 9 stages in total, and this is only the first stage, and it will become increasingly difficult in the future. Shen Xiaolan and Pang Dehai were completely stunned. Life is hard enough now, and the only reason they're living a comfortable life now is because they follow Xiao Tian and benefit from Xiao Tian's help. On the other hand, other people, even the spirit beast warriors, often went hungry one day, and there were even tragic cases of cannibalism. When he thought that the days ahead would be even more difficult, Pang Dehai couldn't even imagine what the scene would be like. Moreover, in each stage, a powerful master will descend and deliver a head-blasting blow. The dark creatures were terrifying enough, especially the elite dark creatures they encountered in the Forbidden Area last time. If it weren't for Xiao Tian, they would all have been wiped out. Elite dark creatures are so powerful. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the Dark Master would be. Brother, you should have a way to deal with the Dark Lord, right? Pang Dehai felt that the food was no longer delicious. He put down his chopsticks and stared at Xiao Tian. The others also looked over at the same time, waiting for Xiao Tian's answer. Xiao Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "To be honest, I am not absolutely sure either." Hiss. Everyone gasped at the same time. In their minds, Xiao Tian is synonymous with invincibility, and even he is not absolutely sure. How powerful is this so-called Dark Lord? The Dark Lord will descend on Dara's city. Why don't we just run away? Won't we be safe as long as we leave here? Pang Dehai spoke again. Since you can't win, just run away. Xiao Tian shook his head again and said softly, great dangers are often accompanied by great opportunities. If we can kill the Dark Lord, the benefits we will gain will also be huge. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian continued, besides, if you can't escape the first day, you can't escape the 15th day. There are 8 more masters who will come one after another. By then, the entire Blue Star will be reduced to a living hell. Escape is absolutely impossible. Only by becoming stronger can you control your destiny in your own hands. I agree with Xiao Tian. Only by becoming stronger can we control our own destiny. Yin Tianxing suddenly stood up and said to Xiao Tian, what should we do next? Just tell me. I know you must have a plan. Xiao Tian looked at Yin Tianxing in surprise. He is worthy of being the richest man in Dara City who is able to build a huge business empire. This courage alone is not something that ordinary people can possess. From now on, everyone should try their best to absorb the power of the crystal core and strive to raise their level. We now have only one task, which is to spare no effort to improve our strength. At the same time, it is best not to go out easily during this period. The Dark Lord's clone has arrived. To be on the safe side, it is safer to stay in the villa. Xiao Tian told everyone about his plan one after another, and everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian has long become the backbone of the group. At this stage, no one will refute Xiao Tian's opinion. After dinner, Yen Ruyu and his daughter went back to their room to absorb the crystal core. The speed at which they absorbed crystal cores was far from comparable to Xiao Tian's. They still had a large number of crystal cores that Xiao Tian had given them that they had not absorbed. Now that we know about the impending crisis, we must work overtime to absorb it. What about me? Pang Dehai blinked at Xiao Tian. Brother, I'm not a spirit beast warrior. I cannot absorb the power of the crystal core. What should I do now? Aren't you the heavenly master of Mount Longhill? Go and draw new talismans and prepare as many methods as possible. Good. Pang Dehai nodded and went back to the room to start preparing. Drawing talismans requires a lot of materials. Fortunately, there are many supplies in the villa, and he can find almost all the materials he needs. In addition to talismans, he also has many other means of attack, but they need to be prepared in advance. After arranging tasks for everyone, Xiao Tian looked at Shun Xiaolan again. Dean Shun, your task during this period is to develop the containment device as soon as possible. Should that be no problem? If there are any materials missing, you can tell me, and I will try my best to meet your needs. Shin Xiaolan smiled slightly. I'll listen to you. Looking at Xiao Tian's handsome face, Shin Xiaolan suddenly felt her heart beating fast. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Xiao Tian, I have something to discuss with you. Come to my room with me. I want to talk to you alone. What do you want to discuss? Do you need to go to the room? Although Xiao Tian was puzzled, he didn't think much about it and followed Shun Xiaolan to the room. Seeing Xiao Tian enter the room, Shun Xiaolan raised her red lips to reveal a beautiful arc and then closed the door with her foot. As for Xiao Tian, after entering the room, he took a quick look at the layout of the room. This room was cleaned up in advance and has all the basic necessities. This will be your room from now on. If you need any daily necessities, you can tell me. As Xiao Tian spoke, he turned and looked towards Shin Xiaolan. Seeing this, he swallowed back what he was saying. His pupils trembled violently, and he was completely stunned. Because Shin Xiaolan had already started taking off her clothes without knowing when. Seeing Xiao Tian's gaze, Shun Xiaolan blushed subconsciously, feeling a little embarrassed, but she did not stop what she was doing. Instead, she slowly said, Xiao Tian, you may not know that I've been very good since I was a child. Very good. Which also means that few men can be favored by me. I am not afraid of you being the school beauty when I say this, even though I'm already the dean of the research institute and have been praised by the country as a key scientific and technological talent. But until now, I am still a virgin and have never experienced the love between men and women. Now the ruler of the first heaven is about to descend, and the world has entered its doomsday. I have always known that you are very good to the people around you. Otherwise tonight, just fulfill my wish and let me experience the joy of love, right? Xiao Teng, lie down. Oh shit. Chapter 50, I thought I could handle it. Update 1. Shin Xiaolan was originally quite mature, and she had always been seen in a white lab coat, always giving people the image of a dignified teacher in Japanese movies. But now, Shun Xiaolan, wearing a loose nightgown, her curvy figure is faintly visible, like a big sister next door exuding a mature charm. Against the backdrop of the warm lighting in the room, you can still vaguely see the oval face with a rosy glow. At this moment, Shun Xiaolan was so beautiful that it was indescribable and almost breathtaking. Shun Xiaolan put her delicate hands around Xiao Tian's arm, blushed as she leaned close to his ear, and blew a breath of hot air. Xiao Tian got goosebumps instantly. He originally thought that he had become immune to beautiful women since he had Yen Ruyu. But when facing the beauty Shun Xiaolan, he couldn't help but blush from the ears. How can this be the dean of the research institute? Wearing a white coat during the day, he is indeed the majestic director of the institute. But after changing into a loose robe at night, she is almost indistinguishable from a fairy. Which cadre can withstand such a test? It's still not too late for you to stop now, Xiao Tian reminded, panting. With a soft jade in his arms, he was not Lu Xiaohui and could not remain calm at all. Sanity is being eroded bit by bit. He can't bear it anymore. Ow! Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shun Xiaolan found a little funny. She ran her white fingers across Xiao Tian's chest and said with a sly smile, "Are you scared?" When facing the enemy, Xiao Tian was decisive and ruthless in killing them. In the eyes of everyone in Dara City, Xiao Tian is the god of death. But now, in front of his little girl, Xiao Tian was so shy. This huge contrast between before and after made Shun Xiaolan feel interesting, and she felt excited. Shun Xiaolan's actions became more and more bold, pressing forward step by step until Xiao Tian was forced into a corner. The two were so close that Xiao Tian could even smell a sweet scent. A beauty took the initiative to throw herself into your arms, but you actually got scared. Is it because you are not capable enough? Shun Xiaolan asked with a smile, blinking her big eyes. The blood in Xiao Tian's body suddenly surged, like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Dare you say you can't do it? Woman, you are playing with fire. However, Xiao Tian still tried to stay rational. I am a spirit beast warrior. You are just an ordinary person. I am afraid you can't bear my anger. Shun Xiaolan raised her eyebrows, and her competitive spirit suddenly rose. I can handle it. You can't bear it. I can handle it. You can't bear it. Shun Xiaolan took a deep breath, chuckled a few times, then shook her head and said, I can handle it. Xiao Teng. He was really reminding the other party from the bottom of his heart. Why didn't Shun Xiaolan believe it? At this moment, Shun Xiaolan suddenly loosened her wrists around Xiao Tian's arms and turned over to lie on the bed. She struck a weird pose and looked at Xiao Tian provocatively. Why don't we just give it a try and find out whether we can bear it or not? Why are you talking so much nonsense? This is not like your style. You really can't do it? Shun Xiaolan smiled like a flower and threw a coquettish glance at Xiao Tian. Can you do it, little dog? Swish. I can't help it. I really can't help it. Which man can tolerate being questioned by a woman like this? Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Be prepared to bear my wrath. Xiao Tian said nothing, just threw himself onto the bed. The next day, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. A heavy rain fell on the earth, but the ground remained wet. Everyone got up early and had breakfast in the restaurant, while reporting their progress to Xiao Tian. Pang Dehai had already drawn a lot of talismans last night, and other means were also being prepared. Yen Ruyu and his daughter absorbed several crystal cores, reaching a new level. Although these improvements are far from enough, fortunately, everyone's overall strength is improving in an orderly manner. Where's Dean Shun? At this moment, Yen Ruyu suddenly asked, why didn't she come down for breakfast? Xiao Tian's movement holding the raw meat suddenly froze. She probably can't come down. Yen Ruyu blinked, somewhat confused about what Xiao Tian meant. But she was not stupid, and she quickly realized what had happened last night. Xiao Tian took Shun Xiaolan into the harem. Although Shun Xiaolan was beautiful, she had a mature aura that even she couldn't compare to. But after all, he is just an ordinary person, while Xiao Tian is a spirit beast warrior, and even among the ranks of spirit beast warriors, he is a leader. How can an ordinary person's physical fitness compare with that of a spirit beast warrior? The two are not on the same level at all. Yen Ruyu was not sad because Xiao Tian found another woman. She was very content and knew very clearly that she had Xiao Tian on whom she depended for her current life. The present era is no longer the same as before. Today's era is one of survival of the fittest. As long as one is strong enough, it is actually normal to have many wives and concubines. What's more, Xiao Tian is so outstanding and powerful. With his conditions, he doesn't even have to ask women for his favor, and countless women will flock to him and climb into his bed. She had made sufficient mental preparation for this as early as when she decided to give her body to Xiao Tian. Even when Yen Ruyu learned that Xiao Tian had taken Shun Qiulan into the harem, she was secretly delighted. With Shun Qiulan joining, he can finally take a break. Although she's a spirit beast warrior, her physique is still not as good as Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was too evil, and she couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, Yen Ruyu hurriedly finished the food on the plate, then packed one and went upstairs. I'm going to bring something to eat to Sister Shun. Seeing this, Xiao Tian did not stop him. Shin Qiulan was extremely confident last night. From the initial provocation to kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, it took only half an hour. Xiao Tian thought about sending breakfast to Shin Qiulan, but he felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to face it. Yen Ruyu took his place, which saved him a lot of trouble. In the room, Yen Ruyu pushed open the door and saw Shin Qiulan lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a look of despair on her face. Sister Shun, have breakfast. Yen Ruyu smiled and placed a lunchbox in front of the bed. What happened last night? Shin Qiulan didn't expect Yen Ruyu to come up and bring her breakfast. She felt a little embarrassed when she saw the messy floor in the room. In the final analysis, I am still the mistress. Although I know that things are different now, I still feel a little ashamed. I never thought that someone as outstanding as myself would do such a thing. But she doesn't regret it, because Xiao Tian is really excellent. Sister Shun, you don't have to say it. Xiao Tian is very powerful. I actually hoped that someone would help me take some of the responsibility a long time ago. Yen Ruyu sat down in front of the bed and said with a smile, now that I have Sister Shun, I should be able to improve my strength with peace of mind during this period of time. Seeing that Yen Ruyu did not blame her, but accepted her instead, Shun Qiulan felt touched. But when I thought of what happened last night, I felt sad again. He is indeed very powerful. I thought I could withstand it, but I couldn't. According to my current condition, I probably won't be able to do strenuous activities for at least half a month. The physical fitness of the spirit beast warriors is really strong. Time flies and another day has passed. After lying in bed for a day, Shun Qiulan is now able to get out of bed. Just today, a piece of news quickly ignited the online circle of Devour City. A man named Ji Guoqing appeared in Devour City in a high-profile manner and recruited troops on a large scale. The news soon reached Xiao Tian's ears. Xiao Tian knew very well that this man named Ji Guoqing should be the incarnation of the Dark Lord of the First Heaven. The Lord of Darkness is finally taking action. Chapter 51. How to play this game. Update 2. In the living room of the villa, Yen Ruyu clicked on a video. In the video, a long-haired young man with heavy eyeshadow and wearing a dark black robe looks like a person who has traveled from ancient times. He put his hands behind his back and had a weird smile on his face, giving a speech. The content of the speech was generally simple. As long as you choose to follow him, you'll gain great power. Xiao Tian, are you sure this guy is really the Lord of Darkness? After everyone finished watching the video, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned her head and looked at Xiao Tian beside her. Although Yen Ruyu has never seen the Lord of Darkness, but as a dark creature, in Yen Ryu's impression, the Lord of Darkness is an inhuman creature. Even if he doesn't look weird, he must have 3 heads and 6 arms and be full of demonic energy. But the boy in the video, who calls himself Ji Guoqing, is almost no different from a normal human being except that his eyeshadow is a little thicker. It doesn't look like a dark creature at all. The Lord of Darkness can transform into any appearance. He has only become a human in appearance, but he is still the Lord of Darkness in essence. Xiao Tian slumped down on the sofa and explained. Yen Ruyu suddenly realized, and then asked curiously, this guy posted a video to recruit people. What does this mean? A sneer appeared on Xiao Tian's lips. Although due to my own reasons, the original schedule was accelerated a lot. But the Dark Lord's clone arrived early and recruited soldiers on Blue Star, something that had already happened once before he was reborn. So Xiao Tian was very clear about the other party's purpose in doing this. The other party wants to destroy the spirit beast warriors in Devour City at the lowest cost, recruit manpower, and create conflicts again. Use spirit beast warriors to fight against spirit beast warriors. When the spirit beast warriors in Daru City were both defeated in the fight, he came down in his true form to destroy everything. This is what the Dark Lord did in the previous life, and he almost succeeded. Relying on strength as an inducement, he indeed recruited a number of powerful spirit beast warriors. People were skeptical at first, but after seeing that someone was truly endowed with powerful powers, the others were moved. Xiao Tian remembered that at that time, at least half of the spirit beast warriors in Daru City chose to follow the Lord of Darkness and were bestowed with the power of darkness. However, these people also suffered the most miserable fate. After the Dark Lord himself arrived, these people became the first victims, and their strength was directly drained by the Dark Lord. This time, the Dark Lord apparently intended to use the same strategy, recruiting people and creating conflicts. But unfortunately, the time schedule has been changed too much by Xiao Tian this time. The current Daru City is no longer the Daru City of the past. Xiao Tian briefly told everyone about the Dark Lord's plan. After hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, everyone frowned instantly. If half of the spirit beast warriors in Daru City were bewitched and chose to follow the other party, then the other party's strength would definitely increase unprecedentedly. It is even enough to threaten Xiao Tian now. Brother, since this Dark Master has a plan in place, we must not sit back and allow it to develop. Pang Dahai pondered and said, how about we make the other party's purpose known to the public now? Xiao Tian smiled and said, do you think anyone will believe us if we make the truth public now? Pang Dahai and others were silent. Human nature has always been selfish, especially in this special period. Just as Xiao Tian said, even if they made the truth public, it might not have much impact. Under the inducement of power, there may still be many people who choose to follow the Dark Master. That being the case, things become tricky. Then what should we do? Just watch the other side grow stronger and then cause trouble? Pang Dahai felt a little overwhelmed. No matter how you think about it, this problem has no solution and is quite tricky. Xiao Tian, you should have a way to solve it, right? Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian hopefully. Tell her directly that Xiao Tian must have a way to solve this problem. There is indeed a way. Xiao Tian sat up straight and grinned. Since the other party can recruit soldiers, why can't we do the same? You mean? Yen Ruyu was very smart and understood what Xiao Tian meant instantly. The other party is using force to win over people. We don't have the capital to do that, but we can use resources in exchange. Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Yen Ruyu and said, let's announce the news now. If you follow me, Xiao Tian, I will take care of your 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day. Before the order collapsed, even an ordinary person could have 3 meals a day. But in this special period, even the spirit beast warriors may live a life of hunger and fullness. As long as you help Xiao Tian with his work, you can have 3 meals a day. So tempting. Moreover, the villain now has sufficient resources, so even if this is done, it will not have much impact. This method really works. He is indeed the man I have chosen. His brain is so quick. The seemingly unsolvable deadlock was actually solved by Xiao Tian's simple words. I'll announce the news right away. Yen Ruyu was so excited that she took out her cell phone and started composing the message, then clicked send. At the same time, the internet has gone viral because of Ji Guoqing's recruitment video. Just as Xiao Tian described, most people expressed doubts about the news. Grant them great power? Just bragging. The power of spirit beast warriors has long surpassed that of ordinary people, although everyone's abilities are different and the animal genes awakened are also different. But no matter how powerful you are still a spirit beast warrior. They have never heard of giving others powerful powers. Where on earth did this Ji Guoqing come from? He actually boasted that he could grant us powerful strength. I think he's just bragging. If he can really grant powerful powers to others, why would he need to recruit people himself? He won't treat all of us as fools, right? What if it's true? What if the animal ability he awakened is very special and can really give power to others? Are the people downstairs starving? How can such a good thing happen in this world? Most people on the internet express doubts about this, or even disdain. But a small number of people have also taken some initiative. Regardless of whether it's true or not, there's nothing to lose for them to give it a try first. If the other party can really give them powerful strength, then they will follow him. If the other party is bragging, just beat him up and leave. However, at this moment, another explosive piece of news spread wildly on the internet. Fuck, Xiao Shun is also recruiting people. Oh my god, Working with Xiao Shun actually gives me 3 meals a day. What else is there to think about? Go, go, go. I'm gonna find Xiao Shun now. I want to be Xiao Shun's dog. A full meal. The last time I ate was the day before. At least I can have some soup if I follow Xiao Shun, right? For a while, the internet went crazy. The spirit beast warriors in the entire Dara City have also gone crazy. In a villa in Dara City, Ji Guoqing looked at the contents on his phone and felt terrible. I have carefully planned a good show and am willing to help these humble humans improve their strength. As a result, this bunch of unruly people, instead of giving up such a great power, were actually bewitched by the promise of 3 meals a day. Chow Nima. What the hell is this? Chapter 52. Get ready, get ready. Sir, these villains are short-sighted. What should we do now? A middle-aged man beside Ji Guoqing bent over and asked cautiously. He was the first subordinate that Ji Guoqing conquered after arriving on Blue Star. This guy has awakened the ability to transform into a venomous snake, which can spray out venom. Anyone who is touched by even a little bit of it will be severely poisoned. It is a relatively powerful beast transformation ability. Not long ago, Ji Guoqing came to Blue Star and met this guy directly. He immediately expressed his desire for him to submit to him. Li Haoyun naturally disagreed, so the two started fighting. But what made Li Haoyun despair was that he was severely injured by the opponent in just one round. Immediately afterwards, Ji Guoqing used his strength to lure the opponent into his command, and used the power of darkness to strengthen the opponent's body. When I felt my body being strengthened and a powerful force emerging within me, Li Haoyun was completely convinced by Ji Guoqing. Especially later, when he learned that Ji Guoqing was the Lord's clone, he was completely convinced and willing to be the other's dog. This is somewhat different from my plan. Ji Guoqing shook the goblet in his hand and took a sip of the red wine. He had originally planned to use his clones to destroy the spirit beast warriors in Dara City, but the result was completely different from what he had imagined. This bunch of unruly people actually abandoned their great power and chose to have 3 meals a day. To be honest, he is still a little speechless. Are these people the reincarnations of starving ghosts who have never had a full meal in their 8 lifetimes? Do you like eating so much? As the Master of Darkness, Ji Guoqing doesn't need to eat at all, and he will never experience the feeling of hunger. Being hungry is not only uncomfortable, it can also kill you. Life is so difficult. Who would choose some damn powerful force? Who knows if Ji Guoqing is bragging? After pondering for a while, Ji Guoqing put down the goblet, looked out the French window, and said calmly, "Keep a low profile for the time being. To be on the safe side, let's observe the situation first." "Yes, sir." Li Haoyun stood up straight and nodded respectfully. At the same time, the villa area on the other side was already crowded with people. Almost all the spirit beast warriors in Dara City rushed to the scene. There are nearly 100 people in total. Although Dara City is only a third-tier city, its population is no less than millions. However, there are only 100 or so spirit beast warriors in the entire city, which is enough to show how small the probability of becoming a spirit beast warrior is. Many people are just ordinary people from beginning to end. Just like Xiao Tian before his rebirth, he was hiding in a dark corner, trying hard to survive. Certainly, in fact, there are not so few spirit beast warriors in Dara City. Many people were sent to death by Xiao Tian because they stood on the wrong side and became enemies with him. I didn't expect so many people to come. Inside the villa, Yen Ruyu sighed as she watched the footage on the surveillance camera. The current scarcity of resources is far beyond imagination. There are sufficient resources in the villa, so we can't feel it. Yen Tianxing sighed and said softly, "But for them, 3 meals a day has a huge impact. The spirit beast warriors are all hungry. If you can have a full meal, you may be able to survive in this harsh environment. Count the number of people first, then distribute the supplies." Xiao Tian stared at the display screen and suddenly spoke. "Shall we just give it to him directly?" Yen Ruyu frowned and said, "What if after we give them the resources, they change their minds and refuse to obey our orders?" But as soon as she asked this question, Yen Ruyu regretted it. Who is Xiao Tian? He is the man called Xiao Shun by the spirit beast warriors in Dara City. He is a ruthless man who is decisive and ruthless in killing his enemies. He took Xiao Tian's resources but didn't do anything for Xiao Tian. If there really was such a reckless man, Xiao Tian probably wouldn't have to take any action. Someone will take the initiative to help Xiao Tian. I'll go count the number of people right away. Yen Ruyu collected her thoughts and quickly walked out with Pang Dahai and others. Outside the villa, everyone stood in their places in an orderly manner, and although there were a large number of people, there was no sign of chaos. It was not until Yen Ruyu finished counting the number of people that someone asked cautiously, "Miss Yin, can Xiao Shun really take care of our 3 meals a day?" Everyone was worried that with so many people present, Xiao Tian would not be able to recruit everyone under his command. After all, there are strong and weak spirit beast warriors. Some spirit beast warriors, due to the influence of their beast transformation abilities, can be said to have no combat power at all. As long as you are willing to help Xiao Tian, everyone can have enough food to eat. Yen Ryu said. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Once upon a time, everyone thought that Xiao Tian was the reincarnation of the god of death. He was only kind to the people around him, but had no feelings towards his enemies and strangers. But now, they suddenly felt that God Xiao was really the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary. In this doomsday, he is actually willing to give them a bite to eat. When Xiao Tian lived broadcast the killing of Yuan and Xiao Menglong, many people thought it was a bit cruel. Now they discovered it. Too short. Their horizons are so short. How could God Xiao be cruel? He was clearly moved by the hard work of Yuan and others in trying to survive, so he personally sent them to the Western Paradise to enjoy the blessings. Looking across the entire blue planet, there are really only a handful of such good people. After the head count was counted, Yen Ryu personally led people to distribute supplies to everyone. Supplies are distributed once a day. As long as you follow Xiao Tian's instructions, you can come and collect supplies once a day in the future. Yen Ryu looked around and spoke loudly. There was a burst of cheers at the scene. Long live God Xiao! Long live Miss Yen! Long live! The sound of "Long live the Emperor" was heard everywhere. Many of these spirit beast warriors were once millionaires and high-ranking figures in social circles. The cost of just one meal is several months' salary for an ordinary person. They have eaten delicacies from land and sea, and have also participated in various entertainment activities that ordinary people could not imagine. But they never imagined that one day they would be so excited about having 3 meals a day. Nothing more to say. God Xiao is awesome. After receiving the supplies, many people couldn't wait to open them and start feasting on them. The delicious taste of the food exploded in people's mouths, making many people burst into tears. They hadn't tasted the taste of food for a long time. At the same time, Xiao Tian called Pang Dahai back into the villa. Don't you know divination? Can you figure out the location of the Dark Lord? The other party is just a clone, and his strength is far inferior to the original one. The purpose of the other party sending down the clone is to destroy the power of Dar City without bloodshed. What Xiao Tian wants to do now is to find the other party as soon as possible and then get rid of him. However, Xiao Tian's beastly ability does not include the ability to find people. It is too difficult to find someone in Dar City. My divination skills are fine for ordinary people, but the other party is the Lord of Darkness, so I'm not sure if I can predict it. Pang Dahai thought for a while and said seriously, "Let me try it first. After all, the other party is just a clone and not the real person. Maybe he can really predict the other party's location." He did as he said. Pang Dahai sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to calculate carefully. Xiao Tian waited quietly on the side without disturbing him. Half an hour passed in a flash. Half an hour later, Pang Dahai suddenly opened his eyes, with a flash of joy in his eyes, found it. The location of the Dark Lord was really divined by him. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's face also lit up with joy. Get ready. Get ready. Chapter 53. The Final Battle with the Dominant Avatar. After Pang Dahai gave the result of divination, Xiao Tian went straight to the outside of the villa. Outside the villa, many people had just finished a hot meal and a look of satisfaction appeared on their faces. Some people even didn't control their appetite and ate all the supplies for 3 meals a day, then lay on the ground in a daze, touching their round stomachs. Before the dark turmoil came, no one had ever thought that having a full stomach could be a pleasant thing. Xiao Shun. Seeing Xiao Tian, many people forced themselves to stand up. He looked at Xiao Tian with a sharp gaze, his eyes full of respect. The kindness of having a full meal should be repaid with gratitude. Now, all they have left for Xiao Tian is gratitude. Although Xiao Tian treated his enemies quite cruelly, if you think about it carefully, Xiao Shun never killed innocent people indiscriminately and never bullied the weak with guns. Xiao Tian nodded to everyone, then looked at Pang Dehai beside him. Pang Dehai understood instantly, took a step forward, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone be quiet first, and listen to me tell you something." Pang Dehai narrated the story in an orderly manner about the ruler of the ninth heaven of dark turmoil and the arrival of the clone of the ruler of the first heaven. Yen Ruyu and the others all looked calm, as they had known about this matter for a long time. But this group of people heard it for the first time, and the huge amount of information made them dizzy. The Lord of Darkness? Ninth heaven? The clone is coming. The dark turmoil, they understood, was nothing more than some humans gaining bestial powers and animals, plants, and insects mutating. Unexpectedly, the real dark turmoil was far from as simple as they imagined. If dark turmoil is compared to an online game, they are still in the novice village, and there are still 9 bosses to be defeated. I didn't expect that there are 9 more dark masters. That Ji Guiqing is actually the incarnation of the Lord of the First Heaven. It turns out he wants to destroy us from within. Damn it, it's so disgusting. It's obviously the Lord of Darkness, but it's trying to play tricks on us. Some timid people could not help but tremble and were on the verge of mental collapse when they thought that there were 9 powerful overlords coming to Blue Star. But most people can still remain calm. The dark turmoil has been going on for so long, and many of them have killed people and felt the cruelty of the world. Anyway, the situation has become so miserable. If Xiao Tian hadn't taken care of their 3 meals a day, many people would have starved to death. As for the 9 overlords, it doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is death, which is no big deal. Seeing that everyone's faces were generally more solemn, Xiao Tian spoke. "Everyone, things are not hopeless yet. We have already found the location of the Lord's clone. Follow me if you're not afraid of death. After the mission is completed, everyone's supplies will be doubled." Xiao Tian's loud voice spread throughout the scene, like a muffled thunder exploding in the air. People who were originally worried, people who were originally desperate, people who originally had no desire to fight. After hearing the words, supplies doubled. He seemed like a different person in an instant. God, Xiao is awesome. I don't know who started shouting, but suddenly there were shouts of "Long live the Emperor" one after another at the scene. "Kill the Master's clone. Kill the Master's clone. Kill the Master's clone." Everyone cheered and cheered. If they were listless before, now they were like they had been injected with hormones and were almost going crazy with excitement. The Lord of Darkness might be very powerful, but with God Xiao in charge of Dar City and double the supplies available, there's nothing to be afraid of. Without supplies, they might not even survive until the day when the Dark Lord himself arrives. They also thought that instead of thinking about those trivial things now, it would be better to follow Xiao Shun and stock up more supplies. If it really doesn't work when the Dark Lord himself arrives, they can just take the supplies and run away. Seeing that everyone's emotions were aroused, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Yen Ruyu and others looked at Xiao Tian with admiration. Just one sentence aroused the public's enthusiasm. If this happened in ancient times, he would definitely be a general who defended the country. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian's profile with a beautiful smile. This may be the personal charm that belongs only to Xiao Tian. At the beginning, Xiao Tian gave her a crazy impression, like a madman who only knew how to kill without regard for the consequences. Kill, kill, kill. This is what Xiao Tian had been doing in the early stages of the dark turmoil. However, Xiao Tian was not at all vague when dealing with the people around him, and he even gave away something as precious as the resurrection armor. The contrast between before and after is so great that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a split personality. But isn't the human species a combination of contradictions? There is actually nothing wrong with Xiao Tian's approach of killing his enemies and being close to those around him in a doomsday environment. Set off. Xiao Tian looked around at everyone and shouted with his arms raised. Soon, a group of people got in the car and headed towards the villa where Ji Guiqing was according to the location predicted by Pang Dehai. At the same time, inside a villa, Ji Guiqing, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, suddenly sneezed. I don't know why, but my mind suddenly became uneasy. There's a great sense of sorrow that one is about to die, but it shouldn't be. He is the great Lord of Darkness of the First Heaven. How could he have such a feeling? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. However, at this moment, Li Haoyun ran in from outside in a panic, with a look of fear on his face. My lord, something terrible has happened. Li Haoyun breathed rapidly and said with a trembling voice, "There are many convoys outside, and they are all filled with spirit beast warriors. They are heading towards the villa. Spirit Beast Warrior? Ji Guoqing frowned, and before he could say anything, the sound of a car engine came from far away. He looked down at the villa through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The corners of Ji Guoqing's mouth twitched violently, and he became a little uneasy. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge convoy. The convoy stopped in front of the villa's gate, and hundreds of people got out of the cars in a mighty manner. Then, everyone entered the beast state at the same time. For a moment, the roars of various animals spread throughout the scene, seeming to shatter everyone's eardrums. The scene was extremely spectacular, like a battle about to break out between factions. Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu sat in the car, looking at the scene outside calmly. Although the Dark Lord is powerful, he is just a clone at the moment. Facing so many spirit beast warriors, Xiao Tian is very curious. Can the other party bear it? Whoever can severely injure the master's clone will have his resources tripled. Xiao Tian sat in the driver's seat, giving orders calmly. After this light sentence was uttered, everyone became uneasy. Triple it. What's the difference between this and picking up money for free? Try. Kill the Dark Lord. Money makes the world go round. But when driven by absolute desire, people can become desperate. Desire is a good thing, because as long as the motivation is enough, a coward can become a warrior. Kill. A spirit beast warrior with bulging muscles and a pair of horns roared, suddenly lifted the car beside him and smashed it towards the second floor of the villa. Ji Guoqing, who was standing in front of the French window on the second floor watching this scene, was stunned on the spot. The reflection of the car grew larger in his pupils. A dangerous aura gradually spread. What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 54. Failed to pretend. No style left. Ji Guoqing had thought about how he would plan and strategize after his clone arrived on Blue Star, and how he would use strategy to destroy the spirit beast warriors in Dara City. He also thought that the whole process might not be as smooth as expected. But he always firmly believed that the great darkness would eventually cover Dara City and even the entire Blue Star. What he never expected was that as soon as he arrived at Blue Star, reality hit him hard on the top of his head. The strategy of relying on force to win people's hearts did not succeed, as everyone was attracted by the condition of 3 meals a day. Now these people appeared in front of him in groups and attacked him. No, are humans evolved now? How brave are you? Even if I am a clone, I am still the Lord of Darkness. You guys are fighting me as soon as we meet. Can you give me a little face? Don't I want to be cool? Ji Guoqing became angrier the more he thought about it. Flames burned on his right arm, and he punched the car in front of him. Sir, no, there's gasoline in the car. It will explode. Li Haoyun, who was standing by, saw this scene and shouted with bloodshot eyes. Ji Guoqing still maintained his punching posture and turned to look at Li Yunhao. What did you say? Li Yunhao, who among his family members understands him. He is really desperate now. Boom. Ji Guoqing's flaming fist instantly smashed the car into pieces, and the gasoline exploded and seeped out of the fuel tank. After being contaminated by the flame on the fist, a violent explosion occurred instantly. In a trance, the many spirit beast warriors below seemed to see a small mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The entire villa was instantly engulfed in flames. After a while, the sea of fire gradually dissipated, and the entire villa was destroyed beyond recognition and was on the verge of collapse. On the second floor of the villa, the original floor-to-ceiling windows were blown to pieces, and the room was in a mess. Ji Guoqing and Li Yunhao were not ordinary people and were unharmed. However, although the explosion did not cause any harm to them, it made them extremely embarrassed. The two men had afros, and their faces were covered in dust, especially Ji Guoqing, whose neat suit was blown into rags. He stared blankly at the people downstairs, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something. But after opening his mouth, no sound came out, but a puff of smoke came out. Puff! Yen Ruyu, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. It is hard to imagine that the embarrassed figure in front of me is actually the Lord of Darkness of the First Heaven. Xiao Tian crossed his arms over his chest and couldn't help laughing when he saw this. If I remember correctly, before he was reborn, when Ji Guoqing came to Dara City, the other party was very impressive. When this person first came, he began his plan to win people's hearts. Recruit subordinates by using strength as a guide. At first, no one took it seriously, and some people even started to curse at Ji Guoqing online. As the master of darkness, Ji Guoqing naturally could not tolerate this evil. So he went straight to the other party's home and killed the spirit beast warrior on the spot. When he made his move, darkness covered the sky, bringing extreme fear. This move not only proved his strength, it also shocked all the spirit beast warriors in Devouring City at the same time. At that time, Xiao Tian was still curled up in his own shelter, watching the whole process through the live broadcast on his mobile phone. Although I can only watch it through live broadcast, I can't feel the atmosphere on site in person. But Xiao Tian could still roughly imagine the despair of everyone at the scene. However, everything changed after he was reborn. This scene in the previous life did not happen, and Ji Guoqing failed to complete his wish of pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face. Instead, he was beaten up by the spirit beast warriors of Devouring City. "You lowly human, you are seeking death." Ji Guoqing clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes flashed with undisguised coldness. "Sir, the other side has more people and more power. Let's retreat first." Seeing that Ji Guoqing was ready to fight, Li Haoyun on the side hurriedly reminded him. He knew very well that the other party was just a clone, and he had almost no chance of winning if he had to face all the spirit beast warriors in Devouring City at the same time. He was really scared, and he rushed out in a fit of rage. Seeing that Ji Guoqing did not respond, Li Yunhao's heart sank, and he quickly added, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood, sir." Humans are nothing more than a group of inferior creatures. They have simply been influenced by the aurora and gained the ability to transform into beasts. Ji Guoqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said word by word, "Based on their numbers alone, they are not qualified to act so arrogantly in front of me." After hearing Ji Guoqing's words, Li Haoyun had only two words in his mind. "It's over." As expected, before he could say anything, Ji Guoqing tapped the ground with his feet, and a dark force emerged around him. Then he opened his arms and flew towards the bottom of the villa in a very pretentious posture, like an eagle spreading its wings. A strong person must show his class when taking action. However, the spirit beast warriors at the scene did not wave their hands. Before Ji Guoqing even landed, someone raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, go ahead." Everyone reacted and roared and attacked Ji Guoqing in the air at the same time. Because they knew Ji Guoqing's true identity, no one dared to underestimate him and attacked with all their strength. For a moment, various attacks appeared at the same time, and the space began to vibrate faintly. Ji Guoqing's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. Grass. These humans are so despicable. They actually come to cheat and attack. He hasn't landed yet and has no ability to use the force to dodge. He could only hastily mobilize the power of darkness to protect his body and withstand the impending attack. Boom! A series of sharp explosions sounded one after another. The terrifying ripples instantly covered Ji Guoqing's figure. "This!" Li Haoyun in the villa gasped. Even though he was far away, he could feel the intensity of these attacks. If all these attacks were directed at him, he would definitely not last more than a single round and would be wiped out. "Isn't he going to die right here?" Looking at the ripples ahead, Li Haoyun said anxiously, "The opponent is just a clone, and the current attack is so strong that he might be killed directly. The key point is that he has already followed the other party. If Ji Guoqing is really killed on the spot, he will definitely be in trouble. Finished. Finished. Is this the end?" Looking at the ripples ahead, Yen Ruyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, sat up straight. "It's not that simple." Xiao Tian smiled. Although the opponent was just a clone, he was the Lord of Darkness after all. It was impossible for him to die so easily. "Dead. TSK, I thought the Dark Lord was so awesome, but I didn't expect he's just a loser. If all Dark Masters are of this character, I feel like I can beat 10 of them by myself. It's boring. I thought the battle would be intense." Many spirit beast warriors looked in the direction of the ripples and began to whisper. But just as Xiao Tian guessed, Ji Guoqing would not die so easily. As the ripples dissipated, Ji Guoqing's figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. He is not dead after all. However, although he did not die, Ji Guoqing's body had changed. He was originally in a physical state, but now he was translucent, his face looked extremely bad, and his breath was quite weak. Obviously, although he managed to withstand the attacks of everyone, he also consumed a huge amount of energy. "Grown-ups, Li Haoyun's face lit up with joy, and he instantly flashed in front of Ji Guoqing. Run! Ji Guoqing covered his chest and glanced fiercely at everyone present. Then, without hesitation, he left Li Haoyun behind. Two streams of black mist rose from his feet and rushed straight into the sky towards the distance. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He suddenly felt that what Li Haoyun said made sense. Li Haoyun was dumbfounded. Holy shit, just now I wanted to let these people see the power of the Dark Lord. You sell out your teammates in the blink of an eye. Please be a human being. Chapter 55. Others walk their dogs, I walk the Lord. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Sir, I haven't gotten on the car yet. I can't fucking fly. What should I do if you run away? Li Haoyun almost couldn't help but jump up and curse. A black flame flashed in his eyes, and he was ready to use the power of darkness to run away. But at this moment, several spirit beast warriors surrounded him and blocked his way. The Dark Lord has already abandoned you and escaped. If you don't want to suffer, just surrender. One of the spirit beast warriors said coldly, rubbing his hands. He, Li Haoyun, is also a ruthless person, and perhaps he has been affected by the power of darkness. Faced with this situation, no compromise was made. My fault is in my own hands. The great darkness will never perish. I'm already darkness now. You can't trap the darkness. With a roar, Li Haoyun's body shook and a dark force burst out from his body. Then more than 10 spirit beast warriors rushed up at the same time, surrounded Li Haoyun, and started beating and kicking him. A shrill scream suddenly rang out across the scene. You're the one called darkness? Wrong, 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 wrong. I know I was wrong. You're the only one who thinks my fate is in my own hands. Brother, I know I was wrong. I surrender. Stop fighting. You're the only one called invincible. Brother, I really know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Please don't hit me in the face. We're all friends. Harmony brings wealth. If you really have to hit me, please don't hit me in the face, okay? Under the absolute crushing of numbers, Li Haoyun was undoubtedly captured directly. Although he obtained the power of darkness, its concentration was obviously not as strong as Ji Guoqing's. Considering their level and number, they have almost no power to resist. Xiao Tian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a calm expression without any ripples. Li Haoyun was just a pawn, and the real boss was Ji Guoqing. God Xiao, the Dark Lord has already escaped. What should we do now? Should we chase him directly? Just then, a spirit beast warrior came to the car window and asked Xiao Tian with his head down. No hurry. Xiao Tian shook his head, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, blew out a smoke ring, and said, let the bullet fly for a while. So what if Ji Guoqing ran away? They have the Taoist priest Pang Dehai on their side, who can predict Ji Guoqing's current location at any time. Even if the other party runs to the ends of the earth, he can find him. In fact, the main reason was that Xiao Tian himself had lost the ability to fly, and the opponent was very fast. Even though many spirit beast warriors on the scene have the ability to fly, it is difficult for them to catch up with Ji Guoqing given their flying speed. Everyone rest here and set off again later. Xiao Tian said loudly to everyone. Half an hour. Ji Guoqing ran for half an hour before he stopped at a primary school. The primary school had long been abandoned, and no one was to be seen. Damned human, when my true form arrives, I will avenge you 100-fold for today's humiliation. Ji Guoqing withdrew the dark power, raised his head, and let out a long roar filled with anger. This is absolutely a huge humiliation. The dignified Lord of Darkness of the First Heaven was actually made so miserable by a group of humans. If this gets out, who would dare to believe it? If I don't avenge this, I am not the master. There's a saying on the blue planet, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. But he is different. He doesn't have to wait for 30 years. He only needs to wait 7 days for his real body to arrive. By that time, it would be as easy for him to crush these humans to death as it is to crush an ant. After venting a little, Ji Guoqing quickly calmed down. Since buying people's hearts doesn't work, then I'll wait here for 7 days and then take revenge after 7 days. Ji Guoqing took a long breath. I was just about to find a classroom to stay in. Next moment, the sound of a car engine came from far away. Ji Guoqing's body stiffened, his eyelids twitched violently a few times, and he turned around and looked blankly. I saw a familiar convoy of cars driving up to the school gate and stopped. The car door opened. Hundreds of spirit beast warriors got off the car at the same time and then entered the beast state. Fuck you guys. I don't know who howled. All the spirit beast warriors rushed towards Ji Guqing like crazy. The tightly closed metal door was knocked away by the crowd. Hundreds of spirit beast warriors who had transformed into beasts were running at the same time. The noise was like a landslide or tsunami, and the ground was shaking faintly. Damn it! Ji Guqing couldn't help but swear. Along the way, he deliberately used the power of darkness to increase his speed and erased all his breath. How do these guys find this place? Run. He has to keep running. He doesn't have much dark power left now, and staying to fight head-on would be courting death. You are really going too far. I will remember you. When my real body comes, none of you will be able to escape. Ji Guqing gritted his teeth and once again mobilized the little remaining dark power in his body, then soared into the sky. Keep running. Seeing this, everyone stopped at the same time and had no intention of chasing after him. All of this was arranged by Xiao Tian. Everyone get in the car and keep on going. Xiao Tian gave orders in an orderly manner. The convoy set off again in a mighty manner. 1 hour. This time, Ji Guqing ran for a full hour before finally stopping in a residential area. The community is a typical old and dilapidated one, and there are many ordinary people living here. Seeing Ji Guqing, covered in black energy, suddenly fall from the sky, many people in the community were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the spirit beast warrior? He can even fly. I'm so envious." Ji Guqing's eyelids twitched a few times. He turned his head to look at the man and said sternly, "What is a spirit beast warrior? I am the great Lord of Darkness." But before he could finish his words, the familiar attentive voice sounded again. Ji Guqing's knees subconsciously weakened, and he almost knelt down in front of him. To be honest, he almost sounded like he was traumatized. That engine sound again. Did these beasts install something on themselves that can locate them? Wrong. This time, he still erased all traces and escaped for a full hour. How could the other party catch up so quickly? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Ji Guqing pretended to remain calm and turned his head to look mechanically. Then I saw a familiar convoy parked at the gate of the community. Fuck you. Ji Guqing's face turned pale instantly, and he finally couldn't help but curse. This is too much bullying of the master. You are walking the dog. He really wants to fight with this group of people now. After all, he is just a clone, and he will not die even if the clone is gone. But this clone was separated from his original body. If the clone is destroyed, the strength of the original body will also be affected. In desperation, Ji Guqing could only continue to run away. However, when he activated the dark power, he was confused. The remaining dark power in his body was no longer able to support him to continue running away. The oil is running out, and I can't run anymore. Just at this moment, the leading car door suddenly opened, and Xiao Tian walked down with his hands folded and a playful look on his face. He faced Ji Guqing with a gentle smile on his face. Run. Why don't you keep running? If you don't run, I will take action. Ji Guqing. Chapter 56. Torture to the point of self-explosion. Ji Guqing stared at Xiao Tian with a gloomy face, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't expect that this kid's prestige in Dara City had reached this level. Bringing all the spirit beast warriors in Dara City to snipe at me. Is this something a human can do? God Xiao, as long as you give the order, we can deal with this guy for you without you having to do it yourself. At this moment, a spirit beast warrior in the crowd suddenly spoke. Everyone stared at Ji Guqing like wolves and tigers, the desire in their eyes almost overflowing. If they killed the clone of the master in front of them, Xiao Tian might be in a good mood and double the resources again. How can this be the Lord of Darkness? It's clearly a walking ATM. Bold. Ji Guqing's eyelids jumped, and he looked around at everyone at the scene fiercely and said in a stern voice, "I am the Lord of Darkness of the First Heaven. If you dare to act presumptuously, you will all pay a heavy price when I arrive." These lowly humans are so lawless that they dare to speak nonsense in front of him. I originally thought that these words could scare these people, but the result was surprising. Pang Dehai walked up and slapped Ji Guqing in the face. Although Ji Guqing is the master of darkness, the clone in front of him can also feel the pain. Feeling the pain on his face, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and he was completely stunned. This fat guy actually dared to attack me. You are the Lord of Darkness. Pang Dehai rubbed his fat hands and shook his head like a gangster. You look very unconvinced. Ji Guiqing was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Seeing this, Peng Dehai slapped him again. "You're not talking? Do you look down on me?" Ji Guiqing clenched his fists so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were about to explode. Bang! Another slap on the face. Peng Dehai chuckled and said disdainfully, "Returning to me? You're showing off? I am still the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Is the Lord of Darkness so awesome?" Faced with Peng Dehai's repeated humiliation, Ji Guiqing finally couldn't help but explode. He mobilized the dark energy in his body and punched Peng Dehai in the face without any warning. Peng Dehai's face changed slightly, and he quickly took out a talisman and threw it out. The moment the talisman was thrown out, it turned into a fireball, which not only offset Ji Guiqing's dark aura, but also hit the latter heavily. Ji Guiqing was blasted back a few steps, and his translucent body became even thinner. With the current dark power in his body, he doesn't even have the strength to resist the talisman. Seeing this, Peng Dehai was instantly relieved. It seemed that the other party had really reached the end of his strength. He turned his head and winked at Xiao Tian, saying, "Brother, let me deal with this guy. Since I came down from Longhu Mountain, I haven't had much chance to take action. Let me have a chance today." Several black lines slid down Xiao Tian's forehead. The fat guy's intention to hide was fake, and his real intention was to take the opportunity to show off. However, Xiao Tian did not refuse. Given Ji Guiqing's current condition, it was almost impossible for him to be a match for Peng Dehai. After getting Xiao Tian's consent, Peng Dehai didn't waste any more words. Then he looked at Yen Ruyu, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile, "Ms. Yen, please start a live broadcast." Yen Ruyu twitched the corner of her mouth and remained silent. Is this fat guy really the heavenly master of Mount Longhu? What's with this eagerness to show off? Yen Ruyu subconsciously glanced at Xiao Tian, and seeing that Xiao Tian did not express anything, she started the live broadcast as Peng Dehai instructed. Seeing the live broadcast started, Peng Dehai didn't waste any words. He reached his right hand into his trouser pocket and pulled out a handful of talismans. Ji Guiqing's face turned ugly in an instant. These talismans were actually not very powerful, but he is already in a weak state. "Fatty, if you dare to attack me, I will tear you into pieces when my real body arrives." However, as soon as Ji Guiqing finished speaking, he saw a talisman thrown at him. Ji Guiqing's face changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. When the talisman came close to him, it began to burn and turned into a sea of fire that enveloped him. Sizzle. The aroma of barbecue gradually spread, and Ji Guiqing's hoarse screams were heard at the same time. The damage of this flame is not high. Not to mention his real body. Even his clone would hardly cause any harm to him as long as it was in its peak condition. Even in his current weakened state, this flame would hardly pose a threat to his life. But although there was no threat to life, the pain caused by the flames burning the body was particularly intense. It's pure torture. Seeing the other party screaming in pain as he was burned by the talisman's flame, Peng Dehai felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment in his heart. Then he took out other talismans and threw them out. Just as the flames dissipated, an extremely cold force suddenly rose up and instantly froze Ji Guiqing's body. Ji Guiqing had just been in severe pain from the burning sensation, and now his entire body was freezing cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He wanted to die. As talismans were thrown out one after another, lightning, poison, collapse. Various attacks continued to surround Ji Guiqing. Ji Guiqing knew very well that he had no power to resist, and he also thought about finding an opportunity to escape. But all the retreat routes at the scene had been blocked by the spirit beast warriors. He had no way to escape. Far away, inside an old and dilapidated building, many windows were opened, and Yukoko poked her head out curiously. Didn't that guy call himself the Great Lord of Darkness? Isn't that too tragic? When my family slaughtered the New Year pig during the Spring Festival, the noise was not as loud as his. He just called himself the Lord of Darkness. What does the Lord of Darkness mean? I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of mutant beast? Being attacked by talismans was already torturous enough, and after hearing the conversation between these people, Ji Guiqing's spirit was also being tortured. How great is the Dark Lord? Now he is regarded as a mutant beast. Damn humans. When my real body arrives, I will make sure that you are killed without a burial place. The power of the master cannot be insulted. You have committed an unforgivable sin. Half an hour later, Ji Guiqing finally couldn't bear the severe pain in his body anymore and suddenly roared. The little dark energy left in the body was released instantly, wrapping around the body and starting to swell. He couldn't bear the torture and knew there was no hope of escape, so he planned to self-destruct. Xiao Tian, I will remember you. When my real body comes, you will regret it. The Dark Lord's crazy voice suddenly sounded. Then he looked at Pang Dehai, who was standing beside him, and said angrily, "And you fat guy, I won't let you go either." Ji Guiqing's eyes were extremely fierce and full of hostility. Pang Dehai subconsciously trembled all over and was frightened. But when he looked at Xiao Tian beside him, he suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Then he stretched out his right hand and gave Ji Guiqing a middle finger. "Fuck, grass." Ji Guiqing's eyes were bloodshot, and he exploded in extreme anger. At the same time, in a world full of darkness, a figure suddenly woke up from sitting cross-legged. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, then raised his head and howled angrily, "Humble human, I want you dead." After saying this, the dark aura around him suddenly began to condense. At the same time, above the old and dilapidated house where Xiao Tian and others were, a dark force began to slowly condense. Chapter 57 Death Notice 7A Countdown. What's going on? Didn't the Master's clone explode? Could it be that this guy has a backup plan? Is he not dead yet? Seeing the dark power beginning to gather, all the spirit beast warriors present, including Xiao Tian, frowned at the same time. It was the first time for the others to come into contact with the Dark Lord, and they didn't know much information to begin with. As for Xiao Tian, he didn't know much about the Dark Lord, but with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he roughly knew some of the Dark Lord's methods. But before the rebirth, after the Dark Lord's clone was destroyed, this situation has never happened before. Could it be that the other party has a backup plan? Or is it that the Lord of Darkness is going to descend directly upon us? It would be fine if the Dark Lord had a backup plan, but the clone is just a clone after all, and its combat power limit has been fixed. If the other party were to come in person, it would be the end of the entire Dar City. It is obvious that Xiao Tian at the moment is not ready to face the Master himself. Under everyone's solemn gaze, the dark power in the sky gradually condensed and transformed into a human figure. This is a figure wrapped in dark power, and only a vague outline can be seen. When the figure was fully formed, he suddenly lowered his head and fixed his eyes on Xiao Tian in the crowd. A fierce voice came out slowly. "Xiao Tian, destroy my clone. We are already at war to the death. In 7 days, my real body will descend on Dar City. By then, everyone who has contact with you will die because of you." What everyone was worried about did not happen. When the words fell, the figure in the sky turned into black mist and dissipated. No more. At this moment, the Dark Lord's clone was completely destroyed and ceased to exist. His previous words were a threat, but also a warning. The sky returned to calm, and after confirming that the Lord's clone had indeed been dispersed, everyone dared to breathe heavily. But soon, he became worried again. 7 days. In another 7 days, the Dark Lord himself will descend on Dayu City, and by then, not only Xiao Tian will die. All of them present today will be implicated. Finished. Many people thought to themselves that they were doomed. They should not have been so impulsive, because some resources had offended the Lord of Darkness. But put yourself in their shoes with their condescending attitude, even if they were not involved today. When it comes, will it really let them go? Xiao Shun. After coming to his senses, someone came up to Xiao Tian and asked nervously, "The Master's clone will arrive in 7 days. Are you sure you can deal with him?" The strongest fighter in the entire Daru City is Xiao Tian. Now that this has happened, everyone's hopes naturally rest on Xiao Tian. "I'm not 100% sure," Xiao Tian said truthfully. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and they felt a little desperate for a moment. It is normal that Xiao Shun is not absolutely sure. After all, he is the Lord of Darkness, the big boss of the first heaven. Although Xiao Shun is very powerful, he is ultimately just a spirit beast warrior. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence, and an atmosphere of despair gradually lingered in everyone's heart. Looking at the lifeless crowd, Xiao Tian shook his head slightly. Those who want to stay can stay, and those who want to leave can leave Dara City now. There are still 7 days left, so there is still time for everything. Xiao Tian's words brought everyone back to their senses. Once the Dark Lord arrives, the first person he will take revenge on is Xiao Tian. But judging from what Xiao Tian said, it seems that he has no intention of leaving Dar City. Although I know that Xiao Shun is a ruthless person, he shouldn't be so cruel, right? Is he going to confront the Dark Lord head-on? Xiao Tian did not give everyone time to think. He said loudly, "Now that the Master's clone has been destroyed, everyone can go and claim their own share of resources." Hearing that there were resources to be gained, the originally depressed crowd suddenly felt much better. In any case, let's get the resources first and then consider the follow-up. Immediately afterwards, a group of people drove away again in a mighty manner. When everyone returned to the villa, Xiao Tian kept his promise and took out the agreed reward. For some outstanding spirit beast warriors, resources are directly doubled. Everyone got their own rich resources, and they all smiled from ear to ear. The matter of the Lord's coming was temporarily forgotten. After sending everyone away, Xiao Tian and his group returned to the villa. "Xiao Tian, what are your plans for the future?" Yen Ruyu suddenly asked. Xiao Tian never fights a battle without preparation. The real Lord will arrive in 7 days. She doesn't believe that Xiao Tian doesn't have his own plan. In fact, Xiao Tian did have his own plans. If I remember correctly, a forbidden area will be opened before the Lord of the First Heaven arrives. This forbidden area not only contains various opportunities, but also a dominant palace. The real body of the ruler of the First Heaven is hidden in this palace. Strictly speaking, the Dark Lord does not belong to the creatures of this world. If the real body wants to descend, he must condense an avatar, then infuse all the strength into the clone. This process takes some time. If they could attack the clone when the master was infusing power, they might be able to destroy the master directly. But there is a prerequisite for doing this. Enter the forbidden area and find the master's clone. Fatty, can your divination skills predict the location of the Lord's clone in the forbidden area? Xiao Tian informed everyone of the general situation, then looked at Pang Dehai and asked, "It shouldn't be a big problem, but there are restrictions in the forbidden area. If you want to divine the other party's position in the forbidden area, it will take some time." Pang Dehai said relatively conservatively. He likes to show off, but he still has to be steady when it comes to big things like this. "As long as I can tell fortunes." Xiao Tian nodded, and the pressure in his heart was reduced by a lot. In this case, the subsequent plan is quite simple. Wait for the forbidden area to appear, and then enter the forbidden area to find the incarnation of the Lord of Darkness. At the same time, the entire internet on Blue Star went haywire. Xiao Tian monopolized the resources of Daru City, and his strength crushed all the spirit beast warriors in Daru City. But apart from the fact that this news caused some commotion in Daru City, few people in other places paid attention to it. After all, there are too many cities in Dragon Country. Every city also has powerful spirit beast warriors like Xiao Tian. But what happened today caused a huge sensation. Someone was live streaming at the scene, and the killing of the Lord's clone and the Lord's final death notice were all uploaded to the internet. Fuck, this Xiao Tian is a big shot. He actually dares to kill the master's clone. This kid is definitely dead. He has been hated by a master and will die in 7 days. I don't think so. If this kid is smart, he can run away in advance. Blue Star is so big that the Dark Lord may not be able to find it by then. It's a pity to waste his resources. It is said that this kid has stored a lot of resources. There's constant commotion on the internet. No one cared about Xiao Tian's life or death. Instead, he began to care about the resources in Xiao Tian's hands. Chapter 58. Get rid of Xiao Tian. Update 1. No matter how powerful a spirit beast warrior is, he is still a human being, and resources are indispensable. In particular, Xiao Tian's resource reserves are quite rich. However, for a being that could force the Lord's clone to self-destruct, no one was stupid enough to directly ask Xiao Tian for resources. Everyone is investigating. Based on various video information about Xiao Tian on the internet, we followed the clues to investigate Xiao Tian's background. Whether it was the previous killing of He Huan and others, or the current hunting down of the Lord's clone, relevant videos can almost always be found. It's not hard to find. Based on this information, everyone came to a conclusion. Xiao Tian is very powerful. The key point is that Xiao Tian has a strong appeal in Daru City, and the Lord's clone fell here. It is nothing short of a fantasy for them to obtain these resources by force. This made many people temporarily give up the idea of taking action against Xiao Tian. After the matter of the Lord's clone was over, Daru City returned to peace again. With the resources provided by Xiao Tian, everyone no longer has to worry about resources for the time being. Although there are many mutant beasts outside now, as long as they stay in the shelter, it will not have much impact. As for the public opinion on the internet, it gradually subsided with the passage of time, until 3 days later, a copy suddenly descended upon Daru City, and the current situation was instantly rewritten. Before this, many copies had appeared in Daru City. Everyone knows that there are a lot of resources in the copy. Within half an hour of the copy appearing, a nearby spirit beast warrior found it and planned to enter it. But what no one expected was that the forbidden area that appeared this time actually had restrictions. The vortex in front of the copy seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. No one, whether spirit beast warriors or ordinary people, could force their way in. Soon the news spread all the way to Xiao Tian's ears. In the past few days, people have been sending mutant beast cores to exchange for resources, and Xiao Tian has been absorbing them. The current level has reached level 26. No way. As the level continues to increase, more and more crystal cores are required for upgrading. Xiao Tian's improvement speed inevitably slowed down a lot. But it's not a big problem. If you upgrade to level 4, you'll get new opportunities to devour. After hearing the news about the forbidden area, Xiao Tian brought everyone directly to the scene. Xiao Shun. It's Xiao Shun who's here. A large number of spirit beast warriors had already gathered in front of the forbidden area. Seeing Xiao Tian arrive, they all took the initiative to make way. The forbidden area is blocked by an unknown force, and no one can enter it. But everyone subconsciously felt that Xiao Tian must have a way to solve it. After all, even the Almighty Lord's clones suffered a great loss at the hands of Xiao Tian. Perhaps there is nothing in this world that Xiao Shun cannot do. In front of everyone, Xiao Tian came to the gate of the forbidden area, sensed it briefly, and was about to step in. But just as the talent reached the front of the whirlpool, he was blocked by an invisible force. Xiao Shun, there's an invisible force outside, the copy blocking the way. We have tried various methods, but we can't break it. Someone reminded. Xiao Tian nodded without saying anything, turned his head and looked at Yen Ruyu and others and said, "Let's go back to the villa first." "Are you going back now?" Pang Dehai asked puzzledly. "How about we try to break it open with force? I have drawn a lot of talismans recently. Maybe they could be used." The others were also very confused. This is not like Xiao Shun's style. Xiao Tian shook his head and explained, "The forbidden area will open automatically in 1 day, and then everyone will be able to enter. There is no point in staying here now." After finishing speaking, Xiao Tian added, "This copy is a little special. After entering it, everyone's beast transformation ability will be blocked." After hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, everyone became upset. Will it automatically turn on after 1 day? Is the forbidden area still closed now? If that's the case, then we don't have to do anything and can just wait 1 more day to get in. The key is that our beast transformation abilities will be blocked after entering the dungeon. How did Xiao Shun know this news? I also feel something is wrong when you put it that way. It seems that Xiao Shun was the first to discover the forbidden area. Considering all the information, could he be a dark creature hiding on Blue Star? You are stupid. If Xiao Shun was a dark creature, why did he chase after that master's clone a few days ago? Xiao Tian ignored the argument of the crowd and led his men away. These information are naturally the memories left by Xiao Tian before his rebirth. But these are his own secrets, so he naturally cannot tell the truth. Anyway, just wait a day. Just after Xiao Tian and his group returned, many spirit beast warriors at the scene looked at each other, and some chose to leave first. After all, this is an open-air environment, and we may be attacked by mutant beasts at any time. Night. I don't know who uploaded the news of the forbidden area to the internet. Soon the entire internet on Blue Star went haywire. Forbidden area? A new forbidden area has appeared in Daru City. Is it true that once you enter a dungeon, your beast transformation abilities will be temporarily sealed? Why haven't there been any new forbidden areas here? Could it be because of the Dark Lord? Normally, when forbidden areas appear in Daru City, forbidden areas will also appear in various parts of Blue Star at the same time. These forbidden areas are not connected to each other and exist independently. But now, a new forbidden area has appeared in Daru City, but there is no movement in other places. No matter how you think about it, this is not normal. Although I don't know the exact reason, one thing is certain. Since the forbidden area has appeared, there must be huge opportunities and benefits hidden in it. However, due to the news that the Overlord was about to come, many people were afraid and did not move. But there were also those who were brave enough and close enough to choose to set off for Daru City immediately. In several cities surrounding Daru City, many powerful entities could no longer sit still. Sky Blue City. Inside a Western-style villa. In the dim hall, a long-haired girl sat quietly. She has a slim figure, giving people a feeling of being dependent on others. She wears a JK uniform with a pair of black stockings, which makes her look sexy and charming. In the past, this kind of temperament and appearance would definitely be star level. No one could have imagined that the cute girl in front of them was the strongest spirit beast warrior in Tianlan City. Wong Lu. Sister Wong, are we really going to rush to Daru City? The Lord of the First Heaven will descend in a few days, and it's quite dangerous there now. At the front of the hall, someone clasped his hands together and asked cautiously in a rather humble manner. Although this person in front of me has the appearance and temperament of a lovely goddess, her methods are also quite cruel. She is able to become the strongest spirit beast warrior in Tianlan City, and countless enemies have died at her hands. Great dangers also bring great opportunities. There must be a lot of good things in the forbidden area of Daru City. Wong Lu spoke slowly, her voice quite clear. Then he continued, even if there is nothing in the forbidden area, we can take the opportunity to attack Xiao Tian and take his resources into our pockets. The man was stunned at first, and then his face suddenly showed joy. He understood what Wong Lu meant. If one enters the forbidden area, everyone's beast transformation abilities will really be sealed. Then everyone will be just an ordinary person. As long as Xiao Tian also enters the forbidden area to explore, they will be able to take action against Xiao Tian at that time. Once Xiao Tian dies, the rest of the people will be nothing but a mob and will be vulnerable. Now the entire Tianlan City is under their control, and various military bases are also controlled by them, and they have as many thermal weapons as they want. If they want, they can even get things like cannons and tanks. As long as Xiao Tian enters the copy, there is no way he will leave alive. Big Sister is wise. I will go and prepare now. It's not just Sky Blue City. Several cities near Daru City. The strongest spirit beast warriors from the four cities of Weishui, Shunchuan, Tianxian, and Yuanhong also led their teams and headed towards Daru City. Their ideas are not much different from Wong Lu's. Take advantage of the time when Xiao Tian enters the forbidden area to kill Xiao Tian and take all the supplies for yourself. No matter how powerful Xiao Tian is, once he enters the forbidden area, he will be a lamb to be slaughtered. And given their location, they can reach Daru City in half a day at most. They must obtain the resources stored by Xiao Tian. Chapter 59. Summoning an Army of Mutant Beasts with a Wave of His Hand. Part 1. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities set out collectively and headed towards Daru City at the same time. With such a huge scene, no matter how cautious you are, the truth will eventually come out. The news quickly spread on the internet and caused an immediate sensation. Fuck, these 5 cities are all around Daru City. What are they trying to do? Are they planning to take advantage of Xiao Shan? No matter how strong Xiao Tian is, he is still a spirit beast warrior. What's wrong with targeting him? Is there anything wrong with the law of the jungle? Aha, there were many fools in Daru City who tried to provoke Xiao Shan before. Now the grass on their graves is 3 meters high. If you have the guts, don't be a keyboard warrior. But having said that, even though Xiao Shan is very powerful, it may still be difficult for him to face the spirit beast warriors from 5 cities. Many people speculated that the spirit beast warriors from these 5 cities might join forces to deal with Xiao Tian. They even chose to attack Xiao Tian together after Xiao Tian entered the forbidden area and his beast transformation ability was sealed. The spirit beast warriors in Daru City naturally have great confidence in Xiao Tian. In one sentence, even the Lord's clone was hunted down so miserably by Xiao Tian. What is a mere spirit beast warrior compared to a nobody in front of God Xiao? Even if the other side has a large number of people, as long as Xiao Tian does not enter the forbidden area and his beast transformation ability is not sealed, he will always be able to fight. But people in other cities generally believed that Xiao Tian would be in great danger if he faced so many spirit beast warriors at the same time. They even thought that if Xiao Tian took the initiative to hand over all his resources and beg for mercy, he might still have a chance of survival. The two sides had a fierce argument over the matter. At the same time, in the villa of Daru City, Xiao Tian sat calmly on the sofa, sipping fragrant tea. Although affected by multiple gene sequences in his body, he has lost his normal sense of taste. Fortunately, I can still taste the aroma of the tea. Yen Ruyu in front of Xiao Tian looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy, her pretty oval face deeply wrinkled. I know everything. Xiao Tian blew out a breath of hot air, took a sip of tea, and waved his hand calmly. Yen Ruyu's legs tightened, and she almost cried. The strongest spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities are leading their men to Daru City. They are definitely coming for you. Yen Ruyu emphasized it again. Xiao Tian nodded, still calm and composed. I know. Yen Ruyu was completely numb. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities. They are all here to cause trouble for you. Although I know that you are quite handsome, cruel to your enemies, and quite nice to the people around you. Even the Dark Lord's clone was chased by you like a broken-back dog. However, there are definitely many high-level strong men among the spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities, and the number of the opponents far exceeds theirs. Even if Xiao Tian gathered all the spirit beast warriors in Daru City, he would probably be at a disadvantage. This matter is very tricky. Even if Xiao Tian had a resurrection armor, it wouldn't make much sense. It is no exaggeration to say that this crisis is even greater than the previous arrival of the Lord's clone. I originally thought that Xiao Tian would feel some pressure, but I never expected that Xiao Tian was surprisingly calm. But he is her man after all. She has already turned into Xiao Tian's shape. Yen Ruyu does not want to be a widow. After thinking for a while, he reminded, they may be afraid of your strength and dare not attack directly. But once they enter the forbidden area and your beast transformation ability is sealed, they will definitely attack in groups. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her words, Xiao Tian shook his head and interrupted her. We must go to the forbidden area. If these people are determined to die, then you can't blame me for killing them all. Seeing Xiao Tian so determined, Yen Ruyu became so angry that her eyes turned red. I know you're strong, but this time is really dangerous. Don't worry, I never fight a battle without preparation. Xiao Tian put down the teacup and rubbed Yen Ruyu's little head. The hair is soft and feels great, like touching a kitten. It feels so good to be cared for. Thinking back to the time before his rebirth when he had to live alone, Xiao Tian felt somewhat sad. Compared to my life now, what a miserable life I lived in the past. Forget it. I'm going to ignore you. You can do whatever you want. Yen Ruyu's face turned red when Xiao Tian suddenly touched her on the head. She left angrily with a sound of anger. This once aloof school beauty now displays her daughter's tender demeanor. After Yen Ruyu left, Xiao Tian also got up and went to the laboratory in the villa to find Shen Xiaolan. Shen Xiaolan was wearing a white coat and was originally conducting experiments. When he saw Xiao Tian suddenly push the door and walk in, his legs subconsciously went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. There's really no way. The shock Xiao Tian brought to her that night was so great that she now has some instinctive physiological reactions when she sees Xiao Tian. How is it? Did everything go well with the experiment? Xiao Tian took in all of Shen Xiaolan's little movements, walked up to her, and asked with a smile. It's okay. Shen Xiaolan quickly adjusted her state and replied somewhat unnaturally. I was planning to come to you later. I have successfully made the storage device you asked me to develop. As he spoke, Shen Xiaolan brought Xiao Tian to the counter nearby. There are 16 palm-sized metal balls placed above the counter, emitting a metallic luster. In the center of the sphere, there is a glowing core, which looks very technological. It looks a bit like a pokeball. Is this the storage device? Xiao Tian picked up a ball and weighed it in his palm. It was quite heavy. Well, the materials you gave me are just enough to build these 16 containment devices. It shouldn't be a problem to store your 16 mutant beasts in them. However, this thing can only accommodate mutant beasts, not humans and other creatures. Shen Xiaolan explained. Listening to Shen Xiaolan's explanation, Xiao Tian's eyes gradually narrowed. A few minutes later, the two appeared in the backyard of the villa. In the backyard of the villa, 16 huge mutant beasts were crawling on the ground to rest, as if they sensed Xiao Tian's arrival. 16 mutated beasts looked up at Xiao Tian at the same time and let out excited growls. Since bringing back these 16 mutated beasts, Xiao Tian placed them in the backyard of the villa. Xiao Tian took out the containment device, looked at Shen Xiaolan, and said, How do you use this thing? Shen Xiaolan said softly, Just aim at the mutant beasts you want to contain, and they will be able to enter the device on their own as long as they are willing. The installation is a space of its own, where they have plenty of room to move around. Xiao Tian nodded, raised the containment device, and randomly selected a mutant beast that was 5 meters tall. The mutant beast let out a roar, and the next moment it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the containment device. It really worked. Xiao Tian looked at the containment device in his palm with some excitement, but he still looked calm on the surface. Xinqiulan on the side was also a little excited. After all, these containment devices were developed by herself, and she had not yet conducted any tests. Now that she had been successfully contained, she couldn't help but feel proud of herself. As expected of me. Genius girl. Genius Dean. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian used the containment device to take in the remaining 15 mutated beasts one after another. After entering the forbidden area, you cannot use your beast transformation ability, and everyone will turn back into ordinary people. But I have 16 mutant beasts. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities? If you insist on seeking death, I don't mind sending you on your way in advance. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, his lips unconsciously raised in a subtle arc. At that time, I can just wave my hand and summon 16 mutant beasts to fight for me. What a shocking scene it will be. Xiao Tian said, looking forward to it. Chapter 60. Born Not to Suffer Losses Update 2. I already know everything that happened recently. Xiao Tian was playing with the containment device in a daze. Xinqiulan suddenly changed the subject and said, those guys may have come prepared. Do you really want to enter the forbidden area? Xiao Tian looked at Xinqiulan in surprise, but said nothing. Xinqiulan's face became hot from being stared at. I didn't expect Dean Shun to be so caring. Xiao Tian said jokingly. Xinqiulan's face turned even redder. But after all, she was not a little girl like Yen Ruyu, and she quickly adjusted herself to the situation. She smiled charmingly and said, you are my man. Is there anything wrong with me caring about my man? Xiao Tian also smiled, put the containment device in his trouser pocket, put his arm around Xinqiulan's arm with one hand, and said with a smile, don't worry, if they dare to take action, I will make sure they never come back. The two were very close, smelling the male hormones on Xiao Tian's body and feeling the warmth of each other's chest. Xinqiulan's heart began to beat wildly. He is worthy of being the man she likes. She likes Xiao Tian's domineering nature. At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly picked up Princess Xinqiulan with one hand. What are you doing? Xinqiulan's face turned pale. You've worked hard these past few days, so I'll give you a few days off. Xiao Tian smiled evilly and carried Xinqiulan, whose face was flushed and full of nervousness and anticipation, back to the room. The door of the room was shut heavily. Violent winds and rainstorms followed one after another. Time passed quickly, and it was already afternoon. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities also arrived at Daru City smoothly. A total of 468 spirit beast warriors. Such a force would be absolutely devastating in any city. Take Daru City, for example. The total number of all the spirit beast warriors in Daru City does not even reach 200. When these 468 people entered the city, the whole Daru City was in an uproar. It has never happened before that so many spirit beast warriors appeared at the same time. However, what was surprising was that after these spirit beast warriors arrived in Daru City, they did not directly cause trouble for Xiao Tian. Instead, he came to the outside of the forbidden vortex and waited. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that these people came here for Xiao Shun supplies. Now that they are in Daru City, why don't they go looking for trouble with Xiao Shun? You are stupid. Xiao Shun is very powerful. Even if Xiao Shun cannot fight 400 people alone, these people will definitely not be able to stop him if he really wants to run away. So what are they doing? Have they given up? They should be waiting for Xiao Shun here. If Xiao Shun really intends to enter the forbidden area, and his beast transformation ability is sealed, they will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Just as the spirit beast warriors in Daru City were whispering, suddenly someone noticed that almost every one of these spirit beast warriors had a gray-black metal box. Stand by. Everyone start maintaining your guns. I don't know who suddenly shouted. Everyone began to sit cross-legged, opened the metal box, took out the hot weapons inside, and wiped them. Fuck. These boxes are filled with assault rifles. The spirit beast warriors in Daru City were stunned. Everyone knows that the forbidden area that has appeared now is somewhat special. After entering the forbidden area, the beast transformation ability will be temporarily sealed, and everyone will become an ordinary person. Everyone also knew that these guys in front of them were coming for Xiao Tian. Now each of them has a hot weapon in their hands, and it is obvious that they are planning to fight in the forbidden area. It seems that this group of people really came prepared, and it is estimated that they are almost certain to attack Xiao Shun. No, their intention is too obvious. Unless Xiao Shun is a fool, I would never enter the forbidden area if I were Xiao Shun. It seems that Xiao Shun will not enter the forbidden area? Not necessarily. Xiao Shun is a ruthless person. Near the forbidden vortex, the strongest spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities gathered together and were discussing something in a low voice. Let's do everything according to the original plan. Once Xiao Tian enters the forbidden area, we will work together to kill him on the spot. Afterwards, each of us can take away the resources in the villa according to our own abilities. Wang Lu looked at the 4 people and spoke first. I'm Phoenix. That's fine with me. Seeing this, the other 4 nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Everyone knows that the most important thing at the moment is to get rid of Xiao Tian first. As for how to distribute the resources in the villa after Xiao Tian's death, it depends on their respective abilities. But soon, someone suddenly asked, our purpose is too obvious. What if Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Wong Lu sneered and said, this forbidden area is very special. There may be some good things in it. If Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come, let's wait until we have explored the forbidden area and then join forces to deal with him. Xiao Tian is the strongest spirit beast warrior in Devouring City. So aren't they also the strongest in their respective cities? What's more, they brought almost all their manpower this time. Even if Xiao Tian could call on the spirit beast warriors in Devouring City, he would not be able to gain any advantage. After the voice fell, Wang Lu continued to add, I have investigated this Xiao Tian. He is indeed not a simple person. He is extremely ruthless towards his enemies. According to his personality, even if he knew that we were well prepared, he would probably come anyway. Well, I'll do as you say. The Lord of the First Heaven is about to descend upon Devouring City. After completing this mission, we must evacuate as soon as possible. Everyone was full of confidence in this operation. They were well prepared. Whether Xiao Tian dares to come to the forbidden area or not, he will not escape death. The next day, the sun is just rising. Xiao Tian rushed to the scene with Yen Ruyu, Pang Dehai, and Yin Tiansheng. As for Xin Xiulan, he is just an ordinary person with little fighting ability after all. After yesterday's battle, he is now recuperating in bed. When Xiao Tian arrived at the scene, all the spirit beast warriors in Devouring City stood up. No matter what, Xiao Tian never used his power to bully others, nor did he take advantage of others' misfortunes. His cruelty was only directed at his enemies. Compared to this group of strange outsiders, they still prefer Xiao Tian. What's wrong with you guys? Xiao Tian looked around and saw that everyone in Devouring City had more or less injuries on their bodies, and he couldn't help but frowned. Now everyone knows that all the spirit beast warriors in Devouring City have been recruited by him. It is no exaggeration to say that they are all their own people. But now, many of the spirit beast warriors in Devouring City have injuries of varying degrees of severity. These are clearly traces left over from a battle. As he spoke, Xiao Tian looked at Wang Lu and others who occupied the dominant position. It was not until now that Xiao Tian discovered that the land near the forbidden vortex had already been occupied by this group of people. The local spirit beast warriors in Devouring City are located at the outermost edge. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, releasing a dangerous aura. He might have roughly guessed what happened last night. God Xiao, many of us came here a day in advance to reserve seats. After these guys arrived last night, they forced us to give up our seats without saying anything. We naturally disagreed, so we started fighting. However, they outnumbered us, and we were no match for them. A spirit beast warrior lowered his head and said with some frustration, being bullied by a group of outsiders in your own territory is so frustrating no matter how you think about it. Have all of them taken action? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Feeling the evil energy suddenly released from Xiao Tian's body, everyone hurried to persuade him. Xiao Shun, these guys are coming for you. They are outnumbered, so we'd better not be too impulsive. Yes, God Xiao, a wise man will not suffer a loss in front of him. He will endure for a while, and everything will be fine. Xiao Tian shook his head, as if he had heard some huge joke. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Feel sorry. He is not a good man, and he is not born to be the kind of person who suffers losses. At this moment, Wang Lu in the crowd suddenly stood up and walked toward Xiao Tian. You are. Xiao Tian's face darkened, and he immediately entered the beast state, and a wriggling octopus tentacle swung towards Wong Lu's pretty face. Bang! Chapter 61. I'm killing. 3 more chapters. Xiao Tian acted too quickly, and Wong Lu was thrown out before she had time to react. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before finally getting up in a mess. How dare you hit me? Her face was burning with pain, and Wong Lu's voice suddenly rose octaves, looking at Xiao Tian in disbelief. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy. They start fighting as soon as they disagree. Are you a super male gene? She was born in a wealthy family. Her parents have always spoiled her. They were afraid that she would melt if she put it in her mouth, or that she would be damaged if she put it in her hands. But since the dark turmoil came, she was the only one in her family who gained the ability to transform into a beast, becoming a rare spirit beast warrior. Perhaps it is because of her parents' endless pampering that Wong Lu has become somewhat paranoid, feeling that the world must revolve around oneself. I feel that the efforts others make for me are what they deserve. Seeing that her parents were still ordinary people, she did not hesitate to take action to personally deal with these two burdens. Then, he used his identity as a spirit beast warrior to madly absorb the power of the mutant beast crystal core to increase his strength and gradually develop his own power. She took the words heartless and vicious to the extreme. It is precisely because of this extremely selfish character that she has her current status. And ever since she secured her position as the city's top leader, everyone had to bow their heads and be submissive in front of her. The man in front of her was the first one she had ever dared to hit since she was a child. Seeing their big sister being beaten, all the spirit beast warriors in Tianlan City changed their faces at the same time. They looked unfriendly and instantly entered the beast state. The atmosphere was tense, and it looked like a fight was about to start at any time. He Yong, the top leader of Weishui City, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. This is a critical period. There is no need for us to make a big fuss. Xiao Tian sneered. Too lazy to listen to him, continued chattering, and a tentacle quickly twitched towards him. There was a muffled thud. Hyun was also blasted away by Xiao Tian. His straight suit was torn to pieces, and he looked extremely miserable. Xiao Tian, you are so brave. Hyun hurriedly stood up from the ground, his face instantly darkening. This boy is so outrageous. We are all adults. Don't beat around the bush in front of me. Xiao Tian's long hair fluttered, and his expression was extremely cold. These bastards originally came for his supplies, intending to put him to death. What's more, they also attacked the spirit beast warriors in Dar City. In this case, the two sides are enemies that will never stop fighting. When dealing with enemies, Xiao Tian never bothers to talk too much nonsense. Kill. I really want to kill. Just kill him, and it's all over. Xiao Tian, you are too presumptuous. You are the strongest spirit beast warrior in Dar City. We are not ordinary people either. Don't think you can do whatever you want in your territory. Seeing that Xiao Tian was too arrogant, the top leaders of the other 3 cities also stood up to criticize Xiao Tian. If an uninformed person saw this, they might think that Xiao Tian had done something extremely outrageous. But the fact is, it was this group of people who intended to kill him to seize the resources, and they also injured the spirit beast warriors of Dar City. Xiao Tian's action was just a normal counterattack. Who do you think you are to bark in front of me? Xiao Tian tilted his head and looked at the 3 people. The 3 men were so angry that their faces turned blue. They pointed their fingers at Xiao Tian, trembling all over, and couldn't even fart for a long time. Furious. This was their first impression of Xiao Tian. The number and quality of the spirit beast warriors in their 5 cities far exceed those in Daru City. I originally thought that under the absolute crushing strength, even if Xiao Tian was as rampant as the rumors on the internet said, he would be more restrained. But I never expected that this kid not only did not restrain himself, but instead started fighting as soon as he disagreed with something. They racked their brains, but still couldn't figure out who gave this kid the courage. The spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities were also stunned. They had seen ruthless people, but had never seen someone who was so reckless. The number of spirit beast warriors in their 5 cities is several times that of Dar City. What's the difference between this kid's behavior and seeking death? As for the spirit beast warriors in Dar City, they were also extremely shocked. Originally, they were just complaining to Xiao Tian. They didn't expect Xiao Tian to stand up for them at all. After all, they were just using Xiao Tian's resources to do things for Xiao Tian. It is not actually that accurate to say that they are Xiao Tian's people. They chose to follow Xiao Tian only for the sake of benefits. They are not on the same level as Yen Ruyu and other women. But they never expected that, even with such a relationship, Xiao Tian would be willing to stand up for them under such pressure. As everyone was moved, the shock in their hearts gradually dissipated. Xiao Shun is a being that even the Lord of Darkness dares not give face to. So what does it matter if he fights a few spirit beast warriors now? I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, He-Yong roared, and the muscles on his arms began to swell and twist, and actually expanded several times. A pair of animal ears also grew on his head. It's a kangaroo. This guy has gained the beastly ability of a kangaroo. Now that the topic has been brought up, and this guy really dares to come, let's not make so much trouble and just get rid of him now. After hearing what He-Yong said, Wong Lu became a little hesitant. According to her investigation, this Xiao Tian is definitely not as simple as he appears. Is there any need to hesitate? With so many spirit beast warriors among us, we can kill him one by one. Seeing Wong Lu hesitate, He-Yong spat and shouted in disappointment. Attack together! Wong Lu sighed silently, and then entered the beast state. Following the order from the 5 men, the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities rushed towards Xiao Tian at the same time, without hesitation. They all knew about Xiao Tian's deeds in Dar City. He hunted down his enemies Liv, hunted down the Lord's clone Liv, and was even ordered to kill by the Lord of the First Heaven. Each of these events, even if taken individually, would be an absolute sensation. Is Xiao Tian very strong? Very strong indeed. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With hundreds of them working together, can't they deal with just Xiao Tian? They're all spirit beast warriors. At most, their awakened beast abilities are different, and they don't think one is nobler than the other. These guys finally showed their true colors. Everyone come together. Xiao Shun will stand up for us. We can't lose face. I don't know who shouted. Darushi suddenly felt his blood boiling. It is true that the other side has more people than them, but Xiao Shun is not afraid of them. So what is there for them to be afraid of? Just do it and it's done. However, before anyone could make a move, everyone saw a black shadow rushing out ahead of them. The black shadow that rushed out was naturally Xiao Tian. The pair of cockroach antennae on Xiao Tian's head shook slightly, and he rushed in the crowd, frantically dodging the attacks. At the same time, the 6 octopuses behind him kept wriggling, releasing a large amount of paralyzing toxins. Dozens of spirit beast warriors made a desperate discovery when they were completely unprepared. Xiao Tian seemed to be able to predict the future, and all their attacks were easily dodged by the other side. And I didn't know why my body suddenly became unable to move, just when dozens of spirit beast warriors were confused and puzzled. Xiao Tian took action. The 6 octopus tentacles instantly transformed into deadly spears and began to reap the fragile lives of everyone. Puff, puff, puff. The octopus tentacles pierced through the chests of the spirit beast warriors one by one, and every attack was a killing move. The smell of blood began to spread. Xiao Tian's eyes turned red, and he gradually became murderous. Kill, kill, kill. How dare you set your sights on me? How dare you attack my people? How dare you come to my territory to provoke me? I really want to kill, 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 kill. Chapter 62. Kill Xiao Tian and grab resources. Update 1. The stumps were thrown into the air. Blood gushed out onto the ground like a fountain. The screams seemed like the sound of silence that lasted forever. The scene was horrific. Xiao Tian acted like an empty space and killed these self-righteous guys in a terrifying way. Kill them so badly that they are completely defeated. Kill them so hard that they cry for their parents. Xiao Tian felt that apart from still being able to maintain his human appearance, he might not have much to do with humans at heart. Although he had lost the genetic sequence of the bloodthirsty leech, he was unable to absorb power through killing. But under this crazy killing, he still felt hot and boiling all over. The more you kill, the more fun it has. Originally, the nearby spirit beast warriors were thinking of rushing forward to provide support. But now everyone was frightened by Xiao Tian's crazy attack. Is this still a human being? All those present were spirit beast warriors, all of whom were powerful beings far beyond ordinary people. How come killing a spirit beast warrior in front of Xiao Tian is as easy as killing a chicken or a dog? Not only the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities, but also the spirit beast warriors from Dara's city were terrified. At this moment, they recalled the fear they felt when they were initially dominated by Xiao Tian. What a bird a spirit beast warrior is. He is a ruthless person who even dares to hunt down the Lord's clone. These people have provoked Xiao Tian, which is like kicking a titanium alloy steel plate. Damn bastard, you dare to kill me. Do you really think my head is made of dough? Seeing his men falling one by one, Liang's eyes were bloodshot, and he was instantly blinded by anger. He clenched his fists and was ready to rush out to fight Xiao Tian. At the critical moment, Wong Lu stopped him in time. At this point, you still want to stop me? Li Yong had a gloomy face and asked coldly, "Are you in the same group as Xiao Tian?" The other three also looked at Wong Lu with suspicion. They admitted that Xiao Tian was indeed very strong, and the methods he was now displaying were also terrifying. But he is just one person. If all of them attacked at the same time, Xiao Tian would almost certainly die. It was hard for them not to be suspicious when Wong Lu chose to step out and stop it at this time. Haven't you noticed that Xiao Tian has the characteristics of many animals? Wong Lu sighed lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone subconsciously looked at Xiao Tian again. After taking a closer look, the four people's faces changed drastically at the same time. They didn't pay much attention to it before, but now they were shocked after hearing Wong Lu's reminder. This Xiao Tian actually has more than one animal characteristic. To know what kind of beast ability you awaken, the body will show corresponding beast characteristics. This is a well-known fact. After the four of them entered the beast state, some animal characteristics appeared on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. However, Xiao Tian actually had many animal characteristics on his body. Insect antennae on the head, the electric eel head on the right shoulder, the ferocious mouth parts in the palm of your hand. There are also 6 wriggling octopus tentacles on its back. How many kinds of beast transformation abilities has this kid acquired? Seeing the 4 people gradually calm down, Wong Lu continued. We have already taken him seriously, but we didn't expect that we still underestimated him. He has at least 4 kinds of animal characteristics, which means that he has acquired at least 4 kinds of animal transformation abilities. In ancient times, cold weapons were said to be stronger as they were longer. The same is true for beast transformation abilities. The more abilities awakened, the stronger the beast warrior will be. The 4 of them felt extremely heavy-hearted and still haven't come to their senses. At least 4 kinds of beast transformation abilities? Can this really exist? They have been developing in their respective cities for so long, but so far they have never seen a spirit beast warrior who has acquired 2 beast transformation abilities at the same time. And now, I actually saw a monster that had acquired at least 4 beast transformation abilities in one wash. Although I don't want to believe it in my heart, my eyes can't deceive me. There are indeed at least 4 kinds of animal characteristics on Xiao Tian's body. Is this a human or a monster? Or is it that this kid is not a human, but a fusion of mutant beasts to form a human body? Now that things have come to this, what else can we do? Li Yong suddenly asked. At first he thought that no matter how strong Xiao Tian was, he was only within the scope that ordinary people could understand. If all of them work together, they can definitely destroy it. But now he hesitated. He has at least 4 kinds of beast transformation abilities. Who knows if Xiao Tian has any other trump cards he hasn't used yet? Who knows if Xiao Tian has any means of escape? If they fail to kill the enemy and let him escape, he can then take crazy revenge on them. We have to stop and wait until we enter the forbidden area. By then, everyone's beast transformation abilities will be temporarily sealed. Wong Lu said in a serious tone. Okay, I'll listen to you then. The 4 of them looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and then hurriedly called their people back. This group of people had already been frightened by Xiao Tian's madness, but the order had already been issued and they had to move forward. Now hearing the order to retreat, he suddenly felt relieved and quickly retreated. Ahead, Xiao Tian was covered in blood. He punched an unlucky guy through the chest and crushed his heart. After doing all this, Xiao Tian looked up, staring at Wong Lu and the other 4 with his scarlet eyes. Everyone, clear the way and retreat to the periphery. Wong Lu suddenly said loudly. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities retreated away from Xiao Tian and others without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Tian stopped transforming into a beast and did not attack again. It is true that his strength far exceeds that of the spirit beast warriors of the same level, but the opponents are numerous, and he will definitely suffer losses if he attacks now. We will talk about everything after we enter the forbidden area. As long as they enter the forbidden area, everyone's beast transformation abilities will be sealed, and it will not be too late to take action then. On the other side, Wong Lu and others had the same idea. We admit that your beast transformation ability is awesome, but once you enter the forbidden area, you'll be a pig and a dog at the mercy of others. God Xiao is awesome. Let these people be so arrogant and dare to act wildly in our territory. God Xiao is still as powerful as ever. He actually repelled hundreds of spirit beast warriors by himself. The spirit beast warriors of Devour City gathered around and looked at Xiao Tian with admiration. What a god! If they had 1/10 of Xiao Tian's strength, they wouldn't have been bullied so badly. They are just waiting for an opportunity. Once you enter the forbidden area, they will definitely take action immediately. Yen Ruyu said. Xiao Tian did not answer, but closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Wait here. Half an hour later, the forbidden vortex suddenly made a buzzing sound. Then the invisible barrier blocking the vortex suddenly dissipated. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes burning. You can enter the forbidden area. However, the spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities did not act rashly, but subconsciously looked toward Xiao Tian. Under the gaze of countless people, Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and strode into the vortex without hesitation. The spirit beast warriors in Devour City looked at each other, and without thinking, they followed Xiao Tian's footsteps and walked in. Everyone, seeing that everyone in Devour City had entered the vortex, Wong Lu also stood up with excitement in his voice. Enter the forbidden area and strangle Xiao Tian. This Xiao Tian is so arrogant that he dares to enter the forbidden area after they have already revealed their cards. In that case, don't blame them. Kill Xiao Tian. Grab resources. Chapter 63, please. Fuck me to death. Update 2. There was dead silence in the forbidden area. This place is exactly the same as the previous forbidden areas. There was fog all around, and the space was filled with a biting chill. Even though it was not the first time for him to come to the forbidden area, the coldness all around still made Pang Dahai shiver. The fat on your body is not resistant to cold. My beast transformation ability has indeed been temporarily sealed. I can still feel the power in my body, but I can't release it. At this moment, Yin Tiansheng tried to enter the beast state and then spoke. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu also tried to enter the beast state, but failed as expected. She felt an invisible force suppressing the abilities in her body. The many spirit beast warriors in the Devour City behind him also tried it without believing in evil. Everyone held their breath and tried for a long time, just as Xiao Tian said. Unable to enter the beast state. God Xiao is truly amazing. This forbidden area has just appeared, and Xiao Shun actually knew that the beast transformation ability will be sealed here. I admire Master Xiao more and more. Could it be that he also knows the art of divination? The ability to transform into an animal was temporarily restricted, which made everyone feel very insecure. After all, this is a forbidden area where dark creatures abound. They have now lost their beastly abilities and are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. If I encounter dark creatures later, I probably won't even be able to fight back. Not to mention dealing with the Dark Lord. I have a way to restore everyone's beastly abilities. Don't panic, just follow the team closely. Xiao Tian looked at everyone and said loudly. With just a few words, everyone felt relieved. Xiao Tian had previously stood up for them and had won the support of the people. Now, facing Xiao Tian's words, almost no one questioned it. While everyone was talking, Pang Dahai had already sat down cross-legged. He placed his hands on his chest, holding the compass, and his head began to shake wildly like a ghost. At first glance, I thought he was sick. Everyone was waiting for the result of Pang Dahai's divination. But at this moment, the vortex behind the crowd flickered, and the next moment Wong Lu and others walked out of it one after another. After this group of people came in, they did not immediately pay attention to Xiao Tian and others in front of them. Instead, he tried to mobilize the power in his body to enter the beast state. When the beast transformation failed, these people showed some surprise and tension on their faces. I really can't enter the beast state. This place is really evil. I don't know if there are any powerful dark creatures here. We are not much stronger than ordinary people now. Wong Lu and the other 4 also tried it, and when they found that they could not enter the beast state, they finally relaxed. Everything was exactly as Xiao Tian said. They were not curious about why Xiao Tian knew all this in advance. They were not worried about the existence of any powerful dark creatures in the forbidden area. Their target is only Xiao Tian. Now Xiao Tian is like a fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. It's time to take action. Wong Lu exhaled a breath of hot air, and his eyes suddenly became deep. Li Yong and the other three nodded at the same time, then looked at Xiao Tian in front of them. Everyone get ready. Wong Lu shouted. The spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities reacted, opened the suitcases in their hands, and took out the assault rifles inside. Click! The sounds of rifles being loaded were heard one after another. By the time Xiao Tian and the others reacted, hundreds of pitch-black gun muzzles were already pointed at them. I knew that these guys would definitely take action in the forbidden area. What should we do now? Our beast transformation abilities are limited, and we can't defend against bullet attacks at all. If we get hit by this, we'll definitely become a hornet's nest. Everyone was a little uneasy. Some of the timid people turned pale, and their legs began to become weak and tremble. But when they saw Xiao Tian beside them still calm and composed, for some reason, everyone's anxious hearts calmed down a lot. Is Xiao Xin stupid? Ever since the dark turmoil broke out, anyone who had offended him had suffered a miserable end. Doesn't God, Xiao, know the evil ambitions of these people? This group of people almost played their cards openly, and not only Xiao Shun, but even they could see through their opponent's intentions. Since Xiao Shun is not stupid and has seen through the other party's intentions, but still decided to enter the forbidden area, he must have his own confidence. Since Xiao Shun is confident, he is not panicked at all. They are panicking for no reason. You don't look surprised at all. Wong Lu looked at Xiao Tian with a smile and raised her beautiful oval face arrogantly. But the redness and swelling marks on the face destroyed this beauty. I have important things to deal with. If you get out now, I can allow you to live a few more days. Xiao Tian opened his lips slightly and uttered this sentence lightly. He was not sure whether the Dark Lord could see everything that happened in the forbidden area. The 16 mutant beasts are his current trump card, and he doesn't want to use them unless it is absolutely necessary. However, this does not mean that Xiao Tian intends to let Wong Lu and his gang go. At most, he will let them live a little longer. In response to Xiao Tian's warning, Wong Lu and the others laughed wildly as if they had heard a huge joke. Li Yong laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward, and his tears could not stop flowing out. This loser still dares to act so pretentiously here. How on earth did such an idiot become the #1 in Dara's city? You can't use your beast transformation ability here. How can you have the courage to threaten us when your beast transformation ability is sealed? Wong Lu also sneered. Xiao Tian, I will pay you back double for the humiliation I suffered outside. Xiao Tian shook his head and sighed. Why do you want to force me? Force you? Wong Lu looked at me with contempt and said, You are still pretending to be powerful, even when you are about to die. If you have the guts, kill us right now. Please kill me. Just talking was not enough. Wong Lu stretched out her neck and slapped her own oval face in a provocative manner. Please, kill me. You are so awesome, just kill me now. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's face was full of regret. Since you want to force me, then do it. I won't pretend anymore. I have 16 mutant beasts as my thugs. I'm going to show my cards now. Xiao Tian reached into his trouser pocket, took out a containment device, and threw it forward. Boom! The moment the containment device was thrown out, a force that distorted time and space condensed. Then a dazzling light flashed, and a 6-meter-tall giant bear covered in armor fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a cloud of dust. The moment the giant bear landed on the ground, everyone could clearly feel the ground shaking slightly. Kill her. Xiao Tian pointed his finger at Wong Lu in front of him and uttered these 3 words lightly. Roar. The giant bear absolutely obeyed Xiao Tian's orders. He roared and rushed towards Wong Lu. Wong Lu's beastly ability has been sealed, and his reactions in all aspects have become infinitely close to those of ordinary people. I haven't come to my senses yet about what's happening. The giant bear bit off his head. Phew! Blood spurted 2 meters high from the broken neck. On sight, there was a moment of deathly silence. Everyone was stunned when they saw the mutated beast suddenly appearing before their eyes. Chapter 64. Strong Group Destruction. 3 updates. Out of nowhere, a mutant beast suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This mutated beast seemed to obey Xiao Tian's orders and bit off Wong Lu's head in one bite. Li Yong and the remaining 3 people looked at each other and were all stunned. What happened? Who are they? Where's this? While the four were in a daze, Xiao Tian glanced at the scene, took out another containment device, and threw it out. Following a flash of light, a 5-meter-long falcon covered with red feathers appeared out of nowhere in the sky. After the falcon appeared, it vibrated its wings and let out a shrill cry. Everyone's beast transformation abilities were sealed, and this cry almost made them deaf on the spot. Oh my god, another mutant beast. This mutant beast seems to have been summoned by Xiao Shun. Oh my god, how'd he do it? Is it possible that Xiao Shun is really a god from heaven? Now I think I know why Xiao Shun chose to go to the Tiger Mountain, even though he knew there was a tiger there. It turns out that these outsiders are the real prey. After summoning 2 mutant beasts in succession, Li Yong and his gang were completely dumbfounded. I just stood there stupidly and began to doubt my life. The scene was so shocking that even the spirit beast warriors in Dar City were shaken. All previous worries disappeared. Their eyes were shining as they looked at Xiao Tian. God Xiao is awesome. Sure enough, they were not disappointed. Although they all knew that Xiao Tian was not a person who acted on impulse, he should be prepared. But no one expected that Xiao Tian's preparation was actually a mutated beast. Wong Lu and 4 other people led the team and traveled thousands of miles to Dar City, each holding an assault rifle. This is how they prepare. But Xiao Tian's preparation was a mutated beast. Hot weapons against mutant beasts. How is there any comparison here? God Xiao is invincible. However, the climax was not over yet. After the second mutant beast was released, Xiao Tian thought for a while and threw out another containment device. Boom! A huge wild wolf, at least 5 meters long, appeared in sight and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone's beast transformation ability has been sealed. To deal with this group of guys, Xiao Tian is not ready to summon all the mutated beasts. But after all, this group of people is large in number, and Xiao Tian's usual approach to dealing with enemies is to kill them all. So in order to prevent anyone from escaping in the chaos, he directly summoned 3 mutant beasts. 3 mutant beasts should be enough to deal with these powerless guys. Da-da-da. At this moment, someone pulled the trigger in panic. A sharp gunshot was heard from the assault rifle, and a red fire dragon was ejected. One after another, pure copper bullets were shot at the 3 mutant beasts. But what makes these people despair is that the assault rifles in their hands are already the highest technological products on Blue Planet. It can be used to deal with the 3 mutant beasts in front of it, but it has almost no effect. No trauma was caused. Gurgle. Everyone was sweating profusely, and a thick atmosphere of despair and madness spread. Suddenly, someone lost control of his emotions, took out a fragmentation grenade, and threw it at the giant bear in the front. Boom! The grenade landed at the giant bear's feet and exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. The giant bear was completely unharmed. All the fragments were easily blocked by its hair, and it was the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities who were harmed. 3 people were killed by the explosion fragments. Grenades don't work. Dead silence. Deathly silence. It's numb. Li Yong and others were really annoyed. They were desperate. This is just a chicken feather. They were preparing hot weapons, but Xiao Tian was directly preparing mutant beasts. You don't even want to act anymore, right? This guy is definitely cheating. Roar. In the dead silence, the giant bear suddenly roared, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities. In front of the giant bear's huge body, the human bodies of everyone seemed extremely small. It was like a giant mobile human meat grinder started turning. Wherever the giant bear passed, countless people didn't even have the chance to scream before they were trampled into minced meat. In just a few strikes, nearly dozens of spirit beast warriors died. The way they died was extremely depressing. As a spirit beast warrior, he could have entered the beast state, but now he died in the most desperate and helpless way. This Xiao Tian is too evil. We underestimated him. Let's run. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 3 people beside Li Yong hurriedly spoke up, turned around, and rushed towards the whirlpool. However, just as they were about to set off, a shrill cry suddenly rang out from the sky. The red falcon swooped down, its sharp claws like a soul-snatching blade, instantly piercing the hearts of the 3 people. The 3 men's eyes were bloodshot as their bodies were carried into the sky by the falcon and torn into pieces, turning into blood rain that fell from the sky. Feeling the hot liquid being poured onto my face, The spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities could no longer hold back, and their mentality exploded. Fuck, run. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. In order to run faster, everyone dropped their assault rifles. But it still makes no sense. How can an ordinary person be faster than a mutant beast? Under the crushing force of the 3 mutant beasts, the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities gradually died miserably in despair and crying. Those who were unlucky did not even leave a complete body and were turned into nutrients in the forbidden area and will remain in this dark place forever. If you're lucky, you can just leave an intact body. It's over, it's all over. Seeing his people being slaughtered one after another, Li Yong wanted to beat himself to death. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. If he had known that Xiao Tian could bring the mutant beast into the forbidden area quietly, he would never have dared to provoke Xiao Tian. But now that it has happened, there is no point in him regretting it. Li Yong's mind was spinning wildly. He knew very well that he couldn't escape by his own strength. He simply knelt on the ground and kowtowed madly to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, Uncle Xiao, you're my biological father. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time and give me a chance to reform. I can compensate you with whatever you want. Li Yong just finished speaking the last word. The airflow surged above the sky, and the red falcon swooped down, its sharp claws directly piercing through the dog's head. Li Yong also died tragically at the scene. In less than a few minutes, the screams at the scene stopped abruptly. All the spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities were destroyed. No one escaped. After the battle was over, the 3 mutant beasts returned to Xiao Tian obediently and rubbed their heads against Xiao Tian's arms affectionately. It's hard to imagine that these 3 mutant beasts, which now look somewhat naive, have just destroyed hundreds of spirit beast warriors in 5 cities. You did a great job, go back. Xiao Tian touched the giant bear's head, took out the containment device, and put them back again. Then he looked at Pang Dahai as if nothing had happened. Just at this moment, Pang Dahai, who was sitting on the ground with his head twitching wildly, suddenly stopped. Then he opened his eyes, looked up at Xiao Tian, and said excitedly, "Found it. I found the master." Chapter 65. Shocking the ancient tree for a whole year. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and felt a little excited inside, but he didn't show it directly. Last time they were facing only the dominance clone. This time it's the real master's body. Before his rebirth, he was just an ordinary person trying hard to survive. Not to mention the Lord of Darkness. Even a low-level mutant beast rushing out could crush him into pieces. But this time, he has to fight against the master of the first level. Even Xiao Tian found it difficult to remain calm in this mood. Succeed, become famous, and gain a lot of benefits. If you fail, you will be shattered into pieces and ascend to heaven on the spot. To sum up the content of this operation, either the enemy dies or I die. Where is it? Xiao Tian put the containment device into his trouser pocket and looked at Pang Dahai. Pang Dahai rolled over and stood up, then pointed in a direction. Xiao Tian looked in the direction that Pang Dahai pointed. Then he looked at everyone at the scene. If you are not afraid of death, come with me and fight the Lord of the First Heaven. If you are afraid of death, you can leave the forbidden area now. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions moved and undecided. Although Xiao Tian had given them time to consider, when this day finally came, they were still shocked. Fight against the Lord of Darkness. This is something they would never dare to imagine in their lifetime. Isn't he just the Lord of Darkness? Why would he be afraid of this Xiao Shun? A sturdy man waved his iron fist and said in a muffled voice. His words immediately aroused the emotions of others. That's right, he's just the Lord of Darkness. There's nothing to be afraid of. Blue Planet is our human territory. It is not his turn to dominate us. We have already destroyed the clones of the Master. How difficult will it be to destroy the Master's real body? Xiao Shun, let's go with you. Since ancient times, everyone has to die. If we follow Xiao Shun, if we kill the Master's body, it will definitely be a win. Everyone raised their arms and shouted, and their soul-stirring voices echoed throughout the forbidden area. Xiao Tian was a little surprised. There were so many people at the scene, but no one chose to leave. In fact, this was mainly due to the fact that Xiao Tian had stood up for everyone outside the forbidden area before. Xiao Tian didn't think too much about it at the time. He just felt that the people of Daru City were not the ones to be bullied by outsiders. But in the eyes of everyone in Daru City, his action was a truly loyal and righteous act. Xiao Tian stood up for them at the risk of going to war with the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities. Now they're dealing with the main body of the master, but they want to escape in the middle of the battle. They can't do it. Looking at the people with red faces and thick necks who were roaring, Yen Ruyu looked deeply at Xiao Tian, with a strong intoxication in her eyes. The man I like is really outstanding. Not to mention looking at the entire Blue Star, at least in Dara City, there is no man better than Xiao Tian. Ryu, my father said at the time that Xiao Tian is not an ordinary kid. It is lucky for you and me to follow her. Yen Tiansheng said with his hands behind his back and sighed. When the dark turmoil begins, if you want to survive, you must erase the remaining humanity. Before Xiao Tian became successful, all the spirit beast warriors in Dara City were hostile to and scheming against each other. They fought and killed each other for a little bit of resources. If it were them in the past, it would be absolutely wishful thinking to ask them to join Xiao Tian in dealing with the main body of the master. But now everything has changed. Xiao Tian seemed to have a unique personal charm. When he treated his enemies, he was crazy, murderous, and twisted like a madman. But when dealing with people around him, he shows the utmost sincerity. Under Xiao Tian's influence, the group of people in front of him had already changed unknowingly. Yin Tiansheng collected his thoughts, patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Xiao Tian, since everyone has expressed their opinions, there is nothing to hesitate about. Yen Ruyu also looked at Xiao Tian affectionately and smiled sweetly. Let's go. I don't know when it started, but this once cold and beautiful schoolgirl has been able to smile anytime and anywhere. Before we set off, there is one more thing we need to do. Is there anything more important than dealing with the master's body? Find a way to restore our beast transformation abilities. Swish. Everyone was silent at the same time. Xiao Tian had said before that there was a way to restore the beast ability. They didn't take it seriously at first, but they didn't expect Xiao Tian was serious. Is there really a way to restore their bestiality? However, since these words came from Xiao Tian's mouth, everyone chose to believe them. Then, under the leadership of Xiao Tian, everyone set off. Before I was reborn, I had heard about various events in this forbidden area. At that time, Pang Dehai and others entered the forbidden area and headed straight to the south. They found an ancient tree with twisted roots and regained their beastly abilities after passing the test of the ancient tree. If I remember correctly, if we go south, we should be able to find this ancient tree. This ancient tree is neither a mutant beast nor a dark creature, more like the neutral creatures that exist in this forbidden area. As they moved forward, they encountered attacks from dark creatures along the way. However, these dark creatures are of lower levels. Xiao Tian can easily solve the problem by releasing the mutant beast. If one end doesn't work, try two ends. If two ends don't work, try three ends. Anyway, he has 16 mutant beasts. Not at all. Half an hour later, everyone stopped in front of an ancient tree. The ancient tree is more than 10 meters tall, with lush branches full of greenery, forming a sharp contrast with the dead silence surrounding it. Sensing the arrival of Xiao Tian and others, the ancient tree shook slightly a few times, and then a vicissitudes of life voice came out slowly. Meeting is destiny. If you can pass my test, I will help you to avoid the beast transformation restrictions. The ancient tree extended a branch, and the branches intertwined with each other in the air, forming a complex knot. If anyone among you can untie the knot, you will pass the test. But I want to remind you that my branches are filled with dark forces that want to untie the knot. You must endure the pain of the dark force eroding your body, and the explanation of the ancient tree is not over yet. Xiao Tian directly took out a containment device and threw it out. Amidst the flashing light, a giant bear appeared with a roar, and its huge body rushed towards the ancient tree, tearing the knot into pieces with its sharp claws. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. The rule seemed to say that the knot can be untied with bare hands, so Xiao Shun's action is clearly a violation. The ancient tree was also stunned. Then came a rage. Presumptuous! After saying that, countless branches began to wriggle, turning into a giant net that covered Xiao Tian. Not good. It's over. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in unison. However, their beast transformation abilities were sealed, so it was difficult for them to help even if they wanted to. At this critical moment, Xiao Tian took out 9 containment devices and threw them out one after another. 9 mutant beasts appeared at the same time, and the entire ground shook noticeably the moment they landed. The spreading branches of the ancient tree suddenly froze in place. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xiao Tian stood with his hand behind his back and said calmly, "I don't have time to play any puzzle games here. Either you unlock the seal in our bodies, or I will send you to paradise." The ancient tree people were all dumbfounded. If he had legs, he would have knelt down immediately. He is just an ancient tree in the forbidden area that has developed its own intelligence, and his combat power is actually not that strong. Young people nowadays have no moral principles at all. They actually use mutant beasts to threaten him, an old comrade. Is this okay? This is not good. The martial arts world should value peace and not resort to these petty tricks. Chapter 66. Xiao Tian overturns the table. 3 more chapters. I can understand that young people are full of youthful vigor, and I am not an unreasonable tree. Let me just say what I said earlier. Meeting is destiny, and since we are destined to meet, why not lift this restriction for you? The ancient tree's old voice sounded again, but it was obviously more fearful than the first time. Let's not talk about overwhelming numbers for now. He was just an ancient tree growing in the forbidden area. If these mutated beasts really rushed up, he wouldn't even be able to run away. After all, as an ancient tree, he has no legs to use. After saying this, the ancient tree stopped talking and green leaves continued to fall from its branches. What surprised everyone was that after these leaves fell on them, they immediately turned into streams of light, merged into their bodies, and disappeared. Almost at the same time, shouts of surprise suddenly rang out. My strength is back. The beast transformation ability is back. My old beast transformation ability is back. Some people have already started trying. This time, the restrictions in their bodies disappeared and they entered the beast state smoothly. Yen Ruyu and others also tried it one after another, feeling the power being refilled in their bodies. The lost sense of security returned. Xiao Tian also felt the genetic sequence in his body recovering, and he simply waved his hand to collect the 10 mutated beasts. Now that his beast transformation ability has been restored, he can easily deal with the ancient tree in front of him with his own strength. Young man, I have lifted the restrictions for you. Our fate has ended. You may leave now. The vines of the ancient tree trembled and spoke to see the guest off. When Xiao Tian released 10 mutant beasts earlier, he clearly saw a strong murderous intent in Xiao Tian's eyes. He had no doubt that if he had chosen to fight to the end, Xiao Tian would definitely order the 10 mutated beasts to attack him. It's better to send such a ruthless person away as soon as possible. Don't mess with me. Xiao Tian raised his head and looked at the ancient tree in front of him. Give me 100 leaves of your core. The dark, ancient tree's face trembled, and he was extremely horrified. His core leaf is similar to the core of the mutant beast, but compared to the core of the mutant beast, his core leaf is not unique. And his core leaves also have the effect of restoring strength. At his current level, as long as the level is below 30, a core leaf is enough to instantly heal all injuries of the spirit beast warrior. But how did the human boy in front of him know about his core leaf? Xiao Tian naturally knew what the other party's core leaf was. This is an absolute treasure. Before their rebirth, Pang Dehai and others passed the test of the dark ancient tree and successfully restored all their abilities. The dark ancient tree also took out 10 core leaves as a reward. Now that he has come to the right place, if Xiao Tian doesn't take away some core leaves, his trip will be in vain. These core leaves are condensed by my power. If one piece is missing, I will be weaker. The dark ancient tree said after hesitating. Xiao Tian remained silent. Just blindly enter the beast state. The 6 octopus tentacles behind him were like poisonous snakes ready to hunt, ready to pounce on the dark ancient tree at any time. Gurgle. The dark ancient tree swallowed. The whole tree was numb. This guy is a robber and a bandit. No dark creature is as cruel as him. It would be fine if they forced me to remove the restrictions for them by not participating in my assessment, but now they want my core leaves. And he starts with 100 pieces. Damn it. Bullying the tree is too much. After a while, the dark old tree sighed softly, and 100 gleaming leaves floated from the branches to Xiao Tian's side. Thank you very much. Xiao Tian collected the 100 leaves without changing his expression, then turned around and left with everyone. Pity. The other party is just an ancient tree that has developed intelligence and is not a mutated beast in essence. Otherwise, Xiao Tian would have to take the other party into the containment device. After all, these core leaves are good things. As long as you can take the main body away, the core leaves will never be used up. This time, everyone headed straight south in the direction indicated by Pang Dahai. No one asked Xiao Tian about the effects of these 100 core leaves. No one asked why Xiao Tian could bring so many mutant beasts into the forbidden area. Because they will soon face a powerful enemy, the ruler of the first heaven. This time, not long after setting out on the journey, the group encountered many waves of attacks from dark creatures. But everyone had regained their beastly abilities, and Xiao Tian was able to deal with the dark creatures without having to take any action. Half an hour later, everyone suddenly stopped. A tall building appeared in front of everyone. This is a palace that is entirely inky black in color. The palace is magnificent and majestic, shrouded in a layer of strange black fog. It is looming and full of evil. If there really is hell in this world, it should look like this. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Everyone seemed to hear the howling sounds of ghosts, foxes, and wolves. Many people shuddered subconsciously. This place is so fucking weird. According to my divination, the real body of the Dark Lord is here. Pang Dahai stopped and turned to look at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian nodded. His eyes were fixed on the square in front of the palace. The square seemed endless and empty and dead silent. But there's a statue standing in the center of the square. This is a humanoid figure wearing a cloak. Click, click, click. The statue suddenly began to tremble without any warning, and rock fragments on the surface began to fall off, revealing a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure first stretched lazily, then turned to look at Xiao Tian and his group. Let out a weird laugh. Everyone was stunned. This statue is actually alive. I'm the Dark Pioneer under the command of the Lord of the First Heaven. If you want to enter the palace to meet the Great Lord, you must pass my test first. After saying this, the Dark Vanguard waved his sleeves, and a chessboard and 2 stone chairs appeared out of thin air in front of him. The Dark Vanguard walked to a stone chair and sat down. You have a recreational activity on blue, star-called chess, and this pioneer knows a lot about the art of chess. As long as you can beat this pioneer in chess, you will pass this level. Play chess. Everyone is ready to fight. The so-called test, in their view, is nothing more than fighting and killing. Use your own strength to carve out a path. But he never expected that the test the other party mentioned was just playing chess. Everyone looked at each other, doubting their lives. Where did this kit come from? Did they enter a forbidden area or a children's palace? Xiao Tian was playing with his fingers, looking thoughtful. As far as he knew before his rebirth, the strength of Pang Dahai and his group was sealed after they entered the forbidden area, and they did not know the existence of the dark ancient tree at first. After coming here, they also met this dark pioneer. Pang Dahai and others whose powers were sealed at that time chose to accept the test. The result was naturally failure. This dark pioneer's understanding of chess can even be called that of a master. After many twists and turns, Pang Dahai and others finally found the ancient dark tree and successfully lifted the seal. Only then did he rely on his own strength to force his way in. However, Xiao Tian does not have to go through as much trouble as Pang Dahai before his rebirth. Now all of them have been unsealed. Can you let us in directly without any test? Xiao Tian asked as he came to the chessboard. We'll let you in without any tests. The Dark Vanguard was immediately displeased and said in a cold voice, Boy, you are very bold. This is a test set by the Great Lord. You are making it very difficult for me to deal with it. It's difficult? Xiao Tian sneered. Then don't do anything. After saying that, he overturned the chess table and entered the beast state. Yen Ruyu and others behind him saw this. Although they didn't know what was going on, they all entered the beast state together. Looking at the nearly 100 people who entered the beast state at the same time, the Dark Vanguard, who was about to get angry, was stunned. Holy shit. Chapter 67. I, the Dark Vanguard, have abandoned darkness and joined the light. 4th update. Didn't the Lord set up restrictions in the forbidden area? All spirit beast warriors who enter the forbidden area will lose their ability to transform into beasts. But what about these guys in front of me? All people have actually entered the beast state. What is going on? The Dark Vanguard rubbed his eyes hard, then opened his eyes wide and looked forward again. Then it started to get messy. All this is not an illusion, but something that really happened. Wipe. The Dark Vanguard is also a man of temperament. He knew that with his own strength, he could not deal with this large group of people in front of him. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. At this moment, Yin Tianxing rushed out quickly and hugged the Dark Vanguard's legs tightly. Asshole! The Dark Vanguard pounded Yin Tianxing's back frantically. Every time he struck, a heavy, muffled sound was heard. However, Yin Tianxing, who has entered the beast state, has greatly enhanced his physical defense. Joe, it doesn't hurt at all. His current level has been raised and is incomparable to Xiao Tian, but his defense has more than increased several times. He is now a walking sandbag, very durable. I even wanted to shout out, great. Let's work together and don't let this guy get away. The others also reacted quickly and rushed forward to surround the Dark Vanguard. You lowly ants. You bastards. What on earth are you going to do? The Great Lord will not let you go. You'd better not lay a hand on this Vanguard, or you will not be able to bear the consequences. The Dark Vanguard roared at the top of his lungs, trying to intimidate these humans with the name of the Overlord. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, everyone has more or less been infected with some of Xiao Tian's crazy temperament. Threaten them with the Dark Lord? Their purpose of this trip is to eradicate the Dark Lord. The Dark Vanguard discovered in despair that not only did his threats not work, but these people began to take action. Punches and kicks continued to come towards his body. In desperation, the Dark Vanguard could only squat on the ground with his hands on his head and scream miserably. Stop fighting. Stop fighting, you bunch of troublemakers. This pioneer knows he was wrong. I told you to stop fighting, but you still keep fighting. The Great Lord will never let you go. You're a bunch of lowly bugs. Ah! The fight lasted for a full 10 minutes. It was not until Xiao Tian spoke that everyone stopped what they were doing and made way for Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard's cloak had turned into rags, revealing an extremely ugly face underneath the cloak. This guy is also a dark creature with a human body shape, but his skin is ink black and his pupils are similar to those of a venomous snake. But even though he had black skin, Xiao Tian could still see that the other person had a bruised face and nose. Are there any other tests in the palace? Xiao Tian asked, looking down at the other party. If I remember correctly, Dark Vanguard is just the first level. Once inside the palace, there are many other tests. That's right. In addition to my level, there are 6 other test sites inside, all guarded by powerful creatures. The Dark Vanguard hunched over with his head lowered, not daring to hide anything. He has been beaten into a state of silence. As a pioneer of the Great Master, when had he ever been treated like this? It's a shame for the dark creatures. Do you want to die or live? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. The Dark Vanguard was stunned and said with an aggressive look, I want to live. I want to live. Then lead the way for us to find the Lord of Darkness. Are you sure that if I take you to see the Lord, you will let me go? The Dark Vanguard was a little doubtful. Xiao Tian said calmly, do you think you still have a choice? The Dark Vanguard was silent. Great Lord of Darkness, it was not me who betrayed you. The main reason is that these people are going too far. If I don't lead the way for them, I will really be beaten to death by them. Okay, I'll lead the way for you. Without thinking too long, the Dark Vanguard gritted his teeth and agreed. No matter what, the most important thing is to survive. Come with me. After I pass this level, there is another level at the palace gate. I know how to break it. The Dark Vanguard staggered to his feet. Now that he had already made a compromise, there was no need to feel any psychological burden. Everyone followed the Dark Vanguard in silence. Xiao Tian, what if this guy plays dirty tricks behind our back? Yen Ruyu asked worriedly. He wouldn't dare do that. Xiao Tian had a playful expression, but just to be on the safe side, he still said, give the order. Everyone, be alert. If you find anything unusual, work together to kill this guy. Yen Ruyu nodded and silently conveyed these words to everyone. The Dark Vanguard was walking right in front of Xiao Tian. He had been listening attentively to the conversation between Xiao Tian and others. After hearing Xiao Tian's words, he shuddered immediately and got goosebumps all over his body. This human is even more cruel than the Lord. It's so terrifying. He had never dared to harbor any evil thoughts in the first place, and now he was even more obedient. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the palace gate. The palace gate was built extremely magnificently. It was made of unknown material, and there were countless strange patterns carved on it. Looking at this pattern for a few more times will make people dizzy, as if it has its own magic. On both sides of the gate, there stands a statue of a dark creature holding a huge axe. These 2 statues of dark creatures not only hold huge axes, but are also wearing armor, looking extremely majestic and domineering. It's a bit like the gatekeeper general in ancient times. The Dark Vanguard stopped, turned to Xiao Tian, and gave him a flattering smile, saying, "Sir, this is the second level. These two statues will also come to life, and as soon as you touch the gate, they will come to life and attack you." Xiao Tian nodded. Xiao Tian didn't see anything unusual in the other person's eyes. The other party basically did not lie. If the other party hadn't reminded him, Xiao Tian would never have thought of this. After all, Xiao Tian only heard others talk about what happened in this forbidden area afterwards. It is not clear what exactly happened. If it weren't for the information provided by the Dark Vanguard, the two statues would have suddenly revived, and there would have been casualties among the crowd. How to crack it? Xiao Tian asked. Just kill these two statues before they revive. After the Dark Vanguard finished speaking, in order to show his loyalty, he added, "The weakness of these two dark creatures is in their hearts. If their hearts are destroyed, they will surely die." Xiao Tian took a step forward and entered the beast state without saying a word. His two tentacles shot out towards the chest of the two statues. Puff, puff. The sound of two cuts of flesh being made was heard. Two streams of blood spread out from the chest of the two statues. Then everyone saw that the rock covering the surface of the statue broke into pieces and fell all over the ground. The two dark creatures panted and looked at the Dark Vanguard and Xiao Tian in disbelief. Then he rolled his eyes and died, turning into two black mists and disappearing. Dead. The two dark creatures guarding the palace gate died like cannon fodder. Xiao Tian didn't waste any words. He retracted his tentacles and waved his hand. "Keep going." Chapter 68. I woke up from my dying illness. You can't afford to play with me, you bastard. After dealing with the two dark creatures, Xiao Tian and his party entered the palace gate smoothly. The group met the next 5 palace guardians one after another. The first guardian asked Xiao Tian and others to send someone to compete with him in strength. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone rushed forward and beat the dark creature to death. The second guardian asked Xiao Tian and others to select a representative to fight him, and only the winner could pass here. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone rushed forward and beat him to death. The third guardian asked Xiao Tian and others to kill each other, and only the last 3 alive could survive. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone rushed forward and beat him to death. Xiao Tian had a large number of people and is powerful, and the Dark Lord can tell him the details. All 5 guardians were soon defeated. After dealing with the last guardian, everyone walked into a corridor. There were many torches stuck on the walls of the corridor, and the faint flames were flickering slowly. It reflects the exquisite and mysterious murals on the walls. Do these murals have any special meaning? Pang Dehai was very interested in these murals, because after the successive celestial masters of Mount Longhu passed away, in order to commemorate their merits, their life stories would be incorporated into the murals for future generations to remember. However, from Pang Dehai's perspective, these murals in front of him looked very messy. It is impossible to tell what the mural is trying to express. These murals record the birth process of the Lord of the First Heaven, as well as all the glorious deeds he has done so far. The Dark Vanguard nodded and bowed, then quickly began to explain. "Oh," Pang Dehai raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Then tell me, what exactly does this mural say?" Xiao Tian was also a little curious. He only knew that the aurora swept across Blue Star. Dark turmoil was coming, and the ruler of the 9 heavens was Blue Star's biggest enemy at the moment. As for the origin of the mysterious aurora and why the Lord of Darkness exists, no one knows. Faced with Pang Dehai's questioning, the Dark Pioneer dared not disobey. He looked at the mural in a complicated manner and began to explain it to everyone. At the beginning of the universe, 9 extreme dark forces appeared. These 9 extreme dark forces are the 9 dark masters today. They represent absolute darkness and become stronger by killing creatures in the universe. But darkness and light are interdependent. If darkness is too strong, light will inevitably suffer a backlash. So after the 9 overlords swallowed up 3 universes in succession, the origin of a universe took action. The origin of a universe represents the will of a universe and cannot intervene directly, but it condensed into an aurora with mysterious power. Whenever the 9 masters target a universe, the cosmic aurora will descend in advance, strengthening the creatures in that universe and granting them unique and powerful powers. Listening to the Dark Vanguard's explanation, Yen Ruyu and others were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that this mysterious aurora appeared. Because of this, what they didn't expect was that before landing on the blue planet, the 9 Dark Masters had already destroyed several universes. Xiao Tian's expression suddenly became serious. After destroying several universes in succession, it seems that the Dark Lord is far from being as simple as he imagined. The ruler of the first heaven is currently the weakest dark ruler. But even if it is the weakest Lord of Darkness, if his true self comes directly and remains in full strength, Xiao Tian was not very confident that he could defeat the opponent. So Blue Star is their next target? Xiao Tian suddenly said, groping his palm. That's right. Dark Pioneer nodded and said, I know a lot about the humans on your blue planet. You call yourselves the Milky Way people, but in fact, your universe is actually called the Milky Way universe. Since they're planning to attack the galaxy universe, why don't they come directly to me? Xiao Tian asked again. If the 9 overlords descend on Blue Star at the same time, even if they're only in the form of clones, no one will be able to stop them. Xiao Tian felt that there must be some reason behind this. Hearing this, the Dark Vanguard sighed first, and then explained, the origin of the universe has set restrictions, and the 9 masters cannot come here at will. The stronger the Lord is, the more difficult it is for him to come in person. Currently, the Lord of the first heaven is the weakest, so he is the only one who can come in person. But even so, it would take a lot of time and energy for the real body to descend. And the Forbidden Land must be used as a medium. I see. No wonder the so-called forbidden areas have begun to appear one after another since the outbreak of the Dark Turmoil. So that's the reason. As if he had thought of something, Xiao Tian continued to ask, you just said that the cosmic aurora has descended on this universe. Before this, the cosmic aurora should have also descended on other universes, right? Creatures in other universes should have also acquired the ability to transform into beasts. So why did their historical civilizations still end up being destroyed? It's different, the Dark Pioneer explained. The level of the cosmic aurora is too high, and the powers that can be obtained by different biological levels are also different. Before this, the creatures in several universes only gained some physical enhancements and were unable to enter the beast state at all. You humans in the galactic universe are currently the only race that can obtain the full amplification of the cosmic aurora and gain the ability to transform into beasts. Therefore, Master Yikangshan attaches great importance to you and has not hesitated to send his clone to join the game in advance. Through a simple conversation, Xiao Tian roughly understood the current situation. Humans on the blue planet are currently the only race that has acquired the ability to fully transform into beasts. And also, the origin of the universe is restricting the Dark Master, so it is almost impossible for multiple masters to appear at the same time. By the time other overlords are able to descend on Blue Star, the levels of the spirit beast warriors on Blue Star should have been greatly improved. Xiao Tian had a strong ability to endure, so he nodded and said nothing more. Yen Ruyu and others were not as calm as Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard told them too much information, and it was difficult for them to accept it all at once. In technical terms, the Dark Lords are aliens. And before they landed on the blue planet, they had already destroyed many alien races from other universes. Can mankind escape the disaster? Can Blue Planet be safe? Everyone felt extremely heavy-hearted. Just when everyone was feeling heavy-hearted, the corridor came to the end. After exiting the corridor, a huge underground palace suddenly appeared before our eyes. The underground palace was built in an extremely grand and majestic manner, with hundreds of luminous pearls inlaid on the stone wall directly above the palace. The night pearl glowed brightly, illuminating the underground palace as if it were daytime. What's more, the underground palace is filled with an extremely strong dark force. From the moment you step into here, even Xiao Tian, the strongest among the crowd, couldn't help but shiver. But at this moment, no one has time to care about these things, because everyone was shocked to find that there was a bronze coffin placed in the center of the underground palace. Thick, black fog continued to rise from the coffin. A figure shrouded in black mist was lying quietly in the coffin. Right above the coffin, a small wormhole mysteriously emerged, continuously transmitting dark power into the coffin. With the continuous infusion of dark power, the aura of the figure in the coffin gradually became stronger. My lord, you are in this coffin. The Dark Lord swallowed and pointed tremblingly in the direction of the coffin. It was at this time The figure lying quietly in the coffin seemed to have telepathic connection and suddenly sat up straight in the coffin. Then he turned his head stiffly and looked at where Xiao Tian was. A familiar voice suddenly exploded. It broke the silence that had lasted for 1,000,000 years in the underground palace. Xiao Tian, it's you. You actually chased me here. Are you fucking sick? Chapter 69. This madman came to my house. 3 updates. Ji Guqing was dumbfounded. The ruler of the first heaven was like a frightened bird, and his voice even turned into that of a eunuch. Why is this lunatic here? Ji Guqing suddenly felt confused. If I remember correctly, this is my own palace, the place where I descended in my true self. In order to avoid being disturbed, he personally set up 6 checkpoints. These 6 levels are extremely difficult, and once the spirit beast warriors enter the forbidden area, their beast transformation abilities will be sealed. So the probability of passing the level is very small. That doesn't make sense. There is no reason for this madman to appear here. Ji Guqing rubbed his eyes, nodded again, and stared at him. When he saw the playful expression on Xiao Tian's face, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt unwell. He was not dazzled, nor was he experiencing any hallucinations. It was this madman who really chased me back to my lair. Haven't seen you for a long time. Xiao Tian raised his lips and waved towards Ji Guqing. It was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Those who don't know would think that the two are close friends. Who would have thought that just a while ago, Xiao Tian was chasing someone else's clone around? How come you are here? Ji Guqing breathed rapidly and said in a deep voice, your beast transformation ability should be sealed. How did you get in? It's okay, I was just strolling. And then I strolled in. Xiao Tian touched his nose and said with a smile. Talking nonsense has never been Xiao Tian's character. He seemed to be chatting with Ji Guqing, but in fact he was quietly sensing the other party's strength. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ji Guqing is currently only in the form of a clone. The deity did not completely descend. But even if it is just a clone, its strength is much stronger than the clone we saw before. After all, the black hole on the coffin is continuously transmitting the power of darkness. However, the opponent's current strength is still beyond Xiao Tian's control. After catching this piece of information, Xiao Tian suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Listening to Xiao Tian's nonsense, Ji Guqing's face, shrouded in darkness, couldn't help but twitch violently. Wandering around? I don't believe you. What decent person would be willing to wander into his own forbidden palace? Dark Vanguard. At this moment, Ji Guqing suddenly noticed the Dark Vanguard following Xiao Tian. His eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and the surrounding black fog began to ripple instantly. He said, how could this madman come to his palace so casually? It turned out that there was a traitor among them. Master, please listen to my explanation. I'm also helpless. The Dark Vanguard wanted to cry, but had no tears, so he bent his knees and knelt down. I don't want to bring them in, but if I don't compromise, they will kill me, and I have no choice. My lord, you are invincible. I believe that these human ants are definitely not your opponents. Please make your move. I will be here as a witness to the greatness and invincibility of the Lord. The Dark Vanguard prostrated himself on the ground and shouted with sincerity on his face. Ji Guqing's face twitched, and he wanted to greet the Dark Pioneer's ancestors. His original strength was indeed enough to easily kill Xiao Tian and his gang. But the key point is that he is still in the stage of transmitting power, and most of the power has not been transmitted yet. Invincible posture? What a shit. You bastard, you sold me out and still talk so righteously. How can I have such a traitorous bunch of useless people under my command? Perhaps because the psychological trauma caused by Xiao Tian last time was still there, Ji Guqing subconsciously wanted to run away. But now, at the critical moment of transmitting power, he has been trapped in the coffin. There is no way to escape it all. Xiao Tian, maybe we can have a good talk. I have always admired your strength. You are different from other humans. I can feel that the power you possess far exceeds theirs. If you are willing, you can become my disciple, and I can ensure that you will be rich and prosperous. Since you can't run away, then just use words to seduce him. Although it is said that a gentleman's word is as good as gold, but he is not a gentleman. He is the Lord of Darkness. As long as he can stabilize Xiao Tian temporarily and wait for his true self to completely descend, he can crush the other party to death with a wave of his hand. Xiao Tian shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Ji Guqing's scalp tingled when he was looked at. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. I know you don't believe my words, but I can swear in the name of the Lord. I know some of the customs of your blue star. If you don't believe me, how about this? From now on, I will recognize you as my godson, and you call me dad. When my real body comes, not only will all previous grudges be wiped out, but I will also grant you endless benefits. Hearing this, Xiao Tian laughed. Even when death is imminent, this guy still wants to be his father. Phew. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Tian looked at her with a resentful look on his face. Is it funny? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let me recover. The next moment. Phew. Pang Dehai couldn't help laughing. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression was not right, Pang Dehai quickly stopped smiling and explained, Brother, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to laugh at you. My teeth are just too hot. Let them out to breathe. Xiao Tian frowned, then looked helpless and sighed deeply. Then he slapped Pang Dehai on the back of his head and said, Take out your talismans and throw them all over. Pang Dehai came to his senses and, following Xiao Tian's instructions, took out a stack of talismans from his arms and threw them towards Ji Guiqing. About 300 talismans of various kinds were thrown out at the same time. The scene suddenly flashed with mountains of knives, seas of fire, frozen lights, and the laws of nature. Ji Guiqing secretly greeted Xiao Tian's ancestors in his heart, and then mobilized all the dark power in his body to form a barrier to resist. Boom! Ripples of terror radiated throughout the palace. When everything disappeared, Ji Guiqing's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Although he was not seriously injured, his originally solid body now looked a little dim. Xiao Tian's eyes moved, and he keenly caught this piece of information. The opponent could have easily dodged the previous attack, so there was no need to confront him head-on. But the other party did not dodge and remained in the coffin. Moreover, after resisting this attack, his body became a little more illusory. Xiao Tian obtained 2 useful pieces of information. The other party is temporarily unable to move for some reason. This is also the reason why the other party did not run away immediately after seeing our group. Also, the opponent's real body has not arrived yet, and is only a clone at the moment. The more damage it suffers, the more its power will be weakened. If we can consume all the energy before the opponent's real body arrives completely, can this stop the deity from coming? Do what you say. Xiao Tian spread his legs, and his originally short black hair instantly turned into long white hair. The electric eel head roared on its shoulder, releasing millions of lightning bolts. The octopus tentacles wriggled behind his back, looking as hideous as maggots on his tarsal bones. The cockroach's antennae waving above its head are extremely weird. The leech's mouth parts kept opening and closing in the palm of my hand, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. The beast state is activated directly. Then Xiao Tian didn't say anything, concentrated all his strength into his fist, and punched Ji Guiqing in the coffin. Boom! Chapter 70, Group Fight, Crazy Scraping, 4th Update. Everything was just as Xiao Tian expected. Ji Guiqing did not dodge this punch, but used the power of darkness to forcefully resist it. With one punch, the black fog around Ji Guiqing was directly dispersed, and his body became thinner again. Although the change was not particularly obvious, Xiao Tian still captured it keenly. It seems that my idea is not wrong. Xiao Tian, calm down. We can talk it out. Everything can be discussed. Don't you humans believe in making money through harmony? Ji Guiqing was dumbfounded. The ruler of the first heaven actually had a tremor in his voice when he spoke. Madman. This madman dispersed a lot of his dark power with just one punch. Ji Guiqing never dreamed that one day he would be so eager to reason with humans. But Xiao Tian has never been a person who likes to talk nonsense. After confirming that the other party was indeed unable to move, Xiao Tian's eyes turned red. The octopus tentacles behind him attacked Ji Guiqing's body frantically. Stamp. I'm really into poking. The speed was so fast that even after images appeared, boom, 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 boom. Xiao Tian launched hundreds of attacks in succession, but all of them were blocked by Ji Guiqing. But every time he blocked an attack, the dark power around him weakened a little. The speed of weakening is even faster than the speed of transmission from the black hole. Xiao Tian, listen to me. We can discuss everything. If you stop now, I can still forgive you for what happened. Xiao Tian panted heavily, raised his head, and looked at Ji Guiqing in surprise. Faced with his attack, the opponent just kept resisting and didn't even fight back. Xiao Tian instantly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that not only is the opponent unable to move, but he's also unable to fight back in this state? Xiao Tian glanced at the small black hole above the coffin. In order to verify his guess, he attacked Ji Guoqing again. What a lunatic! Ji Guoqing's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly felt a little desperate. It is said that the Lord of Darkness is the supreme being, representing absolute darkness, and he loves killing in his bones. But in his opinion, in terms of cruelty, he was not even 1/10 as cruel as Xiao Tian. In terms of ruthlessness, he is even a younger brother in front of Xiao Tian. Everything happened just as Xiao Tian had guessed. Facing his second wave of attack, Ji Guoqing continued to resist. In his current state, he can neither move nor take the initiative to attack. Xiao Tian stopped what he was doing, turned his head to look at Yen Ruyu and the others, and shouted angrily, "Everyone attack together!" The moment they saw Xiao Tian attack Ji Guoqing, everyone was actually stunned. After all, the one in front of us is the real master of darkness. Xiao Shan was still not afraid at all and started fighting as soon as he disagreed with something. Hearing Xiao Tian's cry, everyone came to their senses. Can't move? Can't fight back? Isn't this a complete human sandbag? If this is the case, let alone the other party being the ruler of the first heaven, even if he is a great immortal, they will not be at all weak. Didn't you hear what Master Xiao said? Attack together. Defeat the Dark Lord. Growing up like this, I never thought that one day I would be able to defeat the Lord of Darkness with my own hands. Everyone, follow the footsteps of Xiao Shun and attack with all your strength. Boom. The crowd came to their senses and began to attack frantically. Everyone joined the battle without reservation, even Yen Ruyu, who had no fighting ability. Holding the submachine gun left by Wong Lu's gang, he fired at Ji Guoqing's body. Yin Tiansheng transformed into a muscular warrior. 2 streams of hot air spurted out of his nostrils. He aimed the ferocious horns on his head at Ji Guoqing and slammed into him. Pang Dahai did not stand by to watch either. He took out a peachwood sword from his arms, made a seal with one hand, and rushed forward. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. The dark vanguard in the distance stared at the scene blankly, his mind completely blank. The Great Lord of Darkness was beaten up by a group of people. He subconsciously broke into a sweat. Help him. He is afraid he will be beaten to death by the angry crowd. He could only watch, as he was worried that Ji Guoqing himself would come and kill him as well. What to do? What should he do? The fight lasted for 3 full hours, during which time Ji Guoqing's shrill screams continued to ring out. But after 3 hours, everyone was exhausted. Everyone then discovered in despair that Ji Guoqing was still intact. Although the body is much more illusory than at the beginning, it is still relatively solid. No, big brother. Our attack can indeed weaken this bastard's strength, but our attack is too weak. It can't weaken it too much. Pang Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned. He finally understood that this National Day season was like the ultimate boss with 10,000 HP among netizens. Although they were unable to move or fight back at the moment, their high health meant they couldn't destroy them easily. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Ji Guoqing's arrogant voice suddenly rang out. He looked at Xiao Tian fiercely and said fiercely, "Xiao Tian, although I'm only a clone, I am transmitting endless power. You cannot destroy me. At most, it can delay the arrival of the deity for some time, but it cannot change any outcome. When I finally arrive, that will be the day of your death. When the time comes, the first person I will kill will be you. I will chop you in half and cut you into pieces." Ji Guoqing kept gasping for breath. After being beaten by the crowd for so long, he was really angry. If he doesn't take revenge, he is not the Lord of Darkness. After saying this, he looked at the stunned dark vanguard in the distance and said, "As a vanguard under my command, you chose to go along with lowly humans and even dared to betray me. When I come, you won't be able to deal with the aftermath." The dark vanguard's body shuddered. Then he ran to Xiao Tian happily. "Master Xiao Tian, once the Dark Lord's true form arrives, we will all die. I am here to lend you a helping hand." After he finished speaking, the dark power around him burst out, and black mist covered his arms, turning them into 2 sharp blades, slashing towards Ji Guoqing's body. He was still struggling with whether to help. Now that Ji Guoqing has said this, there is no need for him to think about it anymore. He knew Ji Guoqing very well, a man who always kept his word. Since he has said so, Once his real body arrives, I will definitely die. Since death is inevitable, why not just rebel? He swung the double blades and slashed at Ji Guoqing for a while, then saw Xiao Tian and the others were just standing there watching. The Dark Vanguard couldn't help but get anxious. Master Xiao Tian, don't just stand there and watch. Let's attack together. Once this bastard comes, it will definitely kill people. We must act quickly to consume all his strength. Xiao Tian. He already boasted that he had seen many storms. But the other party kept calling him Lord Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was simply silenced. The others also looked puzzled. Pang Dehai opened his mouth slightly, raised his thumb after a while, and said with admiration, "Awesome. Traitor, you really betrayed me. But it doesn't matter. You can follow all of them on the road when the time comes." The Dark Vanguard is speechless now. You are about to kill yourself, and if you don't rebel now, do you really want to wait for death? What on earth was he following before? Ji Guoqing laughed in anger, looking down on the world, and continued, "Your attacks are not enough to destroy my clone. Just wait for death to come." Really? Xiao Tian came back to his senses from his speechless state, raised his lips, took out 16 containment devices from his arms, and threw them out. Boom! 16 huge and ferocious-looking mutant beasts suddenly descended into the palace. Chapter 71? The Lord has arrived, but only at level 1. Ji Guoqing was deeply shocked when he saw the sudden appearance of these 16 mutated beasts. Cosmic auroras are a double-edged sword. It can allow humans to acquire the ability to transform into beasts, and it can also allow animals, plants, and insects to evolve into mutant beasts. Once evolved into a mutant beast, the gene of killing is almost engraved in its bones. The madman in front of me can actually summon 16 mutant beasts. The key point is that after these 16 mutated beasts appeared, they actually nodded and bowed to Xiao Tian, showing a gesture of submission. Especially the giant bear with a sturdy body and muscular muscles like a mutated muscle devil, who was actually rubbing his head against Xiao Tian's trouser leg affectionately. Is this a bloodthirsty mutant beast or a tamed puppy? This is simply outrageous. After summoning 16 mutated beasts, Xiao Tian didn't waste any time and directly commanded the mutated beasts to take action. Suddenly, bursts of explosions were heard at the scene. Another 3 hours. Ji Guoqing's body became much dimmer, but the black hole above the coffin continued to transmit the power of darkness. Ji Guoqing's originally dull figure gradually recovered a lot. Xiao Tian frowned. If the situation continued like this, it would be almost impossible to destroy the master of the first level of heaven. Their attacks were undoubtedly similar to scraping. This is like playing an online game, where the final boss not only has a huge amount of health, but also has super strong recovery ability. In this case, if you want to kill the boss, you must buy serious injury equipment to prevent the opponent from recovering. But this is reality after all, not an online game. Where can I find equipment that can cause serious injuries? Xiao Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at Pang Dehai. "Fatty, is there any way to stop the transmission of dark power?" Pang Dehai did not answer immediately. His whole fat face was twisted and he began to think hard. "Maybe there is a way." Pang Dehai's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "The heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain have mastered a unique heart sutra called Dragon and Tiger Curse. The Dragon Tiger Curse is originally used to suppress evil things. Since the Dark Lord is essentially dark, it may also have a suppressive effect." Xiao Tiangao glanced at Pang Dehai. It was just a casual question, but he never thought that this guy actually had a solution. He is indeed a ruthless man who dared to confront the ruler of the first heaven when leading a team in his previous life. Unfortunately, ever since this guy followed me, he has been eating and drinking to his heart's content and waiting to die all day long. I have kind of ruined him. It seems that after returning, I have to push this guy harder and stimulate his potential. Try it. I listened to my elder brother. Pang Dehai grinned, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, made an okay gesture with his hands, and began to recite scriptures. At first, Ji Guoqing didn't care, still mocking and humiliating Xiao Tian and others. But the moment the Dragon Tiger Curse sounded, his arrogance disappeared in an instant. The transmission of dark power has obviously slowed down. Around Pang Dehai, countless golden runes diffused out from his body and formed a golden chain in the air. The golden chain was so dazzling that it actually blocked most of the space of the black hole. If the black hole originally transmitted 100% of the dark power, now only less than 30% is left. Damn it, fatty, what on earth did you do? Ji Guoqing's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared at Pang Dehai angrily. At this moment, he was really scared. Without the continuous transmission of dark power, he would not be able to hold on for too long in his current state. If the previous attacks happen a few more times, he might really be killed here. Pang Dehai ignored Ji Guoqing and continued to recite scriptures with his eyes closed. This scripture really works. Yen Ruyu clenched her fists and said excitedly. The others were equally excited. It feels like a handsome guy who is forced to be supported by a rich and beautiful woman suddenly wins 10 billion in the lottery. Not only did he get rid of the entanglement and harassment of the beautiful, rich woman, but he also became the richest man in the country. Ruyu, turn on the live broadcast. Xiao Tian instructed Yen Ruyu. There is no signal here, so we can't start the live broadcast. Yen Ruyu replied with a wry smile. Then record it and upload it after you get out. Xiao Tian didn't care. When people learned that the ruler of the first heaven would arrive in 7 days, voices of gloating were heard all over the internet. Many people felt that they were doomed, and the people in Dara City would be doomed as well. Now, he has to prove himself and tell everyone with his own strength. The Lord of Darkness is nothing special. Man can conquer nature. Humans are not the humble ants in the mouth of the Dark Master. Humans can also go against nature. Yen Ruyu nodded, silently put down the assault rifle in her hand, stepped aside, and started recording with her mobile phone. After firing thousands of bullets in succession, the muzzle of the assault rifle was already burned red. It is hard to imagine that this once cool and aloof school beauty had actually carried an assault rifle and fired thousands of bullets. Extremely wild, extremely contrasting. After everything was ready, Xiao Tian led everyone to continue taking action. Another 3 hours. After losing most of the dark power supply, Ji Guoqing's body became extremely illusory. It seems like it will disappear at any time. But even so, his body still existed and was not directly destroyed. Xiao Tian was already sweating from exhaustion, and he could hardly hold back after seeing this scene. Is this guy an indestructible cockroach? Even though most of the transmission of dark power has been blocked, it is still so tenacious. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, you can't kill me. I am the great Lord of Darkness, and I still have 10 minutes to complete my final descent. When the time comes, I will make you unable to live or die, and I will torture you to death. Ji Guoqing laughed grimly, but he felt extremely painful in his heart. His dark power. Most of them were used to resist the attacks of Xiao Tian and others. When his complete form arrives, these stupid ants will pay a heavy price. Xiao Tian, what should we do now? Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian worriedly. Keep going. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and rushed out again. Things have come to this point. Xiao Tian couldn't think of any better solution except to continue to weaken the opponent's strength. 10 minutes passed in a flash. After 10 minutes, the black hole above the coffin gradually closed and disappeared. Ji Guoqing in the coffin suddenly burst out with a powerful dark force, which shocked Xiao Tian and his group back. At the same time, a laugh of boundless arrogance and self-centeredness rang out. Ha ha, my complete form has arrived. I will end your lives, you lowly ants. Are you ready to be judged? The entire forbidden area began to tremble at this moment. Countless dark forces rose up in the sky, as if welcoming the return of the king. The sound of ghosts crying echoed everywhere. The thick fog above the forbidden area gradually dissipated, revealing a bright red blood moon. The red moonlight fell on Ji Guoqing. At this moment, he had completed his transformation and slowly floated up from the coffin. The black mist around him gradually dissipated, revealing his original appearance. The enchanting appearance exudes dominance, with black hair waving wildly and a layer of domineering black armor covering the body. This scene is like the devil descending to the earth. Not only everyone present, but even Xiao Tian felt a tightness in his heart and felt a strong sense of oppression. Xiao Tian, even if I kill you 1,000 times, it still won't be enough. Ji Guoqing lowered his head and laughed wildly, then suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a dark force transformed into a 3-meter-long silver-black spear. He pointed a spear at Xiao Tian, showing his kingly attitude. But at this moment, Xiao Tian was suddenly stunned, because he felt Ji Guoqing's breath at this moment. If the opponent's current aura is converted into the level of a spirit beast warrior, That is it. Level 1. Xiao Tian was confused. The Dark Lord of Level 1 has arrived. Could it be that it was because the previous strength was weakened too much, so even though the Dark Lord was not killed directly, it affected the opponent's strength after his arrival? With a tentative idea, Xiao Tian exerted force with his right hand and slapped Ji Guqing. Bang! Chapter 72. The Vanguard exerts force and kills the clan members instantly. Xiao Tian didn't use even 30% of his strength in this slap. In the eyes of everyone, such an attack was like a slow-motion movie. They could easily dodge it or resist it effortlessly. But it was just such a seemingly insignificant slap. But he instantly knocked Ji Guqing out. Hee, you all must die. I have completely descended into this world. You lowly ants. Bang! Bang! Ji Guqing's face was instantly deformed, and a lot of the black scales on both sides of his cheeks were pulled out. A mouthful of blood, along with several sharp fangs, were roughly pulled out. The whole person was spinning rapidly like a top and crashed into the distant palace wall. Boom! Ji Guqing, who was laughing wildly the moment before, was now embedded into the wall by a slap from Xiao Tian. Oh my god! Ji Guqing groaned and pulled his body out of the stone wall with force. Then he covered his chest with his left hand, his knees went weak, and he half-knelt on the ground. Comminuted fractures all over the body. Their dark overlords have a special body structure with 98 ribs, and now 85 of them are broken. One of the 2 hearts was directly blown up. Even most of the countless blood vessels in the body were shattered. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The great master of darkness, the invincible source of darkness. Now that he has arrived in his true form, he should be invincible and sweep away everything, bringing the utmost despair to these ants who humiliated him. How come now? He was slapped away by the other party like a teddy dog. Oh my god! Seeing this, the Dark Vanguard couldn't help but twitch his eyelids violently. Then came endless ecstasy. I made the right bet. This group of humans really did it. Although they failed to prevent the arrival of the Overlord, they weakened the opponent's power to the extreme. With the opponent's current level 1 strength, he can't pose any threat at all. Even if he just pulled a spirit beast warrior over and attacked while standing alone on the island, he could easily suppress Ji Guqing. But the sad thing is that the big man in front of him, the so-called Lord of Darkness, whom he once followed, has not yet discovered his situation. Lord Xiao Tian, the Dark Vanguard suddenly cried out, slid to his knees in front of Xiao Tian, his face full of flattery. The temperament of a traitor is undoubtedly revealed. He grabbed Xiao Tian's trouser legs, looking pitiful. To be honest, when I first met you, I knew you were going to accomplish great things. The Dark Lord kills innocent people indiscriminately, is bloodthirsty, stupid, and arrogant. In fact, I have long wanted to rebel against him. Seeing my compatriots on Blue Star suffering from mutant beasts and dark creatures, I feel very sad. Now, thanks to Lord Xiao Tian's help, I can finally achieve my revenge today and do what I really want to do. I am grateful for your kindness. From now on, I will be Master Xiao Tian's man in life and Master Xiao Tian's ghost in death. Compared to Ji Guqing, this dark pioneer is not stupid. He knew very well that once Xiao Tian and others got rid of Ji Guqing, the next person to be dealt with would definitely be him, the dark pioneer who chose to betray. Showing loyalty to Xiao Tian now and demonstrating one's sincerity in advance is the only way to give oneself a glimmer of hope. As if he was worried that Xiao Tian would refuse, the Dark Vanguard added, although my strength is humble, I know a lot of information about the 9 Masters. I can tell you all this information in the future. Xiao Tian pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. This guy is not stupid. When he saw that the situation was not right, he directly sold out the Dark Vanguard. Before that, he followed everyone to weaken the power of the Overlord. Now he revealed that he has information about the other 9 Overlords. It's certainly okay to leave a life. However, the impression that the other party currently gives to Xiao Tian is that of a fence-sitter who is willing to sell out his master for fame and fortune at any time. Even though you have taken the person in, you must be more careful in the future. After all, Xiao Tian didn't want what happened to the Dark Lord today to happen to him tomorrow. Thank you, Master Xiao Tian. From now on, I will follow your lead. The Dark Vanguard was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Xiao Tian. Alive, the situation that was originally doomed to fail was turned around by himself. Just at this moment, Ji Guqing, who heard the conversation between the two, became furious. A guy who betrayed himself is now begging his enemy for shelter. Ji Guiqing felt extremely humiliated. His eyes became fierce, and he didn't care about his injuries. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards the Dark Vanguard with his spear in hand. Seeing this scene, everyone present was eager to try it out. They are not afraid of the level 1 Dark Lord, and they even want to try out what effect their own strength will have on the opponent. Even Yen Ruyu, who had almost no fighting ability, silently squatted down and picked up the assault rifle on the ground. Start loading the gun. The Dark Lord is only level 1, so this volley of bullets I fired should be able to cause some damage, right? However, before anyone could take action, the Dark Vanguard took a step forward. How dare you disrespect Lord Shao Tian? Who gave you the courage? After saying that, the Dark Vanguard slapped him away. The Dark Lord was thrown out with his gun and was reinserted into the stone wall. Since he has already joined Shao Tian, there is no need for him to be nice to Ji Guiqing. He also knew that his change of sides at the critical moment must have left a very bad impression on Shao Tian. But it doesn't matter as long as you prove your worth and express yourself positively. This will all improve. Master Shao Tian, you don't need to deal with this kind of stuff yourself, so as not to dirty your hands. Why don't you let me do it for you? The Dark Pioneer turned around and looked at Shao Tian sincerely. Go ahead. Shao Tian nodded without saying anything more. The Dark Pioneer was secretly delighted, as opportunities were always gained through one's own efforts. Apparently, he had earned himself another chance to show himself. The Lord of Darkness? The one I killed was the Lord of Darkness. From now on, this pioneer will officially turn from darkness to light. I really want to kill. The Dark Vanguard stepped on the power of darkness, rushed to Ji Guiqing in an instant, and punched him. Ji Guiqing was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood and felt extremely aggrieved. It's the opposite. The little Vanguard is going to devour his master. But what shocked him even more was that even when his real body appeared, he was unable to fight back in front of Shao Tian. Now, facing the Dark Vanguard, he doesn't even have the ability to fight back. Something's wrong. After sensing his physical condition, Ji Guiqing was stunned. His level was only a pitiful level 1. Even though he is the weakest among the 9 overlords, he still has the strength of level 35. Damn it, but it doesn't matter. His real body has already arrived in this world and can now summon 2 followers to help. Come out, my dark followers. Ji Guiqing waved his hands while enduring the severe pain. Dark power surged on both sides of him, and 2 space vortices appeared. Immediately afterwards, 2 huge monsters in armor stepped out of the whirlpool. The 2 figures were nearly 10 meters tall as a small mountain. Countless tentacles condensed by the power of darkness spread out from the gaps in their armor and squirmed wildly. This scene is quite bizarre and quite uncomfortable. Oh no, I forgot that after the Lord comes, he can bring 2 dark followers with him. The Dark Vanguard retreated rapidly and immediately felt something was wrong. The Dark Clan are not only elite dark creatures, but also the most loyal warriors of the Dark Lord, and their strength is quite terrifying. Compared with Ji Guiqing's original strength, it is not much weaker. It seems that I have no chance to show myself. But just after taking a few steps back, Ji Guiqing suddenly felt something. He stopped, blinked, and stared at the 2 Dark Clansmen with a confused look on his face. The dark power released from the other party was as weak as Ji Guiqing's. After careful perception, I found that they are all level 1. Could it be that because this guy's dark power has been weakened, the levels of the 2 dark followers have also been forced to be lowered? The Dark Vanguard was a little confused and slapped out tentatively. Bang! Bang! A slap filled with the power of darkness fell, and the 2 seemingly domineering and invincible Dark Clan members were instantly turned into black mist. Dark Clan die. At this moment, the space was dead silent. The crowd behind was stunned. The smile that had just appeared on Ji Guiqing's face froze again. Oh no! Chapter 73. Devour the Dark Lord and extract the gene sequence. This time I have completely failed. This is a reflection of Ji Guiqing's inner feelings at this moment. His own strength was severely damaged and fell to level 1. Unexpectedly, the Dark Clan was also affected and their levels dropped along with him. But Ji Guiqing is the master of darkness after all. Even though he is only the Dark Lord of the First Heaven, he still has an air of pride. He was not like the Dark Vanguard, who begged for mercy immediately when he saw the situation was not going well. However, it also seemed as if he had aged hundreds of years in an instant, and his scarlet eyes had lost their original glow. because he knew that with the way Xiao Tian treated his enemies, he would have no chance of survival if he fell into this situation. He was doomed today. But just like Mu imagined, at this time, his mentality calmed down. "Can I have a cigarette?" Ji Guiqing slumped on the ground and looked up at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian said nothing, but still took out a box of the 12 beauties of Jinling from his arms and threw it over. "Thanks." Ji Guiqing took the cigarette box, took out a cigarette, lit it with the power of darkness, and took a deep puff. After his clone came to Blue Star last time, he fell deeply in love with cigarettes. Cigarettes are a good thing. They can relieve all your worries. After blowing out a puff of smoke, Ji Guiqing continued. "Can you give me a chance? I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good person." The Dark Vanguard immediately looked disdainful. "You called yourself a traitor before, so isn't this also a betrayal of darkness?" Xiao Tian said nothing, just slapped him. Boom! The Lord of Darkness was instantly beaten into pieces of skin. The Dark Ruler of the First Heaven is dead. Before this, no one had thought that the ruler of the first level of heaven would die so simply and easily. Seeing Ji Guiqing being eliminated, Yen Ruyu also stopped recording. She opened her pink lips slightly, looking somewhat dreamy. The Lord of Darkness died just like that? Dara City, is it saved? Xiao Tian. All this was because of Xiao Tian, the man she had a crush on. Yen Ruyu looked towards Xiao Tian, her eyes so intense that they were about to thicken. It is women's nature to admire strong men, and Yen Ruyu, the former cold and aloof school beauty, is no exception. What Xiao Tian did in the Forbidden Area today is enough to make any woman reach the peak. The Dark Lord is gone just like that. It is said that when the Lord comes, there will be no peace in Daru City. He died just like that. Have we been fooled? Could this guy just be a clone? The others also started whispering to each other. Some murmured in disbelief. It's no wonder they raised doubts. The trip was really too smooth. They hardly put in any effort, and in the end the boss was destroyed. God Xiao led the team throughout the whole process, and the battle record can be checked. At this moment, the long-lost voice of the system rang out from the depths of Xiao Tian's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Lord of the First Heaven. The Lord's original power has been detected. Do you want to start extracting the gene sequence? Xiao Tian was no longer calm. He has not yet reached level 30. So normally, he has no chance to continue devouring. And even if he had the opportunity to devour now, he could only devour animals, plants, insects, and mutated beasts. Devour the Lord of Darkness? Xiao Tian didn't even dare to think about it. But since it can be swallowed, there is no need to hesitate. Although the opponent is only the weakest overlord, he is still an overlord after all. If he devours him, he may be able to obtain some incredible genetic sequence. Start extracting gene sequences. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, an invisible force instantly enveloped the dark fragments floating in the air. Everyone clearly noticed that the dark power that was originally gradually dissipating suddenly gathered together and condensed toward Xiao Tian's direction. Xiao Tian's figure was instantly covered by black fog. Xiao Tian, Xiao Shun, brother, Lord Xiao Tian. Seeing this scene, everyone who didn't know what was going on looked nervous. I thought Ji Guiqing had some backup plan. But soon, the black fog surrounding Xiao Tian gradually dissipated. Xiao Tian's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His originally long hair had turned red, and there was a faint dark force on his body. The right arm, covered by clothes, is now covered with a layer of black scales. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 26. Bloodline level 30. Gene sequence number 9000, Lord of Darkness. Inherits the property of regeneration of broken limbs. Retains perception ability. Octopus tentacles evolve into dark unicorn arms. Possesses super high defense. Can absorb and release a certain amount of dark power. And torn arms can be transformed into black unicorn spears. After absorbing Ji Guiqing's dominant origin power, Xiao Tian's level did not increase, but his bloodline level directly reached the terrifying level 30. In other words, all mutant beasts below level 30 will be afraid of him from the bottom of their hearts, even though his strength level is only level 26. Moreover, the Dark Lord with gene sequence number 9000 is also terribly powerful. Dark Kirin arm? Absorb and release a certain amount of dark power. The torn arm can turn into a black unicorn spear. Just by looking at the introduction, it feels different from the gene sequence obtained before. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Seeing the black fog around Xiao Tian dissipate, Yen Ruyu stepped forward and asked worriedly, "I'm fine." Xiao Tian shook his head, his mind constantly recalling the genetic attribute that tore his arm and turned it into a black unicorn spear. I don't know if it was a sudden attack. Xiao Tian stretched out his left arm, grasped his right arm, and then pulled hard. With a ripping sound, the right arm covered with black scales was torn off by him, skin and flesh included. Fuck! In the distance, Pang Dehai's face turned pale, and he covered his mouth with his hands and screamed. When the others saw this, their eyelids twitched to some extent, and many of them were so scared that they took several steps back and fell to the ground. Oh shit, is God Xiao crazy? I've known for a long time that he was very cruel to his enemies, but I never expected that he would be just as cruel to himself. Pulling off one's right arm abruptly, what kind of operation is this? But to everyone's surprise, the right arm was torn off directly, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, the torn-off right arm suddenly turned into a ball of black mist. When it condensed again, it had transformed into a domineering-looking spear that was 2 meters long and silver-gray in color. There seemed to be a ghost wailing sound coming from the spear. The surface of the gun was also covered with a thick layer of dark power, which was slowly jumping like a black flame. Is this the Black Kirin's spear? Xiao Tian held the spear in his left hand and waved it casually a few times. As powerful as a tiger. Every time it was swung, a sharp cry was heard. This gun is exactly what its name suggests. The Black Kirin spear is indeed somewhat mysterious. It is also quite troublesome to use, as you need to tear off your right arm first. Although this won't kill you, it will hurt. This thing is a good thing, but it is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Master Xiao Tian, what are you doing? The Dark Vanguard pointed at the Black Kirin spear in Xiao Tian's hand, seeming to want to say something, but stopping himself. Just as Xiao Tian was about to speak, this forbidden area suddenly began to tremble violently. Then the pitch-black sky began to tear apart, and the crimson waning moon began to collapse. This world is already showing signs of collapse. Master Xiao Tian, the master is dead, and this forbidden land is about to collapse. If we don't leave in time, we will be buried here together. The Dark Pioneer's face changed drastically, and he quickly opened his mouth to remind him. I had originally planned to absorb some of the dark power here, but now it seems I don't have time. Xiao Tian's mind moved, and the Black Kirin spear instantly turned into a right arm, extending countless black tentacles that connected to Xiao Tian's broken arm. It soon returned to normal. Then Xiao Tian looked up at the sky and shouted, "Everyone retreat." Chapter 74. Environmental Disaster, New Crisis. The forbidden area was still shrouded in fog, and visibility was very limited. Even a spirit beast warrior could easily get lost here. But with the guidance of Pang Dehai, everyone headed straight towards the whirlpool without any delay. But on the way, everyone also saw a surprising scene. Many dark creatures in the forbidden area also fled towards the whirlpool at the same time. Once the forbidden area collapses, even the dark creatures will die tragically on the spot. The Dark Vanguard explained. Although most of the dark creatures in the forbidden area do not have much intelligence, but the fear of death is common to almost all living things. Now that the forbidden area is about to collapse, these dark creatures sense the danger, but don't want to die. All they could do was escape through the whirlpool. Xiao Tian nodded without saying anything more, nor did he take any action to stop these dark creatures from escaping. The most urgent task is to leave the forbidden area as soon as possible. Not long, everyone finally rushed to the front of the whirlpool. However, the whirlpool, which was originally only wide enough for 2 people to pass through side by side, was now blocked by countless dark creatures. Taking a quick look, it was all pitch black. It's over. The exit is blocked. What should I do? Pang Dehai eagerly took out a talisman from his arms and was about to throw it forward. There are still many delicious foods in Xiao Tian's villa that he has not tasted yet. If I die here now, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, as the last generation of Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, if he really died here, it would mean that the inheritance of Longhu Mountain would be cut off. We can only work together and fight our way out. Yin Tiansheng entered the beast's state, emitting a stream of hot air from his nostrils, and was eager to try. Seeing this, the others also prepared to roll up their sleeves and take action. Fighting out is indeed the only option at the moment. I'll do it. Just then, Xiao Tian shook his head and stood up. The cracks in the sky within the forbidden area were getting bigger and bigger, and had already spread to the ground. The collapse of the forbidden area was imminent. They don't have much time left, so it would save more time if they take action themselves. By the way, I can test the power of the Black Kirin Spear. Xiao Tian exhaled a breath and was about to tear off his right arm. At this moment, the dark creatures in front suddenly moved. It stopped rushing into the whirlpool and turned to look at Xiao Tian. Fuck. Pang Dehai swallowed his saliva and said stupidly, "These guys don't want to die with us and take us with them, do they?" But in the next moment, a shocking scene happened. Thousands of dark creatures actually knelt down on one knee, facing Xiao Tian. What does this mean? They actually kneeled down to worship God Xiao. Oh my god, they are creatures of darkness. Everyone was horrified that Xiao Tian was able to tame the mutant beast. Now, even the dark creatures are kneeling down on their own initiative, which is clearly a sign of submission to Xiao Tian. But dark creatures are special creatures born in forbidden areas. Like the Lord of Darkness, they're essentially the source of ultimate darkness. It is really hard to understand why they would do such a thing. You have absorbed the dark power of the Lord of the First Heaven. His aura is on you. Now that the Lord of Darkness is dead, they will naturally recognize you as their master. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded from a distance. Everyone turned around and saw hundreds of dark creatures carrying a huge ancient tree and approaching them quickly. What the dark creatures were carrying on their shoulders was the ancient dark tree, whose core leaf Xiao Tian had previously extorted. Xiao Tian's gaze kept scanning back and forth between the dark ancient tree and the dark creatures under it. This dark ancient tree is also a powerful tree. He was actually able to get hundreds of dark creatures to carry him away. Because I absorbed the dark power of the Dark Lord, they have recognized me as their master. If this is true, then by killing the Dark Lord, I not only gained a new gene sequence, but also an army of dark creatures. It's definitely a huge gain. Thinking back to what the dark ancient tree had said, Xiao Tian suddenly ordered the dark creatures in front of him. Everyone line up and leave the forbidden area one by one. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the dark creatures that were originally in chaos suddenly stood up, lined up, and passed through the vortex in an orderly manner. Fuck, they actually obeyed Xiao Shun's orders. There are more than 1,000 dark creatures present. Xiao Shun already has 16 mutant beasts, and now he has subdued more than 1,000 dark creatures. Who in the entire Daru city can be his enemy now? Fuck, God Xiao is awesome. Before the forbidden area completely collapsed, Xiao Tian and his group, along with thousands of dark creatures, left the forbidden area together. When they reappeared in the center of Daru city, everyone's nerves, which had been tense for a long time, gradually relaxed. Who could have thought? They actually did such a big thing on this trip. First, he wiped out the short-sighted spirit beast warriors in the 5 cities. Then he blackmailed the ancient dark tree. And finally, he killed the Dark Lord and his clan. But everyone knew very well that this had little to do with them. It was all thanks to Xiao Tian. Some things don't need much talk. As long as Xiao Shun is awesome. That's all. Thank you all for helping me on this trip to the forbidden area. You can go to the villa to get some resources when you return. Xiao Tian looked at everyone, and his words immediately caused cheers. Then Xiao Tian's eyes condensed, and he continued. Now that the master of the first heaven has been eliminated, the environment of Blue Star will change in 3 days at most, and an extreme cold wave will occur. It is best for everyone to be prepared in advance when they return. We have all experienced life and death together now, so there's no harm in giving a reminder. In Xiao Tian's memory, after the ruler of the first heaven was destroyed, Blue Star soon ushered in a snowstorm that occurred rarely in 1,000 years. The environment on Blue Planet will become even worse. The entire Blue Planet was frozen, and some cities near the poles were instantly frozen, and all the people in the cities died tragically. The temperature dropped directly to dozens of degrees below zero. Under this temperature, not to mention ordinary people, even spirit beast warriors would be frozen to death. After hearing Xiao Tian's warning, everyone who was originally smiling suddenly stopped smiling. Nothing that Xiao Shun said failed to come true. I originally thought that after destroying the ruler of the first heaven, I could take a break. But I didn't expect that this was just a new beginning. No matter what everyone thought, after explaining everything, Xiao Tian prepared to leave with Yen Ruyu and others. My friend, at this moment, the voice of the dark ancient tree sounded. Although still old, he looks a little more flattering. Xiao Tian looked back and saw a hideous human face suddenly appear on the thick stump of the dark ancient tree. The human face tried its best to give Xiao Tian a flattering smile. My dear friend, we are destined to be together. You are not a simple person. Otherwise, take me away. From now on, I will follow you. Chapter 75. Tonight, hunt for fun. The ancient dark trees are essentially dark creatures, and they have nowhere to go after leaving the forbidden area. Following Xiao Tian is the best choice of the moment. At least he will not be treated as a dark creature and destroyed by other spirit beast warriors. Moreover, Xiao Tian absorbed the dark power of the Lord of Darkness, so there was nothing wrong with him following him. I also have a certain level of combat power, and there are many things I can do. You will definitely not suffer any loss if you take me in. Seeing Xiao Tian remain silent, the dark ancient tree hurriedly continued to speak, somewhat panicked. Could it be that this guy doesn't want to take me in? After all, I am an ancient being who has lived for 100 years. Now I actively ask for shelter, and you actually refuse? Not really. It's really that serious. Xiao Tian already possessed 16 powerful mutant beasts, and his bloodline level has now been further increased. As long as there are enough containment devices, Xiao Tian can subdue more powerful mutant beasts. And leaving aside the mutated beasts, Xiao Tian now has an army of more than 1,000 dark creatures. There is really no shortage of dark ancient trees. Xiao Tian only had his eyes on the core leaves of the dark ancient tree, but Xiao Tian already had 100 of them. It will not be long before his level reaches level 30, and these 100 core leaves will be more than enough. Xiao Tian didn't answer, just turned and left. No, my friend, we have something to discuss. The corner of the dark ancient tree's mouth twitched, and it quickly called out to Xiao Tian. As long as you take me in, I will give you enough core leaves. Moreover, after my strength increases, the core leaves can also have an effect on high-level spirit beast warriors. Hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the villa. After receiving their respective supplies, the spirit beast warriors of Devouring City returned to their homes with heavy hearts on their faces. The cold wave is about to come, and they now have first-hand information and must go back as soon as possible to make preparations. As for the dark ancient tree, Xiao Tian had people planted in front of the gate of the villa. Seeing that it was taken in, the dark ancient tree was ecstatic and kept thanking Xiao Tian. Only Yen Ruyu and others looked at him with sympathy. The villa was once besieged by many spirit beast warriors. Although Xiao Tian's strength is increasing rapidly now, no one in the entire Devouring City can be his opponent. But no one can guarantee that similar situations will not happen again. If a similar situation happens again, the dark ancient tree will definitely be the first victim. After all, this thing is planted at the gate of the villa. When that time really comes, he will be the first one to be beaten. But this cannot be blamed on Xiao Tian's evil heart. It's just that this thing is too big, and it is impossible to put it into the villa. After returning to the villa, everyone collapsed on the sofa to recover their strength. Xiao Tian brought a large bowl of raw meat and started to devour it. He had been fighting frantically in the forbidden area and was already starving. Yen Ruyu also took advantage of her break to upload the recorded video to the internet. Then, the internet exploded. Fuck, is Xiao Tian so fierce? That was the Lord of Darkness. How could he be killed by just a slap? That dark vanguard has also rebelled. Why do so many mutant beasts obey his orders? What is wrong with this world? This child has unlimited potential. He must not be allowed to stay. Soon after the video was uploaded, people began to question its authenticity. However, as the day of the first Heaven Lord's arrival has arrived, there has been no movement in Devouring City. Gradually, the doubts were dispelled. Everyone realized how terrifying Xiao Tian was. It's bad enough that he fought against the Lord's clone, but now he has even taken down the Lord himself. Many people began to fear Xiao Tian and secretly vowed not to provoke him. But some brave people began to wonder what benefits Xiao Tian got from killing the master of the first level of heaven. All in all, after this incident, the name Xiao Tian is gradually being remembered by more and more people. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian ate 13 kilograms of fresh meat, and only then did he feel much better in his stomach. Then Xiao Tian came to the outside of the villa and began to worry when he saw the more than 1,000 dark creatures standing outside the gate of the villa. How to deal with these dark creatures? Although the villa is large, It is obviously unable to accommodate more than 1,000 dark creatures. Moreover, these dark creatures are different from mutant beasts and cannot be placed in containment devices. Even if this can be done, more than 1,000 dark creatures would mean more than 1,000 containment devices. Even if Shun Xiulan was used like an ox or a horse, it would be difficult to produce more than 1,000 containment devices in a short period of time. Just when Xiao Tian was in trouble, these more than 1,000 dark creatures seemed to sense Xiao Tian's clarity. They were unexpectedly shrouded by the power of darkness at the same time, and then merged with each other, turning into a black cloak floating in the air. At the same time, a stream of information instantly flooded into Xiao Tian's mind. The cloak is called the Ghost Banner, and its wearer can block others' perception of his or her own strength. Although it is not very effective against those who are much stronger than Xiao Tian, it is enough at the moment. Moreover, the surface of the Ghost Banner is covered with more than 1,000 black scales, and each scale represents a dark creature. As long as Xiao Tian thinks about it, he can summon them out to fight anytime and anywhere. Xiao Tian was delighted. He stretched out his hand, grasped the Yinhun banner, and put on his body. The black cloak is exquisite yet has a hint of evil, which further highlights Xiao Tian's weirdness. I didn't expect that dark creatures could merge with each other to form such a piece of equipment. In this way, I don't have to worry about how to accommodate them. Moreover, these dark creatures are different from the mutated beasts and do not need to eat, which saves Xiao Tian a lot of trouble. When he encounters an enemy in the future, he won't even need to take action himself. First release 16 mutant beasts. The 16 mutant beasts were no match for them, so they summoned an army of dark creatures. Just gather enough people to start a group fight. Take a day off tonight. I'll go out again tomorrow to look for some supplies to fight the coming cold wave. The villa also needs to be reinforced. Currently, the villa can only withstand a certain degree of attacks. In terms of cold resistance, it is still too weak. Remember that before the cold wave comes, the forbidden area of the second heaven will arrive. The forbidden areas of the second heaven are different from the forbidden areas of the first heaven. The forbidden areas of the second heaven will appear simultaneously in various places on the blue star. No matter where the spirit beast warriors are, as long as they enter the forbidden area, they will appear in the same forbidden space. In other words, starting from the forbidden area of the second heaven, all the spirit beast warriors on blue star will enter a stage of mutual competition. By then, the competition for opportunities and benefits in the forbidden area will be even more intense. But Xiao Tian was not panicked at all. Instead, he felt a little expectant, because he is so powerful now. After shaking the ghost flag behind him, Xiao Tian returned to the room and found Shun Xiulan. Shun Xiulan was lying on the bed, looking at her phone boredly. When she saw Xiao Tian, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her face. She still feels some pain since the last duo match. I'll rest at your place tonight. Xiao Tian came to the bed and sat down and said. Shun Xiulan's face turned slightly red, and she wanted to refuse, but after looking at Xiao Tian's handsome face, she suddenly changed her mind. He nodded and responded softly. Just when the two were about to duo row, there was a sound of footsteps outside the room, and Yen Ruyu pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the two people preparing to double team, his face immediately turned red, and he lowered his head and said, "Sorry, I think I came at the wrong time." After saying that, he was about to leave with a red face. She had originally planned to find Xiao Tian to play with tonight, but after dinner she looked around but couldn't find Xiao Tian. I originally wanted to check on Shun Xiulan, but who would have thought that I would encounter such an embarrassing scene? Being caught, doing double row, even the talented girl, Shun Xiulan, felt a little ashamed. However, Xiao Tian calmly called Yen Ruyu and waved his hand with a smile. Xiulan is weak and the night is long. You came at the right time. Xiao Tian hasn't played duo for a long time. Have a good hunt tonight. Chapter 76, Dark Vanguard Versus by Xiao Tian. Early the next morning, a piece of explosive news once again dominated the website platform. The strongest spirit beast warriors and a group of elite soldiers from the 5 cities surrounding Daru City have all disappeared mysteriously. There's been no news since then. When Wong Lu and 4 other people led their men to Daru City in a mighty force, everyone knew the news. Everyone also knew that their main target was Xiao Tian. And now, Xiao Tian is unharmed and has destroyed the master of the first heaven. But Wong Lu and his group have mysteriously disappeared. It's not difficult to guess with your toes that this matter must be related to Xiao Tian. The strongest men from the 5 cities led their elite troops to attack at the same time. How did Xiao Tian do it? Countless people were curious about this question, and Xiao Tian's name once again spread across the internet. In the villa, after a simple breakfast, Xiao Tian prepared to take Pang Dehai and Dark Vanguard out to collect supplies. As for Yen Ruyu and Shun Xiulan, they were still resting in bed. The intensity of the double row was too high, and Xiao Tian's level was no longer what it used to be. When he released his full strength, Shun Xiulan, the talented girl, was the first to be defeated. Can't keep up. She couldn't keep up with the pace, even if she tried her best. In less than 10 minutes, Yen Ruyu, the spirit beast warrior, also took the initiative to surrender and typed GG in the chat box. Now Xiao Tian is able to fight and endure, and the two women are gradually finding it difficult to bear it. After the Dark Pioneer returned to the villa, Xiao Tian placed him in an empty room. When Xiao Tian finished washing up and found the other person, he felt a little unwell. Open the door. What caught my eye in a room was a little lowly with twin ponytails wearing loose casual clothes. Her facial features are cute and fair, with a hint of baby fat. Paired with loose pajamas, there's a kind of inharmonious beauty, which makes people have an irresistible urge to protect her. Master Xiao Tian. When the little lowly saw Xiao Tian, she immediately smiled. Her voice was crisp and soft, and the whole room seemed to be filled with the sweet scent of lowly in an instant. Hearing the other party calling his name, Xiao Tian's mind became even more confused. He didn't even recognize the little lowly in front of him. When did the other party enter the villa? Moreover, this is the room I arranged for the Dark Vanguard. So how could he appear here? Xiao Tian scratched his head. His mind was very confused. Lord Xiao Tian, I am the Dark Vanguard. Don't you recognize me? The little lowly suddenly reacted, smiled sweetly, and revealed 2 dimples. You are the Dark Vanguard? Xiao Tianren was confused and couldn't connect the Dark Vanguard with the little lowly with twin ponytails in front of him. That's exactly me. I thought that since I want to follow Master Xiao Tian to survive on Blue Star, it would be best to transform into a human form. This way I can avoid a lot of trouble. Since you can transform into a human form, why do you have to look like this? After all, you are a pioneer of darkness, but after transforming into a human form, you turn out to be a little lowly with twin ponytails. Is this reasonable? Xiao Tian felt a little sick anyway. He didn't expect that dark creatures were similar to humans and had such a special little quirk. Master Xiao Tian, dark creatures actually have no gender. I'm no longer a dark pioneer. I have given myself a name by Xiao Tian. By Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian touched his nose and didn't want to continue talking about this topic. Changing the subject, he said, I'm going out to collect some supplies. Come with me. Okay, as long as it is Master Xiao Tian's order. No matter how embarrassing it is, I will follow your orders. Bai Xiaotian twisted her body, blushed, lowered her head, and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly regretted asking this guy to go out with him. Immediately afterwards, the two of them pulled Pang Dehai out of the room. It's already noon, and this fat guy is still sleeping soundly on the bed. This also made Xiao Tian more determined to cultivate Pang Dehai well. After all, he is a contemporary heavenly master, and he must not let himself be wasted. Being forcibly pulled off the bed, Pang Dehai was a little depressed at first. But when he saw Bai Xiaotian next to Xiao Tian, he narrowed his eyes and changed his attitude instantly. Brother, who is this little lowly? You new harem? Won't my sisters-in-law be jealous if they knew about this? Pang Dehai pulled Xiao Tian aside and whispered. Xiao Tian kicked Pang Dehai and said unhappily, is the pioneer of darkness. Fuck, Pang Dehai exclaimed, oh my god, and looked at Bai Xiaotian beside him again. No matter how hard he tried, he could not overlap the cute little lowly in front of him with the dark pioneer of yesterday. Isn't the contrast too big? The Dark Vanguard has become a little lowly. Even TV dramas don't dare to portray it like this. It's too weird. Soon the three of them drove out together. Bai Xiaotian took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. She held her cheeks with her hands and looked at Xiao Tian affectionately. She just looked at him without saying a word. Xiao Tian felt a little numb from being looked at. What exactly is Go Dongxi trying to do? Although the other party now looks sweet and cute, Xiao Tian still finds it hard to accept after knowing that the other party is the Dark Pioneer. Bang! Xiao Tian slapped Bai Xiaotian in the face. Don't stare at me. Bai Xiaotian covered her face, but instead of getting angry, she nodded obediently. As if the child had done something wrong, he said, "I understand. I will obey your command." After saying that, he turned his head and looked out the car window. But a very refreshing feeling arose in my heart. Lord Xiaotian is really strong. I feel so happy to be slapped by Lord Xiaotian. He is indeed a man who can kill the ruler of the first heaven. You will never go wrong if you follow such a man. It's also thanks to Xiaotian that he can't read minds. Otherwise, if he knew what the other person was thinking at the moment, he would definitely kick him out of the car. But you know what? A sweet and cute little loli keeps calling herself my humble job all the time. This contrast is even stronger than the suggestion that the icy beauty is the reincarnation of a succubus. But when he thought about the other party's true form being the Lord of Darkness, Xiaotian felt that he was not worthy of it. The mission of the group this time is to collect heating supplies, although similar things will also appear in the forbidden area of the second heaven. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with a little extra preparation. 3 hours later, everyone rushed back to the villa with a cart of supplies. The trip was quite smooth. Heating supplies were available throughout the entire Dar City and were not as scarce as described in the photo. We also encountered mutant beasts on the road and even several fused mutant beasts, but they were all easily solved by Xiaotian. However, when a vehicle drove to the gate of the villa, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Then he stood in front of the vehicle and knelt down facing Xiaotian in the vehicle. "Please save me." Chapter 77. The Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain also chases stars. Kneeling on the ground was a young girl. Although she lowered her head, one could still feel her extraordinary temperament. She has long pink hair, is wearing all branded clothes, and has a very nice and clear voice. However, the girl's body was covered in blood, and her breath was extremely weak, as if she had just experienced a fierce battle not long ago. "Who are you? Why should I save you?" Xiaotian opened the car door and walked down, approaching the girl, and asked condescendingly. Bai Xiaotian and Pang Dehai also followed closely. At this moment, the girl suddenly raised her head. An exquisite and beautiful face suddenly came into view. "Fuck!" Pang Dehai's eyes widened, and he immediately exclaimed, "Goddess Chu Yao? Goddess Chu Yao?" Xiaotian looked at Pang Dehai in a daze. Pang Dehai was surprised and asked, "Brother, don't you chase stars?" This is Chu Yao, the most popular goddess in the entertainment circle of our dragon country. Chu Yao, the goddess of the entertainment industry, he has never had the habit of chasing stars, so isn't it normal that he doesn't know the other person? Pang Dehai continued talking to himself, introducing all the TV series Chu Yao had participated in, the new song she had released, etc. By the time he finished speaking, Pang Dehai's face had already turned red with excitement. It can be seen that this fat guy is a die-hard fan of Chu Yao. But Xiaotian was a little confused. How could the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain also chase stars and be a die-hard fan? "Goddess Chu Yao, I remember you were in Tianqiong City, right? Why are you here, and why are you here to ask for help from my eldest brother?" After hearing what Pang Dehai said, Chu Yao finally reacted, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said pitifully, "A powerful spirit beast warrior also appeared in Tianqiong City, named Wong Mingxian. He was originally just a gangster, but the beast transformation ability he obtained was unprecedentedly powerful. He quickly integrated all the forces of Tianqiong City. He was extremely lustful and started to abuse girls after gaining power. My parents wanted to send me over there in order to curry favor with the other party, but I disagreed and sneaked out when no one was paying attention. I saw Xiaotian's name on the internet and knew he was very capable, so I came to Dar City to ask for help." At this point, Chu Yao was already in tears. "Xiaotian, I know you have the ability to save me. If you're willing to help me this time, I can give you my body as a reward. I'm still a virgin now. You can rest assured about this." Oh shit, Pang Dehai was going crazy. The goddess who was unattainable in his eyes was now kneeling in front of Xiaotian and asking for help. She also expressed her willingness to give her body to Xiaotian. "Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? What level is Wong Mingxian? Maybe I can help you without my brother's help." Pang Dehai's dog-licking attribute was aroused, and he asked with anticipation. Wong Mingxian already has the strength of level 35. Chu Yao looked at Pang Dehai and explained, "Level 35. Isn't it higher than the eldest brother's level?" The fire in Pang Dehai's heart was instantly extinguished by a basin of cold water. After scratching his head awkwardly, he retreated behind Xiao Tian again. You guys chat. You guys continue chatting. Chu Yao was speechless and looked at Xiao Tian again. I don't lack women, and your so-called reward has no appeal to me. Go back to where you came from. It's not that Xiao Tian is cold-blooded and heartless. In troubled times, preserving oneself is the most important task. As for the life and death of others, it really has nothing to do with him. He is not a savior who cares about the people, nor is he a brainless and kind-hearted modern saint. What does the suffering of others have to do with him, Xiao Tian? When Chu Yao heard Xiao Tian's words, she immediately became anxious. She also knew that she and Xiao Tian were strangers. So in order to seek the other party's help, she took the initiative to offer her innocent body in exchange. I didn't expect the other party to refuse directly. If the person in front of her is not willing to help, she really doesn't know what to do. Pang Dehai shook his head with a look of regret. Although he wanted to help, he knew Xiao Tian's character better. Since his eldest brother was unwilling to take action, he must have his own considerations, and it was difficult for him to say anything. Behind the two of them, Xiao Tian watched the scene quietly without saying a word. But his eyes were fixed on Chu Yao's sizable chest. Looking at Chu Yao's voluptuous body, he lowered his head to look at his own breasts. Xiao Tian was silent. Let's go back. Xiao Tian retracted his gaze and walked straight past Chu Yao. Just at this moment, a Rolls-Royce was driving in the distance and suddenly braked and stopped in front of the few people. Then a middle-aged couple got out of the car with 3 spirit beast warriors. Rebellious girl, what a rebellious girl. When a middle-aged man saw Chu Yao lying on the ground, he immediately became furious and kicked her out. You're such a jerk. There are so many women in Tianqiong City who want to be Master Wong's woman. Now Master Wong has set his eyes on you, and you dare to run away. The middle-aged woman also spoke coldly. Dad, Mom, you've never cared about my feelings. I don't want to be that bastard's woman. You're selling your daughter. Chu Yao's voice was sad, and she suddenly felt very sad. Before the dark turmoil, she was a glamorous first-line actress with a bright future. But no one could have imagined that her parents were secretly sucking her blood like crazy. All the money she earned was pocketed by the old couple and used to buy a car and a house for her younger brother. As for her, she was like an outsider and was never welcomed. After the dark turmoil broke out, the old couple went even further in order to get their younger brother to follow Wong Mingxian at his side. He actually sold himself. Come on, hurry back with us. If we keep young Master Wong waiting for too long, our family will be in trouble. The two of them carried Chu Yao towards the car without saying anything. Xiao Tian never stopped from beginning to end and walked into the villa on his own. But at this moment, Chu's father suddenly called Xiao Tian. Boy, what is your relationship with Xiao Yao? The other party had a bad attitude, and his tone was obviously questioning. It doesn't matter. Xiao Tian glanced at him indifferently, then continued walking forward. It doesn't matter? Why would she come here to find you if it doesn't matter? Mother Chu also spoke, and her words were full of sarcasm and harshness. Dad, Mom. Chu Yao slowly stood up and said coldly, this has nothing to do with him. I will go back with you. Chu Yao could also understand Xiao Tian's indifference, and she had already accepted her fate. I don't want to involve others anymore. No, he has to go back with us. Wang Xiaoji likes virgin women. Who knows if this bastard has done anything to you? You must go back with us. If he really did something to you, we can get an explanation of Master Wong, so that we won't be blamed. The old couple had no doubts and simply waved their hands. The 3 spirit beast warriors behind them responded without hesitation. He took a step forward instantly and entered the beast state at the same time, walking toward Xiao Tian with a very awesome attitude. Seeing this, Pang Dehai silently took a few steps back. Based on his understanding of Xiao Tian, these guys in front of him are doomed. My eldest brother clearly didn't interfere. Why didn't you just take Goddess Chu Yao away? Instead, you insisted on making trouble for him. Isn't this like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? Chapter 78. A name that scares me. The 3 spirit beast warriors acted decisively. The spirit beast warrior on the left grew hair all over his body and his arms turned into sharp claws. Before the man arrived, the coldness of the claws had already swept over. The spirit beast warrior in the middle had sunken cheeks and actually grew 2 fish gills. His entire skin was covered with fish scales. He slammed his fists together so hard that sparks flew. The spirit beast warrior on the right is the most disgusting. 2 catfish tentacles actually grew on both sides of its mouth. Its entire head suddenly swelled abnormally and opened its bloody mouth suddenly, looking as hideous as a shrunken tunnel-boring machine. Although there were only 3 of them, they exerted their strength at the same time and created a scene of an army of thousands. The old couple looked at the scene with a gloating look on their faces, the corners of their mouths unconsciously twisted to the back of their heads. These 3 people were all helpers sent by Wang Xiao, and they're among Wang Xiao's absolute confidants. Their level has reached a terrifying level 19. Although this level cannot be called invincible, but in a small place like Devouring City, there are only some elite strongmen and the ruthless man Xiao Tian, who has been in the news recently. Almost no one can compete with the 3 of them. But what puzzled the old couple was that when the fat man next to the boy saw this scene, he didn't even show any intention of helping. Instead, he took out a bag of potato chips from somewhere and started eating it with relish. At this moment, the 3 people had already come close to Xiao Tian. Bang! Xiao Tian said nothing and did not even enter the beast state. He just waved his hand casually. The spirit beast warrior who was rushing in the front, whose body was covered with fish scales, was thrown out 30 meters. His body rolled wildly and uncontrollably, smashing several trees as thick as bowls, and then he collapsed to the ground completely. Whoa! Most of the fish scales on his body were blown away and shattered by the huge force, revealing his delicate and bloody skin. Then he stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if he wanted to say something. But Xiao Tian's slap not only broke his defense, but also shattered his internal organs. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Finally, his eyes tilted, his body softened, and he died completely with reluctance. He was actually slapped to death by Xiao Tian. Wang Defa. The other 2 spirit beast warriors instantly became dumbfounded. Damn you. It's not that they have low quality and swear casually, but all this is simply too unbelievable. A spirit beast warrior who was as high as level 19 was actually killed by just a slap. Who would believe this kind of thing if I told them? Moreover, when Xiao Tian slapped the unlucky guy to death, he did not enter the beast state. Without entering the beast state, he can kill a spirit beast warrior with a single slap. If they transform into beasts, wouldn't it be enough for them to be killed with just a fart? You are Xiao Tian. The 2 reacted quickly, stopping themselves abruptly and retreating madly. Looking across Devouring City, if there is someone who is really this awesome, that person can only be Xiao Tian. This young man in front of me, who looks calm, easygoing, and a bit handsome, is actually the ruthless Xiao Tian who has been making headlines online recently and killed the master of the first heaven. Are you Xiao Tian? At this time, Chu's father and mother were no longer calm. Just the 2 words Xiao Tian made their knees go weak and their whole bodies tremble uncontrollably. Not for any other reason, just because Xiao Tian is so famous on the internet now. It has almost reached the point where everyone knows it. Everyone knows that this is a madman. He kills his enemies decisively and mercilessly, and he would raid their houses at any time. What's even more terrifying is, he is not only cruel to his enemies, but even crueler to the Dark Vanguard. While the Dark Vanguard had not yet arrived completely, he led his men to the opponent's lair and started to attack, and finally he really killed the Dark Overlord. This kind of thing is not something a normal person can do at all. Why don't you continue to attack? Weren't you so arrogant before? Are you scared now that you know my eldest brother is Xiao Tian? Are you all idiots? Didn't you make a plan before coming to Devouring City? Why did you have to mess with my eldest brother when you could mess with anyone else? Pang Dahai put away the potato chips and shook his head, looking at someone with a mentally retarded expression. When the 2 spirit beast warriors heard Pang Dahai acknowledge Xiao Tian's identity, they almost cried. Xiao Tian is really a ruthless man. They didn't expect that they would provoke such a terrifying existence just after arriving in Devouring City. What a sin. Xiao Tian, we don't mean to be your enemy. We can leave now. The 2 men were very decisive. They clasped their fists toward Xiao Tian and turned to leave. But at this moment, Xiao Tian slowly opened his mouth, and his words made the 2 of them despair in an instant. Anyone who attacks me will be considered an enemy by me, and those who I consider to be enemies are basically all dead. Run. Run the hell away. The 2 of them ran as fast as they could without stopping and without looking back. Now that they knew Xiao Tian's identity, they didn't even have the courage to resist head-on. But how could they escape from Xiao Tian? A few minutes later, both died tragically at the scene. When Chu's father and mother saw this scene, They were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Is the Wong Mingxian you mentioned very powerful? Xiao Tian turned his head and looked at the old couple and asked. The old couple's teeth were chattering, and they tried several times but couldn't utter a complete sentence. They were already scared silly. Xiao Tian shook his head, then pointed at Chu Yao and said calmly, "From now on, she is my woman. Go back and tell Wong Mingxian that if he doesn't accept it, just come find me. You can get lost now." Hearing that Xiao Tian was willing to let them leave, the old couple woke up as if from a dream, turned around, and stumbled towards the direction of the Rolls-Royce. But at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly kicked out. Bang! The luxurious top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce was actually broken into two pieces by Xiao Tian's kick. "Roll!" Xiao Tian said coldly. "Get out, we get out now." The old couple felt their throats tighten, and they quickly fled. After resolving all this, Xiao Tian looked at Chu Yao. Chu Yao pinched the corner of her clothes with both hands, feeling very nervous. She didn't expect that Xiao Tian's name was so useful. After just knowing Xiao Tian's name, the two spirit beast warriors were so scared that they lost their will to fight, and her parents were so scared that they fell to their knees. "Thank you for helping me." After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yao spoke timidly. "The villa is still short of servants to clean the house. From now on, these tasks will be left to you." After saying this, Xiao Tian turned around and went back to the villa. Xiao Tian actually didn't want to interfere in this matter, but he had already killed two of Wong Mingxian's men. Even if he allowed Chu Yao to be taken back, the matter probably would not be resolved. Since the feud has already been formed, just take Chu Yao in. As for the other party's terrifying strength of level 35, Xiao Tian didn't care at all. "You are awesome because you have a high level, and you will scream if you eat a lot? You are of a high level, but my army of dark creatures are no pushovers." Pang Dehai looked very disappointed. Goddesses are to be loved, not to be treated like cattle and horses. She offered herself to you, but you refused, and now you are making her work as a maid. The former top goddess has now become a maid? Pang Dehai was speechless. Bai Xiaotian also pursed her lips and followed him back to the villa. Chu Yao was stunned for a moment, but soon felt relieved. It's okay to be a maid. It's much better than being Wong Mingxian's woman. At the same time, the other side, not long after Chu's father and mother escaped from the villa, they took out their cell phones and made a call after making sure they were safe. Describe the situation here. Soon a man's roar was heard. "How ridiculous! How dare someone stop my eldest brother from choosing a woman? Xiao Tian, right? Compared to my eldest brother, he's a bully. Tell me the address, and I'll bring people to flatten his villa right now." Chapter 79? A terrifying cold wave, the Ice Age begins. Half an hour later, a convoy drove to the destination to meet Chu's father and mother. The first car in the convoy was a conspicuous red Ferrari. A burly man opened the door and walked out. With his slick back hair, black sunglasses, and a cigar in his mouth, he looks very stylish. "Second young master, you are finally here. You must make the decision for us old couple." When Chu's father and mother saw the person coming, they immediately started to complain with tears streaming down their faces. The burly man in front of him is Wong Mingxian's younger brother. Although his strength is not as good as Wong Mingxian, he has also reached level 29. He is Wong Mingxian's right-hand man, and the two brothers have a very good relationship. Not only do they share resources and food, they also have a special habit: sharing women. The two brothers played an extremely perverted role in this regard, which was one of the reasons why Chu Yao would rather be a maid in the villa than be Wong Mingxian's woman. "You two useless old bastards. You can't even handle such a small matter. You are such a waste." Wong Xiangqian spat, then slapped the old couple in the face with his backhand. The old couple were beaten so badly that they dared not say a word. They could only lower their heads and cry out in pain. According to the original plan, Chu's father and mother would bring Chu Yao back. In order to prevent being attacked by other spirit beast warriors or mutant beasts on the way, Wang Xiangqian brought people to support nearby. As a result, after they waited for a long time, Chu's father called. Not only did they not bring the person back, but their own brother also lost his life. Wang Xiangqian now wants to kill someone. No one in Tianxiong City has ever dared to attack the two brothers. Some people did this at the beginning of the Dark Turmoil, but most of them died at the hands of the two brothers later. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. The two brothers are absolutely ruthless people in Tianxiong City. But if compared with Xiao Tian, it might be a bit off. Because Xiao Tian is not a ruthless person, he is a little more than a ruthless person. He is a crazy person. Second young master, Xiao Tian is so bold. We were originally planning to take that rebellious girl away, but he meddled in our affairs and even asked us to tell young Master Wong that he has the girl. If you want her back, just let young Master Wong come by himself. The old couple lowered their heads and re-described the entire incident, adding some exaggeration. Who would have thought that Wang Xiangxian raised his hand and slapped him again? The old couple were equally affected and were stunned. You two useless guys, I'm not stupid. Don't exaggerate in front of me. Wang Xiangxian held the cigar between his fingers and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying calmly, that Xiao Tian dared to touch the woman my eldest brother liked, and even beat our brother to death. He is dead no matter what. The old couple behaved very obediently and kept nodding their heads in agreement. Lead the way. Wang turned forward and walked towards the Ferrari. Second young master, Xiao Tian is so powerful that he even killed the master of the first heaven. I'm afraid we can't do it with so few people, right? Father Chu said timidly. You mean I'm not as good as that Xiao Tian? Wang Xiangxian paused and asked with narrowed eyes. No, that's not what I meant. Father Chu shuddered and quickly began to explain. But before he could explain, Wang Xiangxian stepped back, stretched out his hand, and tore off Chu's father's right arm. Blood instantly gushed out from the broken part, staining his clothes red. Father Chu grimaced and screamed in pain. Chu's mother was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, trembling constantly. If it weren't for the fact that Chu's father was also a spirit beast warrior and had better physical fitness than normal people, he would have died long ago with such a large amount of bleeding. How dare you two losers look down on me? This is your punishment. After saying that, Wang Xiangxian continued to get in the car and said calmly, lead the way. In the villa, Xiao Tian has arranged for people to take all the heating supplies found downstairs and store them. With the current amount of heating resources, even if a cold wave were to hit now, they could hold out for at least a month. After doing all this, Xiao Tian began to absorb the power of the mutant beast crystal core. During this period, many people continued to bring mutant beast crystal cores for exchange. With the destruction of the ruler of the first heaven, the strength of the mutant beasts is now getting stronger and stronger, and the energy of the crystal core is also increasing. However, Xiao Tian's level is no longer what it used to be. If you want to continue to upgrade your level now, you will need to consume an incredibly terrifying number of crystal cores. Chu Yao was stunned when she saw Xiao Tian refine the crystal core easily. Is this still a human being? These crystal cores are generally mutant beast crystal cores above level 10. Xiao Tian actually refined it directly? You know, even for a level 30 spirit beast warrior, it would take at least an hour to refine a crystal core within level 10. My eldest brother is very powerful. Absorbing the mutant beast crystal core is as easy as eating and drinking. You'll get used to it in the future, Pang Dahai explained, then took out a bag of potato chips and handed it over, winking and saying, Goddess, I have some potato chips here. Do you want to have some? Although Xiao Tian was absorbing the crystal core, he could still hear everyone's conversation. I couldn't help but be speechless. Fortunately, this fat guy was accepted as the heavenly master of Mount Longhu. Otherwise, he would definitely be the ultimate bootlicker. Thank you, but I'm a maid in the villa now, so I have to continue working. Chu Yao politely declined. Then he picked up the broom and began to carefully clean every corner of the villa. Yen Ruyu and Shun Xiulan had already woken up. I also heard from Pang Dahai what had happened previously. Xiao Tian has recruited another beauty, and this beauty was once a top goddess. Not only is her appearance no less than theirs, but her temperament is also excellent. However, the two women not only did not feel any sense of crisis, but were even a little excited. It is said that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged by plowing, but no one knows Xiao Tian's horror better than them. Can't bear it. I really can't bear it. Now, they have a sister to help share the burden, which is perfect. The two women looked at each other, understood each other tacitly, and picked up the broom to help and strengthen their relationship. This person may very well be their good sister in the future, so she must not get too tired. It is best for Chu Yao to save her energy for when she plays duo with Xiao Tian. But just at this moment, a convoy drove up to the outside of the villa. Wang Xiangxian led his men out of the car and came straight to the gate of the villa. All of this was clearly recorded by surveillance. Looking at the footage on the surveillance camera, everyone instantly became nervous. Xiao Tian, get out here. How dare you snatch the woman my eldest brother likes? Do you really think you can be invincible just because you're the king of this little piece of land? Get out here and die. Wang Xiangqian held a cigar in his mouth and shouted arrogantly, as if he was going to kill the world. Didn't expect someone to come so soon. Pang Dehai rubbed his hands and asked, "Brother, should we go out and kill them?" Xiao Tian shook his head and was about to say something. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly turned black, and then snowflakes began to float away. Although everyone was inside the villa, they still saw this scene through the surveillance camera. The snowflakes gradually changed from fine snow to heavy snow. The temperature of the entire Dar City also began to drop rapidly at this moment. Xiao Tian looked at the falling snow outside the window and murmured to himself, "The weather has begun to change. A severe cold wave has broken out across the entire blue planet." After saying this, he looked at Wang Xiangqian and others in the surveillance video, with a trace of pity in his eyes. These guys really know how to pick the right time to say it. Why did he choose to cause trouble for me at this time? Now, I don't have to do anything myself. These people will probably freeze to death outside. Chapter 80. Team up to hurt yourself. That's weird. I remember it's not winter yet. Why is it snowing? Pang Dehai said while scratching his head. The severe cold wave that Xiao Tian mentioned has arrived. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and said in a serious tone. Xiao Tian didn't say anything. He was just lost in thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrests of the wooden chair. In his previous life, he had also experienced a severe cold wave as an ordinary person. Ordinary down jackets cannot even keep you completely warm. If you can't rely on fire or other means to keep warm, you will really freeze to death. Moreover, in his previous life, Xiao Tian not only had to endure the biting cold of the cold wave, but all the food was also frozen hard and difficult to swallow. Even now, when I think back on those days, I still feel suffocated and hopeless. Fortunately, I am no longer an ordinary person, but a spirit beast warrior with the ability to protect myself. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not deny it, everyone felt heavy-hearted. Although there is no worry about food and drink in the villa, and it is equipped with heating equipment, they can live a comfortable life even in the face of a severe cold wave. But it is undeniable that once the severe cold wave begins, the environment of the entire blue planet will become even worse. The number of cases where people would kill for some resources, even their closest relatives, will increase significantly. These guys are doomed. Now a severe cold wave has suddenly arrived. I'm afraid they will be frozen into ice sculptures. Xin Xiulan pushed up her glasses and stared at the picture on the screen. Wang Xiangqian and others in the picture also noticed the abnormal weather. What kind of horrible weather is this? It's snowing, Wang Xiangqian muttered, not taking it seriously at first. He continued to yell towards the villa, asking Xiao Tian to come out and die. But after shouting for a long time and seeing that there was still no movement in the villa, Wang Xiangqian suddenly became angry. "You're a coward. You don't dare to come out, right?" Wang Xiangqian threw away the cigar in his mouth, twisted his neck, and waved his hand impatiently. A spirit beast warrior stood up and entered the beast state at the same time. The muscles all over his body began to swell wildly, and brown and black hair grew on his body. Then he punched the door of the villa. With the force of this punch, even a security door can be easily blown open. However, when the punch hit the door of the door was not damaged at all, but instead a scream was heard. The scream naturally came from this spirit beast warrior. "My hand, ah!" This guy instantly returned to his human form, jumping up and down in pain, holding his right hand. Broken. After he entered the beast state, his strength increased tremendously, and this punch actually broke his bones. Useless stuff. Wang Xiangqian's face was full of disgust. A dignified spirit beast warrior couldn't even blast open an iron door, and instead ended up crippling himself. What a waste. Then he looked at another spirit beast warrior and pointed with his big hand. "You go." The spirit beast warrior nodded, then took a step forward to enter the beast state and punched out as well. Click. This time the iron gate still stood firm, but there was no scream, but instead a sound of bones breaking was heard. The spirit beast warrior also took a few steps back, covering his arm with his hands and sweating profusely. Broken. His arm is broken too. And because the force was too great and the recoil force was too strong, the bones of the entire arm were shattered. "You are also a waste." Seeing his two men being humiliated in front of the gate one after another, Wang Xiangqian could no longer hold back and started cursing at the two men. The two of them endured the severe pain, lowered their heads, and dared not speak. They actually feel aggrieved, too. As spirit beast warriors, they have long been accustomed to their current identities and strengths. How come I can't even break open an iron door now? Are they really trash? Phew. Just when the two were doubting their lives, a snickering sound suddenly rang out. Everyone subconsciously looked up towards the source of the sound, but there was no figure anywhere in sight. Instead, there was an unknown ancient tree with lush branches and leaves standing quietly in its place. And that snickering sound came from the direction of the ancient tree. "Boo!" The king roared forward, but there was no response for a long time. After making sure that there was no one hiding near the ancient tree, he treated it as an hallucination. A bunch of useless trash. I have to personally handle such a small matter. Wang Xiangqian rubbed his arms and decided to take action himself. He shook his body and then began to transform into a beast. His skin began to shrink, and the hair on his body gradually became thicker and larger. Finally, it turned into sharp black needles. Almost all of his body was filled with sharp silver needles. He awakened the hedgehog's bestiality ability. His beastly ability is called Violent Steel Needle. As the name suggests, his body after transformation into a beast is covered with spikes, providing all-round protection. These spikes serve as both protection and a means of attack, firing ranged attacks out of thin air. Wang Xiangqian had tried the strength of the spikes and found that it was difficult to crush them even with a 300-ton hydraulic press. Moreover, after the spikes are shot out, he can continue to generate new spikes, so there's no need to worry about running out of spikes and becoming a hairless hedgehog. "Open it for me." Wang Xiangqian had a ferocious expression on his face and punched forward. Bang! A punch landed on the iron door, only making a metallic collision sound, and there was not even a dent in the iron door. Instead, Wang Xiangqian grimaced in pain and took several steps back. This time, he also began to doubt his life. This iron gate is a bit weird. The two spirit beast warriors were almost crying out of grievance. It's not that we are useless, it's just that this iron gate is abnormal. Phew! Just then, a light laugh sounded again. Everyone looked towards the ancient tree and frowned. This time, everyone was sure that it was not an auditory hallucination, but someone was laughing at them. But they had just checked, and there was no one around the villa, only this ancient tree. Could it be that the ancient tree in front of them had become a spirit and was laughing at them? Is this possible? Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to the iron gate in front of them. I heard that Xiao Tian used material from the forbidden area to strengthen the villa's defenses. Now it seems to be true. After that, he sneered and said, "But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong it is, it's just a turtle shell. Just break it. If fists don't work, then I can just use skills, right? Your villa is reinforced with special materials, and my spikes are not vegetarian either." Wong leaned forward and slowly raised his right arm. A sharp spike instantly shot out and hit the door of the villa hard. With a bang, the iron gate of the villa remained intact. The spikes were unable to penetrate it. Instead, they were instantly bounced away by the smooth surface and changed their flight trajectory. Phew! The spike bounced back and shot into Wang Xiangqian's right leg. Wang Xiangqian. Phew! It was unclear how Xiao Tian and the others reacted when they saw this scene through the surveillance screen, but the dark ancient tree finally couldn't help itself any longer and burst out laughing. A ferocious human face also appeared on the thick tree stump. But at this moment, this hideous face was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. No way. He was almost dying of laughter at the bunch of idiots in front of him. He had lived for hundreds of years and had always stayed in the forbidden area. He had never seen a scene like today. So interesting. I know that they are here to cause trouble for Xiao Tian. If you don't know, you might think they came here to commit suicide. Chapter 81. There are frozen corpses on the road. Xiao Tian eats hot pot. And just as the dark, ancient tree completely revealed its true face, Wang Xiangqian could no longer sit still. It turned out that I was not hallucinating before. There really was someone who dared to laugh at me. And the person who was laughing at me was not even a human. It's actually a fucking big tree. Wang Xiangqian was so furious that he directly regarded the ancient dark tree as a mutated beast. After all, now flowers, plants, and trees all have a chance of turning into mutant beasts, so it's not difficult to accept that a big tree turns into a mutant beast. He forced himself to pull out the thorn from his thigh, then raised his right hand and pointed it at the dark ancient tree. Whoosh! The barb pierced accurately into the tree stump, going 3 feet into the wood. You must know that the dark ancient tree belongs to the dark creatures. Although it is an ancient tree in principle, it is not an ordinary ancient tree. Not to mention the ordinary sword and knife slashing. Even a machine gun sweep would hardly leave a scar. However, Wong Xiangqian's bar was able to penetrate deep into the wood, which was enough to show the power of this attack. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't have much fighting ability, but he is strong and durable. The dark ancient tree shook its body slightly, forcing out the barbs, and then a leaf flashed with light, releasing a powerful healing power. Soon the scars on the tree stump were completely repaired and restored to its original state. I am the ancient tree of darkness. Our meeting is destiny. I would like to kindly remind you that if your forehead turns black, a bloody disaster will befall you soon. If you listen to my advice and leave now, perhaps you can avoid it. Although the dark ancient tree is obedient in front of Xiao Tian, it still pretends to be obedient in front of outsiders. In this respect, it can even compete with Pang Dehai. But who is Wong Xiangqian? My eldest brother is the strongest person in Tianxiong City, and he is also the first-tier spirit beast warrior in Tianxiong City. Now the woman that his eldest brother liked was taken away by someone else, and he wanted to take revenge but ended up losing more than he gained. If I leave like this, I will be laughed to death by others when I go back. Everyone, come together and kill him for me. Wong Xiangqian opened fire with full force, and the barbs on his body shot out wildly. Upon hearing this, the others also began to bombard the dark ancient tree. If they can't break through the villa's defenses, can't they deal with the mutated tree in front of them? The attack lasted more than 10 minutes. It turned out that they were indeed unable to deal with the mere big tree in front of them. Because their attacks were completely useless, the dark ancient tree could easily heal the injuries shortly after they occurred. He is simply an invincible cockroach. I didn't expect that although this dark ancient tree doesn't have much combat power, its defense is so high. Yin Tianxing exclaimed. Back in the forbidden area, the ancient dark tree was completely subdued by the mutated beast summoned by Xiao Tian. At that time, no one had yet felt the power of the ancient dark tree. After all, when it saw Xiao Tian summoning an army of mutated beasts, the ancient dark tree knelt down immediately. Now everyone realized that the ancient dark tree was not simple either. It was able to remain motionless when facing the attacks of Wong Xiangqian and a group of spirit beast warriors. As expected of a dark creature, it does have some abilities. Xiao Tian's eyes also flashed, and he was somewhat surprised at the defensive power of the dark ancient tree. In fact, strictly speaking, this guy's defense can only be considered average, but not strong, because the attacks from Wong Xiangqian and others could indeed cause real harm to him. The amazing thing about this guy is that he can heal his injuries very quickly. It seems that taking this guy in is indeed useful. If we encounter a powerful enemy looking for trouble in the future, we can let him fight with the dark ancient tree to consume some of his strength first, and then I will take action. Xiao Tian talked to himself. This world is too big. Even if he has a system that can devour genetic sequences infinitely, he cannot guarantee that he is 100% invincible. Xiao Tian is very clear about the truth that there are always people better than you. If he relies on the system to do whatever he wants and look down on others, he will eventually fall into the gutter. In short, in extraordinary times, it's always better to be cautious. The dark ancient tree outside was still resisting the attacks of Wong Xiangqian and others, and had no idea about its position in Xiao Tian's heart. It has changed from a moving spring to a sandbag. Attacks continued to come one after another, and Wong Xiangqian and others became more and more exhausted, and soon became exhausted. He's unkillable. This guy is too evil. Our attacks can't do anything to him. Second young master, let's retreat first. It is a good thing to have firewood. Daru City is Xiao Tian's territory. If the other party takes advantage of our huge consumption and suddenly attacks us unexpectedly, it will be troublesome. Seeing that the situation was not right, everyone hurriedly spoke up to dissuade them. Wong Xiangqian gritted his teeth and was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. It seems that I can only swallow my anger today and take revenge another day. Xiao Tian, I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay the price. Wong Xiangqian had a cold face and was about to order everyone to retreat after saying these harsh words. But at this moment, something strange happened. The scattered snowflakes floating in the air suddenly became dense, and the temperature around them dropped sharply at this moment. 10 degrees, 5 degrees, 0 degrees, -5 degrees, 10 degrees below zero. The temperature dropped sharply, and the flowers, trees, and various gardens in the villa area were covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the water vapor on the asphalt ground quickly froze in a short period of time. If you look down from the sky now, you'll find the entire Tiankong city and even an entire blue planet. From the city forests to the rivers and deserts, everything is frozen or covered with snow. The ice age of Blue Planet. This moment has completely arrived. In fact, as early as when it suddenly snowed, many people noticed the abnormality and returned to the shelter in time. Therefore, this sudden drop in temperature did not cause too many casualties. Instead, Wong Xiangxian and others were the most affected. Their strength had been almost exhausted, and now they were suddenly faced with a sharp drop in temperature. They just felt like they were suddenly thrown into a world of ice and snow. I wanted to retreat, but my legs and feet were out of control, as if they were frozen in place. The limbs of the body also became extremely stiff, as if they were put into a mold, and it was extremely difficult to move even a little. More importantly, they could clearly feel that the heat from their bodies was being lost in the cold wind. What the hell is going on? Why did the temperature drop so suddenly? Wang Xiangxian was so frightened that he couldn't help but shiver with his hands clasped in his hands. Retreat, retreat. Then he suppressed his trembling and gave the order tremblingly. They were all spirit beast warriors. Although they had consumed a lot of energy and were quite weak, they were not frozen into ice sculptures immediately. On the contrary, two ordinary people, Chu's father and Chu's mother, were frozen in place shortly after the temperature dropped. They are dead, but it was a painless death, so I was lucky. In the villa, Xiao Tian had people light the stove and turn on the heating long before the temperature dropped. The whole villa is now quite warm. Seeing her parents frozen into ice sculptures on the surveillance video, Chu Yao did not feel too sad. The old couple had caused her so much harm, and they had been demanding all kinds of things in the name of her parents. She had hated both of them for a long time. Her only regret now is that the old couple died too easily. But after all, she is the one who gave birth to me, so this outcome is the best of both worlds. At this moment, Wang Xiangxian and others had returned to the car and tried to start the car and leave. But what made everyone despair was that the car's parts were also frozen and the car could not start at all. All the luxury cars turned into cold metal boxes at this moment. Wang Xiangxian hugged his arms, and after several unsuccessful attempts to start the car, he punched the steering wheel. Rubbish stuff. Then he sneezed and huddled in a corner, shivering. He didn't know what to do now. At the same time, in the villa, Xiao Tian raised his lips as he was watching the situation outside through the surveillance camera. Suddenly, he gave the order. Open the ventilation window and prepare the ingredients. The weather is nice today. Let's have a hot pot. Chapter 82. I am very angry now. Is the weather good? Hot pot. Yen Ruyu and others first turned around to look out the window at the falling snow, and then looked at Xiao Tian, who had a serious expression on his face. Everyone is a little confused. However, when they saw Wang Xiangxian, who was trapped in the spot and shivering with cold in the surveillance video, they all reacted. Xiao Tian is trying to disgust the other person on purpose. Peng Dahai didn't have so many twists and turns. When he heard the word hot pot, his eyes lit up. Speaking of which, he hasn't eaten several tons of hot pot since the day he followed Xiao Tian down the mountain. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, he was the first to respond to the call. There are a lot of supplies stored in the villa, although some people are still using crystal cores to exchange for supplies during this period. However, the supply of supplies in the villa was still very rich, and the ingredients for hot pot were basically complete, and they were all found in less than 10 minutes. Tripe, pork intestines, beef and mutton, luncheon meat, cabbage, pea tips. If these supplies are to be stored for a long time, they can only be kept in a cold storage, but it is much better than having nothing to eat. Soon the butter hot pot was boiled. Everyone gathered together to eat hot pot. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the villa's ventilation system was turned on, and the aroma of butter from the hot pot spread directly outside through the ventilation ducts. Is this the taste of hot pot? I'm frozen stupid. Am I hallucinating? The temperature is too low now, and we have consumed too much energy. We are still wearing summer clothes. I am afraid we will freeze to death here. I can't walk, I can't start my car, and I can't see a way out. No, this is really the smell of hot pot. I smell it too. This is not an illusion. The smell of hot pot wafted out and was quickly smelled by everyone. At first, everyone thought it was an illusion. Until everyone smelled it later, they were sure it was not an illusion. For a moment, everyone sat up straight and looked towards the villa eagerly. Hot air was wafting out of the villa's ventilation ducts. The aroma of the hot pot comes from there. Gurgle, gurgle. Countless sounds of swallowing saliva were heard. When one is hungry and cold, any normal person would have an appetite stimulated by smelling this fragrance. Unfortunately, having a good appetite is one thing, but whether they can eat it is another. Gurgle. Wong Xiangxian sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, rubbing his stomach with a look of despair, his body temperature continuing to drop. Damn Xiao Tian. He naturally knew that Xiao Tian was deliberately disgusting them, but he also knew there was nothing he could do about it. Now, they were trapped where they were and couldn't leave. If they abandoned the car and fled, the cold wind outside would only make them lose temperature faster. And the temperature drop has not ended yet and is still continuing. If they continue like this, they probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Wang Xiangxian cursed angrily and took out his cell phone to take a look. Then he put it down silently. The phone was temporarily turned off because the temperature was too low. He couldn't even contact for support now. Second young master, let's lower our posture and see if we can get some food. Second young master, a real man can bend and stretch. If we continue like this, we will surely die. Only by living can we have infinite hope. Let's endure the humiliation this time and wait until the future to find Master Wong to kill Xiao Tian. Young Master Wong's strength is level 35. If he takes action, Xiao Tian will surely die. Some people began to plead with Wong to move forward. Wang Xiangxian was actually also struggling with this, but he just couldn't let go of his pride. Now everyone is pleading together, which gives him a way out. After continuing to struggle mentally, he finally decided to put aside his pride and beg Xiao Tian for some food. After making the decision, Wang Xiangxian, with the help of everyone, got out of the car with difficulty and walked tremblingly to the door of the villa. Xiao Tian, I know I was wrong. I was wrong about what happened before. If you like that woman, I'll give her to you. It's too cold outside. I don't ask you to take us in. Just give us some food to warm us up, and we'll be done with our previous conflicts. How about that? The villa surveillance cameras are all equipped with speakers. Xiao Tian's voice soon sounded from the loudspeaker. Do you think I, Xiao Tian, am an idiot? He robbed someone else's woman and killed their people. These people must have wanted to eat him alive. Xiao Tian didn't think that as long as he helped them, they would be able to let the matter go. Xiao Tian would never do something like raising a tiger to cause trouble. Damn you, Xiao Tian. My eldest brother is Wong Mingxian. If I freeze to death here, he will never let you go. Seeing that he had lowered his posture, but Xiao Tian remained unmoved, Wang Xiangxian swallowed his saliva and cursed. The last line of defense in my heart completely collapsed. However, Xiao Tian turned a deaf ear to Wang Xiangxian's provocation. Continue to eat hot pot leisurely with everyone. However, Xiao Tian is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see the sufferings of the world. So everyone collected the bones they had gnawed and threw them out together. Faced with these bones with almost all the meat eaten away, Wang Xiangxian and his companions felt very humiliated at first. But under hunger and cold, they lost their last bit of dignity. Holding the bones, he began to eat them like a wild dog that had been hungry for 3 days. They ate very quickly, fearing that if they ate too slowly, they would eat less. These bones, which they would hardly even look at on normal days, they now eat with relish. If Wang Mingxian finds out about this, he will definitely take revenge on you like crazy. Chu Yao said after hesitating for a while. If I help them now, will Wang Mingxian stop causing trouble for me? Xiao Tian asked with a smile. This? Chu Yao was silent. It was indeed as Xiao Tian said. The two sides had already formed a grudge against each other. In any case, friction is inevitable in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Yao didn't say anything else, but just felt a little emotional. As Wang Mingxian's younger brother, Wang Xiangxian is also a big shot who can call the shots in Tianqiong City. I didn't expect that now it is no different from a stray dog on the roadside. Chu Yao looked at Xiao Tian with a complicated expression. The image of the young man in front of her became even taller in her mind. The hot pot meal took everyone half an hour. During this period, Wang Xiangxian pleaded again and again, but after being rejected by Xiao Tian, he turned to cursing. In half an hour, the hot pot was finished. Wong Mingxian and his group also froze to death. He froze to death outside the gate of the villa. Xiao Tian also asked Yen Ruyu to record the scene of everyone's despair and collapse and uploaded it to the internet. He was not afraid that doing so would completely anger Wong Mingxian. After all, both sides were already enemies and would settle the score sooner or later. The purpose of Xiao Tian doing this was to completely enrage Wong Mingxian. Dara City is his territory, and the villa has a high defense. Not to mention, there is the dark ancient tree outside, which is like a sandbag. As long as the other party brings people to cause trouble, Xiao Tian has plenty of ways to deal with him. Not long after the video was uploaded, just as Xiao Tian expected, the entire Tianxiong city was in an uproar. In a nightclub in Tianxiong City, Wong Mingxian was eating hot pot and drinking ace of spades with his men. When he saw his brother being frozen to death, his eyes suddenly turned red. Wong Ming first smashed the wine glass in his hand to pieces, then stood up angrily and looked at the 6 hot girls beside him. Among the 6 of you, whoever plays the trumpet well, come back to your room with me. The rest of you can go back first. When the 6 girls heard this, 2 of them looked gloomy, while the other 4 were overjoyed. They play the trumpet very well. Thank you for your kindness, Master Wong. We will go back to the room and wait for you now. We must cleanse ourselves and wait for Master Wong's favor. It is an extremely lucky thing to be favored by Wong Mingxian. If they encounter troubles in the future, they can just reveal Wong Mingxian's name, and they may be able to escape danger. Master Wong, the second master, is already dead. All of this is related to Xiao Tian. Why don't we just go over and kill Xiao Tian? A subordinate beside Wong Mingxian asked in confusion. The person is already dead. There's no point in being anxious now. Although Xiao Tian is not as strong as me, Dara City is his territory. Moreover, this kid can kill the Dark Lord, so he is not a good person. We should take a long-term view on this matter. Wong Mingxian played with the Buddhist beads in his hand, squinting his eyes and said, "But I love my brother so much, and Xiang Qian's death has made me so heartbroken that I feel like I'm being burned by fire. Now, I urgently need someone to blow a trumpet to cool me down. When everything is ready, I will make Xiao Tianxing suffer a fate worse than death." Chapter 83. The goddess throws herself into his arms. The news that Wang Xiangxian had died tragically in Dara City and was related to Xiao Tian quickly spread throughout Tianxiong City. Only the people in Tianxiong City know how cruel and cold-blooded this pair of brothers are. The way they treat their enemies is, in some ways, even more cruel than Xiao Tian's. Because anyone who offends these 2 brothers will not only be retaliated against, but even people they are familiar with will be silenced. I remember that when the 2 brothers just rose to prominence in Tianxiong City, someone had offended them. As a result, the man was found by the 2 brothers and killed on the spot shortly afterwards. Not only his family and friends, but also his former colleagues and bosses, and even neighbors he had only met once, were all killed. The 2 brothers did many similar things. Although Xiao Tian is equally ruthless towards his enemies, he has his own bottom line and principles in doing things. These 2 brothers are just the opposite. They have almost lost their humanity and cannot even be called human beings. Everyone in Tianxiong City hated the 2 brothers, but due to the other party's strength and power, they had no choice but to bow down to them. Now, when they heard the news of Wang Xiangqian's tragic death, everyone applauded. Many people even burst into tears of excitement, but no one dared to show the joy in their heart. The name Xiao Tian was also firmly remembered by the people of Tianxiong City. Inside a presidential suite in Tianxiong City, Wong Mingxian was lying on his side on the bed, smoking a cigarette. Next to him lay the 4 hot girls who knew how to play the trumpet. After venting his anger, Wong Mingxian's anger was suppressed a lot. Glancing at the 4 girls beside him, Wong Mingxian blew out a smoke ring and waved his hand. "You can all go away now. Go down and get the supplies yourself." The 4 girls cried with joy, thanked him profusely, put on their clothes hastily, and left in a hurry. Just blowing the horn for a few minutes can earn you a generous reward, which is as cheap as a decoration. Although Wong Mingxian was cruel and had no bottom line in his actions, he would still pay for certain things. This is not because he has a change of heart, but mainly because if he only uses violence, he will not go far no matter what he does. In this respect, Xiao Tian is different from him. Xiao Tian has always emphasized equal returns and fair trade. You help me with things, and I give you resources, and we can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses and develop together. After venting his anger, Wong Mingxian calmed down a lot. After some hesitation, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Within 5 minutes, I want to know Xiao Tian's contact information. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tian's cell phone number was sent by his subordinates. Wang Ming shook off the cigarette ash and made a phone call directly. The other side, after everyone finished eating hot pot, it was getting late, so they all went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Tian was gnawing on raw meat in the kitchen. After all, his current eating habits allow him to only eat raw meat, so for something like hot pot, he only needs to smell the flavor. If he really eats it, it will become difficult to swallow. But at this moment, a strange number suddenly called. Since the dark turmoil began, all kinds of fraudulent calls have almost disappeared, and Xiao Tian does not think that these are harassing calls. After squinting his eyes, he chose to answer the call. Xiao Tian, a man's deep and heavy voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you Wang Mingxian? After a brief moment of daze, Xiao Tian took the initiative to ask. Haha, I didn't expect that the ruthless man who killed the strongest spirit beast warriors in 5 cities and the ruler of the first heaven actually knew me. Wang Ming on the other end of the phone sneered a few times and was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Xiao Tian. Where is your home? Xiao Tian thought for a moment and added, or we can add each other's contact information later, and you can share your real-time location with me. Wang Mingxian on the other end of the phone froze in thought, his head buzzing. He also knew about Xiao Tian's deeds. This is also a ruthless person who would confiscate people's property if he disagreed with them. Moreover, this man even dared to chase and attack the Lord of Darkness. He was definitely much braver than himself, but it's a bit strange. He called me on his own initiative, obviously intending to call me to task. As a result, Xiao Tian took the initiative to ask for his contact information, which actually made him a little panicked. If I tell him the detailed address now, will this ruthless person just rush over with his men to kill me? If it were someone else, Wang Mingxian would definitely not think this way. But Xiao Tian cannot be measured by normal people's standards. My brother's death will not be in vain. I will make you pay the price sooner or later. Just wait and repent for your crimes. After Wang Ming made those harsh words, he hung up the phone in a hurry, not wanting to have any more communication with Xiao Tian. As for telling Xiao Tian the address, he had no such intention. Although Tianqiong City is his territory, although his level is far beyond Xiao Tian, although he is not a pushover either. But for some reason, when facing Xiao Tian, even if they were just talking through the phone, he could feel the oppression from the other party. The feeling is indescribable. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Tian's face was full of contempt when he saw the other party hang up. I thought that as the strongest person in Tianqiong City, whose level was far higher than mine, he would have some courage. I didn't expect it to be like this. He didn't even dare to tell me the address. Are you afraid that I will eat you alive? He doesn't eat human flesh. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tian continued to eat some raw meat and then returned to his room to rest contentedly. There's one thing that Xiao Tian is actually very confused about. Spirit beast warriors can fly in the air and even travel underground, which to some extent is similar to the immortal cultivators in novels. However, cultivators can go on a fast, abstain from grains and cereals, and still remain calm forever. But this is not the case for spirit beast warriors. No matter how powerful you are, you always need food and rest. I went back to the room and just lay down. The door was gently pushed open by a figure. Under the warm light, Chu Yao walked in cautiously with her head lowered. What are you doing here? Xiao Tian glanced at Chu Yao, put down his phone, and asked indifferently. When faced with the former national goddess, others may just try to please her and act like a bootlicker. But Xiao Tian really didn't feel it. He has no shortage of women now, and he put all his energy into becoming stronger. Sister Yin and Sister Shun asked me to come. They have already told me about you. Chu Yao lowered her head and stretched out her 2 index fingers, tapping her chest continuously. My business? What is it? Xiao Tian looked suspicious. They said that you have a lot of energy and strong physical fitness, and asked me to help them share some of the burden. So I came. I am very grateful to you for what happened during the day now. I just want to help you. When she said this, Chu Yao's face had turned completely red, and she was incredibly beautiful. Xiao Tian was speechless. He didn't expect the 2 women to tell everything to others. Now that the weather has started to change, he still has to make plans for what to do next. Moreover, it is only a matter of time before the Lord of the Second Heaven descends. Xiao Tian still has a lot to do now. I originally wanted to find an excuse to send Chu Yao away. Since you were asked to work as a maid in the villa, just do your job honestly. But before Xiao Tian could speak, Chu Yao began to undress. The pajamas fell to the ground, revealing the sexy bikini underneath. Oh shit. Xiao Tian glanced at it inadvertently, and his eyes suddenly widened. This woman is amazing. The former national goddess, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, actually came to her room, and she was even wearing a bikini. What is going on? Want to seduce yourself? Which cadre cannot withstand such a test? Xiao Tian is not a cadre. Although he is a spirit beast warrior, he is also a normal man. Now that the atmosphere is right, if he continues to refuse, he is not a manly person. Just do it and it's done. However, Xiao Tian did not notice that when Chu Yao lowered her head, a flash of black lightning flashed across her peach blossom eyes. And that black lightning was actually filled with a dark force that seemed to be there and not there. Chapter 84. Chu Yao's Beast Transformation Ability, Pure White Lotus. The next morning, after Xiao Tian got up, he found that Chu Yao was no longer around him. This made Xiao Tian doubt his life. Whether it is Yen Ruyu as a spirit beast warrior or Shun Xiulan as an ordinary person, after duo queuing with him, my body will feel unable to bear it. At the least, you need to rest for a few days. At the most, you cannot do strenuous exercise for half a month. As a former national goddess, Chu Yao must have been spoiled. Even though she is a spirit beast warrior now, her physique may not be much better than Yen Ruyu's. I didn't expect that after a whole night of double rowing, I would still have the energy to get up by myself. It seems that I underestimated the other party. Just then, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and Chu Yao walked in with a tray of food. Xiao Tian was shirtless, revealing his muscular body. His 8-pack abs were impeccable, and his powerful waist made him the perfect man in the eyes of women. Seeing this scene, Chu Yao subconsciously thought of the double row scene last night, and her face turned slightly red. I prepare breakfast. I know you only like to eat raw meat, so I only fried these steaks to medium rare. They should taste better than raw meat. Chu Yao put the dinner plate on the table, then walked closer to Xiao Tian and personally helped him dress. This feeling is very wonderful, being helped to dress by the former top goddess. This is a treatment that even the cold bosses who were once at the peak of their careers have never enjoyed, right? But Xiao Tian enjoyed it with peace of mind. After putting on his clothes, Xiao Tian cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth and started chewing. The steak was simply fried and the inside was still almost raw. A lot of hemoglobin leaked out the moment it was cut. Ordinary people might find it difficult to swallow a steak cooked to this degree of doneness, but it was just right for Xiao Tian. It melts in your mouth and leaves a lasting aftertaste. It is indeed better than eating raw meat. Seeing Xiao Tian eating with gusto, Chu Yao's anxious heart finally relaxed. It is said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach. If she could completely capture Xiao Tian's stomach, she would no longer have to worry about being caught by Wong Mingxian. You did all this? Xiao Tian put down his knife and fork and suddenly asked. Chu Yao nodded. She understood what Xiao Tian meant, so her face was red as if water was about to drip out. After last night, I felt full of energy as if my body had been strengthened, so I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while it was still early. After listening to Chu Yao's explanation, Xiao Tian was a little puzzled. After playing duo with myself, I don't feel tired at all. Instead, I feel full of energy. This was the first time Xiao Tian encountered such a situation. This can no longer be inferred by common sense. While Xiao Tian was thinking, he inadvertently sensed the condition of his body and was shocked, because he discovered that the dark power stored in his body had actually weakened a little. Part of his dark power disappeared inexplicably. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, suddenly stood up and grabbed Chu Yao's arm. As a former top goddess, Chu Yao has very well maintained skin, which is as smooth as cream and as white as tofu. It seems like water can be squeezed out with a little force. When Xiao Tian suddenly grabbed Chu Yao's wrist, her expression changed slightly and her face turned even redder. It's daytime now. Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Let's do it at night. I can do it at night. Chu Yao blushed and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Seeing that Xiao Tian ignored him, he became even more panicked. It's daytime now, we'll be discovered. Please, I'm begging you. I promise to cooperate with you in any knowledge you have at night. Please. But Xiao Tian still didn't answer. Chu Yao completely misunderstood Xiao Tian. He had no intention of duo queuing now, but was sensing Chu Yao's body. After this perception, Xiao Tian felt unwell. There was actually a trace of dark power stored in Chu Yao's body, although it was not as powerful as the dark power in her own body. But it is the real power of darkness. As a spirit beast warrior, it is not normal for him to have a trace of dark power in his body. You should know that the reason why you can absorb the power of darkness is the result of devouring the master of the first heaven. Chu Yao is just an ordinary spirit beast warrior. How does she possess the power of darkness? Thinking about the part of dark power he had lost, Xiao Tian seemed to understand something instantly. He suddenly let go of her hand, raised his head, and asked seriously, "What beast ability did you awaken?" Chu Yao didn't understand, but still answered, "I awakened the beast transformation ability of the snow lotus." Snow lotus is not an animal, but a plant. The beast transformation ability that Chu Yao awakened is exactly the same as Yen Ruyu's. Both of them are the beast transformation abilities of plants. However, Chu Yao's beast transformation ability seems to be even more special, and it can actually absorb the power of darkness. Do you know what the characteristics of your beast transformation ability are? Xiao Tian took a deep breath and asked again. I have no idea. Chu Yao shook her head and said truthfully, my beast transformation ability has no combat power, nor any other performance. Xiao Tian pondered for a while, then stretched out his right hand and released a trace of dark power. Try to absorb this trace of dark power. Chu Yao was in a trance for a while, but still followed Xiao Tian's instructions and tried to absorb this trace of dark power. The next moment, a white lotus pattern appeared between Chu Yao's eyebrows, and it actually directly absorbed this trace of dark power. After absorbing the power of darkness, the originally pure white lotus actually began to show traces of black lines. The faint dark power in Chu Yao's body actually became a little stronger. Chu Yao was stunned when she felt the changes in her body. I actually absorbed the power of darkness. And after absorbing this trace of dark power, she actually felt that her spirit had become even stronger. Xiao Tian was no longer calm, even a little envious. Chu Yao's ability to transform into a beast is indeed not simple. Her ability to absorb the power of darkness is the result of constantly devouring genetic sequences. However, the opponent's beast transformation ability can do this directly. Xiao Tian could now roughly sense that Chu Yao was still a dry sponge and needed to absorb enough dark power to regain its moisture. In other words, it's not that Chu Yao's beast transformation ability has no special effects, but she is still in the state of accumulating energy. Once the energy continues to be perfected, perhaps it will be able to burst out with a special and powerful force. I have found a treasure. It seems that when entering the forbidden area in the future, Chu Yao must be brought along. After all, the thing that is most abundant in the forbidden area is the power of darkness. Just then, Pang Dehai suddenly rushed in a hurry. Brother, something terrible has happened. A new fusion mutant beast has appeared in our Dara city. It is moving towards the villa and will arrive in half an hour. Chapter 85, The Power of Blood Out. Xiao Tian frowned, but soon relaxed again. Long before the arrival of the Lord of the First Heaven, fused mutant beasts had appeared in Dara city. Xiao Tian was not surprised to see the new fusion mutant beast appear again. It is even more insignificant that the other party is coming towards the villa. After all, the villa has been strengthened as a whole, and it is difficult for spirit beast warriors to break in, and it is also difficult for fused mutant beasts to break through the defense. But just at this moment, Yin Tiansheng also walked in from outside with a heavy face. We have discovered 6 more fusion mutant beasts, and they are heading towards the villa. Wan Yin Tiansheng added. They seem to have a purpose, heading straight towards us, and their levels are all 25. Although Xiao Tian has already subdued 16 mutated beasts and an army of dark creatures. But Xiao Tian's own level is only 26. Now, 7 level 25 fusion mutant beasts appeared at once and rushed towards the villa at the same time. Even if they could finally end the battle, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. After hearing Yin Tiansheng's words, Xiao Tian did not dare to be careless. After thinking for a while, he said, "Take me out to have a look." At the same time, many spirit beast warriors in Dara City also received relevant news. For a time, many people became worried. 7 level 25 fused mutant beasts headed straight for the villa where Xiao Shun was, and it was unknown whether Xiao Shun could stop them. The reason so many of them have been able to hold on until now is all thanks to Xiao Tian's resources. If something goes wrong with Xiao Tian, They will also be affected. It's just like the last time the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities came to Dara's city and mocked them. Once something happens to Shao Tian, the spirit beast warriors in other cities will definitely take advantage of the opportunity, send people to occupy Dara's city, and plunder its resources. When that time really comes, I will definitely not care about the lives of these foreign spirit beast warriors. Thinking of this, many spirit beast warriors in Dara's city put on thick down jackets and rushed to the villa. They must help. But in a corner of Dara's city, the two sneaky figures seemed very excited. One of them took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Master Wong, the plan is going smoothly. The 7 fused mutant beasts have already headed straight for Shao Tian. Shao Tian has already learned the news and is leading people to the scene. Wong Mingxian sneered from the other end of the phone. Well done. I will reward you handsomely after this matter is over. I will broadcast the whole process live later. I will let everyone know the price of offending me. The two of them nodded in agreement, and after hanging up the phone, they exhaled a breath of hot air and hurried in one direction. On the other end of the phone, Wong Mingxian was lying sideways on the chair with his lips raised, in a very good mood. He didn't think that these 7 fused mutant beasts could kill Shao Tian. This was just a temporary idea he came up with to discuss Shao Tian. Shao Tian indirectly killed his own brother. Even if he couldn't retaliate against him directly, he would never let Shao Tian live in peace. The real killer move is still brewing. Once the plan is completed, Shao Tian will die. The other side, 7 fused mutant beasts are rampaging through the streets of Daru City. Traffic lights along the way, cars parked on the streets, and even some concrete buildings were smashed into pieces by them. The 7 fused mutant beasts, each with a body length of nearly 10 meters, were like 7 small hills, ruthlessly pressing down on the ground. With every step they took forward, the asphalt ground would be dented. The ugly and bizarre appearance of the 7 fused mutant beasts exudes a hideous and terrifying atmosphere. The roar shook the sky, and it felt like Cthulhu was invading the real world. But in the next moment, the 7 fused mutant beasts suddenly stopped their movements. Because in the direction they were heading, several figures appeared. Shao Tian, together with Yen Ruyu, by Shao Tian, Pang Dahai, and Yen Tianshang, blocked the retreat of the 7 fused mutant beasts. It's about to begin. A fight is about to break out between the two sides. In secret, Wong Mingxian's 2 spies stationed in Dar City said excitedly, although Shao Tian is very strong, the strength of these 7 fused mutant beasts is not weak either. Once the two sides go to war, there will inevitably be losses. Master Wong is indeed wise. He has reached an agreement with these 7 fused mutant beasts. As long as they can severely injure Shao Tian, Master Wong will provide them with a large number of living people for them to devour. It turned out that the sudden appearance of these 7 fused mutant beasts at the same time and their advance towards the villa where Shao Tian was all premeditated. These 7 fused mutant beasts all developed their own intelligence. It was these 2 people who found them and reached cooperation terms with these 7 fused mutant beasts. Fusion mutants need to devour humans to gain power. Wong Mingxian promised that as long as the 7 fused mutant beasts could severely damage Shao Tian, he would provide them with a large number of people from Tianqiong City. There was naturally no reason for the 7 fused mutant beasts to refuse such a good thing. Turn on the live broadcast and let everyone see what happened to Shao Tian. The two of them didn't waste any words. After looking at each other, they directly turned on the live broadcast and pointed the camera in the direction of Shao Tian. What the hell? What's going on? This looks like a fusion beast. 7 fusion mutant beasts appeared in Dar City at once. And judging from their size and level, they should be of high quality, right? Is that figure in front of me Shao Tian? Shao Tian actually dared to fight against 7 fusion mutant beasts. Does he really think he can fight against 7 fusion mutant beasts? Nowadays, the fused mutants and some mutants have developed a certain degree of intelligence. They're no longer machines that only know how to kill. They're quite difficult to deal with. It was actually luck that he was able to kill the Lord of the First Heaven. He didn't expect that he would become so proud and think that he really had invincible strength. Just wait and see. If nothing unexpected happens, Shao Tian will probably die here today. A large number of people soon poured into the live broadcast room, pointing fingers and discussing the matter. Most people thought that Shao Tian was doomed. Because they were only separated by a screen, everyone could feel the terrifying, oppressive force of these 7 fused mutant beasts. Looking at the ferocious-looking fused mutant beast in front of him, Xiao Tian frowned. Normally, it is impossible for 7 fused mutant beasts to appear in Dar City at once, let alone fused mutant beasts with such terrifying strength. Are you Xiao Tian? At this moment, the fused mutant beast in the lead suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spoke in human language. It has the body of a hound, but 3 heads, somewhat similar to the mythical Cerberus. But the surface of this person's body is covered with countless hideous octopus tentacles. Just one look at it is disgusting. The countless octopus tentacles are like countless maggots, making people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows, realizing that the other party was most likely sent here by someone. Who is the person behind you? Xiao Tian asked coldly. The 3-headed hellhound sneered and did not answer. It's meaningless for a dying person to know too much. I'm going to send you off now. When you go to hell, you'll understand everything. After saying this, the 3-headed dog of hell raised its head and roared. My name is Qi Yin. Remember my name, because I will be the one who ends your existence. When the last word fell, the 3 heads of Qi Yin opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and 3 red flames condensed in their mouths, ready to spew out toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not at all panicked when he saw this. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then shook his body, and the power of his blood instantly gushed out from his body. The power of blood, come out. Surrender to me. Chapter 86. Hunting down Wong Mingxian. When the flames in Qi Yan's mouth began to condense, a powerful heat instantly spread out. The terrifying heat wave instantly swept across the area within a radius of 3 kilometers. The originally freezing cold air nearby suddenly became warm and hot. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky, along with the snow covering the flowers, trees, and even the buildings, were dissolved into water mist in an instant. At this critical moment, everyone in the live broadcast room became excited. They seemed to have seen the scene of Xiao Tian being killed. Although many of them had no grudges against Xiao Tian, some had never even seen Xiao Tian. But that's human nature. We can't stand others being better than ourselves. In a presidential suite in Tianxiong City, Wong Mingxian, wearing a bathrobe and holding a highball glass in his hand, was also watching the live broadcast. Although these 7 fused mutant beasts are not enough to kill you, they can still cause you some damage. Xiao Tian, this is the price you pay for offending me. The fun has just begun. I hope you will like this gift I give you. Wong Mingxian raised his lips, took a sip of the red wine in the glass, and couldn't help smacking his lips. Maybe because of the happy mood, even the red wine that I had long been tired of drinking became extremely sweet. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the live broadcast screen on the mobile phone, bringing everyone back to their senses. After the loud noise, a sky-wide ripple instantly covered the screen. Seeing this scene, Wong Mingxian couldn't help but sit up straight, leaning his head forward, staring at the screen with his eyes. As the ripples slowly dissipated, Wong Mingxian failed to hold the goblet for a moment, and it fell to the ground with a snap and shattered into pieces. In a live broadcast screen, Xiao Tian was unharmed, and even Yen Ruyu and others behind Xiao Tian were safe and sound. Qi Yin, who was originally concentrating on an attack, actually stopped and knelt in front of Xiao Tian. Because of its huge size, its kneeling caused the asphalt ground to collapse, leaving 2 huge deep pits. Wong Defa. Wong Mingxian opened his mouth wide. What shocked him was not only that Qi Yin suddenly knelt down to Xiao Tianxiao without any warning. What shocked him was that, in addition to Qi Yin, the other 6 fused mutant beasts also knelt down before Xiao Tian. Grass. Wong Ming first wanted to hold his head and scream. Who can tell him what the hell is going on? Didn't I ask you to severely injure Xiao Tian and use him as cannon fodder? Why did you kneel down to each other? Your subordinate Qi Yin greets the master. Qi Yan's 3 huge heads slowly lowered and spoke to Xiao Tian with great sincerity. The initial contempt in its eyes had long gone, and instead it was filled with immense piety. It was as if the Xiao Tian in front of it was not a human being, but a legendary god. The other 7 fused mutant beasts also followed suit and bowed their heads to show their sincerity. Yen Ruyu and others had actually witnessed the scene of Xiao Tian taming the mutant beast. But after all, They were all mutant beasts before, but what they have subdued now are real fused mutant beasts, which are more powerful beings. Although this situation did not cause Yen Ruyu and others to lose their composure directly, it still made them unable to calm down for a long time. Yen Ruyu and others are like this, and the others are even more so. Not far away, a group of spirit beast warriors from Devouring City had just driven to the scene. It is snowing all over Blue Star now, and the temperature has dropped sharply. The roadsides are all frozen, and it is difficult for cars to pass. They finally arrived at the scene and happened to witness this scene. God Shao, you are truly the eternal God. I don't know who suddenly said this. Everyone fell silent at the same time. However, the look they gave Shao Tian was even more pious. They may have come in vain, but there is absolutely nothing wrong in following Shao Shun. Live broadcast room. At this time, the situation became chaotic. Fuck, is this person still human? Cheat. This Shao Tian is definitely cheating. Why did the 7 fused mutant beasts suddenly kneel down to him? These 7 fused mutant beasts seem to have developed their own intelligence and can actually speak human language, but they actually call Shao Tian their master. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Could it be that Shao Tian's beast transformation ability is to subdue the mutant beast? Even if this is the case, it can't be so outrageous. These 7 fused mutant beasts are all level 25. In some small towns, if any one of these 7 fusion mutant beasts were released, it would be enough to destroy everyone. The 2 idiots who were broadcasting live on their phones were also confused. What's going on? Why is it different from the plan? You ask me, how would I know? Damn, this Shao Tian is really weird. At this moment, Shao Tian suddenly spoke, and his words immediately attracted everyone's attention. You're all coming for me. There must be someone behind this, right? Qi Yin nodded slightly, and 6 streams of hot air spurted out of his nostrils. He said, truthfully, in reply to the master, there's indeed someone who instructed us to do this. The person behind this is Wong Mingxian from Tianqiang City. Qi Yin concealed nothing and described in detail the contents of their cooperation with Wong Mingxian. Fuck, I was wondering why so many fusion mutant beasts appeared in Devouring City at the same time. It turns out that it was all arranged by Wong Mingxian. This guy is also a ruthless person. He actually used the lives of ordinary people in Tianqiang City as a bargaining chip. His brother died because of Shao Tian. I can understand him taking revenge on Shao Tian, but he is not a human being to do such a thing that is intolerable by heaven. Qi Yan's voice was very loud, and everyone could hear the conversation clearly. Everyone in the live broadcast room was instantly shocked again, and their impression of Wong Mingxian instantly plummeted. After the dark turmoil began, many people gradually lost their humanity and resorted to all means to survive. But these are just minor incidents at best, and are completely incomparable to Wong Mingxian. This bastard actually chose to sacrifice the lives of some ordinary people in Tianqiang City for his own selfish desires. He is worse than a beast. In particular, there are also some people from Tianqiang City in the live broadcast room. At this moment, my mood is extremely complicated, and I feel more angry. They suddenly felt that they were very sad as people of Tianqiang City. Shao Tian rules the entire Devouring City and is currently the strongest person in Devouring City, but he does not deprive or ravage other spirit beast warriors and ordinary people in the local area. Instead, they choose to trade peacefully with others and get what they need. In such an environment, everyone in Devouring City supports Shao Tian from the bottom of their hearts. On the other hand, in their Tianqiang City, if anyone makes Wong Mingxian unhappy, it is basically difficult for them to see the sun tomorrow. The contrast is too great. At this moment, many people in Tianqiang City were even wondering why the person who ruled their Tianqiang City could not be Shao Tian. Original place. After getting this answer, Shao Tian was not surprised. He had roughly guessed the identity of the mastermind from the very beginning, and now he just confirmed the identity again. I will now give you a task. You must complete it. Shao Tian raised his head, looked at Qi Yin, and said lightly. In front of the huge bodies of the 7 fused mutant beasts, Shao Tian's human body seemed as small as a human. However, no one can match Shao Tian's extraordinary temperament. Only at the master's command. Qi Han and the other 7 fused mutant beasts lowered their heads and spoke devoutly, hunting down Wong Mingxian at all costs. Shao Tian stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. We will complete the master's orders, even if we die. Qian nodded in response, then slowly stood up, and a pair of huge wings grew behind him. Then the huge body soared into the sky, causing a gust of air, and flew directly towards Tianqiong City. The other 6 fused mutant beasts also grew a pair of huge wings and flew high. See the scene. Everyone was numb. Wong Mingxian tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. He wanted to cooperate with these 7 fused mutant beasts to kill Xiao Tian. He probably never dreamed that his plan would not only fail to kill Xiao Tian, but instead get himself into trouble. Chapter 87. Collude with darkness and kill Xiao Tian. Seeing several fused mutant beasts gradually flying away, the 2 traitors hiding in the corner and live streaming felt extremely complicated. He could even subdue the fused mutant beast with ease. They had to admit that Xiao Tian was much more awesome than Wong Mingxian. Now the show has come to an end before it even began. The 2 did not plan to stay any longer and were just about to close the live broadcast and go back to report. However, just as the 2 were about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Hearing this familiar voice, the 2 of them were alert and almost fell to their knees. Because this is exactly Xiao Tian's voice. Since you're here, why don't you leave? The 2 of them turned sideways stiffly and found Xiao Tian in the distance looking at them with a smile. Although Xiao Tian was smiling, in the eyes of the 2 men, that smile was no different from Satan's smile. Weird and dangerous. Run. The 2 men had no intention of fighting and ran away subconsciously. But they were very fast, but Xiao Tian was even faster than them. He flashed in front of the 2 men. Xiao Tian has now integrated multiple gene sequences, although some of them have degenerated or even disappeared completely. However, the improvement in his physical fitness is permanent. Now let's put aside his beastly ability and just talk about his physical fitness. Xiao Tian is definitely one of the best. Seeing Xiao Tian standing in front of them, the 2 men panicked and tried to flee in other directions. However, Yin Tiansheng and others also surrounded them from all sides, completely blocking their retreat. Xiao Tian, we are all young Master Wong's men. If you kill us, you're not giving young Master Wong face. Do you really want to do this to the extreme? The 2 knew they had no way to escape, so they simply brought up Wong Mingxian's name in an attempt to intimidate Xiao Tian. Don't you know what my eldest brother's temper is like? Pang Dehai shook off the fat on his body and said jokingly, Wong Mingxian offended my eldest brother, and my eldest brother will destroy him sooner or later. As for you, I'm afraid you can't escape the disaster today. The 2 looked at each other, and suddenly a fierce look flashed in their eyes. In that case, let's fight to the death. Even if we die, we will never let you off easily. The 2 roared at the same time and instantly entered the beast state. Since they could not escape death either way, the fear in their hearts was reduced a lot. If you don't let us go, we will fight you. Just at this time, Xiao Tian also moved. The clothes on Xiao Tian's back were torn in an instant, and the exposed skin began to wriggle wildly, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Then, 6 tentacles like spider legs stretched out from the body. These 6 tentacles are covered with black scales and surrounded by a layer of black mist, looking evil and terrifying. These 6 tentacles were originally the octopus tentacles that Xiao Tian swallowed, but now they have evolved into dark unicorn arms. It looks a bit similar to Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor in The Amazing Spider-Man. However, compared to Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor, Xiao Tian's dark unicorn arm is more domineering and more terrifying. After the 6 dark unicorn arms appeared, they instantly turned into long spears and stabbed at the 2 men, piercing straight through their bodies. The 2 men's faces were filled with despair. They looked down at their pierced chests, then looked up at Xiao Tian in front of them in disbelief. Quick, too fast, so fast that they don't even react. Immediately afterwards, the dark unicorn arm that pierced into the 2 men's bodies trembled violently, and the 2 men's internal organs were instantly shattered into a bloody mist. He fell to the ground with a bang and died on the spot. You are worthy of fighting to the death with me. Xiao Tian said this to himself, then put away his 6 dark unicorn arms. It's done. Time to call it a day. This scene was recorded in its entirety by the live camera, and Xiao Tian's terror was even more deeply engraved in everyone's mind. The 2 spirit beast warriors were killed instantly by Xiao Tian with just 1 move. They didn't even have a chance to react before they died. This can no longer be called horror. This is simply a monster. While people were shocked by Xiao Tian's strength, They also began to be curious about the situation on Wong Mingxian's side. After all, those fused mutant beasts have already set off, and I believe they will arrive in Tianqiong City soon. 2 hours later, Qi Yin and many other fusion mutant beasts rushed to Tianqiong City and successfully found Wong Mingxian's location with the fusion mutant beast's keen perception. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Wong Mingxian. But Wong Mingxian is no pushover either. As a level 35 spirit beast warrior, his strength is definitely not weak. However, due to the large number of the other side, Wong Mingxian also suffered a lot of losses. In the end, he called on his men to work together and successfully dealt with Qi Yin and other fused mutant beasts. However, many people were lost in this battle. 16 of his spirit beast warriors died in the battle. He also suffered some minor injuries. More importantly, the 5-star hotel where Wong Mingxian was staying was almost destroyed because of this battle. Damn Xiao Tian. Looking at the ruins on the ground, Wong Mingxian was furious and roared, "I swear to heaven, I will not be a human being if I don't tear you into pieces." Just as he finished shouting these words, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and then a crack was torn across the air. A black mist that released a terrifying dark force floated out from the crack. Seeing this scene, Wong Mingxian and his group instantly entered combat status. With such a strong dark force, this black fog might not be a good thing. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Lord of Darkness. But to everyone's surprise, the black fog just circled around them and then stopped in the air. I didn't mean to attack everyone. You want to seek revenge on Xiao Tian? I can give you this opportunity. A sinister voice suddenly came out slowly from the black fog. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Wong Mingxian looked at the black fog vigilantly and took a step back. I'm the ruler of the second heaven. You can call me Darkly. The ruler of the second heaven? Wong Ming was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. The fact that Xiao Tian killed the ruler of the first heaven was known to all human beings on the blue planet. Now, the Lord of the second heaven suddenly descended here and threatened to help him. His purpose was obvious. Xiao Tian indirectly killed Wang Xiangqian, and he and Wong Mingxian were sworn enemies. Xiao Tian killed another ruler of the heavens, which was equivalent to completely offending the Dark Ruler clan. Although the two sides are not of the same race, they have the same enemy and have a lot of room for cooperation. But if word gets out about cooperating with the Dark Lord, it probably won't sound good. But Wong Mingxian also knew that Xiao Tian was now a powerful figure, and if he refused to cooperate with the master of the second heaven, the difficulty of him avenging his own brother will become infinitely higher. After a moment of silence, Wong Ming first lit a cigar and took a puff before speaking first. Xiao Tian is not a simple character. You're just a clone now. How can you help me? It's very simple. Darkly circled around Wong Mingxian and said calmly, in half a day, the forbidden area of the second heaven will be opened. At that time, I will teleport you and your people into the forbidden area. As for the Devour city, only Xiao Tian and his few trusted followers will enter. By then, the dark creatures in the forbidden area will help you deal with Xiao Tian. At that time, it will be easy to kill Xiao Tian. Listening to Onli's story, Wong Mingxian's eyes flickered slightly and gradually brightened. If Onli could really cooperate with him in this way, then killing Xiao Tian would be a piece of cake. Chapter 88. The forbidden area is opened. You are dead. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian began to continue devouring the mutant beast's crystal core. If I remember correctly, the forbidden area of the second heaven was opened recently. Now, every bit of improvement will provide an extra level of protection when we enter the forbidden area. Even if he killed the ruler of the first heaven, he could deal with any enemy with relative ease. He is even invincible in Devour City. But Xiao Tian did not stand still. He knew very well that there are always people better than you. Before his rebirth, when he was still an ordinary person, he had seen too many powerful spirit beast warriors who ended up being destroyed because of their arrogance, underestimation of the enemy, or greed for enjoyment. In dark and turbulent times, people are like boats rowing against the current. They can either move forward and continue upstream, or stay where they are and be swept to the edge of a waterfall. Outside of Devour City, there must be many strong people who are as powerful as him, or even far stronger than him. Wong Mingxian from Tianqiong City is a living example. The opponent's level is much higher than his. In addition to these potential threats, the Dark Master of the Second Heaven is also a potential danger. Shao Tian killed the ruler of the first heaven. The ruler of the second heaven, who is also the ruler of darkness, would definitely not let it go. When the ruler of the second heaven comes to Blue Star, he will definitely take action against himself. Therefore, improving his strength is not only to protect himself, but also the capital for him to deal with future crises. The levels of the mutant beast crystal cores have all increased recently, but my level has also increased. If I want to continue upgrading, the number of crystal cores required is too large. Shao Tian picked up a mutant beast crystal core, placed it on the mouth parts in the palm of his hand, and kept gnawing on it. Crunchy, but not chicken-flavored. According to the current progress, a lot of mutant beast crystal cores will be needed to upgrade to level 27. But any improvement is a good thing. Swallow, swallow, swallow. I'm so stuttering. Outside the door of Shao Tian's room, Bai Shao Tian placed her hands on her chest and drew circles, her expression hesitant. After this period of integration, she has learned to use a mobile phone and learned a lot of information about human beings. Unlike dark creatures, the human species is divided into male and female. Simply put, except for few people, men generally like women, and women also like men. Once a man and a woman are sure they are attracted to each other, they will become partners and establish a relationship, and eventually stay together for the rest of their lives. Although Bai Shao Tian is now taken in by Shao Tian, she still lacks a sense of security. Although Shao Tian did not despise her, Yen Ruyu and others were also nice to her. But she is a dark creature after all, a completely different race from humans. If she wants to stay with Shao Tian for a long time, she must make some changes. Confirming the relationship with Shao Tian and communicating at a negative distance is obviously the best option. I can't do it. Bai Shao Tian's little hand just touched the door handle, but she quickly pulled it away. She really couldn't get over it in her heart. Not long ago, she was a dark pioneer under the command of the Lord of the First Heaven, and she had followed the Lord of the First Heaven to conquer other universes. I don't know how many lives it has become a nightmare for. But now, she had to be ridden by Shao Tian and enjoy himself. The change before and after is so huge that it is really difficult for her to do it. Forget it. Let's do it next time. The people of Long Country believe that love grows over time. It's too early to do this now. Let's wait until Brother Shao Tian completely accepts me. Bai Shao Tian comforted herself, breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a beam of dark light descended from the sky and suddenly enveloped her entire body. Bai Shao Tian was stunned at first, then she reacted instantly, and her face changed drastically. As a former pioneer of darkness, no one knows what this beam of light is better than her. This is the work of the Dark Lord, and it is something that even the ruler of the first heaven cannot do. Darkness calls. Dark summoning can forcibly teleport some beings into the forbidden area. This is a method that only the ruler of the second heaven can master. The Lord of the second heaven has taken action. Bai Shao Tian was just about to push the door to warn Shao Tian, but at this moment the light beam suddenly flashed rapidly, and the next moment Bai Shao Tian and the light beam disappeared completely. At the same time, similar things are still happening throughout the villa. Yen Ruyu, Yen Tiansheng, Shun Xiulan, Chu Yao, Pang Dehai, and Shao Tian were all covered by this dark beam at the same time. Before anyone could react, they were instantly teleported away from here. When everyone came to their senses again, they found themselves in a world full of darkness. The world was still dark, with a blood moon hanging in the sky, looking hideous and terrifying. More importantly, the temperature around was extremely low, and you could even see the hot air coming out when you exhaled. Everything was covered with frost wherever the eye could see. It's like a world of ice and snow here, with nothing but coldness. Shao Tian frowned slightly. He was still devouring the core of the mutant beast when he was suddenly teleported here. Seeing that everyone was there, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Pang Dehai, naked and screaming with a look of fear on his face. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu and other girls blushed and quickly turned their heads away. Despite this, Pang Dehai still felt heartbroken. He was taking a shower when suddenly his body was covered by a beam of light. When he came to his senses, he appeared here. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? He is still a virgin. Now that his body has been seen, how can he get married in the future? The point is that he was seen naked, and this damn place was extremely cold and gloomy, and he was shivering with cold. The water droplets on the body that had not been wiped off in time were rapidly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Xiao Tian, all of this was done by the Lord of the Second Heaven. He used some tricks to force us to be transported here. This should be the forbidden area of the Second Heaven. Xiao Tian walked through the crowd and came close to Xiao Tian and explained. Xiao Tian nodded. In fact, he had thought of this as well. That dark beam was filled with dark power, and no one could think of anyone except Xiao Tian, the ruler of the Second Heaven. Please put on your clothes first. Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Pang Dehai, rubbed his head, and said, I wanted to, but my clothes didn't get teleported with me. Damn the Lord of the Second Heaven. If I don't kill him myself, I won't be worthy of being the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Pang Dehai waved his fist and cursed. There was not even a blade of grass in this damn place, and he couldn't even weave a grass skirt. Suddenly, Pang Dehai seemed to have thought of something. He reached out to Dao Ji and took out 2 yellow talismans from it. Then they were pasted one after another at the key entrances and exits. Call! After doing all this, Pang Dehai finally let out a breath of foul air. I finally felt a little safer. Xiao Tian glanced at Pang Dehai, then looked at the crowd. This time, not only Yen Ruyu and other women, but even Shun Xiulan, who had no fighting power at all, were teleported in. Xiao Tian couldn't understand the purpose of the Second Heaven Lord doing this, but it is foreseeable that the opening time of the forbidden area has been brought forward. At this moment, hundreds of beams of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed near Xiao Tian and others. When the light beam dissipated, Wong Mingxian and hundreds of other spirit beast warriors from Tianxiong City appeared at the scene at the same time. Xiao Tian, as soon as he was freed from the light beam, Wong Mingxian found Xiao Tian in front of him. He looked at the scattered people around Xiao Tian, and then looked at the hundreds of spirit beast warriors around him. Wong Ming first smiled, and his smile was extremely bright. You're dead this time. Chapter 89. 200 people versus 7 people. The advantage is mine. Why would the spirit beast warriors from Tianxiong City appear here? Yin Tianxing instantly realized that something was wrong. The method of entering the forbidden area this time is different from the previous times, and there is no so-called time and space vortex appearing. If you want to enter the forbidden area, you have to be covered by black beams and then be automatically teleported in. But now, there are only 7 people in their Dar city. On the other hand, the other side has nearly 200 people being targeted. They were indeed being targeted by the Lord of the Second Heaven, and the other party might have joined forces with the spirit beast warriors of Tianxiong City. This made Yin Tiansheng extremely angry. Although he is the richest man in Dar City, the business world is like a battlefield, and he has done many things against his will. Just like those coal bosses in the past, how many of them were able to climb to such high positions were completely clean. But he has his own set of behavioral standards and bottom line in everything he does, and he believes that this is the most basic ethics for being a human being. As a result, now, some people actually choose to join hands with the Dark Master to harm their fellow human beings. He was shocked by this, thinking that people could be so shameless. Not only Yin Tiansheng, but Yen Ruyu and others also had slightly changed expressions at this moment, and their faces became uncertain. I'm sure you figured it out. I've teamed up with the Lord of the Second Heaven. We both have a common enemy, and that enemy is you, Xiao Tian. Wong Mingxian smiled coldly and said calmly, 200 people are against 7 of you. Even if each of you can fight 10 people, you will not be able to escape today. Shin Xiulan suddenly said, as a human being, you choose to join forces with the Lord of Darkness. Aren't you afraid of being despised by others? Wong Ming first glanced at her, and his smile became even more contemptuous. Today, all of you will die here. Once you die, who will know what I did today? Sometimes people can't be too stubborn. If you want to achieve your goals or get your revenge, you must resort to extraordinary measures. I don't care about the process. I only care about the results. As long as I can achieve the results I want. Does it matter who I join forces with? Shin Xiulan's chest heaved, and her face turned pale with anger. Shameless. The guy in front of me cannot be called a human being. Although Xiao Tian is cruel to his enemies and sometimes acts like a madman with bloodshot eyes, but he always has his own bottom line in doing things. At least Xiao Tian would never do such a ridiculous thing as joining forces with the Lord of Darkness. At this moment, a dull sound suddenly came from the sky. Xiao Tian, you dare to kill my dark clan. You have already found a way to die. Our dark clan has been born for countless years, and you are the first person who dares to do this. A ball of light wrapped in black mist fell from the sky and hovered in front of Xiao Tian and others. Then the ball of light began to wriggle and deform, and finally turned into a human shape. However, because his entire body was wrapped in thick dark power, his specific face could not be seen at all, and only his general outline could be seen. Xiao Tian knew, without thinking, that the person in front of him should be the ruler of the second heaven. To be more precise, it is an incarnation of the Lord of the second heaven. Stop talking nonsense and get started. I will let the dark creatures in the forbidden area fully cooperate with you. Only slowly raised his right hand and moved his fingers. Suddenly, in the surrounding black fog, there was the sound of heavy footsteps in an orderly manner. Dense dark creatures stood tall and straight, wearing black armor, and walked out of the fog. I don't need your cooperation. Wong Mingxian shook his head. This guy killed my brother. I want to take revenge myself and use his head to sacrifice to my brother's spirit in heaven. 200 people against 7 people. I have the advantage. I have enough people to deal with them. Dark Hedge was a little unhappy, but in the end he didn't say much. Instead, he quietly stepped aside. The dark creatures around continued to stand where they were without making any movement. My name is Wong Mingxian. Remember this name, because it will be the last name you will ever hear in this life. Wong Mingxian looked at Xiao Tian again, then leaned forward and directly entered the beast state, rushing towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not afraid at all, and also entered the beast state. His long white hair fluttered, and a black lightning flashed in his dark eyes. Behind him, 6 dark unicorn arms grew wildly. Boom! The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although Wong Mingxian's level was far higher than Xiao Tian's, he had the advantage of his own genetic sequence. For the time being, Xiao Tian was able to fight back and forth with the opponent. This surprised Wong Mingxian very much. I still underestimated you. But the level gap is there. No matter how strong you are, it's just a meaningless struggle. You should never, ever touch the woman I like, and you should never let anything happen to my brother. Today, even if a great immortal descended to the mortal world, he couldn't save you. Xiao Tian did not answer, but just kept waving the dark Kirin arm. Kill. I really want to kill. At the same time, the 200 spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City rushed towards Yen Ruyu and others. Yen Tiansheng quickly assumed a fighting stance and shouted to everyone, Fat Heavenly Master, you fight with me, and Ruyu will be responsible for treating us. After saying that, he entered the beast state and rushed out. After this period of improvement, Yen Tianxing's level has reached level 23, and his physical strength has been greatly improved. He rushed into the crowd like a fully equipped ultimate tank. Although his attack power was average, the damage from the crowd could hardly cause much impact on him. This man, who was once the richest man in Daru City, was now like a troublemaker. He rushed into the crowd with his muscles bulging, instantly disrupting the formation of the spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City. A golden mark appeared on Yen Ruyu's brow. She stretched out her hands and released healing power, continuously treating Yen Tiansheng from behind. As for Chu Yao, she just stood there a loss. Her beast transformation ability has not been fully developed yet, and she has no combat power, so she can only watch. As for Shun Xiulan, there is no need to mention her. She's just an ordinary person and really has no fighting ability at all. What should I do? Pang Dehai was also standing next to the two women. He was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do but be anxious. All of his talismans were left in the villa, and now he has no talismans on him. Damn it, I'm the current heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, but now I can't do anything. I'm such a loser. Pang Dehai then greeted Onli's ancestors for 18 generations in total. Couldn't you have informed me before you sent it? At least let me prepare. Now, let alone joining the battle. He didn't even have a complete set of clothes. The battle continues. Although there was a meat shield warrior named Yen Tiansheng in front, there were too many spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City. Yen Ruyu could heal his injuries, but could not restore his physical strength. Soon Yen Tiansheng began to lose strength. The two spirit beast warriors took the opportunity to break through the encirclement and rush towards Yen Ruyu and others in the back row. They have no fighting power, kill them first. The two spirit beast warriors roared at the same time. Seeing this scene, Pang Dehai suddenly became anxious. If something happens to Yen Ruyu, Yen Tiansheng will definitely not be able to hold on for long. Pang Dahai is facing the most difficult decision in his life. After some hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision that went against his ancestors. He tore off the talisman that was stuck on the back door and threw it forward with force. Lao Jun, help me. 3 orders from Tai Sui. Hurry up and obey the command. The heavenly armor golden light formation will condense. Buzz. Golden light filled the sky, briefly illuminating the dark forbidden area. The sound of sacred chanting spread throughout the void, as if it was saving this world. The Buddhist chanting is ringing in the ears, and the divine light is everlasting. A huge phantom of a divine elephant took shape instantly. Chapter 90. The second Heaven Lord's defense has been broken. There are many types of talismans. The talisman that Pang Dahai is using now is used for protection and to form a formation to resist attacks. Since the explosion of human technology, sneaky things have become rare, and this kind of talisman is too powerful. Therefore, the heavenly masters of all generations have ancestral teachings that their weapons should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. After all, Longwa's current strategy emphasizes belief in science. But now they are in the forbidden area, so Pang Dahai has no worries. Moreover, the materials and energy required to refine this kind of talisman are too huge. He has been refining this kind of high-level talisman since he came down the mountain, and he has only made 2 so far. The phantom of the divine elephant slowly opened its eyes, a divine light flashed in its eyes, and an unprecedented oppressive force suddenly formed. Then the phantom of the divine elephant stretched out its hands and embraced Yen Ruyu and the others. A blue barrier rose into the sky, covering everyone. Bang! Bang! The 2 spirit beast warriors from Tianxiong City were caught off guard and crashed directly into the barrier and were flung away. When they saw the huge phantom of the divine elephant in front of them, they were both stunned. The phantom of the divine elephant has been created. Do you still want to be reasonable? You don't even want to act if you cheat, right? Seeing the 2 people being blown away, Yen Ruyu touched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Pang Dahai and was about to say thank you. Then he saw Pang Dahai with his bear, but looking up at the phantom of the divine elephant with a painful look on his face, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He quickly turned his head and released the healing power again to heal Yin Tianxing's injuries. This fat guy is indeed very capable, but his current image is a bit too embarrassed, like a skinned pig. It was really difficult for her to connect Pang Dahai's current image with his identity as the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, people in front broke through Yin Tianxing's defense and rushed towards Yen Ruyu and others. Yin Tianxing's defense is off the charts, and with Yen Ruyu's continuous healing, it is difficult for them to get rid of Yin Tianxing. So everyone's target was Yen Ruyu at the same time. However, thanks to the barrier's protection, all the attacks from this group of people were blocked. The attack landed on the barrier, but only caused a few ripples and did not cause any substantial damage. This barrier is so strong. Chuyao opened her mouth and said subconsciously, if humans can also develop similar methods, it may be much easier when facing attacks from mutant beasts, and many casualties could be avoided. Shun Xiaolan murmured to herself with shining eyes. She has been developing the containment device during this period, and then she has been playing in a duo with Xiao Tian. She was also aware of Pang Dahai's identity, but she didn't take it too seriously. But now, after seeing Pang Dahai's methods with her own eyes, this talented girl began to admire Pang Dahai from the bottom of her heart. Shin Xiaolan's eyes were obsessed. He came to the edge of the barrier, stretched out his hand, and gently placed it on the barrier. Although the barrier is not a substantial product, one can definitely feel the oppression when placing one's palm on it. Fatty, what is the principle behind the formation of this talisman? Shin Xiaolan suddenly ran up to Pang Dahai with an excited look on her face and asked, I don't know, but I don't think it has anything to do with the Pythagorean theorem, right? Pang Dahai shrugged. Just then a gust of cold wind blew, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck and snort bubbles out. His master only taught him the method of drawing talismans, but did not tell him the principles behind it. All you have to do is draw specific symbols on specific talisman paper. If there is any principle behind this, it is probably due to the power of spiritual energy. But Pang Dahai couldn't really explain what spiritual energy was. It was a bit like the power absorbed by warriors during their practice in fantasy novels. Hearing the other party's answer, Shun Xiaolan suddenly felt a little frustrated. It seems that no useful information can be obtained from this fat guy. However, the direction of barrier can be studied in depth. As soon as she left here, she started her research immediately. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded from the other side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the fight between Xiao Tian and Wong Mingxian had reached a fever pitch. After half an hour of attrition warfare, Xiao Tian's physical strength was gradually exhausted due to his level disadvantage. In contrast, Wong Mingxian is still full of energy. Haha, I told you before that you're no match for me. The more you resist, the more excited I will become. Xiao Tian did not answer. He turned his head to look at Yen Ruyu and others who were covered by the barrier, and then looked at Only, who was watching the battle silently in the distance. Then he made up his mind and threw a punch, taking the opportunity to create some distance between himself and Wong Mingxian. Then Xiao Tian held his right hand and pulled hard. With a ripping sound, he tore off his right arm, skin and flesh included. But no blood flowed out from the broken arm. Instead, the broken arm suddenly turned into a black spear. Black Kirin spear. Holding a spear, a faint dark force was released around Xiao Tian, and the originally weak aura suddenly surged. Waving the spear in his hand, and with his long hair flying, Xiao Tian took the initiative to kill Wong Mingxian. Grass! Wong Mingxian was careless and got pierced through the right arm by the spear. He cursed out in pain. Is this dog a human being? What decent person would suddenly tear off his right arm during a fight, and the torn arm can actually be turned into a weapon? Even bizarre novels wouldn't dare to write about this kind of setting. These are secondary. With the black Kirin spear, Xiao Tian became more powerful than ever, coupled with the cockroach tentacles on his forehead that could sense danger. Xiao Tianru was like a rocket entering a deserted area, and actually forced Wong Mingxian to gradually retreat. A feeling of powerlessness instantly swept over my body. At this moment, Wong Mingxian panicked. His level is 9 levels higher than Xiao Tian. A full 9 levels. But now I feel a sense of powerlessness, even a feeling of defeat. This is absolutely outrageous. Help me. Wong Mingxian struggled to hold on to Xiao Tian's offensive, then suddenly turned around and shouted loudly to Enli, who was watching the battle below. Waste! Only sighed and then waved his hand. Countless dark creatures suddenly moved at the same time, madly releasing dark power towards the barrier where Yen Ruyu and others were. Boom! As the power of darkness was continuously released, the originally crystal clear barrier was gradually rendered black, showing signs of being shattered. Not good. The power of darkness is too strong, and the barrier can't last for too long. Pang Dehai said with a changed face. Xiao Tian also noticed the situation here, but he was not panicked at all. He has not released the army of mutant beasts and dark creatures in order to prevent the Dark Master from suddenly going berserk. Now that the other party has made a move, there is no need for him to hold back any longer. Xiao Tian took out 16 containment devices and threw them out. Roar! Ouch! 16 huge mutated beasts, like demons descending from the earth, landed on the ground with a bang and began to bite the dark creatures around them frantically. Then Xiao Tian shook the Yinan banner behind him. Thousands of dark creatures belonging to Xiao Tian appeared at the same time, and then rushed towards the dark creatures around them. The scene suddenly became more massive and chaotic. After seeing these dark creatures summoned by Xiao Tian, Only was stunned. A human being can actually summon dark creatures, and these dark creatures actually all obey his orders? Why is that? Only's eyelids twitched, and he felt unwell. He didn't know how Xiao Tian did all this, but he knew that the dark creatures possessed noble and proud blood, and now they were being controlled by humans. This was a humiliation to the Dark Clan. Only was in a heavy mood and suddenly released a strong dark force, trying to control these dark creatures summoned by Xiao Tian. In the name of the Lord of the Second Heaven, I order you to stop. Stop. Chapter 91. This is my final bottom line. Seeing Only's actions, Xiao Tian's heart sank. The other party wants to control these dark creatures. Although these dark creatures currently only obey his orders, Xiao Tian cannot guarantee whether they will be instigated by Enli. After all, he was able to command these dark creatures only by relying on the dark power he obtained after devouring the master of the first heaven. And Dark Hedge himself is the ruler of the second heaven. He is the embodiment of darkness. The power of darkness was like a swarm of locusts passing through, instantly enveloping the thousands of dark creatures summoned by Xiao Tian. However, what suffocated Only was that the expected situation did not happen. These dark creatures did not obey his orders to stop, but instead actively absorbed the dark power he released to recover from the damage. Only was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Even though one could not see his face clearly, one could roughly imagine his ashen face at the moment. He raised his head tremblingly and looked in the direction of Xiao Tian, but he couldn't fart for a long time. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If these more than 1,000 dark creatures can be successfully instigated to rebel, the pressure on their side will increase greatly. Now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. Perhaps the more than 1,000 dark creatures only obey the orders of the Master of the First Heaven. He absorbed the genetic sequence of the Master of the First Heaven and gained some of his dark power. Therefore, these dark creatures will only obey their own orders and will not be affected by the dark hedge. Seeing Only looking at him fiercely, Xiao Tian raised his lips, raised his right hand, and silently raised his middle finger. Asshole! Only's face twisted, and he suddenly turned into a black mist and rushed toward Xiao Tian. Although he is only a clone and does not have even 1/10 of the power of the original, he is still capable of fighting if he joins forces with Wong Mingxian. With Only joining the battlefield, Xiao Tian was outnumbered and soon fell into a disadvantage. However, Only and Wong Mingxian were not happy at all. Instead, they felt quite uncomfortable. Xiao Tian seemed to be able to predict the future. Every time their attacks were launched, Xiao Tian was able to react and dodge in the first instant. Although Xiao Tian seemed to be at a disadvantage and was severely suppressed by the two, he did not suffer too much loss, not even a hair. On the other hand, both Only and Wong Mingxian had consumed huge amounts of energy, and Only's clone had even become a little dimmer. This kid is too slippery. The power of this clone of mine is running low. I can't continue to waste it. Only glanced at Xiao Tian, then locked his gaze on Yen Ruyu and others in the barrier. Hold him, Only suddenly said to Wong Mingxian. To some extent, the two of them are like-minded. Wong Mingxian followed Only's gaze and understood what he meant. The other party wants to threaten Xiao Tian with people close to Xiao Tian. This is indeed a feasible approach at present. According to his understanding, Xiao Tian was particularly cruel to his enemies, but was exceptionally kind to those around him. Leave this to me. I will hold him back. Wong Ming nodded first. Seeing this, Only didn't waste any time. His body turned in a black mist and rushed straight towards the barrier below. Xiao Tian naturally also noticed Only's intention and wanted to step forward to stop him, but Wong Mingxian suddenly stepped in front of him. Xiao Tian, your opponent is me. Wong Mingxian grinned and sneered. Xiao Tian frowned, then without further ado, waving the black unicorn spear in his hand, and rushed towards Wong Mingxian. The other side, the protective barrier was already crumbling, and Yin Tiansheng was also besieged by numerous spirit beast warriors and was exhausted. The situation has reached its most critical moment. Just at this moment, Only's figure appeared outside the barrier. Not good, Shu Yao exclaimed. The next moment, Only stretched out his hand and placed it on the barrier, and then a strong dark force spread out from his palm. Click, click, click. The power of darkness began to invade the barrier crazily, like ink dripping into a water tank, and soon the entire barrier was painted inky black. Next moment, with a snap, the protective barrier instantly turned into a shadow and shattered and dissipated. At the moment the barrier was broken, Only turned into a black shadow again and rushed towards Yen Ruyu and others. Fatty, don't you still have a talisman? Yen Ruyu suddenly looked at Pang Dehai and shouted, This is my final bottom line. Pang Dehai covered his butt with his left hand, looked down at his last piece of fig leaf, and was extremely conflicted. He is a great Taoist priest, after all. Do you really want him to fight with his bare ass? But after looking at the dark hedge getting closer and closer, Pang Dehai finally gritted his teeth, tore off the last talisman, and threw it out. 3 pure ones transform into thunderbolts. Thunder God, help me. Pang Dehai covered his front with his left hand and made a seal with his right hand. The talisman that was thrown out instantly soared into the sky and turned into a huge trident. The entire trident was filled with lightning and thunder, and even the space seemed to be shaking. Different from the previous protective barrier, the function of this talisman is to attack. Moreover, the thunder-attributed talisman is the most offensive of all talismans. Not to mention anything else, the top-level thunder-attribute talisman drawn by Pang Dehai's master, the previous generation of Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master. Its attack power is even not inferior to the power of several mushroom eggs exploding. Although this talisman of Pang Dehai cannot achieve such an effect, its attack power is definitely not weak. Even a high-level spirit beast warrior like Wong Mingxian would lose a layer of skin if he didn't die after being hit. Pang Dehai moved without any wind around him. He put his index and middle fingers together. His eyes were sharp and overbearing, and suddenly pressed his fingers down and shouted angrily, "Thunder is coming." Sizzle. The trident carried rolling thunder, like a punishment from heaven, and bombarded the dark hedge with an absolute sense of oppression. Boom. The moment the two sides came into contact, the thunder power within the trident exploded instantly covering Only's body. Did it succeed? Yen Ruyu and the other girls looked towards the direction of the ripples with anticipation. Pang Dehai was also somewhat skeptical. The power of this talisman of his is absolutely beyond doubt, but the other party is the ruler of the second heaven after all, and even if it is just a clone, it is not so easy to kill him. It might be a bit unrealistic to think that you can end the battle with just a talisman. As expected, just as Pang Dehai had imagined, when the ripples dissipated, Only's figure quickly rushed out from them. The dark ridge was surprisingly unharmed, but its body had become much dimmer, as if it would disappear at any moment. Obviously, resisting the attack of the talisman caused him great damage, but it was not enough to cause his clone to disappear directly. "Fatty, you're looking for death." Only was furious. In order to resist this attack, he consumed most of the dark power in his body. Damn his fat guy. Being ugly is a sin in itself. Not only are you ugly, but you're also fat. Now you dare to attack me. This is a capital crime. Boom. Only's body flashed in the air and appeared in front of Pang Dehai in an instant. He reached out and grabbed Pang Dehai's neck and lifted him up. Yen Ruyu and other girls realized what was happening later, but it was too late to stop it. "Xiao Tian, if you don't want this fat guy to die, stop now." At this moment, Yen Ruyu and others' faces changed drastically at the same time. The thing they were most worried about finally happened. Chapter 92, Jedi Counterattack, the strongest man on Earth. But soon the women blushed and quickly looked away. Just because Pang Dehai was naked and was held in the air by Only, his limbs were waving subconsciously. Now the back door was wide open, and it was like a skinned pig lying clean and white on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. The picture is so beautiful that it is really eye-catching. "Brother, save me." Pang Dehai frantically dug with both hands and yelled with all his might. Only's grip was quite strong, and he was gradually finding it difficult to breathe. He was the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, but now he was stripped naked and held in the air. What a shame. Pang Dehai shouted with tears in his eyes, and even a tear slipped down from the corner of his eye during his violent struggle. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless at that moment. This fat guy also has a set of resurrection armor on him. I don't know what he is afraid of now. Was he pretending, or did he really forget that he was wearing the resurrection armor? However, the resurrection armor is the last trump card after all, so it should be kept unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, this thing is gone once you use it. Therefore, Xiao Tian could not ignore Pang Dehai's current situation. Xiao Tian suddenly stopped his attack on Wong Mingxian, and Wong Mingxian also stopped seeing this. "Let him go." Xiao Tian swung the black unicorn spear and looked coldly at the dark fence below. "You can let him go, unless you cut off one of your arms," Only said with a wicked smile while holding the Pang Dehai. Xiao Tian didn't hesitate at all. The dark unicorn arm behind him instantly stabbed out and directly smashed his left arm into pieces. After his left arm was shattered, the black Kirin spear held in his left arm also slipped from his hand and pierced straight into the ground. During the whole process, Xiao Tian didn't even frown. It was as if he had not broken his arm, but just pulled out an insignificant nose hair. Seeing this, even Wong Mingxian couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. This guy is indeed a ruthless person. Even he feels inferior to him. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart, but this kid cut off one of his arms and acted like nothing happened. He claims he can't do this. However, Wong Mingxian did not admire Xiao Tian for this. The crazier Xiao Tian acted, the stronger the murderous intent in his heart became. I have offended such a madman. If I can't completely eradicate him today, there will definitely be endless troubles in the future. No matter how heavy the price is, Xiao Tian must die today. Brother, seeing that Xiao Tian was willing to cut off his arm for him, Pang Dehai was so moved that tears filled his eyes. However, due to the extremely low temperature around, the hot tears froze as soon as they flowed out. Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu, and other girls felt extremely distressed when they saw this. Xiao Tian is good in everything. His only shortcoming is that he treats people around him too well. Now that he has cut off one of his arms and his fighting power has decreased, how can he continue to compete with Wong Mingxian? Can we let him go now? Xiao Tian asked in a calm tone. Is it really not painful to smash your arm? It must be painful, and this kind of pain is definitely not something that ordinary people can endure. But who is Xiao Tian? He was a man who could tear off his right arm and turn it into a spear. He was already used to the pain. It's not enough, unless you make me feel that you no longer pose any threat. Only said with a smile. But there was some contempt in my heart. This kid is incredibly powerful, and his beast transformation ability is a bit weird. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, even if my real body descends, he may feel a little threatened. It's a pity that humans are ultimately low-level creatures and can be swayed by emotions. He cut off his own arm just for a fat guy. Sometimes he really couldn't understand what kind of creatures human beings were. Sometimes humans can kill their fellow humans for their own selfish desires. But sometimes humans are able to make great sacrifices, even at the cost of their lives, for those around them. This is far from enough. Let me help you. Wong Mingxian suddenly flashed in front of Xiao Tian and punched Xiao Tian's thigh twice in succession. Xiao Tian could have dodged, but he didn't. Let the fists hit you. Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard, and Xiao Tian's two thighs were smashed into a bloody mist, without even a bone residue left. Xiao Tian, brother. At this moment, not only Yen Ruyu and other women, but even Pang Dehai's eyes instantly turned red. This is too much. Brother, don't worry about me. Everyone is mortal since ancient times. It doesn't matter if I die early or late. I'm dead, so I'm dead. You just need to avenge me. I have no regrets in this life, as long as I can follow my elder brother and enjoy the good life. Since I followed you down the mountain, I have eaten a lot of delicious things that I haven't eaten on the mountain, such as spicy hot pot, boneless chicken feet, braised pork, etc. The only pity is that we can get married in Longhu Mountain, but unfortunately, I am still single. But it's worth it. After all, there are always some regrets in life. So, big brother, don't worry about me. Just kill them. Avenge me. Speak for me. Pang Dehai shouted with tears in his eyes. Although he was afraid of death, he did not want Xiao Tian to be implicated because of him. But to Pang Dehai's surprise, Anli suddenly threw him out. Xiao Tian had already crippled both of his arms, and now his legs had also been crippled by Wong Mingxian. Without hands and feet, no matter how strong you are, you're no different from a waste. Xiao Tian no longer poses any threat now, so Pang Dehai has naturally lost any meaning. It doesn't matter whether the others are killed or not, but Xiao Tian must die. Anli flashed to Xiao Tian's side, stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Tian's neck and lifted him up. He put his head close to Xiao Tian, blew a breath of cold air gently, and said with a smile, "Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but it's a pity that you are shallow. You humans are really stupid to do this for irrelevant people. But it's meaningless to say all this now. It's time for you to pay the price. Are you ready to die?" Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu, and the others looked heavy-hearted and frantically wanted to rush forward to rescue Xiao Tian. However, many spirit beast warriors from Tianxiong City fought back frantically, and a few of them couldn't get out at all. Whoever kills my eldest brother will be punished no matter how far away he is. If you dare to touch a hair of my eldest brother, I will kill your whole family. Pang Dehai was extremely excited and rushed into the crowd with his naked but without the talisman, he was no different from an ordinary person and was soon slapped away. Brother, I'm sorry. After suffering a tough fight, Pang Dehai finally realized his current strength. He could only pound the ground helplessly to vent his dissatisfaction. Seeing everyone's attitude of life and death farewell, Xiao Tian was no longer able to complain. It seems that not only Pang Dehai, but also Yen Ruyu and others have forgotten that they still have the resurrection armor. Moreover, his own gene sequence still retains the property of regenerating severed limbs. Not to mention broken limbs. As long as the heart and brain are fine, any part can regenerate. Boy, it's time to send you on your way. You are already proud enough to kill my lord of the first heaven. Be careful in your next life. Only didn't continue talking nonsense. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm turned into a spear, which was about to pierce Xiao Tian's heart. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood on Xiao Tian's broken arm began to grow wildly. Soon the shattered limbs grew back. While Only and Wong Mingxian were still not able to react, Xiao Tian stretched out his left hand, and the Black Kirin spear instantly flew back into his hand. Xiao Tian held the Black Kirin spear in his hand and easily pierced Wong Mingxian's heart with one shot. At the same time, the 6 dark unicorn arms behind Xiao Tian squirmed wildly and stabbed forward at the same time, instantly piercing into Only's body. Jedi counterattack. This moment, the space is dead silent. Chapter 93. Your father is dying. WY. Blood was oozing from the corner of Wong Mingxian's mouth. He looked down at the spear that pierced his chest, then looked at Xiao Tian, who had grown new hands and feet. I feel my head is a little confused. No, he can fly, turn his arms into guns, and now he can even regenerate broken limbs. You are the reincarnation of the devil Cthulhu. Xiao Tian, I will remember you. Only's face was distorted, and he spoke with reluctance. He had originally planned to get rid of Xiao Tian here today to prove his Dark Clan identity. He also made sufficient preparations for this and made a lot of plans in advance. Unexpectedly, the result was still one step short. The dark power of his clone is running low and is in danger of dissipating at any time. Wong Mingxian's heart was pierced, and it was obvious that he would not live long. This encirclement and suppression operation failed. Xiao Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense and just wanted to get rid of the two of them completely. At this moment, the dark fence suddenly turned into a dark force and quickly wrapped Wong Mingxian. By the time Xiao Tian realized something was wrong, it was too late. This dark force enveloped Wong Mingxian and quickly soared into the sky, then disappeared into the darkness. Escaped, Xiao Tian said softly as he looked at the black unicorn spear in his hand that was still dripping with blood. This clone of Only is not the real body, and its energy has been almost consumed. It is estimated that it will not last long and will automatically dissipate. As for Wong Mingxian, he probably won't live long with a pierced heart. Just run away. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian flashed over to Yen Ruyu and others. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Yen Ruyu came over quickly and looked Xiao Tian over carefully. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head. He has the ability to regenerate broken limbs, so previously having his limbs disabled was just a bit of pain. After making sure that Xiao Tian was indeed fine, Yen Ruyu finally felt relieved, and then she blushed a little. She actually forgot that Xiao Tian had the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Seeing his daughter whispering with Xiao Tian, Yin Tiansheng, who was fighting with the spirit beast warriors from Tianxiong City in the distance, was quite relieved. My own daughter is well-educated and has a good temperament. She has a big butt and a protruding front, and she looks pretty good. The only bad thing about her is that she is too cold in front of outsiders, like a fairy who is out of touch with the world. This also led to Yen Ruyu having almost no friends during her college years, not even a close girlfriend. To be honest, Yin Tiansheng was very worried about Yen Ruyu's situation. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to make friends or find a man of her dreams. But now, all that anxiety has dissipated. Love grows over time. This saying is indeed true. Ever since following Xiao Tian, Yen Ryu's face often showed various emotional fluctuations, and she was no longer as cold as before. I am very pleased as a father. Only, your own father is almost beaten to death, and you are still showing affection with a man. Is this really okay? Yin Tiansheng, who lost Yen Ryu's healing power, was like a dandy boy who had been cut off from food. Faced with the crazy group fight of the spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City, Yin Tiansheng quickly began to retreat. The spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City also realized that Yin Tiansheng's injuries could no longer be healed, and they all rushed forward. He punched and kicked Yin Tiansheng, using all kinds of skills. Very quickly, soon Yin Tiansheng was beaten black and blue, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Save me. Yin Tiansheng held his head with his hands, curled up pitifully in the corner, and fists rained down on his body, making him grimace in pain and almost swear. Your father is about to be beaten to death. You will soon be without a father. A word can wake a dreamer up. Yen Ryu finally reacted and immediately found Yin Tiansheng, who was being beaten and screaming. Her face changed instantly. Just as he was about to stretch out his hands and release the healing power again, he was interrupted by Xiao Tian. "Let me do it." Xiao Tian took a deep breath, then his eyes turned cold, and he rushed out with a black Kirin spear in his hand. The levels of these spirit beast warriors in Qinxiang City are generally not low, but they are of no use in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was seen holding a spear and rushing into the crowd in an instant. Kill! His long hair fluttered as he thrust out a spear. 6 spirit beast warriors were instantly pierced through the chest, like they were strung together like candied haws. Organs were torn apart and flesh was shattered. The scene was extremely bloody. Kill! The 6 dark unicorn arms behind him danced wildly, and more than a dozen spirit beast warriors were instantly pierced through the forehead in the chaos. I really want to kill. The bloody smell floating in the air stimulated Xiao Tian's nerves, and he instantly entered a red-eye state. These people are all Wong Mingxian's people and are his enemies. If Pang Dehai had not used the talisman to open the barrier in time, Yen Ruyu and other women might have died in their hands. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. They all deserve to die. Xiao Tian doesn't intend to let them go. Everyone must die. Oh no, it's Xiao Tian. It's the god of killing Xiao Tian. Where is young Master Wong? Why is young Master Wong gone? I just seem to see Wong, Xiao, seriously injured and taken away by the Lord of Darkness. Shit, Master Wong sold out his teammates and ran away? What should we do now? Xiao Shun, I know I was wrong. Give me one more chance. As Xiao Tian joined the battlefield, the situation on the scene suddenly became chaotic. Some people noticed something was wrong and began to beg Xiao Tian for mercy. But Xiao Tian chopped off his head directly. To deal with the enemy, just kill them, and that's it. Seeing that Xiao Tian was not going to let them go, some people in the crowd tried to join forces in an attempt to fight to the death. Until the leader's head was smashed by Xiao Tian's punch, everyone instantly fell into despair and no longer had any thoughts of resistance. They all fled in all directions. This guy is the devil. He is not human. Man can fight against the heaven, but he can never fight against the devil. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian killed nearly 50 people. There were more than 50 living people, and they were killed by him, just like that. Even the bloodthirsty Wong Mingxian could never do this. What Xiao Tian killed was not just 50-odd spirit beast warriors. He killed the confidence of these people. The 200 people were nothing in front of Xiao Tian, like a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. God, Xiao, it's so scary. But even if they wanted to run away, Xiao Tian would not give them the chance. Directly order the army of mutant beasts and the army of dark creatures to pursue and cooperate with Xiao Tian's crazy offensive. In less than 10 minutes, everyone was killed on the scene, and the frost-covered ground was dyed blood red. The originally chaotic space suddenly became quiet. More than 200 lives that were originally alive were frozen forever at this moment. More than 200 elite spirit beast warriors from Qinxiang City. Death. At the same time, a space vortex suddenly appeared in Qinxiang City and only carried Wong Mingxian out of it. After landing, Wong Mingxian started screaming. His heart was pierced, and he could clearly feel his life slipping away. He is going to die. Although he could cover the sky with one hand in Qinxiang City and had an extraordinary status, the more he had, the more he feared losing it. He doesn't want to die. He now began to regret provoking Xiao Tian. If he had known that Xiao Tian was such a monster, how could he have joined forces with Only? It's just a younger brother who died. It's not him who died. Why would I want to fight Xiao Tian to death? It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. Shut up, you noisy thing. Only condensed into a human form again. He was a little annoyed by Wong Mingxian's noise and slapped him. I miscalculated this time. I didn't expect this kid to have grown to this point. But this matter is not over yet. After talking to himself for a while, Only suddenly looked at Wong Mingxian again, as if he had made some important decision. Do you want to avenge today's revenge? Chapter 94, The Lord of Darkness? They're all trash. Wong Mingxian had gone mad, ignoring the injuries on his body and laughing wildly. His smile immediately hurt the wound, and blood spurted out of his mouth. But he ignored it and continued laughing wildly. I didn't expect that you, the Lord of Darkness, couldn't even deal with a young boy. Now your clone is about to dissipate, and I will soon die. You asked me if I wanted revenge, but what could I do if I wanted revenge? Wong Ming first wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth, I regret it now. I regret choosing to form an alliance with you. You keep saying that you look down on humans and regard humans as ants, but in fact you are also a waste. If I had known the outcome now, I shouldn't have been an enemy of Xiao Tian. Only was extremely unhappy. How could a human ant dare to look down on him? He really wanted to slap Wong Mingxian to death on the spot, but with the remaining strength of his clone, he couldn't do it at all. And Only was also very clear that what the other party said was true. But he still stubbornly believes that he underestimated Xiao Tian, not that Xiao Tian was too amazing. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Only slapped Wong Mingxian again and said in a deep voice, I have a method that can force me to obtain all the power of the original body. Hearing this, Wong Ming was stunned at first. Then he suddenly looked up and looked straight at the dark fence. Are you serious? Only nodded. Wong Mingxian's eyes lit up with hope, and he asked frantically, Let's start now? No. And Li's body floated up again, and he said calmly, Although this method is against the will of heaven, the cost is not small, and it can only last for 3 minutes. And in order to obtain all the power of the original body must find a suitable container. If I obtained all the power of the original body, 3 minutes would be enough to kill Xiao Tian. But after 3 minutes, the container will also collapse physically. Wong Mingxian is not stupid. He has realized that the other party wants him to act as the container. In fact, there are not many requirements to become this container. The stronger the strength and the higher the endurance, the more suitable it is to act as a container. Although Wong Mingxian's level was not very high in Only's eyes, he was the only spirit beast warrior around him. Besides, Dark Li's clone couldn't last long, and there was no time to look for a new container. Are you sure you can kill Xiao Tian? Wong Ming was silent for a moment and then suddenly spoke, asking very seriously. And Li Sneer put one hand behind his back and said proudly, Once I gain all the power of the original body, I can beat that bastard to death in 3 seconds. Okay, I promise to be your container. After getting a positive answer, Wong Mingxian had almost no hesitation. Now his heart is damaged, and he won't live long. It wouldn't be a loss if I could drag Xiao Tian down with me before I die. Okay, I will start transforming your body now and infuse the power of darkness into you. The process will be worse than death, so you should be prepared in advance. Life is worse than death. Wong Mingxian no longer cares about these things now. He is already a dying man. So what if life is worse than death? It's just a temporary discomfort. As long as Xiao Tian can be buried with him, it's worth it even if he is tortured all the time. How long will it take you? 3 days. Wong Ming first took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, and slowly closed his eyes. Then let's get started. 3 days later, I want Xiao Tian to be utterly killed. The other side, after dealing with the spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City, Xiao Tian took action to kill the dark creatures in the forbidden area. In fact, Xiao Tian had also tried to use the power of his bloodline to suppress them and see if he could control them. But perhaps it was because there was no dark power in his body that he was unable to do so. In the end, there was no choice but to kill all these dark creatures. This battle was particularly fierce. 3 of the 16 mutant beasts died in the battle, leaving only 13. The army of dark creatures, which originally numbered nearly 1,000, now only has about 900 left. But it's all worth it. In the end, Xiao Tian and others won the battle. At this moment, a space vortex appeared behind Xiao Tian and others. As long as they entered the vortex, they could leave the forbidden area. Xiao Tian asked Yen Ruyu and others to leave first, while he took Pang Dehai into the forbidden area. There's a kind of mineral in the forbidden area that can burn continuously, which can be used to heat the villa. The durability of this substance is even better than that of nuclear power plants. Brother, can I go back first? This damn place is too cold. I can't stand it. Pang Dehai clasped his hands, sneezed, and spoke tremblingly. He was naked now, and the cold was even more biting after the passion of the previous battle gradually faded away. You are the only one who knows the art of divination. If you leave, it will help me find things. Xiao Tian glanced at him unhappily and shook his head. Just bear with it. With the help of Pang Dehai's divination skills, the two found the ore that Xiao Tian mentioned in less than 10 minutes. The ore is generally inky black in color, somewhat similar to coal, but it is not coal. But it's black crystal ore. Moreover, these black crystal ores are somewhat special. Each one is an extremely standard square and does not seem to be a product of nature. Each piece is as big as a palm. This palm-sized piece of black crystal or is more efficient than hundreds of tons of coal. After all, it can continue to burn for a long time. After the two of them collected more than 30 pieces of black crystal, they left the forbidden area. After returning to the villa, Pang Dehai rushed into the bathroom to take a hot bath immediately. Having wasted 10 more minutes in the forbidden area, the protruding parts of his body had turned purple from a cold. He is now very worried that the low temperature in the forbidden area will freeze his big treasure. As for Xiao Tian, he gathered the rest of the people together and gave a brief summary of the battle situation. Everyone performed well this time. More importantly, the resurrection armor on everyone is still there. Among the crowd, only Chu Yao and Bai Xiaotian did not wear resurrection armor. But fortunately, the two girls were not in any danger. Well, I have a question, but I don't know whether I should ask it or not. At this moment, Chu Yao suddenly raised her hand and said in a low voice. Xiao Tian glanced at her and said, "Then don't ask." Chu Yao. Shin Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Xiao Tian in annoyance, took Chu Yao's hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, Xiao Yao. We are all family. Just ask if you have any questions." During the battle, I saw Xiao Tian try many methods. I want to know what kind of beast transformation ability he has. Chu Yao immediately added after she finished speaking, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this. I just feel a little strange because normally a spirit beast warrior only has one beast transformation ability." Hearing this, everyone present, including Yen Ruyu, fixed their eyes on Xiao Tian. In fact, not only Chu Yao, but also they were curious about this matter. Although Yen Ruyu had asked Xiao Tian similar questions before, Xiao Tian's reply was quite vague. "I do have more than one beast transformation ability." Xiao Tian did not hide it, but he also did not say that he could devour genetic sequences infinitely. In more ways than one. It turns out that Xiao Tian has more than one kind of beast transformation ability. No wonder his performance has been so amazing since the Dark Turmoil came until now. So that's how it is. Just as everyone was shocked, Xiao Tian spoke again. Wong Mingxian has been killed, and most of the spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City have also died in the forbidden area. Now, Tianxiong City should be in a state of being leaderless. Rest up tonight, and go to Sky City tomorrow morning to consolidate supplies. Chapter 95, Arrival at Tianxiong City. No one had any objection to what Xiao Tian said. The supplies stored in the villa are being consumed by everyone, and people in Dara City often use crystal cores to exchange for various supplies. The supplies in the villa are no longer as abundant as they were at the beginning. It should indeed be supplemented. Now that Tianxiong City is leaderless and its elite combat forces have basically all died in battle, it is almost impossible for Xiao Tian and others to collect supplies. Night. Xiao Tian lay on the bed, with his hands behind his head, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Half a year has passed since the Dark Turmoil began. A lot of things happened during this period. He gained his own power, got his own beauty, and also defeated his opponents. Even the ruler of the First Heaven was killed by him, and his genetic sequence was devoured. But Xiao Tian always felt a little worried in his heart. Before he was reborn, he had only heard about the Lord of the Second Heaven, and then he died in the mouth of a mutant beast. He had no idea about the subsequent ruler of the Three Heavens and what would happen after that. It was as if Xiao Tian had been following the plot with the script from the very beginning. He was in control of the plan and knew a series of major events that would happen afterwards. But since the arrival of the Lord of the Second Heaven, the script has become ineffective. It's like your bad friends kicking the door open while you're taking a shit. It makes people feel very insecure. Although the current Lord of the Second Heaven is only in the form of a clone, his strength far exceeds that of the Lord of the First Heaven. He will only be stronger after his real body descends. There will be other masters after the Second Heaven Master, and I don't know if I can handle them with my abilities. The moonlight at night shone on Xiao Tian's face, and Xiao Tian looked at the ceiling and talked to himself. Ever since he killed the ruler of the First Heaven, he has completely offended the Dark Clan. When the subsequent Dark Master arrives, his first goal may not be to destroy the world, but to take revenge on him. This made Xiao Tian feel a little overwhelmed, as he felt a strong sense of crisis. The only thing he can do to survive in such a high-pressure environment is to constantly improve himself. He must improve his strength to the point where he can contend with the Lord of Darkness, otherwise he will die. Fortunately, he has the system. The gene sequence of the Master of the First Heaven can be devoured by him, and he can definitely continue to devour and absorb the gene sequence of the master of the second heaven. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Xiao Tian looked towards the gate, wondering who was looking for him in the middle of the night. The door was pushed open by a pair of small hands, and Chu Yao walked in cautiously. Behind Chu Yao, Shun Xiaolan was looking at Xiao Tian with a smile on her face. Why are you here? Compared to Chu Yao's restraint, Shun Xiaolan was more outgoing and familiar. She came to the bed and sat down. Her long legs were as smooth as jade in the moonlight. I plan to start developing technological products related to barriers in the near future, but I'm short of some materials. Research and develop products related to barriers? Shin Xiaolan told him about this after returning from the forbidden area, but Xiao Tian didn't take it too seriously. After all, with Blue Star's current level of technology, it is too difficult to develop such a thing. I never expected that Shun Xiaolan was serious. Give me a list of what materials you need. Xiao Tian said after thinking for a while. Anyway, it does not do any harm to this talented dean who is willing to study new things. I'll give you the list tomorrow. Tianxiong City happens to have the materials I need. I've marked the address. Shun Xiaolan smiled, stretched out her white fingers, and drew circles on Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian is used to sleeping with his upper body naked. His bronze skin is covered with 8 abdominal muscles. He has a great body and feels very comfortable to touch. I feel that our relationship is too ambiguous. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. I need to rest. Shun Xiaolan raised her lips, slowly took off her glasses, and put them aside, then moved closer to Xiao Tian and blew a breath of fragrance into his ear. I can't sleep tonight. I want to play duo with you. As she spoke, Shun Xiaolan waved at Chu Yao at the door again. Xiao Yao, come along too. Tonight, sister will teach you some postures by example. Chu Yao drew circles on her chest with her hands, and her pretty face was completely red. Although I felt extremely shy in my heart, my body still walked forward honestly. Xiao Tian's face immediately turned black when he saw this. It is said that girls who wear glasses are all contrast monsters, which is true. Shin Xiaolan is not only a bespectacled lady, but also a researcher. I didn't expect her to be so open. There was gunfire all over the room. Outside the room, Bai Xiao Tian was leaning against the wall, eavesdropping. Brother Xiao Tian, Brother Xiao Tian. She had an obsessed look in her eyes, biting her index finger, and looked intoxicated. Then she went to the kitchen to get an eggplant for a midnight snack and went back to sleep. She is not ready yet, and is looking forward to the day when she can play duo with Brother Xiao Tian. Early the next morning, the sun was already shining on her buttocks, but Shun Xiaolan was still sleeping soundly. Last night's 3-row battle was too intense, and even with Chu Yao sharing the battle, she was still exhausted. There is no way. The physical fitness of ordinary people is too weak compared to that of spirit beast warriors. Chu Yao got up early in the morning and prepared breakfast for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian suddenly felt that Chu Yao's beast transformation ability would definitely not be too bad once it awakened. After all, her physique was really strong. After breakfast, Xiao Tian took Pang Dehai and Bai Xiao Tian to Tianxiong City to collect supplies. Originally, Yen Ruyu and other girls also want to go together, but Xiao Tian asked them to absorb crystal cores in the villa to increase their levels. Now that the incarnation of the Lord of the Second Heaven has arrived, the enemies they will face in the future will only be stronger. Xiao Tian not only needs to improve his own strength, but the people around him must also improve their strength. There is an airport in Devour City. Xiao Tian and his party went straight to the airport, boarded a private plane, and flew to Tianxiong City. On the plane, Xiao Tian stared out the window in a daze. Pang Dehai put on an eye mask and slept soundly, and Bai Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Tian with a serious expression. The three people have different thoughts. 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed at Tianxiong City Airport. As soon as the plane landed, 2 spirit beast warriors rushed up. The entire Sky City is young Master Wong's territory. When you come to young Master Wong's territory, you must hand over your supplies. Each person will receive 6 mutant beast crystal cores as protection money. Are you clear about the rules? Tianxiong City has relatively abundant resources. So many people come to Tianxiong City to find a way out. So Wong Mingxian set a rule when he was alive. Any outsider who enters Tianxiong City must pay a certain amount of mutant beast crystal cores as protection fee. Before Xiao Tian could say anything, Bai Xiao Tian took the initiative to step forward. You dare to ask Brother Xiao Tian for protection money. Do you have the guts to do that? Bai Xiaotian has a sweet appearance and has learned how to dress herself up. Today, she wore a pink Lolita dress, a typical Lolita girl with twin ponytails. But who could have imagined that such a beautiful lowly girl was once a pioneer in the forbidden area of the heaven? After saying this, Bai Xiaotian had a cold look on her face and casually threw her fair and tender little hand forward. With a snap, the two unlucky guys had their heads smashed in an instant. Xiao Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw this. At this moment, Bai Xiaotian's contrast reached the extreme. Chapter 96. I am saving your soul. After taking care of the two unlucky guys, Bai Xiaotian finally realized what was going on. I am no longer the dark pioneer who could stand alone against thousands of enemies. Her current identity is Bai Xiaotian, a cute little lowly who regards Xiao Tian as her master and will always pursue him. Brother Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaotian grabbed Xiao Tian's sleeve and said as if she was about to cry, I'm afraid. Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaotian looks quite cute now. But when he thought of the other party's original identity, Xiao Tian felt disgusted and got goosebumps all over his body. If possible, he would rather Bai Xiaotian return to her original rebellious state. Loli is great. Although she was a dark pioneer before, she looks really cute now. Pang Dehai kept smacking his lips. If there is a lowly with twin pigtails who keeps pestering him, he can give up on Goddess Chu Yao. Let's leave here first, and don't forget the purpose of our trip. Xiao Tian calmly shook off Bai Xiaotian's hand and said. Bai Xiaotian saw all this and felt sad. Although I was a little disappointed, I didn't say much. Brother Xiao Tian, I, Bai Xiaotian, will completely conquer you one day. I want to be your little lowly forever. Soon the three of them left the airport. Tianxiong City is not comparable to Dar City in terms of scale or urban development. As you exit the airport, you'll see tall skyscrapers. The area near the airport used to be a bustling commercial street, but due to the darkness and chaos, there are hardly any people around now. The entire street was deserted. Not only was there no living person, but even the shadow of a mutant beast could not be seen. Xiao Tian's intuition told him that something was wrong. Dar City also faces the threat of mutant beasts, but the streets shouldn't be so deserted. Just when a few people were about to continue wandering around to understand the situation. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted not far ahead, accompanied by bursts of beast howls. There is a battle not far ahead. Go and have a look. Xiao Tian did not hesitate, and took Bai Xiaotian and others to quickly rush towards the source of the sound. They still don't know what the current situation in Tianxiong City is, so they need to find someone to inquire about the details first. When Xiao Tian and others arrived at the scene, they discovered that a battle was indeed breaking out in front of them, and it was a battle between spirit beast warriors. Tianxiong City is young Master Wong's territory. You dare to come to my Tianxiong City to plunder supplies. Aren't you afraid of young Master Wong's revenge? A middle-aged man, covered in blood, supported his body with his arms and roared loudly at the three people in front of him. There were 3 people, 2 men, and 1 woman. The leading boy had dyed yellow hair and was shirtless, revealing his muscular body. Moreover, this young man's muscles are extremely exaggerated, even more exaggerated than Yen Tianxing's. His arms have been transformed into beasts and are actually bear paws. The last animal this guy ate before he died was a bear. Bears are protected animals in Dragon Country, and eating them is strictly prohibited. This guy's identity is probably not simple. Xiao Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I don't want to waste time. I'll ask you one last time. Where are the supplies? The blonde boy took a step forward, grabbed the man's neck, and questioned him in a cold voice. I will always be loyal to Master Wong. If you want to know where the supplies are, you're dreaming. The middle-aged man spat at the blonde boy. The blonde boy wiped the spit from his face, his patience completely exhausted. He was just about to exert force with his palms to crush the middle-aged man to death when Xiao Tian and his group came over from a distance. Before you kill him, I have something to ask him. Can you give me a favor? Xiao Tian walked forward and stood still. The yellow-haired young man and his group of 3, including the middle-aged man, all looked over at the same time. When they saw Xiao Tian, they were all stunned at the same time. Xiao Tian, the middle-aged man, screamed out loud. Almost everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom knows Xiao Tian's name. Not to mention her cruel methods of dealing with her enemies. The feat of killing the Lord of Darkness alone is enough to go down in history. After all, in the eyes of countless people, the Lord of Darkness is still an invincible and powerful being. Various videos of Xiao Tian had already been circulated wildly on the internet, so the group recognized Xiao Tian's identity at the first opportunity. Didn't young Master Wong bring people to encircle you? Why are you here? Where is young Master Wong? The middle-aged man's voice suddenly rose octaves. They're all dead. They offended my eldest brother and were killed by him. Isn't this normal? Pang Dehai took out a bag of potato chips and started eating with a smile. But these words made the middle-aged man confused for a moment. Is Wang Xiao dead? No wonder several days have passed, and not only is there still no news from Wang Xiao, but even the hundreds of spirit beast warriors who left with Wang Xiao have not returned. It turns out they're all dead, but Wang Xiao's strength is not weak, and there are hundreds of elite fighters in Tianqiong City. Even if the situation is terrible, the whole army will not be wiped out. The middle-aged man's head turned rapidly, and he suddenly shouted at Xiao Tian, Xiao Shun, as long as you don't mind, I, Wong Depeo, will follow you from now on. As long as you can save me, I will tell you all the hiding places of supplies in Tianqiong City. I am Wang Mingxin's confidant, and I am the only one who knows these hiding places of supplies. After understanding the situation on the scene, Wong Depeo quickly made his choice. Didn't you just say that you would always be loyal to Wang Mingxian? Why do you want to follow my eldest brother now? Pang Dehai ate potato chips with relish and asked with a smile. Wang Depeo's face darkened, and he said in a heavy voice, Wang Mingxian has been doing evil things in Tianqiong City. Although I am his confidant, I have long disliked him. It is his honor for such a sinner to die in the hands of Xiao Shan. Now I want to make a hidden move. I hope Xiao Shan will give me a chance. Xiao Tian thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Then he looked at the three yellow-haired men and said, I'll protect this man. Let him go. The three yellow-haired men looked at each other, and their expressions became extremely complicated. They didn't expect to run into this ruthless man who was widely rumored on the internet in Tianqiong City. They all knew Xiao Tian's character, so they didn't dare to kill Wang Depeo, but they were somewhat unwilling to let it go. After a moment of silence, Huang Mao stood up and said, You said you were Xiao Tian, so we must believe that you're Xiao Tian? Maybe you just look a little similar to Xiao Tian. Everyone knows that Xiao Tian has been staying in Dara City, so how could he suddenly come to Tianqiong City? At this moment, the girl in the sexy stepmother skirt beside the yellow-haired man also spoke up. If you want us to give you this face, you have to prove that you are Xiao Tian first. Pang Dehai suddenly felt that the potato chips in his hand had lost their taste. Let your big brother prove that he is himself? Oh shit, are these three idiots crazy? Is his eldest brother a reasonable person? You made his eldest brother so angry that he even killed the Dark Vanguard. Now you want him to prove himself. Isn't this a voluntary suicide? Pang Dehai threw away the potato chips in his hand, clasped his hands together, and began to recite, shocked. Fatty, what are you doing? Seeing Pang Dehai's sudden action, Huang Mao frowned and said suspiciously, This heavenly master performs one good deed every day, and I am praying for your salvation. In your next life, I hope you will be reborn into a good family. Pang Dehai opened his eyes, looked at the three people with pity, then closed his eyes again and continued to recite the sutra for the salvation of souls. Three people. Chapter 97. The Lolita who aspires to become Xiao Tian's brother. I'll leave it to you. Xiao Tian looked at by Xiao Tian beside him. With Xiao Tian's current strength, he doesn't have to do everything himself. Bai Xiao Tian was more than capable of dealing with the three people in front of him. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm just a little lowly. I don't know how to fight and kill. I'm afraid. Bai Xiao Tian suddenly hugged Xiao Tian's arm and started to act coquettishly. When we just got off the plane, those two blind guys threatened Brother Xiao Tian, and I attacked them without hesitation. In the end, the man was killed, but I always felt that the look in Brother Xiao Tian's eyes when he looked at me was a little strange. Bai Xiao Tian also realized belatedly that her current identity was no longer the dark pioneer she once was. She is now a little lowly beside Brother Xiao Tian, and this kind of fighting and killing is no longer suitable for her. In the culture of Blue Star, lowly only needs to hide behind her brother and act coquettishly to cheer him on. Moreover, she is now a lowly who aspires to become Xiao Tian's woman. It is too cruel for her to smash the other person's head if she disagrees with him. What if Brother Xiao Tian becomes suspicious of me and doesn't take me into his harem? What will happen to my future? So she couldn't take action. From now on, as long as Brother Xiao Tian was in front of her, she couldn't take action no matter what. Xiao Tian had no idea what Bai Xiao Tian was thinking. Seeing by Xiao Tian, who had previously slapped the spirit beast warrior's head to pieces, suddenly acting like a little girl, Xiao Tian was overwhelmed. Do the creatures of the Dark Clan have some problems with their brains? I slapped your head and smashed it before, and you didn't say a word. Now you're afraid when I ask you to take action? Does this damn by Xiao Tian have split personality? Do you have a problem here? Xiao Tian reached out and rubbed his temple. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm really scared. There are 3 of them, and I'm just a powerless little girl. Bai Xiaotian continued to hold Xiao Tian's arm and rocked gently. Originally, this picture could be described as beautiful, but halfway through the words, Bai Xiaotian's voice suddenly changed from the soft and sticky lowly voice to a rough male voice. Being called Brother Xiao Tian in a soft and sticky lowly voice, Xiao Tian could tolerate it to some extent, even though he knew Bai Xiaotian's original identity. This rough male voice suddenly came out, calling himself Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian really lived in Bengbu. Xiao Tian got goosebumps all over his body and kicked out fiercely. Bai Xiao Tian was caught off guard and his whole body was kicked out in a shape. With a loud bang, it crashed into the crowd, and the 3 yellow-haired men were knocked away without even a chance to react. After the 3 men fell to the ground, they spurted blood. Even the yellow-haired man who had awakened the ability to transform into a giant bear had 3 broken ribs. It was enough to see how powerful Xiao Tian's kick was, and the 3 of them were seriously injured. But what was speechless was that Bai Xiao Tian stood up from the crowd unscathed. Although she now has a soft and sticky lowly appearance, her true identity is the former pioneer of darkness after all, and her physical strength is still strong. It's over. Maybe he has been in human form for too long and can't control his own strength. Bai Xiaotian scratched his head and said secretly in his heart. Then she raised her head, looked at Xiao Tian with her big watery eyes, and ran over happily again. Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he kicked Bai Xiao Tian out again. Bang! Bai Xiaotian's body drew a graceful arc in the air and once again fell heavily into the crowd. The 3 yellow-haired men were already seriously injured, and now they were hit again, with their heads flattened on the spot. My body went limp, and I received a lunchbox for no apparent reason. The 3 of them would never have dreamed that their lives would end in this way. Brother Xiao Tian, it hurts so much. Bai Xiao Tian climbed up from the crowd again, looking aggrieved, and stretched out her hands to ask for a hug. Veins bulged on Xiao Tian's forehead, and his body leaned forward slightly. If Bai Xiao Tian continued to rush forward, he would definitely kick this bastard to death. Seeing Xiao Tian's posture, Bai Xiao Tian slowly slowed down and finally stopped. You are from the Dark Clan, and I am human. There is no possibility between us. You better not think of some messed up things. We have no future. Seeing the other party stop, Xiao Tian's expression gradually relaxed. If he didn't think this guy was still somewhat useful, he would have really wanted to kick him to death. But Brother Xiao Tian, love can transcend race. Bai Xiao Tian clenched her fists and said tearfully, Su Xian can call it snake. Nia Kai-chan can call it a ghost. Why can't you call it me? Xiao Tun. Perhaps bringing Bai Xiao Tian out with him was the most wrong decision he had made since his rebirth. Pang Dahai, who was standing next to him, witnessed the whole process and felt like laughing but didn't dare to. In fact, he was quite envious of Xiao Tian. It doesn't matter that I'm being pursued so madly by a little lowly, even though her predecessor was a dark pioneer. Everything is where it should be, and the opponent is not a pure human. How exciting would it be to play in a double queue? Actually, I think I'm pretty good. My eldest brother is already surrounded by many beautiful women, so why not consider me? Pang Dahai stretched out his fat finger and pointed at himself, and all the fat on his body was shaking with his smile. The facial features were twisted into a line. With just one glance, Bai Xiao Tian felt as if her eyes had been hit by an infinite critical strike. She only likes Xiao Tian as a person, and other men are not qualified to taste her body. This fat guy is so shameless. How dare he say such things? Even if she sewed it up with needle and thread, she would never give it to Pang Dahai. Ignoring Pang Dahai and Bai Xiao Tian approached the middle-aged man. After seeing the 3 yellow-haired men die in such an unclear manner, the middle-aged man no longer dared to doubt Xiao Tian's identity. With such strength, it is definitely Xiao Tian without a doubt. Thank you, Lord Xiao, for saving my life. From now on, my life, Phone Lonka, belongs to Lord Xiao. Phone Lonka said hurriedly, Do you know all the hiding places of supplies in Tianxiang City? Xiao Tian asked directly. Yes, of course I know. Feng Longka nodded rapidly and explained, in order to facilitate management, Wong Ming first hid all the supplies in batches in different locations. I am his confidant, and I know all the places. I will take Xiao Shun there right away. After saying this, Feng Longka began to lead the way for Xiao Tian and others. On the way, he also talked about the various situations in Tianxiong City. After Wong Mingxian awakened his beastly abilities, he began to organize people to occupy the territory of Tianxiong City. The military was the first to be killed by them, and only a few people hid. After Wong Mingxian completely ruled the entire Tianxiong City, only those who submitted to him could be allocated some daily necessities. Therefore, all the slightly stronger spirit beast warriors in Tianxiong City chose to submit to Wong Mingxian. But even so, the resources they were allocated were barely enough to make ends meet. Because of this, on the surface everyone was obedient to Wong Mingxian. But in fact, countless people were cursing Wong Mingxian's ancestors behind his back. It can be said that Wong Mingxian and Xiao Tian have completely opposite styles of doing things. Xiao Tian's deal is fair, and both sides get what they need. Wong Mingxian used his monopoly of resources to force everyone to work for him. Such a rule would never last long. Chapter 98. Conquer the people with virtue and kill the god Xiao. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside a warehouse. If you look at it from the outside, it's just an ordinary storage warehouse. This is one of the places where Wong Mingxian stored supplies. There are no less than 30 warehouses like this. The materials used in these warehouses are extremely special. They are a kind of high-strength material developed by the military that can withstand the attacks of spirit beast warriors. Feng Longka explained to Xiao Tian, and then took Xiao Tian and his party to the warehouse gate. There were only 2 spirit beast warriors guarding outside the warehouse gate. After all, due to Wong Mingxian's influence, almost no one in the entire Tianxiong City dared to cause trouble here. Seeing Feng Longka coming here with a group of strangers, the 2 spirit beast warriors immediately became alert. Brother Feng, young Master Wong has a rule that outsiders are not allowed to approach the storage warehouse. They are not our people. Aren't you afraid that young Master Wong will blame you for bringing them here? One of them suddenly questioned Feng Longka. Wong Mingxian died a long time ago. He no longer has the final say in Tianxiong City now. Feng Longka sneered, then looked at Xiao Tian with a flattering look on his face. Let me introduce you. This is the Xiao God who is rumored to be making a lot of noise on the internet. I'm now following Xiao God. You should all be aware of Xiao Shun's style of doing things. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. God Xiao. The 2 were confused and puzzled, and then they noticed Xiao Tian standing beside them. The moment they saw Xiao Tian, their bodies began to tremble. Everyone knows that Xiao Tian is extremely ruthless in dealing with his enemies. If you provoke him, the consequences will be even more outrageous than offending the emperor. But compared to Xiao Tian, who suddenly appeared here, the 2 of them cared more about Feng Longka's words. Wang Xiao is dead. Although the 2 were unwilling to believe it, they were aware that Wong Mingxian had taken people to Devour City to deal with Xiao Tian. Now Xiao Tian appears here safely, but Wong Mingxian and many spirit beast warriors from Tianxiong City have not returned yet. This is enough to explain a lot of problems. There is a high probability that their Master Wong will never come back. After a brief hesitation, the 2 men gave way one after another. Feng Longka nodded with satisfaction. These 2 guys were not too stupid, otherwise they would have been doomed today. Go and inform the others immediately that Tianxiong City has been taken over by Xiao Shun. Let everyone gather here and move all the supplies here. If I find anyone embezzling supplies or disobeying orders, don't blame me, Feng Longka, for being the first to be rude to them. As one of Wong Mingxian's former confidants, Feng Longka still has a strong aura when facing other people. The 2 did not dare to disobey and left immediately as ordered. Seeing this, Feng Longka turned around again and looked at Xiao Tian respectfully. God Xiao, the supplies are inside. Shall we go in and count them now? Xiao Tian nodded, then followed Feng Longka in. The supplies in the warehouse are quite abundant and of various types, and these are just the resources in one warehouse. There are no less than 30 resources like this, if all of them could be brought back to Devour City. These resources are sufficient to support all the people in Devour City for years. It seems that this trip to Tianxiong City was indeed the right decision. Just after Xiao Tian and his team finished counting the supplies, more than 20 spirit beast warriors had already arrived outside the warehouse and were waiting. White snow was falling from the sky, completely covering the group of people. These 20-odd people are all spirit beast warriors, but their levels are generally not high. Even some people's ability to transform into beasts makes them almost useless in combat. It seems that Wong Mingxian has indeed pulled out all the combat forces of Tianqiong City in order to deal with him. Now, the only ones left in Tianqiong City are some small-time characters. Everyone looked to Xiao Tian in front of them, their scalps tingling and their moods getting uneasy. This gentleman's attitude towards enemies has always been to kill them all. Wang Xiao led all the powerful forces of Tianqiong City to wipe out the enemy. Now that the other party has come to Tianqiong City, do they still have a chance to survive? Call me God Xiao. Feng Longke's true traitor nature was revealed as he yelled at everyone. Xiao Shun. Everyone did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly shouted respectfully. Feng Longke nodded, and then briefly recounted the current situation and the situation of Wong Mingxian and others. When they learned that Wong Mingxian and all the spirit beast warriors were killed by Xiao Tian, everyone was shocked. In the past, they only learned about Xiao Tian's various deeds from the internet. Now that similar things are happening around them, the shock cannot be concealed. God Xiao is merciful and does not want to commit more murders. If you submit and pledge allegiance to God Xiao now, you may be able to save your lives. We used to treat Wong Mingxian like us, so you should know it better than anyone else. If you want to have a bright future, you have to follow Xiao Shan. Feng Longke looked around at everyone and suddenly spoke loudly. However, before anyone could speak, a young man with a crew cut walked out from the crowd. He had an unfriendly look on his face and looked at Xiao Tian gloomily, obviously having no good intentions. God Xiao, this guy is also one of Wong Mingxian's confidants. His name is Wang Wei. He has followed Wong Mingxian for longer than I have. He is the person Wong Mingxian trusts the most. Without a doubt, he has always been devoted to Wong Mingxian. Feng Longke's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly came close to Xiao Tian to explain. At this moment, Wang Wei raised his lips, revealing the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's signature smile, and said, "You." Xiao Tian waved his hand. Bang! Wang Wei's head was separated from his body in an instant, and his head flew dozens of meters away. When he landed on the ground, there was still an expression of disbelief on his face. I'm so fucking. I just said one word and your head flew off? I, Xiao Tian, like to win people over with virtue. If you still have objections, feel free to speak up. Xiao Tian glanced at the others and spoke. The remaining 20 or so people looked at each other and shuddered. Ruthless person. This guy is even more ruthless than the rumors on the internet. Killing people over a disagreement, even the god of killing by Qi didn't reach this level, right? We swear to be loyal to God Xiao until death. Suddenly someone knelt on the ground and spoke first. With the first one, there will soon be the second, the third. Soon everyone knelt on the ground and expressed their submission to Xiao Tian. After resolving the situation at the scene, Xiao Tian didn't waste any time and immediately asked Feng Longke to mark the locations of all the warehouses. Then let this group of people transport the supplies back to Dar City. However, Xiao Tian did not move away all the supplies and left some supplies for this group of people. He was indeed unprincipled in his treatment of his enemies, but since they had already surrendered to him, he naturally had to give them at least a chance to live. Under Xiao Tian's instructions, everything ran in an orderly manner. But at this moment, a black beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a black vortex appeared in front of Xiao Tian and others. At the same time, the same whirlpools appeared in various locations in Dragon Country. The Forbidden Area is opened, and this time, people from the entire Dragon Country can enter the same Forbidden Area at the same time. Brother Xiao Tian, you have completely offended the Dark Clan. When the Forbidden Area is opened this time, the Lord of the Second Heaven must have prepared a net of heaven and earth. You must not go in again. Bai Xiao Tian stared at the whirlpool in front of him, his tone more serious than ever before. However, Xiao Tian just shook his head. If you want to become stronger, the Forbidden Area is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By not entering the Forbidden Area, he can indeed avoid many dangers, but at the same time his strength will stagnate. He must go to this forbidden place. As for the Lord of the Second Heaven, he had even killed the ruler of the First Heaven. If the other party really wanted to force him, he wouldn't mind killing him as well. To sum it up in one sentence, just do it and it's done. Chapter 99. Rising to level 100, Xiao Tian, come and die. At the same time, Space vortices appeared simultaneously in various cities of Dragon Country. In the past, the forbidden passages and forbidden areas that appeared in various places were completely independent. The first time Xiao Tian entered the forbidden area, he obtained reinforced materials for building a villa. Others had done the same in other forbidden areas. But now, everyone in Dragon Country who enters the passage will be teleported to the same forbidden area. Simply put, the forbidden areas in the past were fought over between cities, but from this moment on, it will evolve into a confrontation between all the spirit beast warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, if you wanted to gain the benefits in the forbidden area, you just had to be the strongest in the city. But now, we have to become the strongest in Dragon Country. But everyone was apparently unaware of this and just treated it as no different than usual. Spirit beast warriors from all over Dragon Country began to enter the passage continuously. Recently, a cold wave hit, and the entire blue planet was covered in ice and frost. Coupled with the advent of the dark turmoil, the production on the blue planet has almost stagnated. Now resources are gradually becoming scarce everywhere. Everyone has been looking forward to the arrival of the Forbidden Area because the appearance of the Forbidden Area represents opportunity. Sky City. In a remote, abandoned building, Wong Mingxian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His injuries had recovered, and even his strength was unprecedentedly high. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a layer of black mist, just like an evil god walking out a movie. His eyes also turned into those of a venomous snake, with his pupils standing upright and looking extremely sinister. More importantly, his current level has reached level 100. What does level 100 mean? Looking at the entire blue star, the strongest spirit beast warrior right now is probably less than level 50, right? But now he has the strength of level 100. What does this mean? It means he is invincible. Power, endless power, inexhaustible power. Wong Mingxian felt the tremendous power in his body and suddenly laughed wildly. The laughter was so crazy and chilling. Revenge. He wants revenge. Xiao Tian, what are you going to use to stop me this time? It is no exaggeration to say that he could kill Xiao Tian with just a fart. Not only did he kill his own brother, but he also pushed himself into a desperate situation. He wanted to make Xiao Tianxing suffer a fate worse than death. But at this moment, Onli's voice suddenly rang in Wong Mingxian's mind. Your body is too weak. I cannot transfer all of your power. I can only reach level 100. Although it is only level 100, it should be more than enough to deal with Xiao Tian. However, this boy has strange methods, so remember to be careful. Level 100 is not even Darkly's strongest state. His true level is far more than that. It's just because Wong Mingxian's body is too weak that it can only be strengthened to this extent. Moreover, his real body cannot descend now, so he can only transmit his real body's power to the greatest extent possible. Therefore, this body can only be controlled by Wong Mingxian at present. However, since it is not the peak state, the duration of this state is somewhat enhanced. It can last for 30 minutes. During these 30 minutes, Wong Mingxian will have the strength of level 100 and can use the power of darkness at will. But once the 30 minutes are over, Wong Mingxian's body will completely collapse and his soul will be instantly destroyed. What's so special about Xiao Tian? With my current strength, I can crush him to death like a bug with just one finger. Only was slightly displeased and wanted to warn Wong Mingxian not to be careless. But when he thought about the fact that Wong Mingxian now had the strength of level 100, he gave up the idea. This is level 100 strength. It's true that just one fart can kill a group of spirit beast warriors. Even if this guy was a fool with no brains, he couldn't figure out how Wong Mingxian could lose to Xiao Tian. This time, Xiao Tian must die. It's a pity that after I forcefully transmit my true strength to you, I will be weak for a while, and my strength will be weakened to a certain extent. But as long as Xiao Tian can be destroyed, all this will be worth it. Only took a deep breath and continued. The forbidden area has been opened. Let's set off without delay. Wong Mingxian sneered. You don't need to remind me, I know what to do. Anyway, his life was already in the countdown of 30 minutes, so Wong Mingxian was no longer afraid. Then he waved his hands, directly tore a crack in space, and then drilled into it. In the forbidden area, the blood moon was hanging high in the sky, and the entire forbidden area was shrouded in a layer of black mist. In the center of the forbidden area, an ancient black palace rises from the ground, filled with the smell of vicissitudes. Right in front of the palace is a square that stretches as far as the eye can see. At this moment, Wong Mingxian's body crossed the crack and appeared directly in the center of the square. And around the square, many space vortices appeared. One after another, figures have appeared here through the whirlpool. The moment they arrived at the square, everyone realized something was wrong. This time they entered the forbidden area. In addition to the spirit beast warriors from their city, there were also spirit beast warriors from other places. Can the forbidden area be shared by all? But before everyone could think for too long, someone soon noticed the black palace in front of them. The palace was built in a grand and majestic manner, and the bodies of the people seemed extremely small in front of it. Many people felt a sense of insignificance and despair from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone in this palace is very familiar with it. Almost all of them have seen the scene of Shao Tian chasing after the Lord of the First Heaven and chopping him. The black palace in front of me should be the palace of the Lord, if nothing unexpected happens. This is the palace where the ruler of the second heaven resides. At this moment, Wong Mingxian in front suddenly moved. Kneel down, everyone kneel down for me. Wong Mingxian scanned the scene, but did not see any trace of Shao Tian. But he was not in a hurry at all, because with Shao Tian's temperament, he would never miss the forbidden area. Since Shao Tian is not here, I'll just pretend to be something big. He now possesses such tremendous power, but he only has less than half an hour left to live. He is fearless and has no taboos now. In his eyes, the group of spirit beast warriors in front of him were nothing but a bunch of trash. Kneel down? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to ask us to kneel down? After Wong Mingxian said this, he was quickly refuted by others. Now the black aura around Wong Mingxian has dissipated, and he has returned to his human state. We are all spirit beast warriors, and you actually want us to kneel down to you? Who do you think you are? My father is Zhang. Wong Ming first looked at the spirit beast warrior who refuted him with an evil smile on his face and said nothing more. A slap was thrown in the face, and this seemingly ordinary slap actually carried a surging dark force. A palm mark with a range of hundreds of meters suddenly condensed and slammed down heavily on the crowd. Boom! With a loud bang, the solid square was shattered into a deep pit. The man who spoke out to refute Wong Mingxian died instantly, and dozens of spirit beast warriors around him were also smashed into pieces. Dead silence. At this moment, the space suddenly fell into endless silence. Chapter 100? The protagonist appears, and the reckoning begins. The scene was as quiet as a cicada. Everyone stared blankly at the scene happening before their eyes, and felt their heartbeats slow down by half a beat. Dead. A group of spirit beast warriors were killed with just one slap. What a great power this is. Is this something a human can do? I'm afraid that even the bloodthirsty god, Shao, can't do this. This was not the only thing that shocked everyone. You should know that those present are spirit beast warriors from all over Dragon Country, including some of high-level ones. Among the people who were slapped to death by Wong Mingxian, there was one who had a strength of level 35, but he was still slapped to death without any resistance. Until the last moment of death, that person didn't even have a chance to fight back. Who is this person in front of me, and why is he so terrifying? What level is he at, and what animal's beast transformation ability has he awakened? Kneel down. I tell you all to kneel down. After killing a group of spirit beast warriors with a single slap, Wong Mingxian was completely relieved of the frustration he had been suffering for a while. He could only describe this feeling in one word. Cool. It turns out that this is the perspective of the protagonist in the novel who is invincible from start. I am invincible in the world. If anyone I dislike is found, I will just slap him to death. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who defy me will perish. Although this situation can only last for half an hour, being able to have such a highlight performance in the last moments of life means that you can die without regrets. As Wong Mingxian roared, a strong dark force spread out from his body. Everyone only felt an invisible pressure lingering above their heads and knelt down without any resistance. Seeing this scene, the smile on Wong Mingxian's face widened. He put one hand behind his back. His vanity swelled like never before. We are all human beings, and we are all spirit beast warriors. We should unite to fight against the mutant beasts and dark creatures. Brother, isn't it too unkind of you to do this? At this moment, a handsome middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly spoke. Wong Mingxian narrowed his eyes and looked over, and the middle-aged man was shocked when he saw this. The next moment, Wong Mingxian came up to the middle-aged man, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. I'm not a spirit beast warrior, nor am I a small and humble human being. I am a member of the Dark Clan. Wong Mingxian grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. At the same time, his back began to squirm wildly, and two pairs of huge black wings grew out. The wings were angular, similar to those of a bat, and when spread out they were a full 10 meters long. The sense of oppression was instantly overwhelming. After seeing this scene, everyone present felt sick all of a sudden. Not human. The existence in front of us is not human, but the Dark Clan. No wonder he has such terrifying strength. No wonder he would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. The middle-aged man also realized this and instantly entered the beast state. His blood boiled, and countless silver scales instantly covered his entire body. He punched Wong Mingxian's head fiercely. A dull punch landed, but Wong Mingxian was unharmed. You? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became horrified. You piece of trash, you lowly and inferior being, yet you dare to attack me? Who gave you the courage? Wong Mingxian smiled grimly. Then he exerted force with his palm, and it crushed the middle-aged man's head like an exploding beef ball. The hot blood splashed all over the faces of the people nearby, making many of them feel sick to their stomachs. Some people with weak willpower even vomited it out directly. The dark turmoil has been going on for so long, and the spirit beast warriors present have killed people more or less, actively or passively. But they had never killed people in such a brutal way. After witnessing Wong Mingxian's powerful strength, everyone instantly became obedient and did not even dare to think of resisting. At this moment, several figures walked out of the vortex. Seeing the person coming, Wong Mingxian immediately raised his eyebrows. He knew everyone who came. Zhan Dui, Zhan Dinsen, Zhu Yao. The forbidden area was suddenly opened, and Xiao Tian left Dayu City again. The three felt that they could not rely solely on Xiao Tian, so they chose to enter. But they didn't expect that this copy would be completely different from the previous ones. Kneel down. Wong Mingxian looked at the three of them and grinned. Why aren't you dead yet? Yen Ruyu frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Last time in the forbidden area, Wong Mingxian was severely injured by Xiao Tian and was almost dead. But now it is standing here intact, which is obviously abnormal. Moreover, the other people present were also very abnormal. Thousands of spirit beast warriors were all kneeling on the ground in fear and trepidation. Although she was not sure what happened, Yen Ruyu's pride did not allow her to kneel down to Wong Mingxian, Xiao Tian's defeated opponent. Seeing that the three men were still standing there, Wong Mingxian became furious and stretched out his palm and pressed down hard. Countless dark forces transformed into a giant hand and pressed down fiercely along with the three people. Boom! The ground where the three people were standing could not withstand this force and cracked instantly. The three people had almost no power to resist and were forced to kneel on the ground. Then, Wong Mingxian walked slowly towards Yen Ruyu and the other two, looking down at them. He pointed to the wings behind him proudly and said, I am no longer a human being. To tell you the truth, I have been blessed with the power of the Lord of the second heaven. Not only can I control the power of darkness, but I have also gained the strength of level 100. He wanted to make Yen Ruyu and the others feel desperate through these words, even to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy, begging him to let them go. However, what surprised Wong Mingxian was that after hearing this, the three remained unmoved. This disdainful look deeply hurt Wong Mingxian's fragile and sensitive nerves. He is now a level 100 expert. Why do you look down on me? What qualifications do you have? Bang! Wong Mingxian raised his hand and slapped Yen Ruyu. Her originally pretty face instantly became red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. But Yen Ruyu clenched her teeth tightly and refused to make any sound. If you take the initiative to admit that Xiao Tian is a waste now, I, Wong Mingxian, am 10,000 times stronger than Xiao Tian, and I can let you go. Wong Ming took a step forward, grabbed Yen Ruyu's long hair, and said viciously, Dream! Yen Ruyu sneered and spat on Wong Mingxian's face. Damn woman! Wong Ming first wiped off the strawberry-flavored saliva and kicked Yen Ruyu to the ground. Then he came at Chu Yao and grabbed her long hair. Admit that Xiao Tian is a waste, and I will let you go. Chu Yao slowly closed her eyes and said nothing. Grass! Being ignored once again, Wong Mingxian became furious and slapped Chu Yao in the face. Then he came in front of Yin Tiansheng. Don't waste your words. Xiao Tian is better than you in every way. As someone who is willing to cooperate with the Lord of Darkness, I, Yin Tiansheng, will look down on you even if I die. Perhaps it was because he had followed Xiao Tian for too long and was influenced by Xiao Tian's style of doing things. Yin Tiansheng now behaves extremely tough. He is already past the age of knowing the destiny, but at this moment he is ignited. Not only did he mock Wong Mingxian, he also gave him the middle finger. Grasp! At this moment, Wong Mingxian's eyes were red, and the dark power in his body was almost out of control. He wanted to smash the 3 ants in front of him to death with one punch. But in the end, he resisted the urge. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. I know Xiao Tian will come here too. When he arrives at the forbidden area, I will kill you one by one in front of him. Watching the people around him die because of him, but being helpless, I'm looking forward to what kind of expression Xiao Tian will have at that time. Wong Mingxian became more and more crazy as he spoke, and finally he just burst into laughter. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu and others frowned at the same time. Wong Mingxian is now obviously mentally abnormal. Just at this moment, a new vortex appeared. Countless eyes subconsciously looked over and saw Xiao Tian and Pang Dehai walking out of the whirlpool. Let the show begin. Chapter 101. Everyone has a resurrection armor. What do you kill them? Xiao Tian's face has been deeply imprinted in the souls of countless people. When Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appeared, even the sound of breathing stopped at the scene. Everyone held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between Xiao Tian and Wong Mingxian, not even daring to breathe. The human traitor in front of him seemed to hate Xiao Tian very much, and he also possessed quite terrifying strength. Killing a spirit beast warrior is as easy as killing an ant. Now that Xiao Tian has arrived, I'm afraid things are going to be very dangerous. It's not that everyone underestimated Xiao Tian. They all knew how terrifying Xiao Tian was. No matter how to say it, is the person who can chase and chop the master of the first level of heaven an ordinary person? But Wong Mingxian in front of him was obviously not a good person either. Xiao Tian, Wong Mingxian betrayed the human race and has obtained the power of the master of the second heaven. Don't worry about us. Just run. Yen Ruyu reacted and shouted at Xiao Tian with all her might. Yin Tiansheng and the others came to their senses and looked at Xiao Tian and hurriedly asked Xiao Tian to leave here quickly. They knew they had no way to escape today. If Xiao Tian could leave safely, with his talent, he would be able to avenge them sooner or later. But if Xiao Tian was left here, he would definitely not be a match for Wong Mingxian, and everyone would have sacrificed in vain. Fear of death is the fear of the unknown that living things have. Yen Ruyu and others were no exception, but they hoped that Xiao Tian would be alive rather than die themselves. Wong Mingxian, this guy is actually still alive. Pang Dehai looked at it with a sharp gaze. He suddenly took out the compass from his arms and looked at it. He was surprised to find that the compass needle was spinning wildly. The stronger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, the faster the compass, the stronger the evil spirit. There is a large amount of dark power hidden in Wong Mingxian's body. Brother Xiao Tian, Wong Mingxian's body is already filled with a powerful force of darkness, and he has now obtained most of the power of the Dark Hedge. He is at least level 100. We're definitely no match for him right now. It's not too late to leave now before the passage is closed. Bai Xiaotian gently pulled Xiao Tian's clothes to dissuade him. Seeing that Xiao Tian was still unmoved, Bai Xiaotian suddenly became anxious. Brother Xiao Tian, don't you humans have an old saying that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? If you don't leave, everyone will have sacrificed in vain. She had just betrayed the master of the Dark Clan. If she died here today, how would she cope with it? If she returns to the Dark Clan at that time, the Dark Clan will definitely not accept her again. Once Xiao Tian died, he would have no choice but to flee as well, and there was a high possibility that he would not be able to leave here alive. Bai Xiaotian is really anxious. Xiao Tian, you are finally here. Wong Mingxian raised his head and looked at Xiao Tian with an evil smile on his face. Then he looked at Yen Ruyu and the others who were kneeling in front of him, playing with his fingers. They were all injured because of you, and they will die because of you. All this is because of you. You hurt them. After saying that, Wong Mingxian suddenly waved his fingers, and the whirlpools around him closed at the same time. Xiao Tian's retreat was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoyan's face changed drastically. He glanced at Xiao Tian, who was silent beside him, and sighed silently in his heart. It looks like I'm going to die here today. Xiao Tian still didn't say anything. He just looked at Yen Ruyu and others who were kneeling on the ground with swollen faces. His eyes became colder, and his expression became more and more gloomy. Wong Mingxian saw all this, but he didn't care. What's the use of anger? In the past, he would be a little afraid of Xiao Tian, but now he is no longer the same person. Be angry, because you can only be angry. As long as Wong Mingxian was willing, he could immediately kill Xiao Tian on the spot, but he did not do so. If Xiao Tian was killed like this, it would be too easy for him. He wanted to torture Xiao Tian and make him kneel before him and beg for death. Thinking of this, Wong Mingxian waved his finger and said lightly, I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow. Admit in front of everyone that you, Xiao Tian, are just a waste and are far inferior to me, Wong Mingxian. Then slap me 30 times to pay tribute to my brother's spirit in heaven. Then I can give you a quick death. You shouldn't touch them. Xiao Tian suddenly interrupted Wong Mingxian, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. Huh, you dare to act big in front of me when you are about to die? Wong Mingxian said with a face full of sarcasm. I am not afraid to tell you that I have now obtained the power of the master of the second heaven and have the strength of level 100. Although this situation can only last for half an hour, and I will be scared to death after half an hour, but half an hour is more than enough to get rid of you. You have no capital to resist me now. I want you to die at 3 a.m., and you will definitely not live to 5 a.m. Wong Mingxian reached out and picked up Yen Ruyu, threatening her, if you don't want her to die, kneel down and kowtow now. Xiao Tian stood straight, still standing in the same place. Very good. Wong Mingxian was not angry either. The corner of his mouth curled up, and the dark power suddenly appeared in his palm, turning into a huge skull that opened its mouth and bit Yen Ruyu. Bang! Yen Ruyu's body exploded instantly and turned into a bloody mist. The scene was so bloody and cruel that many people vomited. Originally, he thought that he could see regret and unwillingness on Xiao Tian's face, but to Wong Mingxian's surprise, Xiao Tian still had a calm expression. Not only Xiao Tian, but also Yin Tiansheng and others calmed down instantly. Wong Mingxian frowned unconsciously and sensed the blood mist in the sky. The person is indeed dead. It is rumored that Xiao Tian is a man who values friendship and loyalty. How come he is so calm and composed when the people around him are dying because of him? Wong Mingxian's intuition told him that this was not normal, but he couldn't find out what was wrong. However, at this moment, a piece of armor suddenly emerged from the blood mist, and a light blue light seemed to illuminate the entire forbidden area. Then a suction force emerged, sucking all the blood mist into the armor, and then the armor wrapped in the blood mist broke through the forbidden space and disappeared directly. This sudden scene stunned everyone, including Wong Mingxian. This is a prop in the forbidden land of the first heaven. Even if the wearer is shattered to pieces, he could be resurrected once unconditionally. This person has been resurrected and automatically teleported outside the forbidden area. Just when Wong Mingxian was confused, Onli's voice sounded in his mind. Wong Mingxian suddenly woke up, as if from a dream. This woman has the resurrection armor on her body for a long time. No wonder you, Xiao Tian, are so calm. After realizing what was happening, Wong Mingxian felt more jealous. His strength is not weaker than Xiao Tian, and he is also the strongest spirit beast warrior in Tianqiang City. Why doesn't he get such a good thing? It would have been fine if Xiao Tian could get such a good thing, but he actually gave it to a woman. This was something he couldn't understand. Women are like clothes. In his eyes, they're just tools for venting his anger. How could Xiao Tian give such a precious thing to a woman? It's so stupid. Are you stupid? Miss Yen has a set of resurrection armor on her. You want to kill her and use her to threaten my brother, but it's 500 years too early. At this moment, Pang Dehai suddenly spoke sarcastically. Wang Ming came back to his senses first, sneered a few times, and then picked up Yin Tianxing next to him. Then he exerted force with his palm and crushed Yin Tianxing's head. Yen Ruyu has the resurrection armor, but what about others? Such a precious item must be extremely rare. He didn't believe that Xiao Tian equipped everyone with a set of resurrection armor. Pain? Despair? He died because of you. Everything is because of you. Wong Mingxian showed a victorious smile, but before he could finish his words, a light blue light once again illuminated the entire forbidden area. Grass! At this moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. Even the smile on Wong Mingxian's face froze in an instant. Chapter 102. The body is broken, and there is no way to save it. Are you dumbfounded? I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're just a worthless jerk. Pang Dehai curled his lips, stretched out his right hand, and raised his middle finger towards Wong Mingxian. With your intelligence, what does it matter if you gain the power of domination? Is it awesome? The one who hurt Wong Mingxian the most was not Pang Dehai, but Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's face remained calm, but in Wong Mingxian's eyes, this calmness was naked mockery. He originally wanted to make Xiao Tian feel pain by killing the people around him, but he didn't expect that these two people had resurrection armor on them. Wong Mingxian wanted to vomit blood. Equipment that can be used for resurrection is definitely not an ordinary thing. How could you give such a precious thing to two outsiders? Do you know how to play? If you don't know how to play, let me play. What a waste. After cursing all of Xiao Tian's ancestors in his heart, Wong Ming first looked at Chu Yao, the last one. He has 2 sets of resurrection armor, so he doesn't believe that this woman also has resurrection armor. Xiao Tian, you will eventually pay a heavy price for your actions. Today I will make you regret it. Wong Mingxian snapped his fingers, and the terrifying dark power emerged from the wings behind him, instantly enveloping Chu Yao. A series of strange, chewing sounds suddenly rang out, causing everyone present to shudder. Wong Mingxian did not look back, because the strong never look back to see the explosion. He looked at Xiao Tian with a smile of victory. However, at this moment, another blue light suddenly appeared. Then it wrapped around Chu Yao's body, broke through the space, and disappeared on the spot. Dead silence. Deathly silence. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and their hearts were already in turmoil. This is a special equipment with resurrection properties, and Master Xiao actually gave it to 3 outsiders. In the past, everyone had only heard about Xiao Tian's deeds, and they also knew that Xiao Tian treated the people around him very well. But now, after seeing it with their own eyes, their perception of Xiao Tian suddenly changed drastically. Such a precious thing is given away just like that. This is not just treating the people around you well, it is simply too good to be true. Countless people couldn't help but wonder if they also followed Xiao Tian, would they also be able to obtain such awesome equipment? Wong Mingxian was already extremely angry. His chest was heaving violently, and the dark power in his body was almost overflowing. Resurrection armor. Another set of resurrection armor. Where the hell did you wholesale such a precious thing? It turns out that everyone really has a resurrection armor. Wong Mingxian's mentality was completely blown away. He did not ask for a lot of resurrection armor. If he could have a set of resurrection armor, he would not have fallen to this point. He seems to be in a good situation now, but once half an hour passes, he will be completely scared. If he had a resurrection armor, the outcome would definitely not be what it is now. Why does Xiao Tian have so many good things? Xiao Tian, fuck me. The last line of defense in Wong Mingxian's heart finally collapsed, and he couldn't help but yell swear words at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian knew that the other party was already furious and was planning to attack them. Can you open the passage? Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Bai Xiao Tian, who was standing beside him. Bai Xiao Tian thought Xiao Tian had finally seen through him, so she nodded and said, I can open the passage, but it won't last long. Then open it. Bai Xiao Tian was overjoyed and quickly mobilized the dark power in her body. As the dark power flowed, a vortex appeared beside her. Although she has followed Xiao Tian, the power of darkness is still flowing in her body. She cannot enter and exit the forbidden area freely, but she can still open a passage to get out. Brother Xiao Tian, let's escape together now. Bai Xiao Tian pulled Xiao Tian and was about to walk out, but Xiao Tian just stood there without moving. Brother Xiao Tian? Bai Xiao Tian turned her head and looked at Xiao Tian with a puzzled look on her face. You go first, I still have things to do. Xiao Tian said calmly. Bai Xiao Tian suddenly became anxious and was about to say something. Don't worry, my elder brother is not the kind of person who would die in vain. Since he plans to stay, he must have his own plans. Besides, elder brother also has a set of resurrection armor. Pang Dehai said carelessly, not worried about Xiao Tian's safety at all. In his eyes, Xiao Tian is omnipotent. Even the ruler of the first heaven was killed by him. So who is Only? Bai Xiaotian was originally worried, but when she heard that Xiaotian also had a set of resurrection armor, she immediately felt relieved. Then Brother Xiaotian, be careful. Xiaotian is waiting for you outside. After taking a deep look at Xiaotian, Xiaotian knew very well that if she stayed, there would be very little she could do to help. Only leaving here can be the greatest help to Xiaotian. After saying this, he reluctantly left the forbidden area with Pang Dehai. Wong Mingxian witnessed the whole scene. If he wanted to, he could stop everyone from leaving, but he did not do so, because his target is only Xiaotian. Others can go, but Xiaotian must die. Xiaotian. Wong Mingxian walked toward Xiaotian, and a dark rune appeared on the ground with every step he took. But Xiaotian didn't give him any chance to fart. No more chatter, just do it. He knew that he was definitely no match for Wong Mingxian at the moment, but if he just ran away after the other party attacked his people, it would definitely not be his style. Anyway, I have the resurrection armor, so just do it. Xiaotian took a step forward and also entered the beast state. His long red hair hung in the air. Then he tore off his right arm and turned it into a black unicorn spear. Dare to touch my people. Kill. I really want to kill. Xiaotian tapped the ground with his toes, turned into a black lightning, and instantly rushed towards Wong Mingxian. Wong Ming was first shocked by Xiaotian's courage, but he was more excited. With his current strength, he could definitely crush Xiaotian. Xiaotian, I won't let you die so easily. I will also suppress my level to the same as yours. I want to let you see who is the genius. Even if I don't have the strength of level 100, I can still suppress you. The dark power in Wong Mingxian's body burst out, suppressing his level to 26. Next moment, with a dull thud, Wong Mingxian was kicked away by Xiaotian, and he fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Wong Mingxian staggered to his feet from the ground, his eyes already red. Although they were at the same level, he couldn't even take on one of Xiaotian's moves. This dealt a heavy blow to Wong Mingxian's self-esteem. Xiaotian, you deserve to die. Wong Mingxian roared, raised his level to level 36, and rushed toward Xiaotian again. Boom! The two soon fought again, and this time it lasted for a full 3 minutes. At first, relying on his level advantage, Wong Mingxian was able to suppress Xiaotian, but soon he gradually ran out of strength and was suppressed by Xiaotian. Finally, after a round of fighting, he was kicked to the ground by Xiaotian again. Wong Mingxian stood up on the ground again. He was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps he had already realized the gap between himself and Xiaotian, so this time he did not hold back. He immediately mobilized all his strength and rushed toward Xiaotian with all his might. Xiaotian's face was fearless, but his eyes were extremely cold. Looking at Wong Mingxian, who was firing at full power, he held the black Kirin spear in his hand and rushed forward without saying a word, like a black god of war. Boom! Bang! At the moment when the two forces collided, Xiaotian's body began to disintegrate bit by bit. A moment later, there was a muffled sound. Under the absolute strength, Xiaotian's body instantly collapsed and turned into a blood mist. Chapter 103, Evolution Devouring, Dual Shadow Chilance. Xiaotian is dead? Yes. The many-spirit beast warriors kneeling on the ground had dull expressions, but they had to admit this reality. After all, Xiaotian was crushed into a bloody mist by Wong Mingxian in front of them, and they saw it quite clearly. There were bursts of gasps of shock one after another. A faint sense of sadness suddenly arose in the hearts of many people, as if they were in the grief of the rabbit's death. The guy in front of him is not only a traitor to the human race, but also a lunatic. Xiaotian has been killed by him, so is it their turn next? At this time, many people were secretly wondering whether they should give it a try. The opponent is very strong, and even if all of them join forces and work together as a team, it will be difficult to defeat him. But if they just sit there and wait for death, they will eventually die. Instead of sitting there waiting to die in anxiety, why not give it a try, just in case you might have a chance of survival? However, just as everyone was thinking different things, a hideous laugh suddenly sounded from the front. Wong Mingxian had tears in the corners of his eyes and was laughing crazily. His facial features gradually twisted together and finally began to disintegrate and deform bit by bit. He was like a melting snowman. Every part of his body was dissolving visibly, turning into blood that kept flowing down. This sudden scene made many people's knees go weak and tremble continuously, and some timid people even lost consciousness after seeing black. Even in horror movies, this kind of scene wouldn't dare to appear. First, he slapped a group of spirit beast warriors to death with one slap. Then he killed the ruthless Xiao Tian, and now he actually melted on the spot. What the hell are you trying to do? Do you have to hit me like that? In fact, it was not that Wong Mingxian did this on purpose, but that half an hour had already passed. He had been using his body to bear the force of a hedge, but now he could no longer hold on. Half an hour is up, and your body is about to dissolve and collapse. Only's voice sounded faintly in Wong Mingxian's mind. It doesn't matter. After Wong Mingxian laughed, he calmed down. He stretched out his hands and watched them dissolving in front of his eyes. He felt completely at peace in his heart. From the moment he made the deal with Only, he was ready to die. He had no regrets in dying as he was able to avenge his father and send Xiao Tian away early. My loved ones have passed away, and I have nothing to be nostalgic about. It's a pity that I have to end my life so early. I still feel a little unwilling. However, at this moment, a light blue light suddenly appeared from the blood mist in front. The blue light suddenly fell on Wong Mingxian's face, making him look up subconsciously. Suddenly, a blue light shot up into the sky, absorbed the blood mist, broke through the space, and disappeared. Fuck, Xiao Shun is not dead. He also has a resurrection armor on him. Such precious equipment. They really each have one. Even those 3 people have resurrection armor on them. We should have thought of it earlier. Xiao Shun must have a resurrection armor on him too. Oh my god, Xiao Shun is not dead. The scene suddenly became boiling. The news that Xiao Tian was not dead seemed to give everyone a glimmer of hope and gave them the courage to resist. Xiao Tian is not dead. Wong Mingxian exhaled deeply and looked at his gradually dissolving body. He felt them all over. After a while, he suddenly laughed at himself and said to Only, "Is this what you said, to avenge me?" Only didn't say anything. In fact, he was also extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, he transferred most of his body's power over, and even with such a large force, he still failed to kill Xiao Tian. Is this guy the reincarnation of a leech? It's so slippery that it makes people desperate. Waste. Wong Mingxian opened his lips slightly and cursed again. Anyway, he is already a dying man, let alone the ruler of the second heaven. Even if the Jade Emperor appears in front of him, he will still scold him. After saying the last 2 words of his life, Wong Mingxian's body completely melted into a pool of blood. Wong Mingxian, the strongest spirit beast warrior in Tianxiang City, died tragically. Just after Wong Mingxian's body turned into blood, a black shadow suddenly appeared at the spot. Is the incarnation of Only. Different from his appearance when he first descended, his body is now extremely weak due to the forced transmission of his own power. More importantly, his current clone almost represents his original body. If this clone disappears, the original body will disappear along with it. This was the price he paid for forcibly infusing his own power. Therefore, the most urgent task is to leave here as soon as possible and merge this clone with the original body. Only glanced at the many spirit beast warriors at the scene and then prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a space vortex suddenly appeared. Xiao Tian and his group walked out of the whirlpool leisurely. It is well known that Wong Mingxian's condition can only last for half an hour. So after Xiao Tian and others were teleported to the outside of the forbidden area through the resurrection armor, they planned to open the passage and enter it again. However, Xiao Tian does not have the ability to open the passage to the forbidden area. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed the power of darkness in his body. After some attempts, he accidentally opened the passage. As soon as everyone entered the forbidden area, they saw the scattered shadow of Only. Not good. Only was horrified and tore a crack open, intending to get in. But at this moment, Pang Dehai suddenly threw out a talisman from his hand, and the moment the talisman was thrown out, it turned into a golden chain. It directly entangled and bound the hidden hedge in place. After being teleported out, he returned to the villa, not only put on his clothes, but also brought new talismans. "Brother, this guy is very weak now and can't run away," Pang Dehai said with a grin. Xiao Tian nodded, then looked at the rest of the people in the forbidden area. "The passage is now open. You can go out." Everyone was still a little confused, but they really didn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. They immediately left here in an orderly manner along the passage opened by Xiao Tian. After everyone had left, Xiao Tian finally approached the dark fence. "Boy, let me go. and I can promise you wealth and glory. Only's eyes turned and looked straight at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party and slapped him away. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed Only's neck, and lifted him up. It is detected that the Lord of the Second Heaven is seriously injured. Should we start to retrieve the genetic sequence? The system's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Xiao Tian didn't hesitate at all. Start extracting gene sequences. Boom! A powerful attraction suddenly emerged from the mouthparts in Xiao Tian's palm and began to frantically devour Only's clone. With an extremely terrified expression, Only's body gradually disintegrated and was completely swallowed by Xiao Tian. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 26. Bloodline level 30. Gene sequence number 8999, double shadow Kirin. The heart is immortal and can use the power of darkness to reshape the body, enter a complete state of beast transformation, gain full body attribute enhancement, and absorb the power of darkness to increase the level. Chapter 104. Level Surge, Side Effects of the Power of Darkness. Although they already had the experience of being the master of the first level of heaven, Yen Ruyu and others were still quite shocked when they saw Xiao Tian devour Only alive. This was the incarnation of the Lord of Darkness, and it was swallowed alive. Looking at the entire blue star, it is probably only Xiao Tian who can do such a thing. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? Only after seeing Xiao Tian finish eating did Yen Ruyu dare to step forward and show concern. Xiao Tian's temperament has changed now. There is an indescribable, weird feeling in him, and his aura has also become much stronger. His appearance was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. He just stood there quietly, but gave people a sense of oppression as if the devil was right before their eyes. Even the dark fence had never brought them such a feeling of oppression. I feel good now. Xiao Tian came back to his senses, then stretched out his palm, and the mouth parts in his palm began to open and close continuously. He wanted to try to see if absorbing the power of darkness could really increase his level. If you can really increase your level through the power of darkness, the path to upgrading in the future will be much easier. A powerful suction force suddenly burst out from the mouth parts, and the dark power in the entire forbidden area gathered together and almost turned into substance. Then, Xiao Tian continued to suck it into his mouth parts. As the dark power was continuously devoured, Xiao Tian's level was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 27, Level 28, Level 29, Level 30. In just a few breaths, Xiao Tian reached 4 levels. Such a speed of improvement made Yen Ruyu and others dumbfounded. This was too abnormal. How could a normal person improve 4 levels at once? Looking at the entire blue planet, I'm afraid no one could do such a thing, right? However, when they thought that Xiao Tian could even devour the Lord of Darkness and also possessed many beastly characteristics, everyone felt relieved. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary person. He killed 2 dark masters in succession. What's wrong with him absorbing some dark power now? However, as he continued to absorb the power of darkness, Xiao Tian gradually felt something was wrong. A surge of anger suddenly erupted in his heart, and he had an urge to destroy the world. Even when he looked at Yen Ruyu and the others, a strong murderous intent burst out in his eyes. This murderous intent only lasted for a moment, but it made Yen Ruyu and others feel a chill down their spines. Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu took a few steps back, wanting to say something but stopping herself. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head and quickly stopped absorbing the dark power. It seems that absorbing the power of darkness can indeed help him level up, and the efficiency is quite high. However, absorbing too much dark power would affect his spirit. Although it is good to improve his strength, Xiao Tian does not want to be affected by the power of darkness and become a complete madman. It seems I can only think of a solution after I get out. Go out first. Xiao Tian put away his mouth parts and faced Yen Ruyu and others. Then, everyone left the forbidden area together. After returning to the villa, Yen Ruyu and others found that a hot search had appeared on the internet, and it was related to Xiao Tian. It turned out that the scenes in the forbidden area were recorded and uploaded to the internet. Wong Mingxian's act of betrayal of the human race was cursed by countless people. The resurrection armor worn by Xiao Tian and others opened the eyes of many people. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that such incredible equipment actually existed in the forbidden area. Xiao Shun is awesome. If it weren't for God Xiao, so many people would have died tragically. That guy seems to be called Wong Mingxian. He used to be the strongest person in Tianqiong City, but I didn't expect that he would collude with the Lord of Darkness. This is called karma and reincarnation. He colluded with the Lord of Darkness, so his end is doomed to be bad. Xiao Tian's name was once again remembered by countless people, but Xiao Tian didn't care about these. After a long battle, he was already exhausted. After going to the warehouse and eating more than 10 pounds of raw meat, he returned to his room and took a nap. It was already night when Xiao Tian woke up. Looking at the darkness outside the window, Xiao Tian put his hands behind his head and lost himself in reminiscence. It was the same dark and turbulent era. I used to live like a clown, but now I live quite comfortably. In fact, Xiao Tian has thought countless times, if he is reborn without a living system, can he still live the life he has now? The answer is probably unknown. After a brief rest, Xiao Tian turned and came to Shun Xiulan's room. Ever since seeing the power of the Pangdahai talisman, Shun Xiulan returned to the villa and started doing related research. But things like talismans cannot be calculated using technology. So far, Shun Xiulan still has no gains. Seeing Xiao Tian push the door in, Shun Xiulan put down the utensils in her hands, straightened her wrinkled white coat, smiled charmingly, and said, "I've been busy doing research recently, so I can only eat mushrooms and can't give you a seafood feast. You just have to bear with it for a while. If it really doesn't work, go find Xiaoyan and the others." Xiao Tian's face suddenly turned black. Is he the kind of animal that only thinks with the lower half of his body? Did I come to you just to do that kind of thing? I want you to help me research something. Xiao Tian stated his needs straight away. The power of darkness is a good thing. With my current genetic sequence, I can directly convert the power of darkness into experience. It would be a pity to give up like this. But if you insist on absorbing it, you may go completely crazy and lose the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. So Xiao Tian wanted Shun Xiulan to try to research something, a device that could allow him to ignore the influence of the power of darkness. After listening to Xiao Tian's needs, Shun Xiulan's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Is it difficult? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. It is indeed difficult. With Blue Star's current technology, it is very difficult to develop something like this, but the core principle is not difficult. As long as you can find something that can purify the dark power, I can use it to develop such a device. Shun Xiulan thought about it carefully and said seriously. Xiao Tian nodded, silently noted this matter, then picked up Shun Xiulan and walked towards the inner room. Brother, what do you want to do to your sister? Being picked up by Princess Xiao Tian, Shun Xiulan blushed immediately and gently punched Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian looked down at the beautiful Shun Xiulan in his arms and was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "As you wish, I will treat you to mushrooms tonight." Chapter 105, Devouring Black Ants. Extraordinary divine power awakens. The next day, when Xiao Tian got up and washed up, Shun Xiulan was still sleeping soundly. After all, not everyone can become Chu Yao. After washing up, Xiao Tianxia subconsciously went to the window and looked outside. The impact of the cold wave is still continuing to spread, and now almost everywhere you look has turned white. In addition, the temperature is dropping every day, and now the temperature of the entire blue planet is shockingly low. To be honest, it is like making all places on the blue planet become the north and south poles at the same time. In such extreme temperatures, even a slightly thicker down jacket cannot provide warmth. The extremely low temperature and the cold wind will directly penetrate the down jacket, and the cold wind will rush straight to the top of the head through the pores of the body. Water turning into ice when poured is no longer a scene you see on TV. I wonder how many people will freeze to death under such extreme temperatures. Xiao Tian sighed in his heart. But what do these things have to do with him? In troubled times, the first priority is to consider yourself and the people around you. Even if he has the heart of a savior, he does not have the ability to do so. He just needs to take care of himself. The supplies from Tianqiong City have also been transported here by Feng Lonka and others, so there is no shortage of supplies in the villa now. After the supplies were delivered, Feng Lonka brought the relevant personnel back to Tianqiong City. Although they could live a more comfortable life in Daru City, Tianqiong City is their hometown after all, and Tianqiong City also needs people to guard it. As new supplies are delivered and replenished, people in Daru City continue to exchange supplies with mutant beast cores. This also means that Xiao Tian doesn't have to hunt the mutant beast himself to obtain the core. It's been a day since I've been at level 30. It's time to continue upgrading. However, I can't absorb the dark power rashly. I'll use the crystal core to deal with it first. Xiao Tian collected the crystal cores from this period, brought them back to the room, and began to absorb them. As his level increased, Xiao Tian became more adept at absorbing these crystal cores. Soon the level reached 35. However, what made Xiao Tian helpless was that with more than 3,000 high-level crystal cores, he only upgraded by 5 levels. If his level reaches 40 or even 50, how many crystal cores will be needed to upgrade? This is absolutely an astronomical figure. No, I have to find something that can evolve the dark power as soon as possible. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 35, and the skill slot function is enabled. Skill slot? Just when Xiao Tian was wondering, a related introduction suddenly appeared in front of him. The host has currently unlocked a skill slot. The host can obtain corresponding skills by devouring related animals, plants, and insects. The skills can be retained permanently and can evolve infinitely. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 35. Bloodline level 30. Gene sequence number 8999, Double Shadow Kirin. The heart is immortal and can use the power of darkness to reshape the body, enter a complete state of beast transformation, gain full body attribute enhancement, and absorb the power of darkness to increase the level. Skill slot 1, none. Number of skill swallowing times. 1. Can be refreshed once every 3 days. Looking at the system interface, Xiao Tian's expression gradually changed from confusion to joy. Skill slot. Isn't this similar to the skills in online games? Although he can now extract genetic sequences to strengthen himself, the genetic sequences cannot be preserved permanently. Once a stronger gene sequence is extracted, the old one will be replaced. This skill slot is different. Although it cannot devour things like mutant beasts, it can only devour animals, plants, and insects. However, swallowing can gain related skills, and the acquired skills can evolve infinitely. If a skill can be evolved to its extreme, its effect will definitely be no less than that of the genetic sequence. Xiao Tian rubbed his hands, already eager to try. The number of swallowing times is refreshed every 3 days, which is already very efficient. He can't wait to swallow and try out the specific effects. However, looking at the snow drifting outside the window, Xiao Tian soon frowned again. It was freezing cold outside, and most of the common animals were probably frozen to death. Moreover, most of the animals, plants, and insects outside have evolved into mutant beasts, so it is a bit difficult to find ordinary animals and insects. As for plants, there are many ornamental plants in Xiao Tian's villa, but after devouring these plants, I don't think he will gain any useful skill slots. With the idea of giving it a try, Xiao Tian pushed the door and came to the backyard of the villa. There's a lawn in the backyard, but it is now covered with snow and all the grass has been frozen and shriveled. It might be difficult to devour animals and insects in this situation. Xiao Tian reached out to catch a snowflake and said with a wry smile. But at this moment, an ant suddenly emerged from the snow and slowly crawled towards the villa. Xiao Tian's attention was instantly drawn. Ant. There are actually ants in such extreme temperatures? I remember reading about it before. Ants can lift objects that are several times their own weight. Some special ants can even lift objects that are hundreds of times their own weight. Although the black ant in front of you is just an ordinary ant, his skills can be evolved and upgraded infinitely. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian picked up the ant and put it into his mouth without any hesitation. A little sweet with a slightly dry aftertaste. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the ordinary black ants, extracting the skill, extraordinary power, and gaining 10 tons of strength. What does 10 tons of force represent? Some cars only weigh 1 ton, so having a force of 10 tons means you can lift 10 cars at once. You have to know that in human history, the world record limit is only about 500 kilograms. Moreover, in ancient mythology, the Monkey King's golden cudgel weighed only 13,500 kilograms, which is about 6 tons in weight. The 10 tons of strength he now possesses means that even if he travels back to the mythological era, it will be enough to wield the Monkey King's golden cudgel. More importantly, his strength is at the level of 10 tons. If one punch can exert 10 tons of force, then 2 punches will be 20 tons, and 10 punches will be 100 tons. With such a power boost in hand, Xiao Tian will be able to easily defeat his opponents when he encounters enemies in the future, even if he does not enter the beast state. This is truly the use of force to break everything. What's more, he has also gained a new beast state, and after entering the beast state, he has gained an additional 10 tons of strength. Even if there's an aircraft carrier in front of me, wouldn't this punch from me create a big hole in the aircraft carrier on the spot? Just when Xiao Tian's heart was pounding with emotion, Yen Ruyu came over with a serious expression and reported some bad news. There's a mutant beast outside the villa, asking to see it by name. When Xiao Tian heard this, he was a little confused. Although fused mutant beasts have appeared at present, most of them have no intelligence, let alone communicating with humans. And now, a mutant beast actually appeared outside the villa and asked to see me by name? What is going on? Chapter 106, I just want to show off. Don't come over here. When Xiao Tian followed Yen Ruyu to the outside of the villa, Yen Tiansheng and others were already standing here. Everyone had a solemn expression, as if they were ready to fight at any time, with sharp eyes staring straight ahead. Following their gaze, Xiao Tian saw a burly figure. This is a border collie that walks on 2 feet, has a human body, and is covered with black and white hair. Although it is a border collie, it no longer has many canine characteristics and instead looks more like a human. A half-orc who evolved from a canine into a human. Have the mutant beasts evolved to this point now? You know, even if it is a fused mutant beast, it still retains the characteristics of an animal. This is the first time Xiao Tian has seen such a thing. You looking for me? Xiao Tian quickly calmed down and asked. Our boss wants to see you. The border collie spoke directly about its purpose, its voice clear and crisp, almost indistinguishable from that of a human. If Xiao Tian hadn't seen the other party's appearance and only heard the voice, he wouldn't even think that the other party was a mutant beast. Who is your boss? What do you want from me? The border collie smiled and said, many mutant beasts in Devouring City have achieved the final level of evolution. We now have powerful wisdom, and our physique is much stronger than you humans. Our boss is naturally the strongest among us. He knows that you're the strongest spirit beast warrior in Devouring City, so he wants to talk to you. Xiao Tian immediately became interested. Since he had nothing else to do for the moment, he thought about it and nodded. Can. Yen Ruyu and others became anxious and held Xiao Tian back from leaving. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Tian nodded to everyone. Then I'll go with you. Yen Ruyu stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Tian's arm and said, Fatty, just come with me, and you guys stay in the villa. Xiao Tian's gaze fell on Fat Dahai in the corner. Seeing that Xiao Tian was determined to insist, Yen Ruyu and others had to give up. Immediately following, Xiao Tian brought Pang Dahai to a villa in the center of Devouring City. The villa is luxuriously decorated in a combination of Chinese and Western styles, and there's a large garden outside the villa. The people who used to live here were all well-known figures in Devouring City, but now it has been occupied by mutant beasts. As soon as the two arrived outside the gate of the villa, they saw the mutant beasts patrolling around. These mutant beasts all have human body shape, which is obviously different from ordinary mutant beasts. Common mutant beasts are the products of mutations of animals, plants, and insects on the blue planet. They only know how to kill and have almost no intelligence. Trying to communicate with them is like talking to a cow. Killing is written into their genes. However, these mutated beasts in front of them all had smart light in their eyes, and they did not attack directly when they saw Xiao Tian and the other man. He just glanced at it warily and then continued his patrol. Brother, these mutated beasts are not simple. Pang Dahai came close to Xiao Tian and whispered. Xiao Tian nodded, but he was not too shocked. Even if the mutant beasts evolved intelligence, they were still just mutant beasts. Xiao Tian still commanded an army of mutant beasts and an army of dark creatures. You too, please. The border collie held out his hand and said with a smile. Xiao Tian did not answer, but walked into the villa gate under the guidance of the border collie. When they arrived at the lobby of the villa, they immediately saw a figure sitting on the sofa and smoking. This is a burly man wearing a suit and with an afro. The man's hair is golden in color, giving him a two-dimensional feel. Seeing Xiao Tian and the man smiled and stood up. Then he calmly took the cigarette out of his mouth and clapped his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of mutant beasts with strength of level 30 gathered around the lobby at the same time, releasing their powerful aura. Is the other party planning a sneak attack? Pang Dehai immediately became alert, silently took out a talisman from his arms, and held it in his palm, ready to fight at any time. Xiao Tian glanced at these mutated beasts coldly. He had no idea what the other party's intention was. They called him and others here, but now they were going to take sudden action. However, Xiao Tian was not afraid, no matter what the other party's intentions were. Fighting is his strong point. Roar. At this moment, a mutant beast with the characteristics of a black bear roared and rushed toward Xiao Tian. This man was 3 meters tall, with muscles growing explosively all over his body, like a mountain of flesh. When he ran, the entire ground of the villa was shaking slightly. But Xiao Tian just slapped him casually, and 10 tons of force burst out instantly. With a crisp sound, the opponent's head was flattened instantly, and it actually smashed the wall of the villa and was thrown dozens of meters away. Seeing this scene, the other mutant beasts that were originally preparing to rush forward were stunned in place for a moment, looking at each other in dumbfounded. The one just now was a giant bear. Strength was his best thing, but he was beaten to death by a slap from this weak human in front of him. Damn it, do you have to be so rough? The man with the afro could hardly stand. His eyelids trembled violently, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed and was about to say something when Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly looked over at him. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian said nothing, took a step forward and rushed towards the other party, and his pace became faster and faster. Fuck. The man with the afro was a little upset. Don't come over here. After witnessing Xiao Tian's previous strength, he is now completely shocked. Don't do anything, brother. This is all a misunderstanding. The man with the afro quickly stretched out his hand and shouted at Xiao Tian. Seeing that Xiao Tian's pace was not slowing down, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I called you here just to discuss a cooperation. We are not enemies. I did all this just to show off and to suppress your arrogance, but I never thought of actually taking action. Brother, don't come over here, don't come over here. Looking at Xiao Tian getting closer and closer, the man with the afro felt his heart in his throat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped. Why are you doing this? Do you really need to kill your own brother, just to show off? After hearing what happened, Pang Dehai put away the talisman in his hand and looked at the other party with contempt. The man with the afro felt a little embarrassed by Pang Dehai's retort. He wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start. He had indeed miscalculated. He didn't expect Xiao Tian to be so crazy that he dared to take the initiative when they had the advantage in numbers. He never expected that this human boy in front of him, who had not yet entered the beast state, possessed such terrifying power. Monster. This kid is definitely a monster. At this moment, Shi Aoyan's determination to win over Xiao Tian reached its peak. Chapter 107. Review does not allow me to choose a chapter title. Actually, I came here to discuss a cooperation with you. Shi Aoyan adjusted his suit and tie, and while speaking, his lion eyes stared at Xiao Tian, fearing that this ruthless man would suddenly rush towards him. Although it was only the first time he had come into contact with Xiao Tian's style of doing things had obviously left a deep impression on him. These mutated beasts are all transformed from animals, plants, and insects. Even though they have now developed intelligence, their violent genes are still engraved in their bones. But compared to Xiao Tian, they're more like humans, while Xiao Tian is more like a mutant beast. Xiao Tian did not answer directly. He went to the sofa and sat down with his legs crossed. Shi Aoyan frowned slightly when he saw this, but he didn't dare to get angry on the surface. He continued, "In this cooperation, we can complement each other and benefit each other. I, Shi Aoyan, want to make friends with you. After the matter is accomplished, we can also become sworn brothers. At that time, your affairs will be my business." Pang Dehai couldn't help laughing. "Who are you to be worthy of becoming a sworn brother with my eldest brother? Can you chase the Dark Lord all over the place? Can you conquer the army of dark creatures? Can you force your way into the Overlord's palace? It's fine if you just cooperate with your big brother, but after that you even become sworn brothers with him. Are you getting all the good things in the relationship? As long as Xiao Tian is willing, people who want to become sworn brothers with him can line up from Dar City to Tianxiong City." But to Shi Aoyan, it seemed as if it was a blessing for Xiao Tian to become his sworn brother. This way of conversation made him very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Tian was unexpectedly calm. He tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers and suddenly said to Pang Dehai, "I'm hungry. Take out the dry food to fill my stomach. Pang Dehai hurriedly came up and took out a piece of packaged fresh meat from his arms. Ever since the last fierce battle in the Forbidden Area, Xiao Tian realized the importance of food. At that time, I had a fierce battle with Wong Mingxian. It was fine at the beginning, but later my physical strength began to be depleted and my stomach felt extremely empty. If Xiao Tian hadn't gritted his teeth and held on, he would probably have fainted from hunger. So after coming back, Xiao Tian decided to always carry some dry food with him so that he could take a bite to replenish his energy when he was hungry. Xiao Tian opened the package and saw some undried blood on the fresh meat. Xiao Tian didn't mind it either. To him, blood was like ketchup and had a unique flavor. Crunch! Xiao Tian ate the raw meat in front of everyone, and soon a large piece of meat was eaten by him. The scene was as quiet as a cicada. Everyone was watching Xiao Tian eat, but no one dared to speak a word. Instead, everyone had strange expressions, and many mutated beasts subconsciously looked at Shi Aoyan. Although they have transformed into human form, they're still essentially animals, plants, and insects, and their sense of smell is far more sensitive than that of humans. When Xiao Tian took out the piece of raw meat, they smelled it. This is a piece of lion meat, and their leader is none other than the prairie lion. This kid is eating lion meat in front of his boss. What's the difference between this and asking for beef noodles on Yodo Mountain? After eating and drinking, Xiao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth elegantly, looked up at Shi Aoyan and said, "What do you mean by cooperation just now?" I didn't hear clearly. What I mean is that I, Shi Aoyan, am willing to follow the lead of Xiao Shan. I hope Xiao Shan will give me a chance and cooperate with me. I really can't do it without you. Shi Aoyan swallowed and changed his attitude instantly. This bastard is eating lion meat in front of me, which is obviously a warning to me, but he just couldn't attack. Although his level was higher than Xiao Tian, once the war really started, he was not sure he could defeat Xiao Tian. He, Shi Aoyan, never fights a battle that he is not absolutely sure of. Now that he needs help from the other party, there is no harm in lowering his posture appropriately. In fact, Shi Aoyan was just overthinking. When Xiao Tian came, he didn't know Shi Aoyan's identity. He just happened to take this piece of lion meat with him before leaving. Lion meat was absolutely not edible before the Dark Unrest, but after the Dark Unrest began, there were no longer any rules. In the villa's freezer, in addition to lion meat, there's also bear meat, peacock meat, sika deer meat, and tiger meat. I won't do anything that has no benefits. Give me a reason to cooperate with you. Shi Aoyan's expression suddenly became as ugly as if he was constipated. He had investigated Xiao Tian's deeds and knew that Xiao Tian was not short of various resources, and he really had nothing worth showing off. After thinking about it, he decided to appeal to her emotions and reason with her. Although this ruthless man is cruel to his enemies, he is quite good to his own people. It can be seen that he is a person with a bottom line. As long as I play the victim, why should I be afraid that he won't cooperate with me? Before the dark turmoil came, I was a lion in the 3rd zoo of Daru City. I formed a territory with 3 lionesses and had 2 children. But the lion group next door was controlled by 2 brothers. They often coveted my 3 wives. I fought with them several times, and I defeated them every time. This situation should have continued forever, but the dark turmoil began. After the birth of spiritual intelligence, they killed my 2 sons and abducted my 3 wives. Not only that, I accidentally got a crystal that can transform dark power into spiritual energy. I wanted to use this good thing to improve my level, but they snatched it away. Originally, Xiao Tian's expression remained unchanged, but when he heard about the crystal that could transform the power of darkness, he stood up immediately. He had been wondering how to find something that could transform the power of darkness to provide research materials for Shun Xilan, but he didn't expect that he could get it without any effort. Shi Aoyan thought that Xiao Tian was inspired by his story and couldn't help but look up to him. Although this guy sometimes becomes crazy and bloodthirsty, he at least has some conscience and is a loyal person. This is a sure thing. Just as Shi Aoyan was about to continue his emotional preparations, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Xiao Tian. I can help you, but the crystal will belong to me after the task is completed. The smile on Shi Aoyan's face gradually disappeared. This crystal is a good thing. It seems that you're interested in my crystal. However, Shi Aoyan did not remain silent for too long before he agreed. Although he was reluctant to part with this special crystal, compared to these material things, He was more eager to avenge his wife's theft. He has been thinking about revenge all the time during this period. If Xiao Tian can really help him achieve revenge, one crystal is totally worth it. Okay, then it's settled. I just need you to point me in the direction of where the two brothers' territory is. Xiao Tian twisted his neck, unable to contain his excitement. Let's set off now. Chapter 108. Directly become an elite monster. Shi Aoyan quickly stopped Xiao Tian, who was eager to try, and said with a wry smile, "The other side has a lot of manpower, more than 1,000 men, otherwise I would do it myself. The opponent has a large number of powerful mutant beasts under his command, with a number of nearly 1,000, while he only has more than 500 followers. Ever since he was born with intelligence, he began to improve his strength while recruiting younger brothers. These 500-plus younger brothers were all recruited by him with great difficulty. Now he couldn't understand how the other party was able to recruit so many followers in such a short time. As for Xiao Tian, he is sure Aoyan's last chance for revenge. He doesn't care about Xiao Tian's life or death, but he doesn't want Xiao Tian to die in vain. I originally thought that these words would wake Xiao Tian up and let him know how powerful his opponent is. As a result, Pang Dehai's words made sure Aoyan doubt his life on the spot. Is more than 1,000 people a lot? What the hell? There are more than 1,000 people here, and one spit from each of them could burst your stomach, yet you actually asked such an idiotic question. Is more than 1,000 people too few? If the other side did not have more than 1,000 people, he would have already led his own brothers to kill them. Shi Aoyan looked at Pang Dehai as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. He pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but was worried that this fat man was a member of a vulnerable group. Looking at the arrogant Pang Dehai, Shi Aoyan held it in for a long time and didn't dare to say a word. More than 1,000 people are indeed not a lot. At this time, Xiao Tian also spoke. Shi Aoyan's gaze kept wandering between the two of them, and his mentality underwent subtle changes. It's over. Originally, based on hearsay, I thought that Xiao Tian was a man of real ability. Now it seems that he is just a reckless man with some strength. More than 1,000 people may not be too many, but there are only two of you now, and including me, there are only more than 500 people in total. If we go looking for revenge with such a small number of people, I'm afraid we'll be killed by the enemy before we even see the 3 lionesses he has been dreaming of." Xiao Tian saw the other party's worry, but he didn't explain too much. More than 1,000 people are indeed not enough in front of Xiao Tian. Putting aside the 13 mutated beasts, Xiao Tian is still wearing the Yinhun banner, and there are thousands of dark creatures lurking inside. In addition, Xiao Tian's current strength is much greater than before, so it is absolutely no problem for him to fight against 100 ordinary mutant beasts alone. To put it in a more pretentious way, he could kill the opponent as an elite monster in the game by himself. Xiao Tian has never been an arrogant person. He will never do anything without absolute certainty. If he plans to do something, he must be fully sure of it. Time waits for no one. Either come with me to rescue them now, or tell me a direction and I'll go and kill them and find the crystal myself. Shi Aoyan sighed heavily and hesitated for a long time before making a difficult decision. Okay, I'll take everyone and follow you now. Shi Aoyan made a compromise. Xiao Tian is the greatest help he can find right now. If he lets Xiao Tian go alone and the other party dies, there will be no hope at all. In this case, he could only sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. Soon Shi Aoyan had his men make the corrections, and more than 500 people marched in one direction. On the way, Shi Aoyan was extremely nervous. He was even thinking about how to escape after the disastrous defeat. Knowing that the other party had more than 1,000 people and was planning to attack directly, his confidence in Xiao Tian was no longer that great. After all, the other side has more than 1,000 people. Even if we want to fight, we should think of some military tactics or something, right? On the way, Shi Aoyan finally couldn't help but speak again. What a bullshit military strategy. Just do it and it's done. You are a mutant beast after all. Why are you so fussy and hesitant when doing things? Pang Dehai glanced at Shi Aoyan and said with contempt. After being criticized by Pang Dehai, Shi Aoyan was so angry that he was speechless. It is so unfair that a dignified mutant like me is looked down upon by a little fat man. And don't you humans always say that knowing both yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle? Now I ask you to come up with some strategies and use your brains more, but you accuse me of being fussy. Who among us is the mutant beast? Just do it, and it's done. Is this something a human being can say? Just after everyone had been walking forward for half an hour, a black shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky towards the ground. A falcon mutant fell from the sky and landed on the ground, flapping its wings. Sure, out Yen. Do you know that the territory ahead is my eldest brother's? What are you going to do with these people? The falcon's tone was extremely arrogant, and when he looked at Sure out Yen, he showed extreme disdain. In the minds of mutant beasts, the law of the jungle is particularly obvious. The last time Sure out Yen was defeated by the two brothers, he not only lost his wife, but also his dignity. This also led to the fact that even though the falcon was just a subordinate of the other party, it dared to order Sure out Yen around. Sure out Yen felt that now that a war was imminent, it was not appropriate to confront each other directly, so he planned to find a random excuse to get away with it. At this moment, Xiao Tian spoke first. Go back and tell the two of you that I, Xiao Tian, am here. If you don't want to be exterminated, release the 3 lionesses and hand over the crystal that can purify the power of darkness. It's over. Sure out Yen covered his face with his hands, having lost the courage to argue. He now regrets cooperating with Xiao Tian. This young man is simply an ignorant boy who doesn't know his place. Can such a reckless man really chase the Lord of Darkness all over the street? Boy, how can you be so unreasonable? Who gave you the courage to? Hearing Xiao Tian's outrageous words, Falcon flew into a rage and pointed at Xiao Tian and was about to curse him. But Xiao Tian didn't give him the chance to speak. He took a step forward and tore off one of the opponent's wings. Then he bit off the feathers on its wings and started eating them raw in front of everyone. Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing flesh and blood continued to be heard, and the bones and flesh were torn apart in an instant, and then swallowed into Xiao Tian's stomach. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The falcon was stunned for a while, and then it felt the pain in its broken wing and immediately howled in pain. This human is so bold that he actually dares to attack me. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Falcon was about to speak when he was frightened by Xiao Tian's vicious look. Go back and convey my words. If you say one more word, I promise to slap you to death. Xiao Tian's tone was cold, and Falcon shuddered. He didn't even dare to fart, and just turned around and ran away happily. As for why it can't fly, it's very simple. One of its wings is broken and it can't fly at all. Seeing the falcon flying away, Sure out Yen felt sad. He knew that after this incident, even if they turned around and left immediately, the two brothers would never let it go. After today, unless the two brothers are killed, there will be no place for them to stand in Dar City anymore. What should we do now? Sure out Yen looked at Xiao Tian, who now had the attitude of giving up. At this point, he was powerless to change anything. He originally wanted to rescue his 3 lioness wives, but now it seems that even his own life may be at risk. Wait. Xiao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put his hands around his chest, found a place to sit down, and spoke indifferently. Then the scene fell into silence. Except for Xiao Tian and Pang Dehai, everyone else was extremely nervous. About 5 minutes later, the ground ahead suddenly began to shake slightly. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw a group of dark figures appearing at the end of the horizon. Chapter 109. Find someone else who is smarter. Seeing this dark mass of figures, everyone in Sure out Yen felt their scalps tingling. The number of people on both sides was not at the same level to begin with, and now their numbers were absolutely suppressed. Before the battle even started, their momentum had already plummeted. Many people's legs had begun to tremble, and they almost fell to the ground. Everyone, cheer up. Don't be a coward if you're a man. Sure out Yen roared loudly to boost morale. But looking at this guy's equally trembling legs, 2 black lines slid down Xiao Tian's forehead. You don't seem to be much better than other people. You have such a domineering name like Sure out Yen, but you were shocked by such a scene. Are you a mutant or not? Pang Dehai stared at Sure out Yen and kept clicking his tongue. How can there be a mutant beast as cowardly as you? Sure out Yen didn't have time to get angry with Pang Dehai. When Sure out Yen saw that Pang Dehai had a calm expression and no strange look on his face, he was really surprised. This fat guy is so bold. Even he was frightened by the scene before him, but this fat guy was totally unmoved. Is it really true that I'm no match for this fat guy? In fact, it's not that Pang Dehai is as bold as an ox, but mainly because he has seen too many spectacular scenes since he followed Xiao Tian. Compared to those big scenes, what was happening now was just a small fight in his eyes. What's more, Xiao Tian is there to take charge. Even if the sky falls, Xiao Tian will still be watching, so he has nothing to be afraid of. As the two sides got closer, the ground shook more and more violently. Only then did everyone see that there were two figures rushing in the front. These two figures also had afro hair and fierce looks on their faces, but they were not as tall as Shi Outyin. It goes without saying that these are the two brothers that Shi Outyin mentioned. Shi Outyin, you're so good. I spared your life last time, but you dared to come and seek death this time. The two brothers roared madly. We can sit down and talk. Shi Outyin took a deep breath. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still a little scared when the moment came. What's the point of talking? Since you're determined to die, today we two brothers will give you a ride. The two brothers showed no intention of stopping. They immediately raised their arms and shouted, and everyone rushed toward Xiao Tian and his group with great momentum. Seeing that the two sides were about to go to war, Xiao Tian shook the Yinhun banner behind him and directly summoned thousands of dark creatures. Then Xiao Tian threw out another 13 containment devices, and 13 mutant beasts landed on the scene at the same time. Kill! Xiao Tian uttered a word lightly. 13 mutated beasts roared at the same time, like terrifying machines that knew no fear and only knew how to kill, and rushed straight out with thousands of dark creatures. Shi Outyin and others were still a little slow to react. Why did so many dark creatures and 13 mutated beasts suddenly appear at the scene? How capable is Xiao Tian? I asked you to investigate Xiao Tian. Why didn't you tell me that he had this ability? Shi Outyin suddenly looked at the mutated beast beside him and asked, Boss, I really didn't know he had this ability. The mutant beast said with a wry smile. Just at this moment. Wait. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the two brothers hurriedly stopped and shouted to Xiao Tian and his group. I actually think we can sit down and have a good talk. With thousands of dark creatures and more than 500 people on Shi Outyin's side, Xiao Tian is no longer at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Even more advantageous. If a war really breaks out, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Xiao Tian didn't care. These dark creatures were just incidental incidents when he devoured the master of the first heaven. Even if they all died in battle, Xiao Tian would not feel any pain. After all, they were just tools. But it is different for the two brothers. The mutant beasts on their side are all recruited genuinely, and they would be sad if one of them died. But Xiao Tian ignored the words of the two brothers, and soon the two sides rushed into battle. Although the combat effectiveness of the dark creatures will be affected to a certain extent after leaving the forbidden area, they still perform strongly. Both sides suffer casualties. Xiao Tian appeared in front of the two brothers in a flash. Are you the Xiao Tian? The two brothers looked at Xiao Tian and asked in a serious tone. Xiao Tian did not answer, but directly punched out. The speed of this punch was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. Humph! You, a mere human, dare to think of competing with me in physical strength? You are courting death. The two brothers looked at him with disdain. Without entering the beast state, Xiao Tian punched out, but they didn't take it seriously at all. The eldest brother, Shi stretched out a finger, trying to block Xiao Tian's attack with one finger. Boom! The fist and fingers collided with each other, and there was a shattering sound. Shi fingers cracked instantly, and then his entire right arm was blown to pieces. The force of 10 tons in one punch is no joke. Even if Superman came, he would have his ribs broken and would have to hold on to the wall to escape. My hand! Shi covered his arm and howled in pain. But before he could shout any more, Xiao Tian's figure appeared in front of him like the god of death. Seeing Xiao Tian slowly raising his right fist and preparing to punch out again, Shi became scared. Brother, let me help you. Shi Tianya immediately stood in front of Shi with a roar and shouted at Xiao Tian with red eyes. If you want to kill my brother, you have to step over my dead body first. Xiao Tian slowly put down his right hand. Seeing this, Shi Tianya just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Tian was frightened by him. But Xiao Tian, who had put down his arms, suddenly murmured, Beast transformation! Boom! Double shadow Kirin. Xiao Tian's current genetic sequence is not just as simple as beast transformation. His current genetic sequence has already become extremely powerful. The moment the words fell, countless genes in Xiao Tian's body began to collide, and then madly reorganized and strengthened. In a flash, a powerful dark force burst out from Xiao Tian's body, completely covering his body. When the dark power dissipated, Xiao Tian's figure reappeared on the scene. 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. The whole body is covered with black scales, and dark runes flow on each scale. Xiao Tian turned into a black unicorn with 2 heads. Different from the sacred Qilin in mythology, the black Qilin transformed by Xiao Tian is full of weirdness and evil, and is extremely mighty and domineering. Compared to the 2 brothers who are only 2 meters in height, Xiao Tian's current state is more like a mutated beast. Grass. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly become like this, Shi Tianya's pupils dilated and he was completely stunned. Is this still human? This is a fucking monster. He also knew about the existence of spirit beast warriors, and was well aware that spirit beast warriors could enter the beast state after acquiring animal genes. However, the current spirit beast warriors have only part of their bodies transformed into beasts, and their main ability is to enhance their attributes. And the Xiao Tian in front of him had completely transformed into a beast. There is no trace of any human feature on him. He has completely transformed into a black unicorn. Although his level was higher than the opponent's, and although Xiao Tian did not make any defensive posture at the moment, he was full of flaws. But for some reason, Shi Tianya always has an illusion. As long as he attacks Xiao Tian, he will die instantly. Brother is my only relative in this world. If you kill him, I will kill you to avenge him. Shi Tianya clenched his fists, looked up at Xiao Tian who had entered the beast state, and suddenly changed the subject. But I am no match for you now, and I also ask that you don't want me to make a meaningless sacrifice. After saying this, Shi Tianya suddenly knelt down in the direction of Shi Buchuan and kowtowed 3 times. So, big brother, it's not that I won't avenge you, it's just that I'm powerless. You should find someone else to avenge your death. After saying that, Shi Tianya no longer hesitated, stood up, turned around, and ran. Chapter 110. Realistic Extreme Battle Royale. Run away. Run away. The lion group's eyes widened, first in surprise, and then in indescribable anger. This bastard kept calling me big brother all the time, but when the critical moment came, he actually left me and ran away alone. Grass. Isn't this how the world is so fickle? Mercy. Shi Buchuan endured the severe pain, looked up at Xiao Tian, and said tremblingly. At first, he did not take Xiao Tian seriously. Instead, he laughed at Shi Outyin for being desperate and actually joining forces with a human boy. But only now did he realize what kind of terrifying power this weak human boy in his eyes actually possessed. Shi Outyin, who was fighting in the distance, also saw the miserable situation of Shi Buchuan. He felt excited but also complicated. I didn't expect that the person I dreamed of taking revenge on would be so vulnerable in front of Xiao Tian. The battle had just begun, and Shi Buchuan had already been subdued by Xiao Tian. Moreover, Xiao Tian could easily summon an army of dark creatures, so they didn't actually need to take any action. Xiao Tian alone can indeed wipe out the troops of these 2 brothers. He couldn't help but recall Xiao Tian's words. Where's the lair of these 2 brothers? Point me in the direction. At that time, he thought Xiao Tian was showing off, but now he realized that the other party really had this ability. Where is the crystal that can transform the power of darkness? Xiao Tian pinched Shi Buchuan's hand and asked with a stern expression. On my brother's body? Shi Buchuan's face was distorted and he was gradually unable to breathe. A strong sense of order swept through his heart, making him extremely panicked and desperate. After getting the information he wanted, Xiao Tian didn't waste any words. He used his palm to twist Shi Buchuan's neck. Then he moved his body and quickly chased in the direction of Shi Tianya. Along the way, countless dark creatures and mutated beasts were trying to stop Shi Tianya from leaving. But when people are at their wits' end, their potential will be unleashed. This is the situation of Shi Tianya at this moment. Driven by the strong desire to survive, the adrenaline in his body is surging wildly. All those who blocked his way were knocked away by him. Seeing that he was about to break out of the encirclement, a hint of excitement appeared in Shi Tianya's eyes. As long as he breaks out of the encirclement, he will be saved. By then, the sky will be high and the birds will fly freely. At worst, he will leave Dara's city and never come back. No matter how powerful Xiao Tian is, it will be difficult to find him on Blue Star. But at this moment, a loud noise accompanied by a terrifying murderous intent suddenly swept in from behind. Shi Tianya subconsciously felt that something was wrong. And then he looked back as if possessed by a ghost. Just this one glance almost made him lose his soul and die. Xiao Tian entered the beast state, with his two ferocious unicorn heads emitting an extremely cold light. He grabbed the ground with all four limbs and ran forward with all his strength. With every step he took, the concrete floor beneath his feet would instantly crack. Take a step forward. The cement ground within a radius of 10 meters will all crack, forming a deep pit. What a tremendous amount of force this must have. Are you the mutant beast? Or am I the mutant beast? Even when I'm in beast form, I'm not as awesome as you. Sure, Tinya urinated 3 drops and immediately entered the beast state, transforming into a 3-meter-long lion covered with golden hair. Then he roared, waved his limbs wildly, and ran forward with all his might. But no matter how fast he is, how can he compare to Xiao Tian? Strictly speaking, this is Xiao Tian's first battle since he obtained the 2 shadow Qilins, and he is one of the main enemies in the first battle. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not watch Shi Tianya leave. Boom! Xiao Tian stomped on the ground frantically, and his figure quickly approached Shi Tianya. Damn it! Shi Tianya turned his head and looked behind him, and was so frightened that his soul flew away. We can't keep wasting time, or we'll definitely be caught up by this damn thing. Shi Tianya's head was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he saw a large truck passing by. He used his claws to slap the truck, weighing several tons, and sent it flying behind him. He wanted to use this to slow down Xiao Tian's speed. But Xiao Tian has already gained 10 tons of power and is now in the beast form of 2 shadow unicorns. A large truck has chicken feathers for use. Boom! Xiao Tian slapped his claw forward, and the truck was instantly turned into a pile of iron sheets. The fuel in the tank leaked out, and an explosion occurred instantly. Shi Tianya turned his head again and saw Xiao Tian's huge body suddenly emerge from the smoke and dust and continued to chase him relentlessly. Fuck, he's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. When his eyes met Xiao Tian's, Shi Tianya felt like he was about to poop. This look is so scary. This guy is simply a devil. He wants to call the police. Blue Planet claims to be an open world, so it should establish a law to protect mutant beasts. They, the mutant beasts, are also lives and deserve to be protected. If he had a choice, he would rather not evolve into a mutant beast. He would rather continue to stay in the zoo and wait for death, instead of being chased by a madman at this moment. At this moment, a number of low buildings appeared in front of Shi Tianya. This was originally an urban village with many scattered low-rise buildings standing here. However, due to the dark turmoil, this place is now empty. Shi Tianya's eyes lit up, and he turned and rushed towards the village in the city. He planned to use the complex terrain of the urban village to completely get rid of Xiao Tian. I have already severed my brotherly relationship with you, but you are still pursuing me. Fine, let's see who can run faster, you lunatic or me. When his figure rushed into the village in the city, Shi Tianya's anxious heart completely relaxed. Now that we have successfully entered the urban village, all we need to do next is use the terrain to slowly get rid of this madman. It should be safe now, right? With this glimmer of hope, Shi Tianya was full of anticipation and subconsciously turned his head to take a look. When he saw it, he pulled out 3 of them on the spot. I saw a 3-story building exploded instantly, and then collapsed into a pile of rubble. Xiao Tian's devil-like figure rushed out from it forcefully and domineeringly. Fuck, Shi Tianya's mentality was a little broken, but he was unwilling to give up even a glimmer of hope, so he could only continue to go around in circles. Just at this moment, boom, another loud noise was heard, and another 3-story building was smashed to pieces by Xiao Tian. Shi Tianya wanted to use the complicated buildings to fight with Xiao Tian, but who would have thought that Xiao Tian was so simple and rough that he directly smashed all the buildings that blocked his way. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian rushed to Shi Tianya, pierced his sharp claws into the latter's lion tail, and then swung it hard. With a loud bang, Shi Tianya let out a scream and was thrown heavily to the ground by Xiao Tian. A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and Shi Tianya screamed as he was embedded heavily into the ground. Comminuted fractures all over the body. Chapter 111. A group of people who want to cry, but have no tears. A group of people who are in despair. Shi Tianya kept breathing, his sunken chest rising and falling. He looked terrified and discovered in despair that he had lost the feeling in his limbs. At this moment, Xiao Tian retracted his beastly state appeared in front of him in human form and stepped on his face. Sure, Tianya didn't say anything. He had never been so frightened in his life. This guy is not human. He is the devil. He is a figure several times more terrifying than the Lord of Darkness. The only glimmer of hope in Tianya's heart was completely annihilated as Xiao Tian took this step. He was about to beg for mercy, but Xiao Tian asked first, "Where is the crystal that can purify the power of darkness?" "You are chasing me because of this crystal?" Tianya was shocked and asked hurriedly after coughing violently a few times. Xiao Tian didn't say anything, but his eyes became more and more serious, and he obviously acknowledged his intention. Xiao Tian, "Me? Fuck. Your mom." After receiving this ridiculous answer, Tianya's eyes were bloodshot. He already had broken bones all over his body, and now he was so angry that large amounts of blood spurted out along with his broken internal organs. "You've been chasing me for so long, all because of a crystal that can purify the power of darkness? I thought you wanted to kill me and silence me. It's just a crystal. Why didn't you ask me earlier? You asked me for the crystal. Do you think I dare not give it to you? Although this crystal is special, it can only purify the power of darkness, and the amount it can purify is very small, so it is not of much use to Tianya. If he could exchange this crystal for his life, any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to himself. If you want crystal, you should have told me earlier. You asked me for it. Are you afraid that I won't give it to you?" Tianya smiled bitterly, looking like a deflated ball. He was thinking of countless insults to Xiao Tian in his mind, but in the end he didn't dare to say them out loud. "The crystal is in my trouser pocket. My limbs are shattered and broken. I can't move. You can take it yourself." Xiao Tian didn't waste any words. Following Tianya's instructions, he took out a crystal from the other's trouser pocket. The crystal is white in color and gives off a faint warmth when you hold it in your hand. Just from the outside, there's hardly anything special about it. After playing with it for a while, Xiao Tian stretched out his left hand and released a trace of dark power towards the crystal. When this dark force touched the crystal, it was immediately sucked into it and then transformed into a warm current. It really works. Xiao Tian's eyes focused, and he felt ecstatic. This crystal is genuine, so it will be possible to develop a device that can transform dark forces on a large scale. Xiao Tian carefully put away the crystal, looked down at the half-dead Tianya, then turned and left. He agreed to cooperate with Yen mainly because of this crystal. Now that Buchuan is dead and the crystal is in his hands, the life or death of Tianya has nothing to do with him anymore. I don't know when it started to drizzle. Tianya looked at Xiao Tian's departing back, breathing heavily and remaining silent. A line of liquid slid down the corners of his eyes, and he could no longer tell whether it was tears or rain. When Xiao Tian found Yen again, he discovered that the 3 charming lionesses had been rescued and were hugging Yen. It must be said that these 3 lionesses now look like humans, but they still retain some of the characteristics of lions. She is quite pretty and would definitely be considered a beauty in human society. No wonder Yen can't forget them. Now the battle has been resolved. After the 2 brothers escaped, the rest of the people scattered like birds and beasts. Some died and some fled. Xiao Tian waved his hand and gathered all the mutant beasts and the army of dark creatures. Then he patted Peng Dehai on the shoulder, and they both turned around and left at the same time. Xiao Tian. At this moment, Yen suddenly called Xiao Tian and said sincerely, "I owe you a favor." Xiao Tian ignored him and continued to leave. After all, he agreed to help only for the crystal, and he didn't need the other party to be grateful to him. After witnessing Xiao Tian's terror, Yen's many younger brothers were not angry at Xiao Tian's rudeness. Anyone who provokes such a ruthless person is destined to be sentenced to death. "Brother, are we going back now?" Someone suddenly asked. "Of course we have to go back. Let's get ready. We have to leave Dar City as soon as possible and find a new place to stay." Yen looked at Xiao Tian's departing back and sighed. With a ruthless person like Xiao Tian in Dar City, it is difficult for us to develop. Moreover, although we can transform into human form, we are still mutant beasts after all. Human society is not suitable for us. Now many of our fellow tribesmen have moved to Shichong City. Let's go there too. If we are lucky, we may be able to get a chance of survival. It is freezing cold in Dar City. It was warm as spring inside the villa. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian found Shun Xiulan and handed over the white crystal. With this crystal, I should be able to develop what you need, but I need time. After briefly studying the crystal, Shun Xiulan looked at Xiao Tian seriously. Xiao Tian naturally knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, but there was not much time left before the next forbidden area opened. How long will it take? Shun Xiulan put her white fingers on her chin and thought for a while before saying, if I work hard during this period, I estimate that I can finish it in 5 days. After all, with this crystal, what I need to do is actually very simple. 5 days. It's very fast indeed. Okay, I'll wait for your good news in 5 days. If you need anything during this time, you can just tell me, and I'll get it for you. Shun Xiulan smiled, blew a breath of hot air into Xiao Tian's ears, and teased. People are working overtime for you. Don't you have any expression? Xiao Tian also smiled slightly, and put his backhand around Shun Xiulan's slender waist. After the matter is over, I will accompany you in a double row, and we will sit until dawn. Shun Xiulan's defense was broken instantly, and she quickly broke free from Xiao Tian's embrace, waving her hand and saying, there's nothing for you to do here for now. You go first, I have to get busy. Double row. Still sitting until dawn? She said that she was too weak to bear it. It's more of a punishment than a reward. This guy is good in every way. He is very sincere to his people. He has good looks and strong strength. The only drawback is that it is too powerful, seemingly endless. Time flies. At the end of 5 days, Shun Xiulan successfully developed what Xiao Tian wanted. It was on this day. Forbidden areas appeared simultaneously in every city in Dragon Country. Chapter 112 Brother, help me. Given the psychological trauma caused by the last hidden fence, not many people dared to enter directly this time. After all, no one can guarantee whether there will be any accidents this time. But there is never a shortage of courageous people in the world. Soon, some people plucked up the courage and entered the space vortex one after another. Almost at the same time, Xiao Tian also prepared the necessary supplies and took Yen Ruyu and others into the forbidden area. This time, Xiao Tian only brought Chu Yao and Pang Dehai, while the rest continued to stay in the villa. Right now, a cold wave is sweeping across the entire Blue Star. Even though the villa's defense level is already very high, there are still dark, ancient trees guarding outside the villa. But no one can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. And this time, Xiao Tian decided to bring Chu Yao with him for another purpose. Chu Yao's beast transformation ability has not yet fully awakened. She needs to absorb the power of darkness to gradually strengthen her physique. This time, Xiao Tian brought Chu Yao with him to see if he could take the opportunity to let Chu Yao fully awaken her beastly ability. After the three of them passed through the space vortex, a familiar scene appeared before their eyes again. There was no light in the dark world, only a blood moon floating overhead, and no stars were visible. The nearby space was covered by a layer of fog, and visibility was extremely low. Xiao Tian took a breath and then looked down at the thing in his hand. This is an oval-shaped object, somewhat similar to an offensive grenade, and is a purification device built for him by Shun Xiulan. As long as he uses the power of the device, Xiao Tian can purify all the dark power into energy that he can absorb. This time he was going for something big. There is no danger here for now. Try to absorb the dark power here. I will keep watch for you. Xiao Tian did not rush to absorb the dark power, but looked at Chu Yao and said, Good. Chu Yao nodded. After spending some time together, she had already completely trusted Xiao Tian. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his strength to absorb the dark power in the forbidden area. As Chu Yao released her power, the dark forces nearby seemed to be attracted and actively moved towards Chu Yao. And then it was absorbed by Chu Yao's eyebrows. But as time passed, the suction force not only did not stop, but became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the dark power nearby formed a vortex and madly flowed into Chu Yao's body. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Tian couldn't hide his shock. This girl absorbs the dark power too quickly. After absorbing the genetic sequences of the masters of the first and second heavens, he was able to absorb the power of darkness, and he could do it as fast or even faster. But if he continued to absorb the power of darkness at this rate, Xiao Tian would have entered a state of frenzy long ago. In contrast, Chu Yao was safe and sound. Her body was like a bottomless pit, madly and greedily absorbing the dark power in the space. Finally, half an hour later, Chu Yao stopped absorbing the dark power, and a lotus pattern emerged between her eyebrows. The lotus gives people a feeling of holiness and purity, but the lotus pattern between Chu Yao's eyebrows appears a strange dark black color. It gives people an extremely weird and evil feeling. The next moment, Chu Yao suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. "How do you feel?" After making sure that Chu Yao was not about to go berserk, Xiao Tian asked. "It feels good, and my body is full of energy." Chu Yao thought for a while before answering. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the nearby fog. Then a dark creature suddenly tore through the fog and rushed towards Chu Yao. Before Xiao Tian could make a move, Chu Yao turned around abruptly and subconsciously raised her right arm. In her palm, a dark vortex gradually condensed. Next moment, the dark power nearby was mobilized, and a lotus condensed by the dark power suddenly appeared under the feet of the dark creature. The lotus suddenly appeared and instantly expanded into 8 petals that completely enveloped the dark creature. And there was a loud explosion. Fuck! Pang Dahai, who was standing by, was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly felt that the goddess in his mind was no longer attractive. In a flash, he killed a dark creature. Is this still a human being? Is this still the national goddess in his mind? Moreover, Chu Yao's temperament has changed dramatically since absorbing the power of darkness. She was pure and radiant at the beginning, but now she is a little more unfathomable. Even Xiao Tian was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Chu Yao would be so terrifying after awakening her beastly ability. Thinking back to Chu Yao's previous attack method, Xiao Tian also subconsciously began to think. If the dark creature from before were replaced by him, would he be able to withstand this attack? Xiao Tian didn't know, because he had to try it himself to get a definite answer. "Thank you, Xiao Tian." Chu Yao turned and looked at Xiao Tian and said sincerely, "She feels pretty good now. She's finally no longer a vulnerable prey. If she had gained this power when her parents forced her to get married, she would not have been forced into a desperate situation. Let's go and see what good things there are here." Xiao Tian nodded, then turned and walked forward. Seeing this, Chu Yao hurriedly followed. Pang Dahai walked alone, silently behind Chu Yao, subconsciously keeping a certain distance from her. Today's goddesses are not easy to mess with. It's better to stay away from it. As the three continued to move forward, they encountered many dark creatures along the way. But this time, Xiao Tian doesn't need to take action. Chu Yao can easily kill these dark creatures. The more Pang Dahai looked, the more frightened he became. In the past, Chu Yao was the weakest person in the villa, because although she also obtained the power of the spirit beast warrior, she had not completely unlocked the power of beast transformation. But now, Chu Yao seemed like a different person after absorbing the dark power, and he became the weakest person in the villa again. Just then, the three of them suddenly heard a fighting sound coming from the front. When the three of them rushed to the source of the sound, they found 2 teams fighting. 3 of them were at a disadvantage, while the other 5 had achieved absolute suppression. "We were clearly the first to discover this Ganoderma lucidum. You are taking it by force," said the leading woman among the 3 viciously. "Haha. After the dark turmoil, this world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. So what if we take advantage of others?" The man who was the leader of the 5 sneered disdainfully. But at this moment, the 8 people suddenly noticed Xiao Tian and the other 2 who appeared nearby. The 8 people were stunned at the same time, and subconsciously felt that Xiao Tian looked familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. Xiao Tian's appearance is indeed known to many people. However, this is a forbidden area, and there is thick fog nearby. The 2 sides are also some distance away, so the few people cannot see it clearly. At this moment, the woman leading the 3 people suddenly stood up and ran toward Xiao Tian. "Brother, they're robbing us by force and are unreasonable. Please help us. As long as you are willing to help us, I am willing to serve you well with my body." The woman knelt down in front of Xiao Tian with a weak look, her fair little hands pulling Xiao Tian's trouser legs. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Tian and said pitifully, Chapter 113, "Being strong is awesome, just rob it." The woman seemed to be worried that Xiao Tian would refuse, so while speaking, she pulled the shoulder strap down a few times, revealing a large area of her scenery. The woman had a good appearance, and she looked very pitiful at the moment, and kept calling him brother. It would be difficult for any normal man to control himself. At least Pang Dahai on the side was staring with wide eyes. If the person being begged was him, he estimated that he would have agreed long ago. But who is Xiao Tian? He is not like other men who only think with their lower body. And leaving aside Yen Ruyu, Shun Xiaolan, and other women in the family, Chu Yao, who is standing next to him now, is definitely not comparable to any other woman. The woman looks good, but she is afraid of comparison. If you compare it with Chu Yao, the difference is obvious. Roll. Xiao Tian opened his lips slightly and uttered this word lightly. Brother. The woman didn't seem to expect that after using up all her cards, all she got in the end was a get out from Xiao Tian. Is this man crazy? Doesn't he like women? She used to be the school belle, and after graduation, she became the office belle. Wherever she went, she was pursued by countless men. But now, I was rejected by a young man. Thinking that she had not explained it clearly, the woman continued to pull Xiao Tian's trouser legs and said pitifully, Brother, as long as you help me, I can satisfy you in any posture and direction. Veins bulged on Xiao Tian's forehead. This time he didn't even bother to say anything and just kicked the woman away. Boy, you're looking for death. You actually hit someone. They say a gentleman talks, not fights. Is there anyone like you? What kind of man are you? The two men next to the woman reacted and started cursing at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was so angry that he laughed when he saw this. Just because I was unwilling to help them, this group of people began to slander and humiliate me. Does this mean you think you're a good person and are easy to bully? Xiao Tian turned his head and looked at Chu Yao. Do you dare to kill someone? It seems that Chu Yao has not killed anyone since she came to the villa. In today's chaotic world, if you can't bear to kill someone, you will suffer a great loss no matter how strong you are. Killing is not to satisfy one's own desires, but to protect oneself. Dare! Chu Yao nodded and took a step forward. Although she had never killed anyone, she had never even killed a chicken or a fish. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, she has also seen many dark sides of human nature. Killing is for self-protection. She has now awakened her beastly abilities and will have to face all of this sooner or later. Chu Yao stretched out her right hand, and a dark lotus suddenly emerged from under the feet of the two men. Before the two men could figure out what was happening, their bodies were completely covered by lotus petals and then exploded into bloody mist. Two muffled sounds were heard, and the two men died instantly without even the chance to utter a scream. Dead. The woman who was kicked away was completely terrified. She never thought that there was someone who had such means. I was wrong. Please let me go. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing Chu Yao's eyes cast towards her, the woman was frightened and kowtowed, frantically begging for forgiveness. Chu Yao couldn't make up her mind and turned to look at Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian did not answer, but looked at Chu Yao with a smile. Call. Exhaling a breath, Chu Yao had already made up her mind and slowly raised her hand towards the woman. The next moment, the woman's body was also covered by petals and then exploded into pieces of skin. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded in appreciation. Chu Yao is not a saint in troubled times, nor is she a brainless woman with big breasts. When facing such people, the best way is to kill them all to prevent future troubles. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian asked with a smile. Chu Yao shook her head. Maybe I'm used to this kind of scene, so I don't feel any discomfort. Xiao Tian nodded, then looked at the 5 people in front of him. Seeing Xiao Tian's gaze, the 5 people subconsciously stepped back, with fear written all over their faces. They had all seen Chu Yao's attack earlier. She killed 3 spirit beast warriors in an instant with just a wave of her hand. This woman's strength is absolutely unfathomable. The forbidden area is full of dangers, and one must not only face the dark creatures that may appear at any time. They also need to be wary of other spirit beast warriors. If you spend too much here, it will definitely not be worth it. We don't know them. We'll leave now and won't bother you anymore. The leading man was quite tactful. After saying this, he planned to retreat with the people around him, etc. Xiao Tian suddenly called a few people to stop. Leave the stuff behind. The leading man subconsciously looked at the 5 Ganoderma lucidum in his hand. These 5 Ganoderma lucidum are blood red, and each is the size of a palm. Ganoderma lucidum also grows on Blue Star, and there are many species. But the 5 Ganoderma lucidum in the man's hand are not ordinary things. These Ganoderma lucidum are all products from the forbidden area. Once swallowed, any spirit beast warrior of any level can instantly recover their consumed strength. But obviously, no matter how good something is, you still need to be alive to enjoy it. After some discussion, The man finally put down 5 Ganoderma lucidum, nodded to Xiao Tian and others, and left quickly with his men. Brother, these 5 Ganoderma lucidum contain extremely strong vitality. After swallowing them, they can instantly heal the injuries and exhaustion in the body. Pang Dahai picked up the Ganoderma lucidum, observed it briefly, and said excitedly, "Put it away." Xiao Tian nodded, and then continued on his journey with the 2 of them. This time, the 3 of them had just set out on the road when they encountered another accident. It turned out that a group of people were fighting for a special crystal. The crystal is light blue in color, and special power flows within it. Xiao Tian knew that this crystal was an extremely strong material that could be used to make various weapons. Spirit beast warriors actually also need weapons, and the quality of their weapons can even determine the outcome of a battle. It's just that at this stage, the levels of the spirit beast warriors are generally weak, so they cannot be used for the time being. At this time, 3 teams were fighting each other for the crystal. There were 6 people in each of the 3 teams, and the 6 spirit beast warriors attacked at the same time, making the scene extremely chaotic. "Brother, should we just sit back and watch the fire, and then wait and see?" Pang Dahai scratched his head and suddenly suggested. "Need not." Xiao Tian shook his head and walked directly towards the battlefield where several people were fighting. "Let's just go straight over there." Watching a fire from the other side of the river is something that only happens when the gap in strength between the 2 sides is not too big. However, the levels of the 3 teams in front of us are generally no more than level 21. On the other hand, Xiao Tian's level has already surpassed them. Under the absolute suppression of strength, any other conspiracies and tricks are nonsense. Since you are strong enough, just go out and rob it. Pang Dahai also understood Xiao Tian's meaning instantly. Just as Xiao Tian and the other 2 walked out of the fog, 3 groups of people discovered them at the same time. Before they could speak first, Pang Dahai stood up with his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, "This crystal has been favored by my eldest brother. Now put down your things and you can get out." Chapitre 114, 18 Nouvelles arrivent. Looking at Pang Dahai, who had his hands on his hips and an extremely arrogant expression, the 3 parties were stunned at the same time. "Idiot." There was silence for a while, and then someone suddenly said this. Pang Dahai frowned, took out a talisman from his waist, and threw it out. He seems harmless in front of Xiao Tian and others, but after all, he is also the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Boom! The talisman suddenly exploded above the 3 groups of people, transforming into countless golden threads that bound everyone in place. What the hell is this? What method did this fat man use? I can't move. Everyone was horrified as the golden threads wrapped around their limbs, fixing them in place like a cross. Moreover, the golden thread was extremely tough, and no matter how hard they struggled to break free, it was always in vain. Pang Dahai walked forward carelessly and came close to a middle-aged man. The word idiot just now was uttered by this person. "Are you awesome?" Pang Dahai slapped him, and the middle-aged man cried out in pain, his eyes red as he cursed angrily. "Do you know who I am? I'm not your father. What does who you are have to do with me?" Pang Dahai laughed angrily and slapped him again with his backhand. The middle-aged man was so angry that he yelled, but he couldn't do anything to Pang Dahai because his limbs were tied. "I like the way you are obviously unhappy but can't get rid of me." Pang Dahai smiled unusually brightly. Then he stuck his head out and said provocatively, "You can hit me if you want, you can hit me if you want." Xiao Tian and Chu Yao in front looked at each other and covered their faces at the same time. This is the 96th time that Xiao Tian has doubted Pang Dahai's true identity. To be honest, which Taoist priest is like Pang Dahai? He shines brightly when given a little sunshine and acts pretentiously when given a little opportunity. Perhaps the Longhu Mountain in Dara City is really losing its talent. Otherwise, how could this fat guy become a modern-day heavenly master? However, at this moment, the golden thread that bound everyone suddenly and quickly dimmed. With a click, the 3 parties broke free from the golden thread at the same time and regained their freedom. Xiao Tian could swear to God that he didn't even react and just blinked his eyes. When I came to my senses again, I found that Pang Dahai, who was 10 meters away, was standing next to me again without me knowing when. Look forward like nothing happened. "Xiao Tian, let's work together and get rid of them first." The middle-aged man stretched his limbs and suddenly pointed at Pang Dahai and shouted angrily. The others also reacted and rushed towards Pang Dahai at the same time. Originally, the three parties were fighting in full swing, but Pang Dehai suddenly rushed out, tied up everyone, and humiliated them. How could they bear it? So they planned to join forces temporarily to get rid of Xiao Tian and his group first. It's a pity that the fog was so thick that they couldn't see Xiao Tian's face clearly. Otherwise, they would never dare to take action, even if they were given 100 courages. Seeing this, Pang Dehai was not panicked at all, but stood there calmly. His big brother is standing right in front of him. Even if these people are really powerful, they can't touch him at all. In a flash, the middle-aged man rushed to Pang Dehai. His hands turned into tiger paws, and he was about to punch Pang Dehai down. However, his eyes inadvertently glanced to the side and noticed Xiao Tian's presence. At such a close distance, he finally saw Xiao Tian's appearance clearly. The face in front of me overlaps infinitely with the face in my memory. The middle-aged man shuddered and screamed in fear, "Fuck!" Then he was slapped to death by Xiao Tian. The people at the back didn't know what was going on. They just suddenly heard the middle-aged man scream, and then his head was smashed. Although it was unclear what exactly happened, how could so many of them be scared by 3 people? So everyone still rushed forward desperately. They all wanted to continue fighting for the crystal after dealing with Pang Dehai and the other 2. Just at this moment, the second unlucky guy rushed to Xiao Tian and saw Xiao Tian's appearance clearly. "Fuck! Bang!" Like the middle-aged man before, this man first exclaimed, and then was simply and roughly smashed on the head by Xiao Tian. Soon, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. It was not until there were only 3 people left at the scene that they realized something was wrong. But when they wanted to run away, it was too late. 3 black lotuses bloomed from under their feet, covering them instantly. Accompanied by 3 muffled sounds, the 3 people exploded at the same time. After easily dealing with the 3 parties, Xiao Tian stepped forward and picked up the crystal. The 3 continued on their way. But this time, soon after setting out on the journey, Xiao Tian felt uneasy. He suddenly stopped and looked around sharply. "Brother, have you found anything?" Pang Dehai asked when he saw this. Chuyao also looked at Xiao Tian curiously. "No." Xiao Tian retracted his gaze and shook his head. "It's just that I suddenly felt very strange, as if someone was spying on us, but I didn't feel the presence of other people around." Xiao Tian didn't think much about it, and just thought it was an illusion. But as they continued to move forward, the feeling of being watched not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. This finally made Xiao Tian realize that this was not an illusion, but that he was really being spied on. He was just being spied on, but he couldn't sense the other person's existence. The other person's strength was obviously superior to his, and it's far beyond myself. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian's blood began to boil, and he was ready to fight at any time. The enemy is far stronger than himself, and he has never encountered an existence of this level before. Haha, you're indeed a variable. You actually sensed our presence. At this moment, a gloomy laugh suddenly sounded from the dim space. Then, a shadow covered in mist appeared in front of the 3 people. Dark Lord. After seeing the figure clearly, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and said subconsciously, "Yes, I am the Lord of the 3 heavens." The Lord of the 3 heavens spoke calmly, and then continued, "You killed my 2 lords in succession, which is really great." Xiao Tian said calmly, "You're here not just to talk nonsense, right?" As expected of a kid who has killed 2 overlords in succession, he is so arrogant. The overlord of the 3 heavens sneered. Xiao Tian's arrogance was beyond his imagination. "I am in charge of 18 worlds, and these 18 worlds are all worlds that I have devoured before. The creatures in these worlds have been corrupted by darkness and have completely become part of my dark clan. I have completely opened up the channels between these 18 seats and the Blue Star. You will know everything after you leave the Forbidden Area. This is a great gift from me to you. I hope you like it." The Lord of the 3 heavens finished speaking, then laughed and gradually disappeared. The crisis is over. But Xiao Tian's heart instantly rose to his throat. The passages to the 18 worlds have been opened to the Blue Star. So what is the current situation on Blue Star? Can Avila's defense withstand this crisis? Chapter 115. Despair like the destruction of the world. "Brother, what should we do now?" Pang Dehai and Chu Yao both looked unhappy. All the creatures in the 18 worlds have merged into the darkness, and now the passages between these 18 worlds have been connected to the Blue Star. God knows what Blue Star will become in the future. Although the general situation of these 18 worlds is unclear, there are billions of humans on the blue planet. There probably aren't too few living creatures in other worlds. Even if there are only 1 billion living beings in one world, the total number of living beings in the 18 worlds is 18 billion. What kind of impact will it bring if 18 billion creatures descend on Blue Planet at the same time? It's not an exaggeration to say it's the end of the world. I still underestimated the Lord of Darkness. Xiao Tian exhaled deeply and forced himself to calm down. In the past, he only thought that the gap between the Dark Masters was only a gap in strength. But now he realized that he was completely wrong. The ruler of the first heaven was killed by Xiao Tian before he could completely descend. The master of the second heaven came forcefully, but was also strangled in the cradle by Xiao Tian. The strength and means of these two overlords were mediocre, which led Xiao Tian not being too wary of the overlord of the three heavens behind them. Results now. Although the ruler of the third heaven has not yet arrived, he has used this method. Connect 18 worlds. This is just the ruler of the third heaven. If he is the ruler of the fourth or even fifth heaven, what kind of heaven-defying methods will he possess? Xiao Tian didn't dare to think about it. But there is no point in thinking too much now. They should first consider how to survive the current crisis. Find the space vortex first and leave here. Xiao Tian made the decision immediately. Now that we know the situation on Blue Star is critical, we can't stay here any longer. The three of them began to return the same way, and soon found the space vortex and left smoothly. In a flash, the three of them left the forbidden area and returned to Blue Star. Looking at the great Confucian city before them, the three of them were stunned at the same time. The original Daru city was also a prosperous city, although it has become much more desolate after experiencing the influence of the dark turmoil. But at least we can still see its former prosperity. But now, the whole city has become flat. Almost all the tall buildings collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. Skyscrapers, high-end apartments, residential areas, urban stadiums. Buildings of all kinds were almost all destroyed beyond recognition. Even the concrete floors were completely destroyed. We've only been away for less than an hour, right? Pang Dehai said with his mouth wide open in great astonishment. What on earth happened on Blue Star during this period of time? Chu Yao also murmured softly. Pang Dehai suddenly noticed something and pointed to the sky. Brother, look! Xiao Tian looked up and saw 18 huge black holes appearing in the sky at some point. The black hole is bottomless and rotates slowly, like a hideous mouth madly spewing out rich dark power. The whole world was completely covered in darkness. At the same time, countless black shadows flashed out from these 18 huge black holes at any time and anywhere, spreading madly to the entire blue planet. These black shadows are not insects or animals, but alien creatures that have been eroded by darkness. Just one glance, and Pang Dehai and Chu Yao were both terrified. So many alien creatures. They felt despair at just one look. It was hard for them to imagine that so many alien creatures would descend on the Blue Star at the same time. What is the scene like now all over the world of Blue Star? Let's go back to the villa first. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. Now we can only go back to the villa and hope that the villa's defense can withstand this attack. Xiao Tian has already stretched the defenses of the villa to the maximum, and Yen Ruyu and others also have a certain level of combat effectiveness. And there's also a dark ancient tree outside the villa to support the place. More importantly, even if the channels of the 18 worlds are now connected to Blue Star, it is impossible to teleport too many alien creatures at once. The three of them remained silent and quickly rushed towards the villa. As for taking a car, there is no possibility at all. Now, everything as far as the eye can see is turned into ruins. Even the tall buildings have been completely destroyed, and the vehicles on the road have long since turned into a pile of metal fragments. Fortunately, this place is not far from the villa. In 10 minutes, the three of them successfully arrived at the villa. Other villas near the villa area had long been razed to the ground. However, the villa where Yen Ruyu and others lived was intact. A thrilling battle is breaking out outside the villa at this moment. Tens of thousands of humanoid figures are attacking the villa frantically. Their bodies were covered in dark power, like zombies. Terrifying roars continue to explode in the sky. Fortunately, the villa's defenses are strong enough, and all directions have been reinforced with materials obtained from the forbidden area. The offensive of these alien creatures cannot shake the villa's defenses for the time being. Moreover, outside the villa, Yen Ruyu and others have joined the battlefield, and Yin Tianxiang has entered the beast state and started fighting with creatures from other worlds. Yen Ruyu used her strength in the rear to heal Yin Tianxiang's injuries. Even Shun Xiulan took out a submachine gun and frantically pulled the trigger at the alien creatures. At the gate of the villa, the dark ancient tree swelled up, and countless vines madly whipped the alien creatures. Every time the whip fell, dozens of creatures from other worlds were shattered into bloody mist. However, the number of alien creatures is too large. When a group of alien creatures are killed, new ones will soon fill their place. I can't take it anymore. At this moment, Yin Tianxiang, who was at the front, panted and spoke loudly. He was covered in bruises, and his strength was almost exhausted. This group of monsters suddenly appeared out of nowhere and began to destroy the city, and then began to attack the villa frantically. In order to prevent the villa's defenses from being breached, Yin Tianxiang had to deal with them personally. But he was alone after all, and even with Yen Ruyu's healing power, it had reached its limit. Dad, hold on for a while longer. Xiao Tian and the others will definitely be back soon, Yen Ruyu said loudly. She had already reached her limit after continuously healing Yin Tianxiang's body. If I had known earlier, I would have continued to stay in the dark forbidden land. What's going on now? The entire dark ancient tree was numb. The scene of tens of thousands of alien creatures attacking him crazily was quite shocking to him. As long as there are enough ants, they can even bite an elephant to death. With so many creatures from other worlds, even if Xiao Tian came back, he estimated that it would be difficult to change the current situation. Blue Star, it looks like it's over. Just when everyone was exhausted and gradually felt desperate, Xiao Tian and the other two finally appeared at the scene.